Chapter 1. The Death of the Untainted. Amidst the boundless sea, thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds loomed overhead, and fierce winds unleashed torrential rain. While waves surged to towering heights, countless bolts of lightning descended, transforming the entire expanse of ocean into a sea of thunder. Aaron, with the last vestiges of his strength, Chun Burang propelled Ning Yi to the surface, only to be struck by lightning, plummeting into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Draped in black garments that nearly merged with the inky waters, Chun Burang felt the frigid sea pierce his very bones, as if myriad fine needles were stabbing into his marrow. He yearned to swim to the surface, but a bolt of celestial lightning pierced the water, dragging him deeper still. Beneath the flickering light of the lightning above, Chun Burang discerned Ning Yi's silhouette. Desperately attempting to rescue him, he managed a faint smile, tinged with both reluctance and acceptance, as his outstretched hand succumbed to the weight of despair. So be it. Then he had long anticipated this fatal conclusion. At last, Chun Burang faded into the endless abyss, returning to the void. The void where all things converge, everything begins in chaos and ultimately returns to chaos. Chapter 430. The Blazing Light. No way. Did Chun Burang truly perish like this? The carefree, gentle, yet formidable Chun Burang is gone, just like that. At 5 a.m, anguished wails echoed through the dimly lit bedroom. Mu Jinjin kicked off the covers and sprang from her bed, incredulity propelling her to frantically skim through the last 20 chapters of the novel. She could not accept that Chun Burang was truly dead. With her slender, fair fingers flying over the screen, her expression grew increasingly grim. The cold, pale light of her phone illuminated her face, casting long shadows from her lashes on her lower eyelids, rendering her already irate visage even more somber. Poof! After a moment, Mu Jinjin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing despondently onto her bed, she hurled her phone to the foot of the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the pitch-black ceiling. Chun Burang was indeed gone, lost to the endless sea. The male and female protagonist had found happiness together, and the novel had reached its conclusion. She had stayed up until 5 a.m, hoping for a favorable ending for Chun Burang, only to have the author deliver a devastating blow. Chun Burang was the second male lead in this tale, embodying the archetypal traits of loyalty, devotion, and gentleness. Initially portrayed as a charming young man enamored with the female lead, he later evolved into a powerful demon lord who loved her deeply, dutifully fulfilling his role as the male second lead. He shielded her from harm, accompanied her in moments of sorrow, protected her, and even defied the celestial realms for her sake, becoming a demon among demons. Despite all his sacrifices, the female lead remained infatuated with the tormented male lead, regarding the second male lead merely as a younger brother. In the end, the male lead suffered a devastating blow to his soul, and only the legendary Minghun flower, said to bloom at the entrance of the void beneath the endless sea, could save him. However, descending into the depths of the sea was a perilous venture for both celestial and demonic beings alike. With little hope of return, only those imbued with both spiritual and demonic energies stood a slender chance of survival. The female lead beseeched the second male lead for aid, who had since ascended to the rank of Demon Lord, desiring to utilize his demonic powers to venture into the abyss in search of the Minghun flower. Faced with her heartfelt pleas, the second male lead reluctantly acquiesced, only to meet his own demise in the ocean while securing the flower for the male lead. Mu Jinjin was heartbroken. Such a remarkable second male lead deserved a better fate, not a tragic end. Why must he be written off? The author had left many mysteries regarding his backstory unresolved, leading Mu Jinjin to reasonably suspect the author had buried too many plot threads and forgotten them. This author had a penchant for foreshadowing, weaving numerous hints throughout the narrative, yet too many left readers easily forgetful. By the end, Mu Jinjin had lost track of the hints and could not recall how many had been addressed. She only remembered that several of the second male lead's threads remained unfulfilled, rendering his character arc rather thin. Poor Chun Burang, truly a tragic yet beautiful figure. As a lifelong singleton, Mu Jinjin found it difficult to comprehend. Could one genuinely sacrifice oneself to save a rival for the affections of someone they cherished? Mu Jinjin felt a mix of anger and heartache, her heart throbbing painfully. Unsure if it was due to rage or the toll of her sleepless night, she quickly pulled the covers over herself and lay down. Rubbing her dry eyes, she donned her eye mask, conjuring tales in her mind to lull herself into slumber. This was a ritual for Mu Jinjin, a nightly practice of bedtime daydreaming. Today, she would weave a story of mutual redemption, sweet and sour, offering Chun Burang a new happily ever after, beginning with a fitting title. In a state of drowsiness, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. System activated. Welcome, host, to the parallel world based on the novel Blazing Light. Chapter 2. I saw nothing in the dimly lit forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting its glow upon the figure of a girl within. The girl, with her slightly pursed crimson lips, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of bright, sparkling orbs as her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans. Delicately pale hands pressed against her fair cheeks for the 5th time, and the sharp pain that radiated through her made Mu Jinjin reluctantly accept the reality of her situation. She had indeed traversed into another realm. But who could enlighten her about the nature of her transformation? Upon awakening, there was no one exclaiming joyfully, "Miss, you are awake." Instead, she found herself surrounded not by an antiquated, picturesque room, but by a shadowy, foreboding forest. Towering trees loomed above, blocking out the sun, allowing only the faintest rays of light to filter through the leaves. The flora around her appeared bizarre, accompanied by the presence of peculiar insects that seemed unlike any she had encountered before. In sum, this place was more primal than the wildest of forests. Who in their right mind would wish to traverse to such a location? She was certainly not prepared for wilderness survival. Mu Jinjin began to doubt whether someone had taken advantage of her slumber to abandon her here. Yet the yellow robe draping her figure, the sword at her waist, the long hair cascading down her back, and the delicate, unblemished hands, free of scars, served as undeniable evidence that she was no longer her former self. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a faint sound suddenly reached her ears, as if someone was speaking. Someone? The prospect of human presence in such a desolate place brought her a glimmer of hope. Eagerly, she crept closer, only to realize that the voice bore an unsettling tone, akin to agonized moans. Her instincts urged her to tread lightly as she stealthily approached, parting the underbrush just enough to glimpse the scene before her, nearly crying out in horror. Before her stood a figure clad in green, back turned towards her, wielding a long sword. With one foot pressing down on the abdomen of a struggling man, he plunged the blade mercilessly into the man's throat, showing no hesitation. Blood gushed forth in a torrent, and the man convulsed a few times before falling silent, while 3 lifeless bodies lay nearby. Mu Jinjin gasped, covering her mouth in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she recalled countless scenes from novels and television shows depicting murder. And in this forsaken place, where cries for help would fall upon deaf ears, being killed seemed all too plausible. Her heart raced, pounding against her chest. She feared being detected and hastily steeled herself. Now was not the time for fear. She needed to escape before being discovered. Gently, she began to close the foliage before her, intending to retreat quietly, only to realize that her legs had grown weak. Just as she took a step back, a light laugh echoed from ahead, freezing her in place. Breath held in trepidation. No need to hide. Come out. The sooner you do, the quicker I can grant you a merciful death. The voice was clear and melodious, yet the content sent shivers down her spine. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Mu Jinjin remained motionless, reasoning that perhaps the speaker was merely attempting to intimidate her, unaware of her presence, or perhaps addressing someone else hiding nearby. She held her breath, peering through a small gap in the brush at the figure before her. The young man in green, tall and slender, appeared to be merely a boy. He casually flicked the blood from his sword, a drop splattering onto the grass before her, blooming like a crimson flower. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she imagined the vibrant red of the spider lily swaying before her. The boy then flicked the tip of his sword, severing a blood-stained piece of fabric, which he meticulously used to wipe the blade clean. "Oh, you truly won't come out?" He sighed, his tone a mix of nonchalance and mild frustration, reminiscent of a conversation between friends. Yet to Mu Jinjin, it felt like a death knell. Was he a psychopath? If you refuse to approach, I shall come find you. That it won't be pleasant once I do. Flames erupted from his hand, incinerating the green fabric to ash as he began to turn in her direction. Mu Jinjin trembled, her nerves taut to the breaking point. Could he truly breathe fire? Surely, this was a dream, and she desperately wished it to be so. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and the boy halted, turning toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, two pitch-black beasts leapt forth, resembling hyenas but larger in size. They cautiously approached the green-clad youth, letting out a couple of calls before. Seeing no reaction, they began to feast upon the nearby corpses, drawn in by the overwhelming scent of blood. The sound of their gnawing flesh echoed eerily through the tranquil forest, sending chills through Mu Jinjin, who fought the urge to vomit. Yet, she exhaled softly. Surely, the presence of the beasts would dispel any suspicion the boy might harbor regarding her. Just as she felt a momentary sigh of relief, the boy made a soft clicking sound with his tongue. In the blink of an eye, his sword swept through the air, sending leaves flying, startling the beasts, which hurriedly retreated with their meal. Instinctively, Mu Jinjin rolled aside to evade the lethal strike. But in the process, her brow was grazed by the blade, leaving a small cut. Without time to ponder, she scrambled to her feet and fled, but the green-clad boy was quicker. Before she could fully rise, the freshly cleaned sword was already poised at her throat. Why did nothing follow the expected script? In novels and dramas, such encounters typically ended with a cat or dog appearing to distract the aggressor. Why was her experience so different? In a panic, she crouched down, burying her head as she squeaked, "Wait, please, spare me. I didn't see anything truly." The boy stood behind her, scoffing in disbelief, making it clear he considered her a fool. No, Mu Jinjin stammered, her teeth chattering with fear. "I did see, but I didn't see your face. I don't know who you are. This has nothing to do with me, and I won't tell anyone. Please, just let me go." Her heart sank, terror gripping her as she imagined the pain of having her throat sliced open. What on earth was happening? Surely, this was a dream. Yes, it had to be in the past. When nightmares struck, simply reminding herself that it was a dream would always wake her. With her eyes closed, she repeatedly chanted in her mind, "This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream." The importance of the mantra warranted repetition. I am at home, sleeping in my own bed. How could such a fantastical occurrence happen to me? It wouldn't. It couldn't. Her self-reassurance escalated to murmured, "Please, wake up. Please wake up. Wake up." Finally, she shouted, abruptly opening her eyes, only to find herself staring at a face. Not the familiar contours of her bedroom, but the visage of the green-clad boy, who had somehow crouched down before her. Mu Jinjin's first instinct was to poke her eyes out, not because he was ugly, but rather, he was strikingly handsome, more so than anyone she had ever encountered, so captivating that she momentarily forgot her peril. Gazing at him in a daze, his brows resembled distant mountains embraced by autumn waters, while his eyes shone like stars twinkling against the night. Such exquisite features. Below his striking brows, a noble nose graced his alabaster visage. Lips more vibrant than petals, and cheekbones well-defined yet soft, embodying youthful innocence. The boy appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. It wasn't until she felt the cold touch of the blade against her face that Mu Jinjin snapped back to reality. The youth was using the sword's edge to strike her cheek, a flicker of barely concealed disgust flashing in his eyes before he remarked, "Now you've seen." The implication was clear. She could meet her end. Startled, any admiration she had for his beauty vanished instantly. Trembling, she stuttered, "I saw. But, can I still poke my eyes out?" He merely chuckled coldly, his beautiful lips forming a smirk that belied the chill in his voice. Gathering her courage, Mu Jinjin stealthily scooped up a handful of dirt and flung it at his striking face, then turned and ran without a second thought. Yet barely had she taken 2 steps when the sword once again blocked her throat, nearly causing her to crash into it. "Help!" she cried, lamenting her misfortune, while others found themselves in fantastical realms as pampered heiresses, enjoying splendid feasts and striking back against their adversaries. Why was she condemned to this hellish beginning? Chapter 3: Ultimate Survival. Following the line of the sword, she beheld the boy's face, untouched by dirt or grime. He had evaded her throw entirely. Yet, his gaze was devoid of warmth, as though he regarded her as nothing more than a corpse. Mu Jinjin felt as though she had already died. Some lived yet were dead inside. while others had passed away yet continued to linger. The boy in green seemed unwilling to engage her further. He thrust the sword forward, and it appeared he was about to sever her neck. In a moment of desperation, Mu Jinjin grasped the blade, pain shooting through her hand that it hurt. Oh, how it hurt! The sharp agony coursed through her. But she dared not release her grip. Otherwise, the next moment would surely see her blood splattered everywhere. Desperately, she pleaded, "Please, let us talk. That I swear. I'm not one to meddle in others' affairs. I believe you have your reasons. Those men looked like villains. Surely, you are ridding the world of evil. As long as you release me, I vow never to appear before you again. Let us each take our separate paths on this road of life. Should you choose to walk east, I shall head west. What do you say, my dear brother?" Upon finishing, she gazed earnestly into his eyes. This moment, regardless of the circumstances, survival was of utmost importance if he still desired her demise. Then, she wondered if he would still grant her the swift death he had initially spoken of. If so, she would strive for a painless departure. She would treat it as merely a fleeting dream. Awakening with a sense of profound emotion in her past, she had feared nothing but pain. Her sensitivity to it was such that even a gentle tap could feel like multiple times the agony for her, which had caused her to suffer greatly. Furthermore, she had always adhered to the philosophy of living well if she could, or departing swiftly if she could not. With this thought, her fear began to dissipate, and her gaze met his with newfound courage. However, she did not notice that the young man in green had been scrutinizing her all along. This moment, his eyes narrowed as he spoke leisurely. "Senior Sister Muzhan, did you not always refer to me as a dog bastard? Did you not claim that you would rather die than associate with the offspring of demons? How is it that you now seek mercy from me, the very demon you scorned, Senior Sister? This is quite the predicament." As his words fell, a sharp sound resonated in her mind, followed by a cold, mechanical female voice announcing, "Character activated. Congratulations on successfully binding the character Muzhan. Intersect disciple of the Springs A sect, Weilon Peak. Initial points, 20. At the name Springs A sect, Weilon Peak felt eerily familiar. Wait, was this not the sect of the female protagonist from the novel she had stayed up reading last night? Muzhan suddenly recalled hearing that electronic voice vaguely in the hazy moments before sleep, welcoming her into the radiant parallel world. In an instant, the story she had read flashed through her mind like a torrent. Yet she maintained a facade of calm while her thoughts were tumultuous. Trembling, she whispered in her mind, "Have I traversed into a novel? Indeed, host, you perished from overexertion during your late-night reading. Your intense emotions towards the character Chun Burang triggered the He system, transporting you into a parallel world based on the novel Zhuozhua, successfully binding the character Muzhan. You are now an intersect disciple of the Springs A sect, Weilon Peak. This system will serve you diligently, hoping you will rectify the novel's inconsistencies, enriching the narrative of Chun Burang, and altering its bittersweet ending." Goodness, she truly had crossed into a novel. Perhaps her silence lingered too long, for the young man's voice turned icy as he remarked, "Has Senior Sister run out of words?" With that, he thrust his sword forward slightly, causing Muzhan's grip to tighten around the weapon, blood flowing more profusely from her hand until she felt numb. Her senses dulled. Vivid crimson dripped from the sword's tip. Pooling on the ground, Muzhan blinked, following the blade's path to the young man before her, clad in green like tender bamboo, tall and upright, with intricate silver wrist guards glinting coldly, accentuating his pale, slender hands. This young man was, she had her suspicions, but sought confirmation from the system, Chun Burang. Indeed, it was he. In the book, he was typically depicted in green attire. Yet here, his brows were frosted, his expression cold, a far cry from the gentle and obedient youth of the narrative. Muzhan felt a pang of sorrow. Just last night, she had defended Chun Burang. Yet here he was, sword drawn against her. What was the current situation, and what should she do? System, please handle it on your own. How utterly useless. Observing Chun Burang's increasingly frigid demeanor, Muzhan could no longer afford to converse with the system. Her mind raced with strategies to in the novel. Muzhan was a minor supporting character, appearing only 3 times with less than 300 words dedicated to her. She recalled her details solely because of the similarity in their names. Wait, Chinshiti, allow me to explain. Muzhan licked her dry lips, speaking nervously. I didn't truly mean to insult you. Have you heard the saying, to hit is to show affection, to scold is to care? I have always, harbored feelings for you. but your cold demeanor has made me feel overlooked, prompting me to resort to such drastic measures to capture your attention. In truth, she was not entirely lying. Mu Jun did indeed have feelings for Chun Burang. She was the daughter of an outer sect elder of the Springs A sect, known for her arrogance and penchant for handsome men, a trait she shared with her character. The first time Mu Jun laid eyes on Chun Burang, she was entranced by his beauty, so she boldly approached him to invite him for sword practice, only to be rejected due to his lack of swordsmanship. Though Mu Jun possessed some beauty and had 2 suitors, being turned down left her humiliated. Upon discovering that Chun Burang's father was a fox demon, she looked down upon him, and in her subsequent appearances, she insulted him each time. Her strategy was to belittle what she could not possess. Yet, this character met her demise shortly thereafter, succumbing to poison in a trial within a secret realm. Abandoned by her companions and perishing from her affliction, she must have arrived here after her death. The current timeline must align with the early chapters of the novel during the Lei's A Secret Realm trial. No wonder this place felt so eerie. She recalled that the scene of the murder had been mentioned in the novel, where disciples from various sects gathered for the trial. Chun Burang had seized the opportunity to eliminate those who had tormented him and to claim the spoils of the fallen, including the 4 unfortunate souls now being devoured by beasts. Little did she expect to witness it herself. Mu Jun sighed inwardly at her misfortune and cast a hopeful glance at Chun Burang. He chuckled softly, the sound reminiscent of water droplets falling into a pond, clear yet fleeting, devoid of warmth, glinting coldly. So now you have captured my attention. With that, he swiftly turned the sword in his hand and lunged again. Terrified, Mu Jun released her grip, narrowly avoiding losing a finger, and cried out, "Senior Sister Ning." Indeed, Chun Burang halted, turning to look behind him, but found only empty air. That he returned to glare at her, his voice now lacking the earlier lightness. His brows knitted together as he coldly remarked, "You truly have a penchant for courting death. No. I haven't finished speaking." Mu Jun frantically waved her hands, her right arm already drenched in blood, droplets falling incessantly. It appeared Chun Burang suspected her of deceit. She had yet to utter a word, and while she had evaded one strike, she could not evade death. "Speak." "Ning Shiji is injured and trapped. I sought help." Chapter 4. Ning Yi. Only the female protagonist, Ning Yi, could subdue him. Chun Burang had encountered the female lead during his days of wandering. When he was starving, she had gifted him a candied hawthorn, a gesture he remembered fondly. Later, upon joining the Springs A sect and re-encountering her, she treated him kindly, never looking down upon him due to his background, which gradually led to his affection for her. Upon hearing that Ning Yi was injured and trapped, Chun Burang's expression darkened, his alabaster face shadowed with gloom, yet he did not immediately sheath his sword. Eyeing her with suspicion, Mu Jun promptly raised her bloodied hand in a vow. "I swear. I am not deceiving you. I can take you to her right now. You may monitor me closely. I will not speak out of turn." She gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Chun Burang scrutinized her for a moment, and seeing no signs of deceit, he sheathed his sword and tossed her a vial. "Take one, and should you dare to speak falsely, the consequences will be yours to bear." Mu Jun understood this was the best outcome for preserving her life, and resigned herself to pouring out a pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, a bitter taste flooding her mouth, nearly causing her to retch. It was more bitter than bitter gourd. Just as she swallowed the pill, Chun Burang urged her to lead the way. Head east. Now her life was in his hands, and she had no choice but to comply. She tore a ribbon from her garment to bandage her wound as she walked, unable to bear the sight of her own mangled flesh. Yet if she did not bandage it, she would surely bleed to death. Her arm felt icy from blood loss, and she had little sensation left. Binding her own wound with one hand was already a challenge, and now she had to do so while walking, making it even more difficult. Watching the young man stride ahead with haste, Mu Jun gritted her teeth. Since her life was temporarily secure, it wouldn't hurt to make a few requests. Would it? Chun Burang. Wait a moment. They had just reached the edge of the forest. The trees were not as dense here, and sunlight poured down in vast beams. Upon hearing her, Chun Burang paused and turned to face her. Perfectly positioned at the boundary of light and shadow, half of him cloaked in darkness and half illuminated by sunlight, his green ribbon and garments fluttering in the breeze, rendering him almost otherworldly. Clearing her throat to mask her momentary daze, Mu Jun said, "Could you lend me a hand?" She raised her injured hand, gesturing for him to help her bandage it. Otherwise, when they encountered Ning Shiji, She would not know how to explain the evident knife wound. Chen Burang disregarded her slightly threatening words, his urgency to rescue Ning Shiji outweighing her injuries. With a hint of kindness, he cast a blood-stopping talisman and used magic to wrap her wound. Observing her neatly bandaged hand, Muzhin managed a faint smile. "Thank you." Chen Burang's lips twitched imperceptibly. "You would do well to remain compliant. Now hurry along." Muzhin, upon finishing her words, realized the absurdity of thanking him, considering he was the one who had injured her. However, she quickly thought that since her life was still in his hands, it would be wise to maintain a cordial relationship. Thus, she found peace with the situation. They needed to move forward. Once they exited this forest, clarity awaited them. According to the original text, the female protagonist was indeed ensnared not far from the dense woods that in the narrative, Chen Buran, after dealing with those expendable characters, contemplated traveling eastward along the forest to encounter the female lead that moment. She had just been rescued by the male lead, and Mu Jinjin wondered if she would reach her before he could. In the novel, the female lead, Xie Chunshan, initially held admiration for the male lead, but after being saved multiple times at the cost of his own life, she fell deeply in love with him. Unable to extricate herself from those feelings, Mu Jinjin pondered whether she would develop similar feelings for Chen Buran after being saved. As she led the way, she contemplated the system. What exactly did you mean by rewriting Chen Buran's storyline? And what is this point system? It can be divided into a primary task and a secondary task. The primary task, to enrich the storyline of the character Chen Buran, altering his tragic ending in the novel to a happy one. The secondary task, to supplement the undisclosed foreshadowing in the novel, enhancing its completeness. The points serve as a scoring system and a metric to encourage the host to diligently complete the tasks. Progressing in the tasks earns corresponding points, while refusal or a lackadaisical attitude results in point deductions that if the points reach 0, the host will perish immediately. Only upon completing all tasks can the host achieve true rebirth. With the earned points redeemable for a mysterious gift, there's no room for negotiation regarding the primary task. Chen Buran is intent on killing me. Only by completing the tasks can the host genuinely be reborn. Refusal will result in a return to the original world. In that world, she had succumbed to sudden death, leaving her with no choice but to accept the tasks. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. Don't you quite like Chen Buran? Mu Jinjin sighed, gazing with a hint of longing at the figure ahead, his garments billowing that I do have affection for him, but I adored his gentle and obedient persona in the original dimension. Now that he has breached dimensions and stands before me, there is not an ounce of that gentleness. He seeks to kill me. I wish to call the authorities. Then, host, strive to survive under Chen Buran's hand. It is a challenge worth undertaking. The system's cold, unfeeling voice held no warmth. Since I have come this far, I might as well make peace with Mu Jinjin, a person who adapted easily to her circumstances, quickly adjusted her mindset. The two emerged from the dense forest, leaped down a low cliff, and within 3 miles, they discovered a cave surrounded by an abundance of spider webs that seemed her memory had not failed her. In the original text, the female lead was indeed trapped by a spider demon, serving as sustenance. The narrative devoted considerable length to describing the fierce battle between the male and female leads and the spider demon. Just as Chen Buran was about to charge in, Mu Jinjin hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Hold on, don't act impulsively. This spider demon is formidable. We should devise a plan first." Chen Buran ignored her and proceeded inside. Mu Jinjin, so stubborn. Was it a distortion of reason or the power of love? Feeling helpless, yet unwilling to remain alone, she followed him inside. The cave was long, filled with numerous spider webs and the remains of animals and humans. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached a spacious cavern. Chen Buran did not rush in, but instead observed the surroundings from a corner. The cavern was also laden with spider webs, intricately woven, with many prey ensnared within. The female lead, Ning Yi, was trapped in one of the larger webs, alongside another individual. Mu Jinjin couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the female protagonist, she possessed an ethereal beauty. Even in her predicament, her allure remained unblemished, evoking a sense of pity. Ning Yi bore several wounds, struggling within the web, but it was evident her strength was waning. Having read the novel, Mu Jinjin knew the webs contained toxins that would paralyze the nerves, rendering victims powerless. Not spotting the spider demon, Chen Buran prepared to exit, but Mu Jinjin quickly warned him, "Be cautious of the webs. They are poisonous." Watching Chun Buren step outside, she chose to remain hidden, reasoning that the spider demon might be out hunting. Venturing out would be futile. It was wiser to observe from a distance. Although she had inherited this body, she lacked the original owner's memories and could not wield any spells, which posed a significant issue. She would need to devise a way to reclaim the original's magical abilities. Chun Buren approached the web ensnaring Ning Yi, striking it with his sword, but the resilient strands proved ineffective. Ning Yi furrowed her brows, saying, "Aren't you aware, Aran? Blades are useless against this. Don't waste your efforts. We should escape while the demon is absent." Chun Buren frowned slightly, reassuring her, "Sister, do not worry. I will save you." With that, he channeled his spiritual energy for another strike. Yet the web merely trembled without yielding, and his sword nearly became ensnared. Mu Jinjin, growing anxious, suddenly recalled that spiders typically leave a strand of silk connecting them to their webs. If prey became caught, the spider would sense it. The tremor just caused would undoubtedly alert the spider demon, and she surmised it would arrive shortly. Chapter 5. Mind your characterization, but what to do if the web cannot be severed. In the original story, the male lead used a magical sword, the Fuguang sword, to struggle and ultimately cut through the web, while Chun Buren's current sword was merely an ordinary disciple's blade. Was this the disparity between having a protagonist's halo and not? How would they now sever the silk? Wait. Mu Jinjin remembered reading somewhere that spider silk is composed of proteins and other materials, which might be flammable. However, she was uncertain if biological knowledge would hold any relevance in this realm of cultivation. It was worth a try. Mu Jinjin rushed over to Chun Buren and suggested, "Let us attempt to burn it. Start with the webs surrounding my sister. If we can sever them, we can get her down and deal with the webs on her body afterward. I suspect the spider demon will arrive imminently." Chun Buren immediately conjured fire with his spiritual energy, igniting the silk. Initially, nothing seemed to happen, but soon the threads began to smoke and break apart. Chun Buren carefully maneuvered, igniting a circle around Ning Yi. Just as they were about to sever the remaining webs, the cavern filled with the sound of countless spiders scuttling. Upon hearing that noise, Mu Jinjin froze, terrified of these many-legged creatures. "Hurry, hurry. I refuse to become spider food," she urged, her voice trembling imperceptibly. Chun Buren intensified the flames, finally severing the silk. The three of them, with Ning Yi still bound, dashed for the exit. However, just a few steps out, countless small spiders emerged from the numerous holes in the cavern, and a massive spider descended from the large opening above. This spider even morphed into a human face, beautiful yet eerily unsettling against its arachnid body. This could only be the spider demon. While reading the book, Mu Jinjin had found the battle between the male and female leads exhilarating, but now, facing so many spiders, she felt an overwhelming urge to collapse on the spot. The spider demon cackled. "Ah, more offerings have arrived. Delightful." As she commanded the smaller spiders to close in, Chun Buren immediately conjured fire to fend them off. Unable to wield spiritual energy herself, Mu Jinjin clutched her sword and cowered beside Chun Buren, trembling. Ning Yi inquired, "Do you have any antidote pills?" Mu Jinjin rummaged through her belongings, finding 3 vials, but unsure which contained the antidote. She poured a drop from each into her palm and said to Ning Yi, "I can't recall which one is the antidote. Can you identify it?" Without hesitation, Ning Yi replied, "The blue one." Mu Jinjin retrieved a cerulean elixir and administered it to her. No sooner had Ning Yi consumed the potion than her strength was restored. She leapt backward, channeling her spiritual energy, and despite the pain, flames ignited around her, severing the silken threads binding her and repelling the spiders nearby. Once the threads were ablaze, Ning Yi immediately brandished her sword and engaged the spiders alongside Chun Buren. Mu Jinjin found herself quite unaccustomed to such a scene. She could only clutch her sword and take refuge beside the two whenever a spider charged at them. She mustered her courage to strike down with her sword. Observing a horde of smaller spiders fall to their demise without being able to harm the trio, the spider demon let out a series of hisses, its human visage transforming back into that of a spider as it lunged forward to attack. The 3 swiftly dodged aside. Its legs, resembling steel blades, struck the ground with such force that it pierced and cracked the earth, and then the spider demon swung its front legs in another assault. Ning Yi and Chun Buren charged forward to confront it, while Mu Jinjin retreated to her earlier hiding spot to watch the battle unfold. The spider demon, possessing profound powers and swift movements, continuously spewed toxic webs, making it a formidable opponent to AT this juncture. The two had already begun to falter. In the original narrative, the male and female protagonists had engaged in a prolonged struggle with the spider demon, only discovering its weakness after much effort before finally vanquishing it. Its weakness lay in its abdomen. She had forgotten this crucial detail earlier, and now she could not shout it out lest the spider demon take heed. They were too preoccupied with the fight to notice her, and signaling them was not an option. Mu Jinjin could only gradually edge toward the battlefield, softly calling out to Chunbaran, but he was too engrossed to respond. Just as she was about to call out to Ningyi, the spider demon caught sight of her. It unleashed a strand of webbing that ensnared her waist, yanking her skyward towards its gaping maw. Mu Jinjin let out a startled cry, instinctively flailing her arms, only to unexpectedly grasp Chunbaran's arm as she flew past him. Without a moment to think, she exerted her strength, wrapping her legs around his waist and clutching his neck tightly. Chunbaran stumbled slightly but quickly steadied himself. Realizing this burden clung to him, after Ningyi completed her healing, her spirit was rejuvenated, and she appeared much livelier. Upon hearing the conversation, she inquired, "All right, but how did you become poisoned?" Mu Jinjin replied, "I don't know that I simply cannot wield spiritual power, so I concocted an excuse for you to assist me with my injuries." She shook her head. "I have no idea how it happened. This secret realm is fraught with dangers. I was unaware of when I was poisoned, let alone what kind of poison it was. The original host, Mu Jun, had been poisoned without knowledge, and even in death. She remained oblivious to the nature of her affliction, as the novel did not elaborate on it. However, now that I have awakened in this body, the poison should pose no issue. This secret realm is indeed perilous. Since Ningyi's arrival, she has encountered numerous bizarre flowers and extraordinary beasts unseen in the outside world. Not giving it much thought, she placed her fingers on Mu Jinjin's wrist to check her pulse. Aware that the female protagonist possessed only rudimentary medical skills and would be unable to identify the poison, Mu Jinjin allowed her to examine her pulse. The chill crept down Mu Jinjin's spine. Turning her head, she noticed Chen Burang gazing in their direction. Was he afraid that Ningyi might uncover something? Mu Jinjin was also curious whether Ningyi would discern the poison Chen Burang had administered to her. Unfortunately, Ningyi could not diagnose anything. My medical knowledge is limited. I cannot identify the poison. I will assist you with your injuries first, and later, at the sect, we can have a physician take a look. Yes, thank you, senior sister. Ningyi channeled her spiritual energy to treat Mu Jinjin's wounds. The pain gradually transformed into a tingling sensation, and she felt significantly better. Finally, Ningyi dressed the wounds, stating, "The wounds are rather deep. You will need to rest for a few days. Be cautious not to reopen them." "Yes, thank you, senior sister." Ningyi approached Chun Burang and asked, "How is Iran?" Chun Burang smiled gently, revealing his sharp canine tooth. Appearing particularly endearing, it's merely superficial injuries. He is fine now. That's good to hear. I shall go check on that junior brotherly. The other person who had been rescued was still unconscious. Ningyi assessed him briefly and concluded he was not in serious danger. He had merely succumbed to an excess of spider demon poison, which would resolve after taking an antidote pill and resting for a night. After a long day, the group was weary. Chun Burang retrieved a blanket from his spatial bag and handed it to Ningyi. "It will be cold tonight. Senior sister, please use this." "You brought a blanket? I completely forgot mine," Ningyi exclaimed, surprised by the blanket in his hand. Just as she was about to take it, she added, "But what about you?" Chun Burang replied, "I have another one. Then thank you." They ran, Ningyi said happily as she accepted it. Turning, she spotted Mu Jinjin sitting alone by the fire and asked, "Do you need a blanket?" "Junior sister, it's quite large. We could share." Mu Jinjin had glanced into her own spatial bag earlier and noticed she had a blanket inside. "Thank you, senior sister, but it's all right. I brought one myself." "Very well. Then I shall lie down first. Good night." Ningyi and Chun Burang reclined beside the fire, and the vast cave fell silent. Outside, the wind howled, and wild beasts roared, while inside, the crackling of the fire echoed. Mu Jinjin had initially intended to sit by the fire and reflect on her thoughts, but the atmosphere made her uneasy. She quickly wrapped herself in the blanket and lay down. However, after a while, sleep eluded her, and Mu Jinjin began to organize her thoughts. Firstly, although she had temporarily survived, given Chun Burang's current demeanor, he might seize any opportunity to eliminate her. Moreover, she had ingested the poison he provided. leaving her life in peril. Thus, the most crucial task at hand was to remain alive under Chun Burang's watch and gradually build a rapport, all while devising a strategy to fulfill her objectives. According to the plot of the novel, there were still 5 days remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm to ensure her survival. The optimal approach would be to stay close to Ning Yi, as Chun Burang would not harm her in her presence. Once they exited the secret realm and returned to the sect, Chun Burang would likely refrain from overtly attacking her. Secondly, lacking the original host's memories and recognizing that the original host was merely a minor character with scant mention in the novel, she needed to familiarize herself with the original hostess' familial ties, friendships, and cultivation techniques without raising suspicion. Additionally, there were personality considerations. The novel only portrayed the original host as proud and arrogant, leaving her with little else to understand. Since her arrival, she had been preoccupied with survival and had not contemplated maintaining the original character's persona. Henceforth, she had no intention of preserving it, opting instead to live according to her own nature. Eventually, she would find an opportunity to redefine her character, as people are prone to change, and that should not be difficult to explain. Thirdly, I shall first get a good night's rest. Today has been a whirlwind of excitement, and I still feel as if I am dreaming. Chapter 7. The Seizure of the Body. Outside, the howling wind roared, and Mu Jinjin stifled a massive yawn, turning over in her attempts to fall asleep, only to find herself face to face with Chun Burang that he lay on his side, resting his head on his arm, soundly asleep. Unable to resist, Mu Jinjin stole a glance. She could not help but admire his striking features. His skin was fair and smooth, his features perfectly defined, and his long black eyelashes curled slightly, casting shadows beneath his eyes. Entranced, Mu Jinjin was startled as his eyes suddenly fluttered open, locking onto hers that it felt as though she had plunged into a deep, frigid pool, sending a shiver through her body. The flickering firelight danced within his inky pupils, and his gaze was clear and discerning. Surely, he could not have been awake all along. How terrifying, how insidious. He had been feigning sleep. The two held each other's gaze for a few moments, neither speaking. Chun Burang's eyes were cold and assessing, while Mu Jinjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ultimately, she could no longer bear it, feigning drowsiness as she yawned widely and bid him good night. Turning away to face the other side presented the cave's dark, imposing wall, with the flickering firelight casting ghostly shadows upon it. Mu Jinjin pulled the blanket over her head and curled up, finally drifting off to sleep. The following day dawned bright and splendid, with the sky high and clouds sparse, the air crisp and refreshing. Mu Jinjin, observing the delightful weather, felt her spirits lift considerably. She stretched in the cave entrance, invigorated, and declared, "A new day begins now." Inside the cave, Ning Yi, hearing Mu Jinjin's spirited voice, couldn't help but smile. "Junior sister Mu, what a delightful mood you are in." Chun Burang glanced at the figure at the cave's entrance and muttered, "Crazy." As Mu Jinjin returned from her stretches, the previously unconscious junior brotherly had awakened. Upon seeing Mu Jinjin, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, a ghost, help." He stumbled backward in fright. Ning Yi approached him, asking, "Junior brotherly, what troubles you?" Chun Burang raised an eyebrow, glancing between Mu Jinjin and Li. "How amusing." Mu Jinjin, realizing the man was named Li Zhao, understood the situation. He was one of the original host's suitors and had abandoned her after she was poisoned. Believing her to be dead, it was no wonder he was startled to see her alive. Mu Jinjin took a step forward, causing Li Zhao to retreat in panic until he was pressed against the wall. Clearly terrified, Ning Yi, perplexed, asked, "Junior sister Mu, what is happening?" The opportunity to reshape her persona had arrived. Mu Jinjin prepared to speak when Chun Burang, who had always been gentle and courteous before Ning Yi, suddenly interjected, "What else could it be? Surely he was frightened by her unfortunate appearance." Mu Jinjin replied, "Are you all right, male lead? You seem to have abandoned your character." Ning Yi chastised Chun Burang, saying, "Iran, do not speak of junior sister like that. She is not at all ugly. In fact, she is quite beautiful." "Indeed, what a peculiar sense of aesthetics." Mu Jinjin inwardly scoffed, unwilling to argue. As her life was still in his hands, Chun Burang lowered his long lashes, concealing the darkness in his gaze, and obediently replied. Li Zhao continued to tremble, prompting Ning Yi to return to the topic at hand. "Junior sister, do you know what happened?" just as Mu Jinjin was about to establish her new identity. She began, "Indeed, senior sister, do you recall the tale I shared with you last night regarding my poisoning? Yes, that I was with several fellow disciples when I was poisoned. After consuming the antidote, it proved ineffective, and my condition worsened, making it impossible to keep pace with the others. They believed me dead and abandoned me to die. Too, thought I was doomed, only to awaken later without any issues, save for my inability to utilize spiritual power. It seems everyone assumed I had perished, hence the fright they experienced upon seeing me." Although she did not mention the identities of the fellow disciples, Li Zhao's reaction confirmed his involvement in the betrayal. "I see," Ning Yi said, her delicate brows knitting in concern. "How could they abandon you? That is utterly heartless." Afterward, she approached Li Zhao, reproaching him. "Li Zhao, did you hear that? Junior sister Mu is alive. Stop trembling. You are being excessive. How could you all leave a fellow disciple behind?" Realizing that Mu Jinjin truly was not a ghost, Li Zhao finally ceased his shaking, but faced with Ning Ye's accusations, he felt shame and stammered. I had no choice. The secret realm is perilous, and my spiritual power is mediocre. I simply could not protect her. Li Zhao stood before Mu Jinjin, pleading, "Junior sister, please do not hold it against me. I truly had no means. If it were the original character Mu Jinjin, she might have drawn her sword to slay him. However, Mu Jinjin is not her. She seizes this opportunity to alter her persona." With a sigh, Mu Jinjin lamented, "Before succumbing to poison and losing consciousness, I truly harbored deep hatred. Hatred for your failure to save me, hatred for your disregard of our shared camaraderie, and hatred for your collective hypocrisy." This reflects the genuine emotions of the original character Mu Jun before her demise. She indeed despised those who surrounded her, professing their fondness while abandoning her in her time of need, leaving her to perish with resentment in her heart. Li Zhao wished to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words, bowing his head in silence. Yet, Mu Jinjin's mood shifted abruptly as she lifted her gaze towards the leaves swaying in the wind outside the cave. Her expression one of profound enlightenment. "Upon awakening from unconsciousness, I have attained clarity, a profound understanding of many things. No one is obligated to bear the responsibility for another's life. We alone must be accountable for our own existence. I once had a fiery temperament and a somewhat spoiled disposition, treating you poorly, and you were under no obligation to sacrifice your lives for me. Henceforth, I shall not blame you. The fault lies solely with my own lack of strength. From this moment forward, I will reinvent myself, diligently cultivate my skills, and learn to protect myself. I shall harbor fewer expectations of others to minimize my own suffering. Quite commendable, indeed. It is a pity you did not pursue a career in acting." Mu Jinjin thought to herself, unable to suppress her prideful musings. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao felt an even greater sense of shame and lowered his head further. Ning Yi wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, remarking, "Junior sister Mu is right. We must take responsibility for our own lives and strive to cultivate our abilities." Indeed, Chen Buren observed silently from the side, his expression a complex mixture as he watched the three before him. "How intriguing. This Mu Jun has been rather peculiar since yesterday. Upon first encountering me, she regarded me as a stranger, and then she led me to rescue her senior sister. Her demeanor seemed to suggest that her senior sister's plight was of great importance to her. Previously, if anyone had remarked upon her lack of beauty, she would have leapt to defend herself. Yet today, she remained indifferent. Moreover, her recent behavior suggested a remarkable cleverness. The former Mu Jun had an appearance that betrayed her simple-mindedness. When her senior sister asked for a detoxifying pill yesterday, she claimed to have forgotten about it. Yet just moments ago, she stated that she had consumed it after being poisoned. How could she have forgotten? The former Mu Jun was spoiled and transparent, unlike the current version who possessed an air of enigmatic cleverness, though upon closer examination, her words were riddled with inconsistencies. She had transformed entirely. Chen Buren's gaze deepened further. When she mentioned that everyone believed she would perish before abandoning her, perhaps she truly had died. The current version of her was not the original. Possession. A possessed individual would lack the original's memories, which could explain why Mu Jun found me foreign at first glance. Yet, subsequently, she displayed knowledge of me, of Ning's senior sister, and of the original's entanglement with me. Could it be that someone she recognized took over? As Mu Jinjin inadvertently turned her head after establishing her new persona, she caught sight of Chen Buren standing quietly nearby, his gaze seemingly piercing through everything that a sudden chill ran down her spine. What was with that perceptive look in his eyes? Was it possible he could see through her? Despite believing she had performed flawlessly, under his discerning gaze, she felt utterly exposed, not daring to meet his eyes further. Mu Jinjin turned away. Chapter 8. Xinming. Having perused the novel, Mu Jinjin was aware of the various spiritual herbs and the locations of magical beasts within the secret realm, though she did not know the precise locations. She had a general sense of direction. Ning, senior sister, this secret realm is perilous. Let us act together. I was just about to suggest the same. This secret realm is far more dangerous than anticipated. It is wiser for us to stick together. How about we head north? I have a feeling there should be valuable items in that direction. How do you know? Well, it's intuition. My intuition has always been quite accurate. Then let us proceed north. After all, we have no other destination. Throughout their journey, guided by her intuition, Mu Jinjin led her companions to discover numerous treasures, distributing the spoils according to their contributions. Although she could not wield spiritual energy, her insights proved valuable, and thus she received her fair share of the rewards. The following day, the four of them arrived at a cliffside. The landscape below was lush and vibrant, while the mountain above was draped in a blanket of snow. The cold wind biting fiercely as they ascended the cliff, they beheld a crimson lotus blooming amidst the pure white snow, its color as vivid as blood. In the original novel, this lotus took 1,000 years to take root, sprout, and blossom. It could not only revive the dead, but also enhance one's cultivation by a century. In the narrative, the female protagonist endured great trials to retrieve this lotus to save the male protagonist. Now, however, they had found it ahead of time, saving the male protagonist from having to search for it again should he sustain injuries later. Ningyi exclaimed in delight. It truly is the Crimson Lotus. Junior sister, your intuition is remarkable. With a bold smile, Mu Jinjin replied. It's merely a stroke of good fortune. Chen Buren, who had been largely silent throughout the journey, suddenly interjected. Junior sister, you are being modest. You have led us effortlessly to so many treasures, as if you knew precisely where the spiritual herbs and magical beasts were located. Sister, do you possess some secret knowledge? Tilting his head and smiling innocently, he feigned curiosity, but Mu Jinjin detected a hint of ulterior motive in his probing. We are all newcomers to this secret realm. How could I possibly know? I assure you, it is just luck and keen intuition. Is that so? Indeed, whether true or not, finding valuable items is what matters. This Crimson Lotus is a treasure. We must secure it swiftly. Li Zhao, eager to collect the Crimson Lotus, rushed forward, but Ningyi quickly stepped in to halt him. Do not act rashly. Such a spiritual herb is likely to be guarded by powerful beasts. Exercise caution. Li Zhao hesitated momentarily before retorting. This place appears entirely devoid of any formidable beasts. Are you merely afraid I will seize the lotus first? Having received the least rewards thus far, he harbored considerable grievances. Encountering such a valuable item, he doubted they would share it with him, prompting him to consider taking it for himself, as the trials in the secret realm were inherently competitive. Ignoring the warnings, Li Zhao hastened towards the Crimson Lotus, but before his hand could touch it, calamity struck. A vine as thick as an arm suddenly sprang forth from behind him, impaling him, blood cascading down the vine and staining the snow beneath. A vivid crimson. Li Zhao looked in disbelief at the vine piercing his chest, his expression one of utter shock as the vine withdrew, leaving him to collapse lifelessly in the snow. The sudden turn of events left the others paralyzed, and they instinctively retreated several paces. Having been in this place for merely 2 or 3 days, Mu Jinjin had already witnessed several individuals perish before her eyes, yet she still struggled to come to terms with it. As she beheld the blood-soaked corpse, her grip on her sword tightened. Is he truly dead? Ningyi whispered. He is dead. I can no longer sense his life force. Before she could mourn, the ground beneath them trembled, and dozens of black vines erupted from the earth, each as thick as an arm and armed with sharp barbs, attacking the 3 of them as if they possessed sight. Terrified, Mu Jinjin turned and fled. After running a distance, she glanced back to see the other 2 engaged in combat with the vines. She quickly circled back, taking shelter behind a stone, gripping her sword tightly. In the novel, Ningyi had not encountered these vines when she came to collect the Crimson Lotus, so Mu Jinjin felt helpless. However, judging by the 2's fierce engagement, it appeared they could hold their own against the vines, and rather than fleeing immediately, they seemed confident in their abilities. Sure enough, after a short while. The tide of battle shifted, with the vines being cut down in disarray. Finally, the two combined their efforts to set fire to the base of the vines, which soon ceased their movements. Seeing the vines defeated, Mu Jinjin emerged from her hiding spot and asked, "Are you both all right?" Ning Yi sheathed her sword, replying, "We are fine, but we should not linger here. Let us collect the crimson lotus and depart swiftly." The area was littered with dismembered vine remnants, some still writhing, and Mu Jinjin felt a sense of foreboding. Understood. The group approached the crimson lotus, and an invigorating fragrance enveloped them, refreshing their spirits. Ning Yi carefully unearthed the lotus along with the surrounding snow and soil, placing it into a specially designed box that would preserve its vitality. This crimson lotus cannot be divided. Once we return to the sect, we can exchange resources and distribute it together. Mu Jinjin had no objections, as she had contributed little, agreed. Chen Buren, even less in need of persuasion, nodded obediently, saying, "I shall defer to senior sister." Just as the three turned to leave, an unexpected remnant vine suddenly lengthened, lunging at Ning Yi. Its sharp tip poised to strike the eye in the blink of an eye. Chen Buren swiftly pushed Ning Yi aside and seized the vine, but to his dismay, it ensnared his hand tightly, its other end rooting itself in the ground, hurling him backward towards the cliff's edge. Mu Jinjin instinctively reached out, grasping Chen Buren's belt, but the vine's force was unexpectedly strong, and she found herself unable to hold on, pulling herself down with him instead. "Ah, no!" Mu Jinjin screamed in terror, clutching Chen Buren tightly, though the wind muffled her voice. Burying her face against his chest, she felt a wave of weightlessness that left her utterly distressed. What to do? Having escaped death, she now faced the prospect of falling to her demise. Meanwhile, Chen Buren cast a complex glance at the burden in his arms, contemplating the absurdity of the situation, in the midst of Mu Jinjin's panic. She caught sight of Chen Buren summoning his sword Do, right? This is a realm of immortals, where one can soar through the skies upon a sword. Why did I foolishly pull him just now? He cannot die from a fall, yet I find myself ensnared in fear. Chen Buren summoned his sword and attempted to channel his spiritual energy, only for the blade to plummet suddenly, his power stifled, and the energy within him suppressed. Without a moment to ponder, Chen Buren swiftly drew the sword at Mu Jinjin's side and plunged it firmly into the cliffside. Their descent was rapid, and the friction between the sword's edge and the rock ignited brilliant sparks. Fortunately, after a considerable drop, they came to a halt. Had they continued, the sword would surely have shattered. The situation remained dire, shrouded in mist, obscuring the abyss below. Mu Jinjin, still shaken, glanced at their predicament and anxiously exclaimed, "Why didn't you fly with the sword? Did you let it fall?" Chen Buren's expression was grave as he endeavored to gather his spiritual energy once more, but despite several attempts, he was unable to do so. He cast a sideways glance at the person clinging to him and awkwardly shook her off, but to no avail. "Why can't you fly with the sword? I lost my grip on mine. Now you must summon your energy and lift us up." In a moment of panic, Mu Jinjin blurted out, "How could I do that?" Chen Buren suddenly grasped her collar and yanked her backward, his demeanor frigid. "Why can't you? Every inner disciple should be able to fly with a sword." Mu Jinjin, who had been holding onto his waist to avoid falling, was abruptly pulled away. If he were to release her, she would surely plummet to her demise. Terrified, she extended her arms to clutch his clothing, realizing that Chen Buren was attempting to deceive her, despite having previously stated that she was unable to use her spiritual energy. To her astonishment, even in such dire circumstances, he still had the audacity to challenge her. She did not know whether to commend his audacity or question his sanity. Mu Jinjin licked her lips, which had turned pale from anxiety, and feigned calmness. "What I meant was that I cannot use my spiritual energy to summon the sword. Didn't I mention it earlier? I've been poisoned and cannot channel my energy." Chen Buren scoffed, pulling her closer with greater force, lifting her slightly into the air. Mu Jinjin instinctively wrapped her arms around his, struggling to inquire, "What are you doing?" His tone turned icy, and his gaze became devoid of warmth. "If you cannot utilize your energy, then you are of no use to me. Of no use." Was he planning to kill her now? No way. Mu Jinjin tightened her grip on his arm, her voice laced with urgency. "What do you mean? Are you truly going to kill me? I just risked my life to pull you up. Are you repaying kindness with malice?" Chen Buren's expression remained unchanged. "And I never intended to spare you." You must know that he was never one to engage in idle chatter, especially with someone he intended to eliminate. He had already squandered too much time on her. Her identity meant little to him now. And keeping her around would only be a burden as he appeared ready to release her, sending her plummeting. Mu Jinjin cried out in alarm. Xianming. Chapter 9. The value of utilization at the utterance of that name. The air fell eerily silent, and Chun Baran froze mid-motion. Only the name Xuanming reverberated in the stillness. Seizing this moment, Mu Jinjin once again grasped at his clothing, twisting her grip to entangle it around her hand, making it more difficult to be thrown off. Chun Baran snapped back to reality, his demeanor a mix of shock and fury as he enunciated each word. You said, what? Now composed, Mu Jinjin met his gaze and replied deliberately. Xian Ming. How do you know that name? As he spoke, Chun Baran's eyes gradually grew colder. Seeing the shift in his expression, Mu Jinjin couldn't help but think how capricious he was. His eyes had changed several times in the span of a few sentences. Did he not fear the strain? Yet she realized that the name Xuanming had struck a chord, so she continued, Do not concern yourself with how I know. I only wish to inform you that I possess much knowledge of value to you. What else do you know? He pressed out a great deal. Your past, and certain matters you wish to uncover. However, this is not the time for such discussions. First, rescue me, and I shall divulge what I know. Rest assured, with your poison in play, I cannot escape, and I will not reveal your murderous intentions. Chun Baran tugged at her collar, drawing her closer until their breaths mingled, coldly scrutinizing her clear, contrasting eyes. Since you know so much about me, how can I trust you? In that moment, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, pleasant yet unsettling. He had caught a whiff of it during their previous encounters, and as he beheld her delicate visage up close, Mu Jinjin found herself swallowing nervously. If I had wished you harm, I would have informed others long ago. Why would I wait until now? Just save me, and I shall share what I know. Does that not put your mind at ease? Besides, we dangle precariously in midair. Do you truly have the luxury to dwell on this? Mu Jinjin glanced at his hand, which was turning white from the strain of gripping the sword. Aren't you tired? If you tire, the sword will tire as well. Following her gaze to the sword embedded in the cliff, he looked back at her, although the frostiness had dissipated from his eyes. A hint of a smile graced his lips, like a fleeting ray of spring sunshine, but his words were devoid of humor. What you say is indeed intriguing, yet at this moment, it bears no value. I cannot save you. What do you mean? She challenged. This place nullifies spiritual energy that I cannot wield the sword or employ spells. I am unable to safeguard myself, let alone save you. Ah, you scoundrel. How can you still afford to bicker with me at a time like this? Mu Jinjin lost her composure, struggling fiercely to maintain her grip on him. I don't care. If you live, I must live too. If you die, then I have no words left. His ears ached from her cries. And Chun Baran tilted his head slightly. If you move recklessly, the sword will snap. If to validate his claim, the sword began to slide downward, dislodging rocks from the cliff, which tumbled into the unfathomable abyss below. Mu Jinjin buried her face against Chun Baran's chest once more, lamenting her wretched fate. In just a few days, she had faced life and death, and now it seemed her end was truly near. System, save me. No life-threatening situation detected. Please remain calm. Host. What? How did you come to that conclusion? I'm hanging in midair, unable to ascend or descend, and I'm not in danger. What constitutes danger, then? Injuries, illnesses, attacks, etc. Even so, the system cannot interfere with real-world harm. Everything relies on the host, so please cherish your life. Damn, what use are you? Mu Jinjin could only cling tightly to Chun Baran, feeling his warmth, and surprisingly, her fear began to dissipate. Sometimes, in desperate circumstances, having someone by your side is far better than being alone. Even if that person is an enemy, at least it alleviates the sense of hopelessness. Moreover, embracing a handsome figure before death is not such a loss. She reassured herself. Ding dong. What sound was that? Chun Baran's ears perked up. It seemed he had heard the sound of stones hitting the ground, indicating they were not far from the cliff's bottom, and that sound, the sound of water. He frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. This was a valley where the cliff they had just fallen from loomed high above, the newly formed deep pool below, surrounded by lush vegetation tinged with autumn hues, silent and serene. Chun Baran attempted to channel his spiritual energy once more, but it remained inaccessible. It was evident that ascending from this place was impossible, and an alternative route was necessary. His senior sister should be able to deal with that vine demon. There was no need for concern. As for Mu Jinjin, He felt no urgency. The priority was to find a way out. Mu Xinjin ran a considerable distance before finally pausing to glance back, seeing not a shadow in pursuit. Chun Baran had not followed. She breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky and white clouds. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds a pristine white. And she breathed heavily, her cheeks flushed with color. Chun Baran, you are a heartless, unfeeling, and double-standard scoundrel, the gentle and compliant flower in public, yet a ruthless and cunning black-hearted lotus behind the scenes. She had once mourned for his unjust suffering for so long. And yet he was devoid of any sentiment. Mu Xinjin shouted her grievances toward the heavens. Chun Baran, you wretched creature, a true black-hearted lotus, a shameless little man. A white-eyed wolf. Mu Xinjin was in the midst of a heated tirade when a sudden light laugh from beside her startled her into sitting upright. Chun Baran leaned lazily against a tree, basking in the sun, his green attire clinging to his slender frame, accentuating his tall, lean stature. His hair was damp, lending him an air of untamed beauty, and at this moment, a smirk graced his lips as he regarded her. When had he caught up to her without her noticing? His clean, melodious voice, tinged with languor, remarked, "You were just cursing me, and quite astutely at that. It seems you know me well. To be honest, I find myself a bit curious about you now." Mu Xinjin climbed to her feet and began to retreat slowly, preparing to flee. Don't run away. If I don't kill you now, I truly will later, and no matter how far you try to escape, I can still reach you. Don't forget, you are poisoned, Chun Baran noted, perceiving her intent to flee. Since they had encountered each other, it was best to engage in conversation. Did you not claim to know much about me, and that I hold value for you? Then let us have a good talk. I am genuinely curious about what you know of me. Chapter 10. You are not Mu Xun. For a moment, Mu Xinjin hesitated. The information she possessed about Chun Baran was derived solely from the novel, and it was hardly extensive. Moreover, the narrative was riddled with unfinished plots, leaving many aspects of Chun Baran's story untold. She was uncertain of the value of her knowledge, and whether it would suffice to save her life. Her earlier outburst had been born of desperation. Now, she felt no confidence in her position. Chun Baran had entirely overturned Mu Xinjin's previous perceptions of him from the novel. The gentle and obedient persona was merely a facade. However, without engaging him in conversation, she felt trapped. He was correct. If he wished to kill her, no distance would matter, and in this perilous secret realm, without her spiritual powers, survival alone would be exceedingly difficult. If she could negotiate with him, perhaps he would spare her life, and ideally, they could collaborate. With this thought, Mu Xinjin couldn't help but sigh. It was truly frustrating. Others soared through the narrative with ease, while she struggled merely to survive. Perhaps she should take a gamble. After all, wasn't he curious about what she knew? She could leverage his curiosity to secure her own safety, clad in a yellow outfit, half damp and clinging to her form. With her hair tousled and intertwined with bits of grass, her fair face bore large, blinking eyes reminiscent of a scruffy little dog. Though she stood upright with a serious expression, her darting eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Observing her demeanor, Chun Baran realized he had misjudged her. Whether or not she was the original Mu Xun, she was undeniably a transparent and unremarkable individual. Understanding her thoughts, he made no effort to rush her. Closing his eyes and enjoying the sunlight, the gentle breeze creating a serene atmosphere around them, accompanied only by the rustling of leaves, this valley seemed isolated from the secret realm. The snow-laden cliffs they had traversed were now a warm spring below. While this valley was steeped in autumn's golden hues, "Then I shall speak," she finally announced, her voice clear and ethereal. Time passed, or perhaps it was only moments, before Mu Xinjin continued. Chun Baran lifted his long lashes, sunlight streaming into his bright eyes, revealing a jewel-like green. "First, tell me what you know about me. You must swear not to kill me again, and I shall reveal everything I know. Naturally, I swear I will not disclose your murderous deeds nor speak of any of your affairs indiscriminately," Mu Xinjin asserted, raising her hand to take the oath with a serious demeanor that starkly contrasted her disheveled appearance. Chun Baran chuckled softly. "You have yet to provide any value, yet you wish to set conditions?" "Yes, will you agree? Very well. I swear not to kill you, but that does not include releasing you from your poison at this moment. What poison did you give me? When will it take effect?" "It is a concoction of my own making, yet to be named. It activates once every half month. If the antidote is not taken in time, it will lead to excruciating pain until death. As long as you behave and remain quiet, I will provide the antidote when the time comes." Mu Xinjin felt slightly more at ease. The the poison was as she had anticipated. Her body remained tense. But upon noticing a large stone nearby, she moved to sit cross-legged, tucking her hair behind her ear before responding to his inquiries. Your original name was Xian Ming, following your mother's lineage that I refer to your biological mother. Xian Yu. Am I correct? Chun Baran lifted his gaze to her, plucking a blade of grass to chew on as he listened. Mu Jinjin continued. Everyone believes your father to be a fox demon and your mother immortal, making you a child of both worlds. But they are merely your adoptive parents. Your true mother belonged to the demon clan, and you have never seen your biological father since birth, living solely with your mother. Then, when you were 4, she left home one day, asking you to wait for her, but you never saw her again. You wandered alone until your adoptive parents took you in at 10, treating you well and naming you Chun Baran. Unfortunately, this happiness was short-lived. 3 years later, when you were 13, the cultivators of Chunzhe sect killed your adoptive father under the guise of exterminating demons, and your adoptive mother took her own life out of grief. You were nearly executed by Chunzhe sect, but were saved by your current master, Ningrong, correct? Clap, clap, clap. Chun Baran could not help but applaud. Very well articulated. You are the first to know the details of my past. How did you come by this knowledge? Mu Jinjin hesitated. Could we not discuss that for now? Fine, Chun Baran replied, discarding the grass and leaning closer. You mentioned you know things I wish to know? Mu Jinjin continued. You wish to know who your biological father is, where your mother went, whether she is still alive, and you seek vengeance for your adoptive parents. Chun Baran tossed aside the grass and swiftly approached her. His long, pale hand resting on her delicate neck, Mu Jinjin shivered at the chill of his touch. These are not difficult inferences to make based on my past, but in truth, I am not particularly interested in learning who my biological father is or where my mother is. I have no desire to know about those who abandoned me. So, is this what you call your value to me? Not interested? Mu Jinjin found herself uncertain of whether to trust his words. In the novel, Chun Baran held strong sentiments regarding his parents, yet the man before her, gripping her neck, was far more complex than the portrayal in the text. She could not rely solely on the novel's limited depiction to gauge him. His fingers were icy, and as Mu Jinjin leaned back instinctively, she reminded him, You promised not to kill me, that I will not kill you. Chun Baran's grip tightened slightly as he lowered his gaze to her. His voice low and enticing. I am merely curious about how you came to know so much. Mu Jinjin gazed into his eyes, suddenly noticing the deep green glimmering in the light, akin to a profound abyss. Before she could respond, he added, You are not Mu Jun. His statement was declarative, not interrogative. Mu Jinjin's heart raced. How did he know? Was he perhaps trying to deceive her? Who are you really? Could you please release my neck, so we can converse properly? She implored, tugging at his arm. Being choked was truly uncomfortable. Chun Baran released her, standing before her. Speak, he commanded, adding, and do not weave lies. The wind caressed her hair, brushing softly against her face as she tucked it behind her ear, her lashes fluttering. After considerable contemplation, she decided to speak the truth. Revealing that she was not the original Mu Jun could yield 3 potential benefits. First, since Chun Baran already suspected her identity, confessing could bolster his trust. Second, as she currently possessed no skills, being forthright would spare her the need for deceit, and might even lead to him teaching her some spells to avoid exposure. Third, once they exited the secret realm, facing unfamiliar individuals and situations, he could assist in obscuring her identity. Warning, do not disclose any information about the system. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to reveal everything. Mu Jinjin pondered before stating, I am Mu Jinjin. Chun Baran's eyes narrowed slightly. Mu Jinjin recognized the look on his face and realized he misunderstood her intent, hurriedly clarifying, I have not finished. I am indeed called Mu Jinjin. But I am not the original Mu Jun. Chun Baran raised an eyebrow. A soul transfer? Something like that, Mu Jinjin added, but it was not intentional. After the original Mu Jun died, I unconsciously occupied her body. Unconsciously? Yes, I just woke up in this body without any understanding of how it happened. And who were you before? Just an ordinary commoner. Chun Baran appeared skeptical. Then how do you know about my past? She could not simply reveal that she was a character from a novel she had read. Mu Jinjin thought for a moment. If I tell you, will you believe me? Chun Baran replied, You may speak. Whether I choose to believe it or not is my prerogative. Chapter 11. The mysterious Valley. Mu Jinjin began to weave an elaborate tale. In truth, I had once encountered a peculiar tome. which claimed that inscribing one's name within its pages would foretell one's future. Out of curiosity, I inscribed my name, and the book predicted that I would meet a person named Chun-Buran, stating that our destinies were intertwined. Intrigued, I then inscribed Chun-Buran's name, and the book revealed a summary of your life, foretelling that you would become an extraordinary individual. Thus, I became aware of your existence. Initially, I was skeptical, yet here you are before me. Upon finishing her statement, Mu Jinjin glanced at Chun-Buran's expression. He remained inscrutable, simply gazing at her, leaving her uncertain of his belief in her words. Perhaps he would not believe her. She herself found her explanation somewhat far-fetched. Chun-Buran studied her for several moments, his striking eyes reflecting her facade of composure. Suddenly, a smirk graced his lips, the corners of his eyes lifting in an air of nonchalance. An intertwined fate, you say? What manner of connection is that? Well, it was not specified. Such predictions are typically ambiguous. Were a definitive outcome provided, it might lead to alterations in the future, rendering the prophecy meaningless. Hence, I cannot say for certain. Mu Jinjin understood that she could not falter at this moment and maintained her gaze upon his captivating eyes. Chun-Buran's Adam's apple moved slightly as he let out a couple of soft chuckles. Not probing further, nor expressing his belief, turning instead to walk ahead. Aren't you going to ask more? Mu Jinjin leaped down from the stone and watched his retreating figure, noticing that his garments had dried. Swaying gently in the breeze. Where are you going? To find a way out. Do you wish to remain here indefinitely? Mu Jinjin pondered for a moment and decided to follow him. After all, he was unlikely to harm her now, and it felt safer to accompany him. Besides, since her true identity had already been revealed to him, she might as well seek his assistance with a few matters. The grass in the valley towered to half her height, and two figures, one green and one yellow, walked towards the distance under the afternoon sun. Chun-Buran, Mu Jinjin hastened to catch up with him, walking alongside and organizing her thoughts. So, we are allies now, are we not? Chun-Buran did not look at her, his gaze fixed on the valley's contours, casually inquiring, what is it you wish to convey? I lack Mu Jinjin's memories, am incapable of sorcery, cannot wield her spiritual energy, and am unfamiliar with the individuals around her. Therefore, would you be willing to teach me some spells and enlighten me about her social connections? Finally, Chun-Buran turned his gaze towards her. Why would I assist you? What benefit would it bring me? As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one can take. If you help me, I shall be at your service whenever you require assistance in the future. What assistance could you possibly offer me, you who are utterly inept? Mu Jinjin tugged at his sleeve, shaking it lightly. You will surely find a use for me in the future. Just lend me a hand. Will you? Is there anything else you have yet to disclose regarding me? Chun-Buran regarded her fingers, pale as spring onions, that were clutching his garment. His gaze followed her fingers to her round, sparkling eyes, which blinked eagerly as they looked at him. Despite being the same pair of eyes, they once appeared ugly and foolish. Now, they still seemed foolish, albeit with a clarity that was endearing in its simplicity. Mu Jinjin released her grip, thinking how exhausting it could be to interact with someone so astute. They could see through her entirely. There is still a minor detail I have yet to mention, but it is indeed only a minor one. Just a little insurance for myself. Nothing more, I assure you. What I meant was that in this life, one inevitably encounters difficulties and will always require assistance from others. I vow to aid you should you find yourself in need. Chun-Buran continued walking, for to explain would be to conceal. Mu Jinjin. She truly found herself in a predicament. So, will you help me? You certainly know how to exploit opportunities. Does that mean you agree to assist me? No, helping a little would not cost you anything. The two of them meandered through the valley, but found no exit as the moon hung high in the sky. Despite her persistent requests, Chun-Buran remained unyielding, ultimately ignoring her altogether. What a hard-hearted individual he was. Eventually, they arrived at a grand and ancient structure built against the mountainside, its exterior severely weathered, appearing somewhat mysterious under the moonlight. From the outside, it seemed devoid of danger, and they ventured inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast hall, the ceiling marred by several large holes, through which moonlight streamed down, illuminating the floor like frost. Four massive columns flanked the sides of the hall, and directly ahead stood a colossal statue of a figure with a human body and a serpent's tail, holding a bagua. Mu Jinjin gazed up at the statue, its edges softened by the passage of time. Is this Fushi? Chun-Buran, observing a mural carved into a stone wall, replied, It should be. Mu Junjin approached the mural, grateful for her cultivation, which allowed her to see clearly even in the absence of light. This mural depicts the story of Fushi's birth in the Thunder Marsh. No wonder this secret realm is called the Thunder Marsh Secret Realm. Shinbaran. This secret realm is called the Thunder Marsh Secret Realm? You were unaware? I wasn't aware. This secret realm is a newly formed one, rated as low danger by the celestial sects, serving as a trial ground for disciples from each sect, and has yet to be named. This detail was not mentioned in the novel, nor was this valley. The name Thunder Marsh Secret Realm comes from the final day when the entire realm transforms into a sea of thunder. A perilous event. How fortuitous. I wonder if I will be able to survive that day. The walls were adorned with murals, and the two continued to examine them. The next two murals likely told the stories of Fushi creating the Bagua and developing written language. The final mural left them puzzled. It portrayed Fushi gazing skyward, cradling a circular stone, which appeared to emit light, alongside several lines of ancient script Mu Jinjin. What does this mean? Can you decipher it? Chun Buran's fingers, with their distinct knuckles, traced the characters lightly as he shook his head, unfamiliar with them, though they seemed familiar, perhaps from his childhood. Chun Buran raised an eyebrow. How did you come to know this? Mu Jinjin chuckled softly. Just a guess. The novel mentioned that Chun Buran's mother hailed from a place called the Falling Moon Clan, which can be traced back to ancient times, contemporaneous with Fushi. Presently, the Falling Moon Clan is largely forgotten, often referred to as a demon clan, as they cultivate through the world's demonic energy. The purest of the Falling Moon Clan members possess a serpent's tail and a human form, holding a high status within the demon clan due to their formidable strength. However, pure-blooded members of the Falling Moon Clan have nearly vanished. Chun Buran's mother was a pure-blooded member of the Falling Moon Clan, revered as the holy maiden of the demon clan. When Chun Buran later succumbed to darkness, he too bore a serpent's tail, making him exceptionally powerful. Chun Buran mentioned that these characters seemed familiar to him. Perhaps he had encountered them during his childhood in the Falling Moon Clan. This grand hall contained nothing but the statue and murals. The two ventured around the back of the hall. Discovering an expanse of unfamiliar flora as night fell, they resolved to rest within the hall, intending to search for an exit in the morning. Thus, they laid down beside the statue of Fushi, one on the left and the other on the right. Chapter 12. Then apologized to me. Mu Jinjin was truly fatigued. With her fears of Chun Buran harming her dissipated, she quickly succumbed to slumber, just as she was on the verge of sleep. A sudden, intense pain gripped her abdomen, excruciating enough to leave her breathless for a fleeting moment. What is happening? Why is my stomach hurting so suddenly? Seeing Chun Buran beside her, she recalled the poison he had fed her. Wasn't it supposed to take half a month to manifest? Yet, this was only the third day. In less than half a minute, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her face turned ashen, without a second thought. Mu Jinjin struggled to crawl to Chun Buran's side. Before she could call out to him, he opened his eyes, clarity evident within them. Chun Buran, are you certain the poison you administered takes half a month to take effect? Leaning against the statue, his dark green garments spread out in the dim light, revealing his pale complexion illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the holes in the ceiling. He looked down at her with half-closed eyes, reminiscent of the statue towering behind him, displaying no discernible emotion. There is no need to deceive you. Then why am I experiencing such intense pain in my abdomen? It feels as if the poison is taking effect, rendering me nearly lifeless. Mu Jinjin curled up at his feet, drenched in cold sweat, her hair clinging to her face, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Chun Buran furrowed his brows. I cannot say. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He seized Mu Jinjin's wrist to take her pulse, then coldly inquired, "Did you consume an antidote pill?" With great difficulty, Mu Jinjin nodded, having ingested a green antidote pill 2 days prior on the day they confronted the spider demon. She had seen Ningyi consume an antidote that immediately nullified the spider's venom, so she took one herself, hoping it might counteract Chun Buran's poison. If not, she figured there would be little consequence. Chun Buran let out a derisive laugh, releasing her wrist. Are you truly so foolish, or do you think I am? Do you believe the antidote I provided could be easily neutralized by an antidote pill? You have brought this upon yourself. The antidote you consumed not only fails to negate the poison but also accelerates its onset. Mu Jinjin bit her lip until it bled, trembling all over. With great effort, she straightened herself, lifting her damp lashes, meeting his gaze with a trembling voice. I too believe I have been foolish if Senior Brother Chun is unwilling to provide me with an antidote. Could you grant me a swift end? CHNBRN gazed at her. Her bright, crystal-clear eyes were now brimming with tears, yet none fell, as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. She was genuinely seeking death. Just the day before, she had implored herself not to take her own life, desperately striving for survival, but now she sought the opposite. CHNBRN found it somewhat perplexing. Yet he was determined not to acquiesce to her wishes. With a scoff, he lifted her chin and declared, I can grant you the antidote, but you must behave yourself from now on. After speaking, he forced a pill into her mouth and reclined against the divine statue, closing his eyes, deliberately ignoring her. The bitter taste spread in her mouth, and the pain ebbed away like a receding tide. MZHNZHN, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily. NB sensed her presence beside him, but chose to disregard her. Initially, she remained quiet. But soon the air was filled with the sound of soft sobs, gradually escalating into full-blown cries. Unable to resist, CHNBRN opened his eyes to find MZHN curled up nearby. Her face awash with tears. What are you crying for? He asked, and upon hearing his question, her wails intensified, her legs kicking as she cried out, Wah, wah, wah. The cries reverberated throughout the grand hall, echoing in the valley, startling the birds from their perches. CHNBRN was momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst, his long eyelashes fluttering in surprise. Why are you crying? I've already given you the antidote, he exclaimed, just moments ago, when in agony, she had resolutely refused to weep. Yet now, with the pain subsided, her tears flowed freely as if a dam had burst. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his handsome, pale-faced. I want to cry, so I will, she wailed. You can't stop me. Haven't you heard that tears detoxify? I just want to cry. CHNBRN felt utterly exasperated. What ill fate has befallen me to encounter such troublesome matters? I awakened to find myself in this wretched place. You think I relish watching you kill? Why do you treat me this way? Have I wronged you? You forced poison upon me and repeatedly tried to kill me. Cold-hearted, merciless. You are the very definition of a black-hearted lotus. MZHNZHN vented her emotions without restraint, completely at a loss for how she had lost control. The past few days had been fraught with danger. Constantly on guard against being killed or exposed, Chun-Baran cast a fleeting glance at her, observing the young girl with a smile gracing her lips as she gazed up at the moon. The moonlight bathed her smooth, porcelain-like skin, creating a delicate sheen. Her eyes, having recently shed tears, glistened with a watery brightness, as if washed clean by a gentle stream. Just moments ago, her sobs had reverberated through the air. How could she now exude such an air of lightheartedness and contentment? Just a couple of days prior, she had been gripped by fear of being killed, ever cautious and on guard. Yet now, she professed that his assurance not to harm her was enough for her to truly relax. Did she not fear his potential change of heart? Such naivety was indeed perplexing. Suddenly, the girl turned her head to face him, her crimson lips parting to reveal pearly white teeth as she declared, Chun-Baran, let us coexist peacefully from now on. Chun-Baran was at a loss for words. You truly know how to climb the social ladder. If it were not for the bond between their lives, who would willingly choose to associate with her? Yet, Mu Jinjin held her tongue, refraining from retorting, and continued, Isn't peaceful coexistence a good thing? Chun-Baran raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Not at all. The following day, the two wandered in the valley yet again, still unable to find a way out. Ultimately, they found themselves back at the spot where they had fallen into the water the previous day. After a day of consuming only a few fruits, they were both exhausted and famished, and thus decided to take a brief rest and attempt to catch a fish to eat. Chun-Baran perched himself on a large rock by the water's edge. Adopting a relaxed posture with his left leg bent on the stone, his left hand resting casually on his thigh, he lifted his chin slightly and instructed Mu Jinjin, Go catch a fish. Mu Jinjin lay sprawled on a large rock, too tired to move, and replied, Why should I go? Chun-Baran retorted, Did you not wish to be my little brother? Shouldn't the little brother take action instead of leaving the big brother to do the work? Mu Jinjin scoffed, That was merely flattery. How could I take it seriously? In the end, Mu Jinjin reluctantly entered the water to catch fish. Although she could swim, she had no experience catching fish by hand. Thus, she removed her outer garment and tied her sleeves, Preparing to dive in and try her luck, a robust fish swam leisurely past her, and thinking, "What a plump specimen! You shall be mine." Mu Jinjin lunged forward. But the fish swiftly darted away. Undeterred, she pursued it, yet the fish proved to be cunning. Slipping away just as she was about to grasp its, she swam deeper in pursuit. Mu Jinjin decided to abandon the chase and return to the surface to seek another target. Suddenly, she noticed a glimmering light beneath the water, which instantly captivated her, prompting her to swim closer for a better look. The closer she got, the more apparent the light became. Soft, luminous, and radiant, it was an object partially buried in the silt. Revealing only a small corner, which appeared to be jade, Mu Jinjin attempted to grasp the protruding part and pull it out, yet the exposed section was too minimal to hold onto effectively. And pulling only caused her to stumble backward. That moment, she realized she could no longer hold her breath and had to surface for air. Breaking the surface, she gasped for a couple of breaths before excitedly calling out to Chunbaran. Boss, I found something shimmering at the bottom of the water. It looks like a treasure. Come help me. I can't get it out by myself." Chunbaran replied lazily. What good treasure could there be? There are plenty of luminous things in the water. Pearls, fluorite, they all shine. That Mu Jinjin swam to his side and looked up at him. It's not those things. It resembles jade, but it's not quite like ordinary jade. The light it emits is smooth and bright, surely not an ordinary object. She tugged at his clothing, insisting. Many stories depict protagonists accidentally falling into mysterious places and encountering magical treasures. This is the Laze secret realm. And this valley is so secluded, it must be something valuable. This is not a story, Mu Jinjin thought to herself, but replied, just come down and take a look. It might indeed be something good. Besides, we're searching for a way out. Perhaps this treasure is a clue. Chunbaran glanced down at her. Her delicate face glistened with water, and with her head tilted back and a smile adorning her lips. She tugged at his green robe, accentuating her pallor. With a soft snort, he yanked his robe back and leapt down into the water. If it turns out to be nothing, you'll have to eat it. With that, he dove into the water. Chapter 14. Artificial respiration. Mu Jinjin led him to the glowing jade stone, and upon seeing the exposed portion, Chunbaran touched it, confirming it was indeed no ordinary object. He gestured for Mu Jinjin to dig out the portion buried in the silt, while he continued to pull at it. Mu Jinjin began to excavate vigorously, but her fervor stirred the water into a murky chaos. Chunbaran shot her a glare, indicating for her to slow down. Acknowledging his gesture with an okay, she continued to dig slowly. As they worked together, one digging, the other pulling, the buried object gradually revealed its true form. It turned out to be an oval object, roughly the size of a basketball, with a glimmering jade core enveloped by a lattice-like stone exterior. The moment they fully extracted the jade, it erupted with a blinding radiance, followed by a resounding boom. The sound resembled a drum beat echoing from the depths of antiquity, pure and distant, capable of cleansing the soul in an instant. As the sound reverberated, both were suddenly propelled by a mysterious force, causing the lake's waters to stir violently. Mu Jinjin was thrown several feet away before she regained her balance, catching sight of Chunbaran sinking deeper into the lake, motionless in a panic. She swam towards him, grasping his arm as she attempted to ascend to the surface. However, the waters had begun to churn into monstrous waves, pulling them into a whirlpool. Mu Jinjin clung tightly to Chunbaran, desperate to keep them together, but the next moment, she lost consciousness. When Mu Jinjin opened her eyes again, she found herself lying beside a riverbank, the jade stone having been washed ashore next to her. Now reduced to the size of an egg, still emanating a soft glow. At that moment, she had no time to concern herself with it, for her gaze fell upon Chunbaran lying not far away. She dashed over, calling out, Chunbaran, what happened to you? Wake up. As she pressed on his chest, she urged him, come on, wake up. But the young man lay there, his eyes tightly shut, unresponsive. You can't just die like this. My mission isn't complete yet, and you haven't given me the antidote. Mu Jinjin's hands grew weak from pressing down on him, yet Chunbaran remained still. With no other option, she decided to try artificial respiration. Gently, she cradled his icy face, leaning in to press her lips against his, cold and soft, evoking, No, Mu Jinjin, what are you doing? Is this really the moment for such thoughts? Just as she was about to succumb to temptation, Mu Jinjin steeled herself and focused on providing him with breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are you doing? Ouch. On the fifth attempt, Chun Buran stirred, opening his eyes to find Mu Jinjin leaning over him, kissing him. In shock, he pushed her away with force. Mu Jinjin inadvertently tumbled backward, landing on the ground and hitting her head against the jagged stones by the riverbank. Dao. That hurts. Why was it always her who got hurt? Mu Jinjin scrambled up, exasperated. What was that for? Of course, I was saving you. What else could I do? But when she caught sight of Chun Buran's expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. He sat there, wide-eyed, his fair complexion flushed with shock, embarrassment, and a hint of bewilderment. Ha! Mu Jinjin burst into laughter. Chun Buran, who was typically gentle with the female lead or coldly indifferent towards her, had never shown this side of himself. He looked like a daft goose. A beautiful daft goose. At in this moment, he appeared more real, more vibrant, embodying the essence of youth. After all, Chun Buran was still under 18, akin to a minor in modern society. After laughing until her stomach ached, she finally stifled her amusement in the face of Chun Buran's murderous glare. What on earth were you doing? Seeing Mu Jinjin's continued silence and her unabated laughter, the fire in Chun Buran's eyes seemed ready to ignite, and Mu Jinjin hurriedly explained, I was saving you. You were drowning and unresponsive, so I had to perform artificial respiration to revive your bodily functions. See, you're awake now, aren't you? Saving me. Is that really how one saves someone? Chun Buran sounded skeptical. Mu Jinjin met his gaze with sincerity. It is. This is called artificial respiration, a method of revival. Most people who faint from sudden illness are treated this way, don't you know? Seeing her earnest expression, Chun Buran chose to believe her for the moment. After all, he had vaguely seen her risk her safety to grasp him in the water. Yet, he still inquired, why were you laughing earlier, Mu Jinjin? Of course, would not divulge the true reason. Tilting her head, she fabricated, oh, that? I was just relieved to be alive. Aren't you happy? Chun Buran scoffed, clearly unconvinced by her words. However, he decided not to dwell on the matter further and looked around, asking, where are we? After a moment's pause, he pushed himself off the ground and stood up. I don't know. After we pulled out that stone, the lake water swept us here, but it seems we are no longer in that valley. Dustless attempted to dry the clothes using spiritual energy, which was indeed functioning normally, and the outcome was evident. By the way, what about that stone? Mu Jinjin pointed with her hand. Over there. The two of them approached the stone and crouched down. Dustless walked over to pick up the jade stone, inspecting it closely. Why has it shrunk? I don't know. It was like this when I woke up. Dustless tapped it again, but aside from the sound of clinking, there was no other reaction. How strange. He recalled that when he was at the bottom of the lake, it had made a thudding sound that resonated in his mind, followed by a sensation of something within him heating up. As if it were about to burst forth, he raised his hand to touch his chest, but now there was no feeling at all. Seeing his unusual expression, Mu Jinjin asked, what's wrong? Dustless did not respond. Continuing to study the jade stone, Mu Jinjin remarked again, have you noticed how much this resembles the glowing stone depicted in the last mural of the Grand Hall? It certainly does. They should be one and the same. Dustless could sense that this stone contained a very pure energy, yet it appeared to possess no special function. Noticing his silence, Mu Jinjin couldn't help but inquire, what is this? Have you figured it out? It looks like a special spiritual stone. I can't discern any special powers, but it must have been placed at the bottom of the water as a focal point for an array. In that valley, I discovered a certain formation was employed, which is why we couldn't escape, and there was no spiritual energy. This jade stone is likely the focal point of that formation. I see. No wonder that valley is so extraordinary. Mu Jinjin extended her hand. Let me take a look. It appears quite beautiful. Dustless tossed the jade stone to her, and she quickly caught it with both hands. The stone felt very pleasant to the touch, smooth and lustrous. She examined it from various angles, but could not discern its nature, as it seemed to have never appeared in any novel. Ding! Important item. Divine core, a treasure left behind by an ancient deity upon their demise, containing divine power. Host, please keep it safe. An important item? Yes, it can assist the host in critical moments. Please ensure its safekeeping. It is better to be prepared than to face unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Mu Jinjin recalled that the term divine core had indeed never appeared in the novel, but there was a concept of demon core. It was said that the demon core possessed immense demonic power, and those born with it were inherently strong, belonging to the most formidable demonic lineage. However, such things were not commonly found, It might not appear even once in millennia. The novel mentioned that a century ago, a demon from the demon race was born with a demon core, leading to a fierce battle between the celestial and demonic realms, resulting in heavy losses on both sides. These details were merely background elements in the narrative, with the author not delving into specifics, so Mu Jinjin only knew that such a thing existed and would need to investigate further in the future. She had a hunch that these matters might be related to Dustless's origins. "Can you give this to me?" Mu Jinjin inquired of Dustless while her hands were already attempting to tuck the divine core into her pocket. Dustless glanced at her. "What do you want this for? Do you even know what it is?" Mu Jinjin genuinely found Dustless unsettling. He was too perceptive, sensing everything she tried to conceal. Not wanting to delve deeper before understanding, she playfully responded, "I don't know. I just think it looks beautiful and would like to keep it for myself. You probably have no use for it anyway, so why not leave it with me? I'm your little brother. So keeping it here is just like it's yours. Let us not stand on ceremony." Heh. Dustless let out a vague chuckle, but did not demand the jade stone back. Chapter 15. The importance of communication. Dustless surveyed his surroundings, faintly spotting the cliff from which they had fallen. Aware that his senior sister might have long departed, he still felt compelled to take a look. He took a step toward the cliff, and Mu Jinjin hurriedly followed. "Where are you going?" Dustless ignored her, his green garments fluttering as he strode ahead, and Mu Jinjin, glancing at her own drenched self, found the wet clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. And she caught up to walk alongside him. "Boss, how did you dry your clothes? Can you help me out too?" Dustless continued to disregard her. "You said you'd teach me spells, so let us start with this one. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Dustless found her quite bothersome that he raised his hand and cast a spell. Waving it over her, Mu Jinjin felt a warmth envelop her, and her clothes were instantly dry and comfortable. "How marvelous! What spell did you just use? Please teach me." Mu Jinjin's face lit up with enthusiasm. What Chinese person doesn't dream of cultivating immortality? Dustless caught sight of the excitement in her eyes and regretted agreeing to help her. She was truly a nuisance. "Fine, I'll teach you once, so pay close attention." "All right, thank you, boss." "Don't call me boss." "Thank you." Junior brothered as they walked. Dustless taught her, and Mu Jinjin followed along, learning, although he had promised to teach her only once. It took 5 demonstrations before she finally remembered the spell, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. Mu Jinjin felt helpless too. She didn't want to trouble him so many times. But for someone encountering spells for the first time, remembering after 5 attempts was impressive. Unlike Dustless, who had exceptional talent and could learn simply by observing, she was just an ordinary person. And these spells sounded obscure and challenging. She was already putting in her utmost effort to learn, not daring to disturb Dustless further for fear of provoking his ire. Mu Jinjin practiced diligently behind him, unaware of their destination. When Dustless finally halted, she felt she had nearly mastered the spell. Confident in her progress, she raised her hand to cast the spell on herself, and the dew-soaked shoes and hem of her clothes dried instantly. "Wow, I did it. Dustless, did you see? My shoes are dry." Dustless chuckled lightly. "A simple drying spell took you half a day to learn. What is there to boast about?" Mu Jinjin brushed off his mockery, revealing her pearly white teeth as she cheerfully replied, "Of course it's worth celebrating. This is the first spell I've mastered in my life, and it holds unique significance. Moreover, during the learning process, I discovered how to channel the spiritual energy within me, which will expedite my learning of other spells in the future. So, even though it's just a simple drying spell, it carries groundbreaking importance." Dustless merely scoffed at her success, thinking she was a bit peculiar. After her moment of joy, Mu Jinjin finally noticed their surroundings. Wasn't this the foot of the cliff they had fallen from? "How did we end up here?" Mu Jinjin voiced her confusion. Dustless replied indifferently, "Just taking a look." "Look at what? There shouldn't be anything of value left here, right?" Mu Jinjin did not hear Dustless's answer, but seeing his slightly furrowed brows, she seemed to understand. "You're looking for senior sister Ning, aren't you?" "She probably isn't here," Dustless asked. "Do you know where she is?" Mu Jinjin pondered briefly. "Well, she might possibly be engaged in a struggle with a serpent demon by an icy lake, but I don't know where that icy lake is. An icy lake. Just possibly," Mu Jinjin emphasized. In the novel, after the female protagonist encountered the male protagonist in the spider cave, they acted together. Based on the timeline, they should currently be slaying the ice-scaled python at the icy lake. However, since the female protagonist had met the male protagonist in the spider cave, it was uncertain whether she would still go to the icy lake now. Dustless coldly replied, Why didn't you say so earlier? Hey, why are you blaming me? You didn't ask me. Mu Jinjin protested innocently. I initially asked where you were going, but you ignored me. If you had mentioned you came here to look for your senior sister, I would have told you right away. You. Dustless found himself at a loss for words. His expression slightly awkward. He indeed hadn't been paying attention, but wasn't he had agreed that he was the boss, and she the little brother? How could a little brother dare to retort like that to the boss? Was he to lose face? Dustless regretted bringing this trouble upon himself. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "You really have a short memory. Do you think I want to kill you just because I haven't yet? No, no." Mu Jinjin, ever the tactful one, quickly brightened her smile upon sensing his anger. "I'm not blaming you. I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to emphasize the necessity of good communication. Many positive relationships are built on effective communication, that we are in a cooperative relationship now, so we should communicate well in the future. If you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask me. I will share everything I know. Is that so?" "Of course," Dustless scoffed. "Let us hope so." After saying this, he turned his gaze northward. His brows slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. A large mass of dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the sun, casting a shadow over the entire expanse. Mu Jinjin looked up at the sky. Noticing the distant clouds swirling and gathering ominously, is this an omen of an impending cataclysm in the secret realm? On the final day of the secret realm's trial, chaos erupted, with the entire domain engulfed in tempestuous winds and torrential rains, transforming into a sea of thunder, inciting a riot of ferocious beasts that clashed violently, a tumult that would not cease until the exit of the realm was unveiled. Many perished amidst the upheaval. Mu Jinjin felt it prudent to seek refuge until the exit was opened, allowing for a swift escape. "Qin Buran, a storm is imminent. Let us find a place to hide." Qin Buran turned to her, his long eyelashes fluttering as he spoke softly. "What do you suggest?" His slender, tall figure and handsome visage were accentuated by his green attire, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze in March. Yet when he faced her, an aura of coldness enveloped him, as if spring were shrouded in snow, inviting yet just out of reach. Mu Jinjin relayed her understanding of the situation. "The chaos is likely to commence shortly. We should advance towards the exit while the tumult has yet to erupt. Once there, we can find shelter until it opens. Otherwise, once the riot begins, the secret realm will become exceedingly perilous." Qin Buran furrowed his brows and inquired, "Are you certain?" Mu Jinjin hesitated. After all, this was a parallel world based on a novel, and not everything would unfold as scripted. "I cannot guarantee it completely, but given the ominous skies, we should hasten to find a hiding place." Just in case, the sky had plunged into darkness, with clouds looming ominously low. Qin Buran snapped off a branch as thick as his wrist from a nearby tree, shaping it into a sword-like form with his spiritual power. "Jump on," he commanded as he leaped onto the improvised blade. "Wow, is this sword flight?" Mu Jinjin gasped, swallowing her astonishment as she hopped onto it. Before she could stabilize herself, Qin Buran soared into the air. And in a moment of panic, she clutched his waist, tumbling against his back. Once she adjusted and opened her eyes, she beheld the landscape rushing away beneath them, with mountains and rivers approaching rapidly. "How long do you intend to hold me?" Qin Buran's body tensed, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, the warmth of her presence enveloping him, her breath brushing against the nape of his neck. Oh, Mu Jinjin suddenly realized her intimate hold and quickly released him, opting instead to grasp the fabric at his side. His waist was surprisingly slender, the kind that was both delicate and strong. When they had fallen from the cliff, she had grasped his waist, but in that dire moment, she had been too preoccupied to notice. Now, reflecting on it, she found his waist rather comfortable to hold. Mu Jinjin chastised herself internally for feeling somewhat brazen. Qin Buran's flight was swift as they ascended northward, the air growing colder and the trees sparser. After an indeterminate time in the air, they arrived in a snow-laden expanse, a world blanketed in white. At this moment, Mu Jinjin realized Qin Buran was searching for Ning Yi, and she had mistakenly assumed they were heading towards the exit. As Qin Buran flew low on his sword, he scanned for Ning Yi's figure, and Mu Jinjin kept her gaze fixed downward. Finally, beneath a snow-capped mountain, they spotted an ice lake, where tumultuous waters churned. A massive white python was entwined with two figures, the pink figure unmistakably Ning Yi, and the blue figure presumably the male lead, Xie Shan. True to his character, the male lead was tall and graceful. Exuding an ethereal charm, the icy-scaled serpent lashed out with its long tail, sending Ning Yi flying. Seeing this, Chen Buran dashed forward to catch her, the two spiraling downwards. If this were a television drama, there would surely be a slow-motion moment, a pink-hued ambience as they locked eyes, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Ningyi looked up at Chen Buran, her surprise evident. They ran. "Are you unharmed?" He set her down, stepping back with a smile. "That I am fine. I did not mean to worry you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but we must first deal with this icy-scaled serpent." While they were unscathed, Mu Jinjin was not so fortunate. As Chen Buran took flight, the branch beneath her lost its rider, and she was sent tumbling into the snow. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, and the snow cushioned her descent, sparing her from a face-first impact that could have left her disfigured. Dazed, Mu Jinjin scrambled to her feet, observing Chen Buran had already joined the fray. The three fought against the serpent with ease, and she sought refuge to watch, hoping to avoid becoming collateral damage. With Chen Buran's assistance, the icy-scaled serpent was soon subdued, its massive body crashing into the lake and sending up a colossal splash. Once the danger had passed, Mu Jinjin emerged from her hiding place. "Are you all unharmed?" Seeing her safe, Ningye's face lit up with joy. Shimmy, "You're all right. How wonderful." "Hee, I'm fine," Ningyi inquired. "Where did you go after you fell from the cliff?" "I searched below but found nothing. We fell into a lake and ended up in a valley, taking 2 days to find our way out." "A valley?" Ningye's brows furrowed in confusion. "But I saw no valley at the cliff's base, only a river that I thought you had been swept away, so I followed the river in search of you, and instead encountered Brother Xie." At this moment, Chen Buran and Xie Chushan approached. Chen Buran continued, "There must have been a barrier at the cliff's base. We must have fortuitously landed within it. Inside was a valley devoid of spiritual energy and ensnared by formations, rendering us unable to escape. I see that. I'm glad you're safe. But how did you end up here?" Chen Buran, ever the master of deception, smiled gently. "We happened to be in the area seeking spiritual herbs when we heard the sounds of battle and came to investigate." While Chen Buran conversed with Ningyi, Mu Jinjin could not help but sneak glances at Xie Chushan, who appeared even more refined up close. His long brows brushed his temples, with slightly upturned eyes, and warm brown irises that exuded a cool elegance, clad in blue attire that made him resemble a noble tree of jade and orchid. In the narrative, he was portrayed as aloof and principled, a paragon of virtue among his peers, with a steadfast heart devoted to the well-being of all, singularly focused on cultivation and the protection of the weak, utterly indifferent to matters of love. Ningyi, however, was infatuated with him, enduring heartache and longing, while he remained oblivious, leading to much suffering for the heroine in the early chapters. Eventually, the male lead would come to love the heroine, but she, having suffered too much, would no longer wish to love, resulting in a cycle of pursuit and heartbreak, until they finally overcame myriad tribulations to unite. Noticing her gaze, Xie Chushan turned towards her, giving a slight nod. Mu shimmied at Mu Jinjin quickly returned the gesture. "Xie Xixiao." Ningyi regarded Xie Chushan with sparkling eyes, her admiration evident. "Brother Chushan, are you unharmed?" "I'm well," he replied, glancing at the sky, which had darkened further, with ominous purple lightning flickering within the clouds. "A storm is about to break. We should leave this place and seek shelter from the rain." Mu Jinjin wished to inform him that it was not merely a storm, but she hesitated, unsure of how to express it. She turned her gaze to Chen Buran, who raised an eyebrow, silently urging her to speak. Mu Jinjin pondered. Was he truly unconcerned? He might not be worried, but she could not afford to be careless. The three of them possessed spiritual powers, which should suffice for self-preservation during the chaos, yet whether they could safeguard her was uncertain. Thus, they needed to locate a spot near the exit to hide before the turmoil began. "Xie Xixiang, on our way here, we encountered many rampaging beasts. It seems something significant is about to occur. I propose we head toward the exit of the secret realm and find somewhere to rest there. If danger truly arises, we can make our escape as soon as the exit opens." "Rampaging beasts?" "Indeed," Mu Jinjin embellished, drawing from the novel's descriptions that it appears the beasts have been affected by something and are all fleeing. Xie Chushan seemed to ponder this, glancing at Mu Jinjin. "Very well, the exit will open tomorrow at noon, so it is wise to arrive early. Let us take to the skies," she said, searching for the branch she had used earlier but finding it lost amidst the chaos of their earlier battle. Chen Buran had already positioned himself beside Ningyi, sweetly requesting, "Shiji, my sword is missing. Please take me with you." "Of course," Ningyi replied, Drawing her sword and activating her flight technique, Mu Jinjin mustered her courage to approach Xie Chushan. Xie Shi Xiao, my sword is also lost. Could you carry me? He did not refuse, as his gentlemanly nature would not allow it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and within moments, a furious wind whipped up, accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain that lashed down like daggers. Ningyi gasped, quickly conjuring a protective barrier. It arrived so swiftly. Xie Chunshan also activated a barrier, enveloping Mu Jinjin within its protective confines. The wind howled fiercely, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through the skies on their swords, prompting Xie Chunshan to descend, opting for low-altitude flight, with Ningyi following suit. However, flying low posed its own challenges, as they encountered trees and other obstacles, significantly hampering their speed. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in ominous dark clouds. Rumbling thunder echoed from within the cloud layers, accompanied by terrifying bursts of purple light as lightning struck down. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to Mu Jinjin and her companion, the sheer force of the impact sending them tumbling through the air, flipping several times before Xie Chunshan managed to steady the sword, allowing them to land safely on the ground. Ningyi and her companion were nearly struck as well, and under the current circumstances, flying on swords was no longer feasible. Ningyi and Qin Burang landed beside them. Ningyi's expression grave. We can't fly anymore. We need to find shelter from the rain. Mu Jinjin opened her mouth, intending to argue that they couldn't hide just yet. But fearing that further words might raise suspicion, she found herself at a loss. Just as she was contemplating what to say, Xie Chunshan spoke up, his tone steady and serious. We cannot hide yet. This rain will persist and incite a rampage among the beasts. Have you heard the commotion around us? The roars of the beasts echoed in the vicinity, some chilling, others deep and resonant, amplifying the sense of dread amidst the thunderstorm. Xie Chunshan continued, this is merely the beginning. As time passes, the beasts will grow stronger and more ferocious. Thus, we must seize the opportunity while the storm has just begun and make haste towards the exit, where the rain is lighter and the beasts fewer. Qin Burang glanced at Mu Jinjin after hearing this. Mu Jinjin widened her eyes at Xie Chunshan, astonished by his insight, which mirrored the tale she had read. Unable to contain her curiosity, she blurted out, how does senior brother Xian know that the rain will continue? Xie Chunshan replied, I encountered a similar situation many years ago in another secret realm. After emerging from that realm, I researched various texts and learned that such occurrences typically indicate that the realm is awakening, attempting to drive out intruders. Oh, that was the case, a detail absent from the novels. Ningyi interjected, awakening? Indeed, Xie Chunshan affirmed. This means that the secret realm will gradually merge with the surrounding reality. The landscapes here will blend into those of the outside world, becoming part of it. After which this secret realm will cease to exist. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must leave quickly. Unable to fly, the four of them could only run towards the exit. Along the way, they encountered several frenzied beasts, managing to avoid them when possible. Get out of the way, Qin Burang exclaimed, yanking Mu Jinjin aside as a streak of sword light zipped past, a shadowy wolf having been slain by Xie Chunshan. However, they were soon surrounded by dozens of shadowy wolves, their red eyes gleaming with menace. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. They could not kill them all, so the group fought while retreating, seizing any opportunity to escape. Ultimately, they managed to shake off the pack and found a cave close to the exit before the downpour intensified. Once inside, Xie Chunshan set up a barrier at the cave entrance, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Burang and the others bore considerable injuries, while Mu Jinjin, protected by them throughout, had only sustained minor wounds. The four of them then settled down to tend to their injuries and rest. Chapter 17. Springs. A sect outside the cave. The roars of beasts echoed, interspersed with the screams of humans, suggesting distant battles were underway. The cacophony persisted throughout the night, and by noon the following day, the sky remained overcast, casting the secret realm into darkness, with a beam of bluish-purple light shooting skyward. The exit of the secret realm had opened. Xie Chunshan stood tall at the cave entrance, gazing into the distance, noting that the storm was much less severe in this area. Let us fly over on our swords, he suggested. Ningyi replied, all right, I'll follow senior brother, with Xie Chunshan leading Mu Jinjin and Ningyi guiding Qin Burang. The four of them swiftly advanced towards the exit. As they neared it, they spotted several disciples of the Qixing sect, donned in white with red patterns, also hastening towards the exit, trailed by several massive green-feathered, three-headed birds. The three-headed birds, upon spotting them, charged forward, and before they could reach, two of them unleashed azure flames from their beaks. "Senior brother Xie, flames," Mu Jinjin warned, her voice tinged with anxiety. Xie Chunshan immediately evaded on his sword. Refusing to engage, pressing onward towards the exit, the three-headed birds relentlessly pursued them, with Mu Jinjin narrowly escaping being singed multiple times. Finally, after enduring 4 fiery blasts to her back, they burst through the circle of light at the exit. A flash of white light enveloping them, and in the next moment, Mu Jinjin found herself sprawled on the grass. Supplementary details. Laze Secret Realm, Fushi Valley, the causes of the Laze storm. Completion of Minor Task 1. Earned 20 points. Cumulative total of 40 points. Inside and outside were 2 entirely different worlds. Within, dark clouds loomed ominously, while outside, the sky was clear and bright, adorned with lush grass. Surrounding them were people from various sects waiting to receive them, all clad in different attire, gazing eagerly towards the exit, banners fluttering in the breeze, with several airships, carriages, and various creatures stationed nearby. That Mu Jinjin was elated. Having finally escaped that dreadful place and returned to the realm of humanity, Qin Burang, we're finally out. Are you happy? She asked, her hair in disarray, singed in places, her fair face smeared with unknown soot, and her yellow garments soiled. The ribbons that had once adorned her shoulders were now tangled, with one entirely missing. Despite her disheveled appearance, her smile radiated pure joy, her eyes sparkling with light. Qin Burang, intrigued by her exuberance, pondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Just moments ago, she had been screaming in terror at the three-headed birds, yet now she beamed with happiness. Taking a few steps closer, Qin Burang could not resist dousing her enthusiasm with a hint of reality. He towered over Mu Jinjin, slightly bending down to whisper in her ear, his voice melodious yet playful. "Do you know any of these people? Given your excitement, are you aware of which sect you belong to?" The warm breath, accompanied by a clean, crisp fragrance, brushed against her ear, causing Mu Jinjin to instinctively cover her ear and step back, meeting Qin Burang's teasing gaze. Internally rolling her eyes, she promptly donned a radiant smile and replied, "How about you introduce me, big brother?" "You promised." Perhaps it was the brilliance of the sun that illuminated her smile so brightly that it was almost blinding, causing Qin Burang to avert his gaze. Letting out a soft scoff, "Of course, I keep my promises." He then began to quietly introduce her to the various sects present, as well as the status of their members. A few individuals clad in blue and white garments approached them briskly. They were disciples from the Springs A sect come to assist. "Senior brother, senior sister, how are you? Are you all right?" They inquired. "We're fine. Quickly let the healer check on you," they urged. "What was the situation inside? Did you encounter anyone else?" Questions flooded in from all sides, and Mu Jinjin nodded or shook her head in brief responses. Wary of saying too much lest she err, they boarded the Springs A sect's airship together, where they were introduced to the leading elder, a gentleman in a white robe with black hair, possessing a refined appearance. Elder Luo Qianshan of the inner sect of the Weilon Peak. Another elder, clad in gray with white hair, appeared more stern and was Elder Gu Feng of the inner sect of the Qianji Peak. After exchanging a few words of concern, the elders permitted them to rest first, and a healer soon arrived to check their injuries. Throughout this, Mu Jinjin remained close to Qin Burang, listening as he introduced her to the people aboard the ship. In truth, Qin Burang was not well acquainted with the original Mu Jun, and their relationship was strained. During their previous encounters, the original Mu Jun often mocked him. Thus, he could only provide basic introductions about who was who and their respective standings within the sect. The original Mu Jun had often been surrounded by 3 or 4 companions, whom Qin Burang recognized: Li Zhao, Yu Wenyin, Qin Fanfan, and Zhang Ruishua. Among them, Li Zhao and Qin Fanfan had both participated in the Yin trials. With Li Zhao now deceased, and Qin Fanfan's mediocre strength likely placing her in dire straits as well, while Qin Burang lacked detailed knowledge about the dynamics and nuances of the original Mu Jun's relationships. He gathered enough to feel somewhat reassured. As long as she avoided significant blunders, she should be able to navigate things cautiously. Gradually, people emerged from the secret realm, most bearing visible injuries, some even missing limbs. Those who had ventured into the secret realm included individuals from the 5 major sects in 2 prominent pavilions, along with some from smaller celestial sects totaling 700 to 800 people. However, by the time the exit closed, fewer than 150 had made it out, with the Springs A sect dispatching 80 and returning with fewer than 20. No one had anticipated the new secret realm to be so perilous, resulting in such heavy losses, and somber expressions adorned their faces. Though Mu Jinjin had long been aware of the world's harsh realities, witnessing the bloodied individuals being carried onto the ship was still a sight she could hardly bear. Ning sister, you have several internal injuries that are quite severe, and a few veins are blocked that I will need to administer some acupuncture first, and you will need to recuperate. Hearing this, Ning Yi paused momentarily and turned to look at Xie Chanshan, who was reporting to the elder at the ship's railing. His blue robe bore several tiers, yet he appeared utterly unruffled, his features as picturesque as a painting, strikingly handsome. How is senior brother Xie? Is his injury severe? Chen Qingfeng, having completed the last needle, shook off his robe and stood up. Senior brother Xie, like you, has suffered internal injuries, but it is not serious. With some time for recuperation, he will be fine. Ning Yi observed Chun Baran approaching her, followed closely by Mu Shimi, who was smiling and chatting with him. Chun Baran's eyebrows were slightly raised, his expression a touch haughty and reluctant. Ning Yi suddenly realized that after their expedition in the secret realm, the bond between Mu Shimi and Qin Buran seemed to have grown significantly closer. As the two reached Ning Yi, Qin Buran noticed the silver needles embedded in her body and immediately furrowed his brow. Concerned, "Senior sister, are you injured?" Ning Yi smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing serious, just a minor internal injury. By the way, Mu Shimi, have you sought a physician for your poisoning?" Ning Yi inquired. Mu Jinjin was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that she had previously informed Ning Yi about her inability to use spiritual power due to the poison, blaming the plethora of lies she had told recently. "Not yet. I feel fine. My spiritual power has been gradually recovering over the past few days. I should be all right in a few days, so I won't trouble the physician for now. Others are injured more severely than I am. I can address it later. I'm here. Let me check you," Chen Qingfeng said, extending his hand to take her pulse. Mu Jinjin blinked, looking at Chen Qingfeng, who was smiling back at her. Chapter 18. Chen Qingfeng could be considered the third male lead in the novel. Although he had no romantic involvement with the female protagonist, his frequent appearances made him an important character. Chen Qingfeng had an unconventional personality, with charming peach blossom eyes that inherently exuded flirtation. Even when he wasn't smiling, his gaze had a lingering, affectionate quality, and when he did wear a smile, his demeanor became even more captivating. Mu Jinjin found herself at a loss for how to refuse him. So she rolled up her sleeve and offered her wrist, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. As he was known to be a highly skilled physician in the novel, his warm fingertips rested on her wrist as Chen Qingfeng lowered his gaze, intently listening to her pulse. His expression gradually grew serious, and he eventually furrowed his brow, falling into contemplative silence. Mu Jinjin's anxiety deepened. Had he discerned something? Had he diagnosed an ailment she was unaware of? She cast a glance at Qin Baran, their eyes meeting briefly. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Qin Baran's eyes before he turned his attention back to Chen Qingfeng's examination. Finally, Chen Qingfeng concluded his examination and looked up to find Mu Jinjin gazing at him with a grave expression. He chuckled lightly, his eyes dancing with intrigue. "Don't be anxious, junior sister. It's nothing serious." "Really?" Mu Jinjin replied, puzzled. "If that's the case, why did you look so serious just now? I was genuinely worried you might say something alarming." Chen Qingfeng laughed heartily. "I was merely teasing you, trying to give you a little fright. Ha ha ha." Mu Jinjin was left speechless. However, Chen Qingfeng's tone shifted as he asked seriously, "When did you become poisoned?" Mu Jinjin thought for a moment and replied, 5 days ago. That was precisely when she had arrived here." "Junior sister, think carefully. Are you certain it was 5 days ago?" Chen Qingfeng inquired again, his tone laden with significance. Mu Jinjin was puzzled by his meaning. Could it be that he had diagnosed the poison that Chun Baran had inflicted upon her, regardless of whether he had figured it out or not? She could not voice it. Acting as if she were in deep thought, she said, "It was indeed 5 days ago. That day, I was completely unaware of how I was poisoned. I only realized something was wrong when I felt weak and unwell. And then I fainted." Then, with genuine concern, Mu Jinjin asked, "Is there a problem?" Her eyes were bright and expressive, her cheeks slightly plump, and when she widened her eyes, she appeared particularly innocent and naive. Chen Qingfeng shook his head with a smile. "If it was 5 days ago, there's nothing to worry about. You might just have a lingering trace of poison in your system, but it's not serious. That's a relief." Mu Jinjin exclaimed, patting her chest to ease her anxiety. Chen Qingfeng turned to tend to other injured individuals, while Mu Jinjin felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Acting this way every day was exhausting. As the secret realm closed, the disciples from various sects began to depart. And the flying vessel of the Chuanzi sect set sail towards its destination. It was early spring, with white clouds drifting leisurely, the spring breeze intoxicating, and the landscape lush and vibrant, occasionally adorned with clusters of peach blossoms and pear blooms. Mu Jinjin sat at the stern of the ship, admiring the scenery, while quietly practicing some simple spells that Chun Baran had taught her, unbothered by anyone. After what felt like a day, they finally arrived at Chuanzi sect. The sect was nestled within the vast expanse of the Chuanzi waters, which featured numerous mountains and islands of various sizes. Chuanzi sect was established upon these islands. Upon arrival, Mu Jinjin sensed an unusual atmosphere. The disciples of the discipline hall were patrolling the sect, and the barrier at the back mountain had been activated. The flying vessel landed in a vast circular plaza, where the ground was pockmarked with craters. Bloodstains scattered about, and the surrounding stone pillars were damaged, some even toppled and shattered. What has happened? Those who had come to greet them approached as soon as the vessel docked. 2 teams of elders brought them ashore and, observing the devastation around them, inquired about the situation. The sect has been invaded by demonic creatures, the newcomers reported. Hearing this, those who had just escaped from the secret realm tensed up. They had barely survived that ordeal. And now they faced a demonic invasion. However, the 2 elders reassured them, do not be alarmed. The demonic creatures have been dealt with. The sect leader is concerned that there may still be remaining threats. So the discipline hall is actively pursuing any hidden creatures. The sect is currently on lockdown. We advise returning disciples to rest in their quarters and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. Understood. The elders instructed the disciples to register the items they had obtained from the secret realm before allowing them to return and rest, assuring them there was nothing further for them to attend to at the moment. Xie Chunshan accompanied the 2 elders to the location of the sect leader, Zhongling Peak. The others also followed their respective peaks to meet the arriving disciples. However, Mu Jinjin was at a loss as to where to go, as she had no knowledge of where the original Mu Jin resided. Once again, she sought Qin Boran's assistance. Do you know where I live? Qin Boran lowered his long lashes and glanced at her. I don't know. What should I do? Mu Jinjin gazed at him earnestly. If he was unaware, she had no idea whom to ask, and if anyone noticed a discrepancy, she would certainly face consequences. Qin Boran found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Just who was in charge here? Observing Mu Jinjin's anxious expression, he suddenly had an idea, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, I have a way to discreetly find your residence. His voice held a hint of mischief, and Mu Jinjin felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her right leg, causing her to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Qin Boran, standing nearby, showed no intention of helping her and exclaimed, Senior Sister Mu. What's wrong? Mu Jinjin spat out blood. How can you even ask? Then, she felt a chill at the back of her neck and instantly lost consciousness. Ningyi and the others, walking ahead, turned at the sound of Qin Boran's voice and saw Mu Jinjin lying on the ground. What happened? Qin Boran, with his long eyelashes lowered, feigned taking her pulse by resting his fingers on her delicate wrist. It's nothing serious, she merely fainted. Does anyone know where Senior Sister Mu resides? We need to take her back. A young girl replied. Senior Sister Mu doesn't stay with us in the disciples' courtyard. She lives with Elder Mu. Qin Boran looked up at the girl, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Could you guide me? I would be grateful if you could help take her back. Qin Boran's striking appearance and charming smile made the girl blush. And she shyly nodded, of course. Chapter 19. The original's father. When Mu Jinjin opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the sight of an elegantly decorated room, and she finally heard the words. You're awake. However, it wasn't Miss, you're awake, but rather, Jinner, you're awake. A young man approached her, dressed in a light purple robe adorned with intricate symbols along the collar and cuffs, an 8-trigram jade pendant at his waist, and his black hair neatly tied up with a white jade crown. His demeanor was kind, and he was tall and strikingly handsome, truly a breath of fresh air. Could this be Mu Jun's father? Mu Huichuan, he seemed remarkably young. Yet, considering that cultivators' age often remained a mystery, it wasn't surprising that Mu Huichuan took a seat on the stool beside her bed, gazing at her with concern. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Mu Jinjin sat up, only feeling a slight pain in her right leg where Qin Boran had struck her. Otherwise, she felt fine. It was clear that Chunbaran had taken the opportunity to retaliate against her. And while his method of having someone carry her back was clever, there was no need to injure her leg. How infuriating. Leaning against the headboard, Mu Jinjin shook her head. I'm fine now. I feel much better. That's good to hear. Mu Huichuan handed her a bowl of medicine placed beside him. Drink this. Although you don't have any major injuries, you have sustained several minor ones and have lost weight over the past few days. Mu Jinjin obediently took the bowl, filled to the brim with dark liquid. She held her breath and drank it all in one go, surprised that it wasn't as bitter as she had anticipated. Noticing her finish, Mu Huichuan smiled gently. I know you're afraid of bitterness, so I added some rock candy. It isn't bitter at all. Mu Huichuan took the empty bowl from her hands and, upon noticing the scars on her skin, felt a surge of compassion and grasped her hand tightly. You must have endured considerable hardship in the secret realm. That I have heard that this particular expedition was exceptionally perilous. Had I known, I would never have permitted you to go. Mu Jinjin's gaze also fell upon that unsightly scar, a remnant left by the sword of Qin Buren. The wound had been deep at the time, but it had nearly healed now, though the scar remained stubbornly etched. Holding her hand was warm, yet Mu Jinjin felt somewhat unaccustomed. She was uncertain how the original owner had interacted with her father, but from her recent exchanges with Mu Huichuan, it appeared their father-daughter bond was quite strong. When Mu Jinjin was 8, her father perished in a car accident, and her mother, unable to bear the sorrow, departed less than a year later. She then lived with her grandmother, who sadly passed away during her high school years. For the subsequent years, she had been alone, having not felt parental affection for a long time. This sudden concern from her father left her feeling somewhat disoriented, and she recognized that this paternal love was not directed towards her. Everything is fine now, so you need not worry, Mu Jinjin said with a smile. Though she was unaware that her eyes had betrayed her, becoming misty with unshed tears, observing the redness in her eyes and sensing something amiss, Mu Huichuan inquired with concern, "What is the matter? Has someone wronged you?" Mu Jinjin, taking the opportunity to rub her eyes, replied half-heartedly, "No one has bullied me. I merely had several near-death experiences in the secret realm and almost lost the chance to see you again." Mu Huichuan immediately felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "It is all my fault. I should not have agreed to let you take such risks." She quickly sought to quell his self-reproach. Gathering her emotions, really, it is nothing to worry about. Surviving great tribulations surely brings forth blessings. My experiences in the secret realm have opened my eyes to many things that I realize now that I am far too weak and must intensify my training. I cannot afford to be so willful any longer. Shifting the conversation, she added, "I am feeling a bit hungry." "Well, if everything is all right, then take your time to rest a little longer. I shall prepare something for you to eat." Mu Huichuan replied. "Thank you, father," she said cheerfully. As she watched Mu Huichuan hastily depart through the window, Mu Jinjin sighed, truly wishing to avoid deceiving such a good father. Afterward, Mu Jinjin rose from the bed and began to survey the room. In front of the bed stood a screen depicting a landscape, and beyond it, the room was arranged in a refreshing and bright manner. The bed curtains and tablecloth were all in shades of orange and yellow, giving the room a warm and inviting atmosphere. The wardrobe was filled predominantly with garments in yellow, orange, and creamy yellow, with a few pieces in shades of teal. It seemed the original owner had a fondness for warm hues, particularly orange, which Mu Jinjin also appreciated for its comforting essence. The original owner had a great love for beauty, as evidenced by a vanity table adorned with numerous cosmetics and jewelry, sitting before the vanity. She looked up at her reflection in the mirror. It was the first time she had truly seen the original owner's face since arriving here. There was a resemblance to her own features, with a heart-shaped face and large, almond-shaped eyes, complemented by gracefully arched willow leaf brows, a delicate and straight nose, and moderately full lips with a small cupid's bow. Her overall appearance was strikingly radiant. However, the slightly plump cheeks dulled that brightness, lending her an air of cuteness. The original owner's skin, however, was remarkably flawless, fair and tender, devoid of any blemishes, unlike her own face, which bore the marks of sleepless nights and dark circles under her eyes. Noticing her singed hair, which had become frizzy from the fire, Mu Jinjin retrieved a pair of scissors to trim it. Before long, Mu Huichuan returned, carrying a platter of food. "Come, it is all your favorite dishes." Mu Jinjin sat down to find a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, too spicy and too mild. The original owner could handle spicy food, which was excellent. This looks wonderful, after days of roughing it. I can finally enjoy a proper meal. Mu Huichuan chuckled. Take your time eating. If it is not enough, I shall prepare more for you. The scales of the fish in Lingbo Lake are particularly succulent at this time of year. After dinner, I will catch a few more to make soup for you tonight. As Mu Jinjin devoured her meal, she suppressed the tightening sensation in her throat. Once they finished dining, Mu Huichuan stepped outside, providing Mu Jinjin with an opportunity to familiarize herself with the courtyard. Though not large, the courtyard exuded elegance. That a peach tree stood in bloom, its blossoms vibrant, while a small pond nearby collected petals, with several koi swimming joyfully within. Aside from the room she occupied, there were 3 additional rooms and a small kitchen. One of these rooms belonged to Mu Huichuan, and through the slightly ajar window, she could glimpse the simple yet tasteful furnishings within. That on a table beside the screen lay some talisman paper, brushes, and cinnabar, some of which were completed and some blank. The gust of wind sent a finished talisman fluttering to the ground. Mu Huichuan was a talisman practitioner, mentioned only briefly in the novel, leaving Mu Jinjin with little knowledge of his character. However, it was clear he cared deeply for his daughter. Mu Jinjin refrained from entering Mu Huichuan's room, opting instead to explore the other 2 rooms, one serving as a guest room and the other housing various odds and ends. After her tour of the courtyard, she circled the surrounding area, gaining a general understanding of her environment before seeking out Chunboran. She needed to quickly acclimate herself to the Chuanzi sect. Chapter 20. Friends? Not far from the courtyard, she encountered a group of disciples clad in their robes. Querying their surroundings, the leader, a tall man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, approached her. Mu Shimi, are you preparing to go out? He spoke with an air of arrogance, crossing his arms. Mu Jinjin was unsure of the relationship between the original owner and this man, uncertain how to address him, so she simply nodded in greeting, though her tone was less than cordial. Senior brother, I am not going out. I am merely taking a stroll nearby. Have you changed your ways after going out? Usually, you call me Gu Xian without formality, he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That I heard this expedition was fraught with danger, with many injured and crippled. That I never expected you to return unscathed. Very well. Gu Xian, Mu Jinjin corrected herself, recognizing him. Gu Xian, the son of Elder Gu Feng, was just another minor character, albeit one who had survived longer than the original owner. This individual was not particularly talented but was competitive, often looking down on ordinary disciples due to his father's status. He bore a particular disdain for the male protagonist, Xie Chunshan, believing him to be ostentatious and seeking to overshadow him, when in truth, Xie had no such intentions, merely a case of envy and jealousy on Gu Xian's part. Gu Xian was also petty and held grudges, but Mu Jinjin had no intention of engaging with him further. She chose to ignore his veiled jabs. To be honest, I nearly did not return. I owe my safe return to the assistance of several fellow disciples. This expedition taught me much about my own shortcomings and made me realize just how foolish my past arrogance was. Although my father is an elder, without true skill, I will inevitably face consequences. Henceforth, I have resolved to turn over a new leaf and dedicate myself to my training. Gu Xian stared at Mu Jinjin, feeling as though she were subtly mocking him, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Moreover, her demeanor was cordial, devoid of her previous haughty attitude. After a brief pause, Gu Xian remarked, you had better be sincere about this transformation. Of course, Mu Jinjin replied with a disarming smile. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, are the senior brothers still investigating the presence of demons? What sort of formidable demons have been reported? Gu Xian retorted. Why do you ask so many questions? Just curious. If there are demons within the sect, knowing more would bring me peace of mind, she explained. Though Gu Xian initially hesitated to divulge information, Mu Jinjin's unexpected civility piqued his interest, leading him to divulge. As of now, it is uncertain whether demons are actually present. The sect leader is merely worried that there might be demons hiding, so we have been instructed to conduct thorough investigations. Though, Mu Jinjin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave. Make haste and do not impede us, Gu Xian urged as she turned back towards her small courtyard. Her curiosity piqued about the sudden demon sightings. Chuanzi sect had been a venerable sect for over a century, with the esteemed sword practitioner Qingheng Xianzuan stationed there. Would demons dare to provoke trouble in such a place? In the novel, the protagonists also encountered demons following their return from the secret realm, and after repelling the invasion, the sect conducted a thorough search, ultimately finding no hidden demons. The matter was left unresolved in the narrative. as the story primarily revolved around the romantic entanglements of the main characters, leaving little room for extraneous details. For a moment, Mu Jinjin's curiosity flared, but she quickly dismissed it. Her immediate priority was to focus on her training. Returning to her room, Mu Jinjin began to practice her spells, losing track of time until evening fell to dinner. Mu Huichuan indeed prepared a delicious fish soup, bursting with flavor. Mu Jinjin savored each bite, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful." Delightful dishes encouraged her to indulge further. Mu Huichuan found joy in her happiness and followed suit, consuming a bit more himself. The next day, after the investigation concluded, it was indeed confirmed that no malevolent beings were found. Mu Jinjin ventured out for a stroll, hoping to locate Chen Burang along the way. As she meandered along the main path of Weilon Peak, she observed the surrounding scenery, which was undeniably picturesque. However, after wandering for most of the day and gaining a general understanding of Weilon Peak, she still could not find Chen Burang, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Ironically, the very person who once sought her demise had now become her sole support in this unfamiliar sect. How far she had fallen. Mu Jinjin thought to herself. While pondering whether to inquire of someone, a clear female voice called out, "Jinjin." Turning, she saw a man and a woman approaching her. The woman, adorned in a flowing white dress, with her raven hair elegantly pinned up by a jade hairpin, exuded an aura of purity and cleanliness. Yet, the allure in her gaze was undeniable, compelling one to look again. The man, clad in earthy yellow satin, with a hefty build and brows that arched with arrogance, radiated an ineffable air of nobility and haughtiness. As they approached, Mu Jinjin contemplated their identities. The one who called her Jinjin must be someone close to her. And based on Chen Burang's descriptions of several individuals who were fond of the original owner, she deduced their identities, which their words later confirmed. "Jinjin, are you all right?" Jiang Ruishua grasped her hand, her expression filled with urgency. "I heard many who went on this expedition have not returned. Li Zhao and Fan Fan are among them. Weren't you all together? Why did only you come back?" Her inquiry came off as an accusation. Mu Jinjin, feeling somewhat speechless, withdrew her hand nonchalantly. "What do you mean by that? You should be celebrating my miraculous return from peril, yet here you are blaming me instead." Jiang Ruishua quickly realized her words had been ill-considered. Clutching her sleeve, she replied, "I did not mean to blame you. I was simply anxious upon hearing about Li Zhao's misfortune. We are good friends, and I am truly saddened by their fate. Your return brings me joy." Seeing Jiang Ruishua's distress, Yuan Yin stepped forward to shield her, speaking harshly. "What do you mean by that, Mu Jinjin? Isn't it natural to inquire about those who went with you when they are missing? They treated you so well, and now you are the only one who returned while they perished. Shouldn't we question you?" Mu Jinjin was at a loss for words. Was this truly how friends of the original owner behaved? Or were they merely putting on an act? Their demeanor suggested either a poor relationship or that the original owner had been foolishly manipulated, believing them to be friends while they plotted against her behind her back. Such individuals were not worth her time, and she retorted, "I fail to see how they were good to me. It was Li Zhao and the others who abandoned me in my hour of need while they fled for their lives. Should I bear responsibility for them? Out of the 80 who embarked on this journey, I am not the sole survivor, yet you choose to confront me. I ask this how friends treat one another?" Jiang Ruishua was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight that could lead an onlooker to believe she was being bullied. However, Mu Jinjin found no trace of sympathy in her gaze, only an intensified allure. Yuan Yin, incensed by Jiang Ruishua's tears, accused Mu Jinjin with indignation. "How can you say such things? Just because your father is an elder does not give you the right to look down on others. I warn you not to overstep." With a dramatic eye roll, Mu Jinjin dismissed him, realizing that reasoning with such individuals was futile. "If our discourse has reached an impasse, let us part ways." Having said this, she turned to leave, uninterested in further conversation. Yuan Yin's protests echoed behind her, but Jiang Ruishua, wiping her tears, attempted to soothe him. "Ian, let it go. Jinjin may have faced difficulties in the secret realm. We should not hold her accountable." Yuan Yin, still fuming, flicked his sleeve angrily, expressing his disdain for Mu Jinjin, particularly since he believed she was unworthy of attention due to her father's status as merely an outer sect elder. A talisman cultivator with little significance, Jiang Ruishua, with a playful tug on his hand and a flirtatious glance, suggested, "There's no helping it. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme if we diligently cultivate our skills. We shall surpass her, and then let us see if she dares to act superior. Having recently shed tears, her eyes glistened, and coupled with her deliberately seductive gaze, she quickly ignited Yu Wenyan's interest. And he grasped her hand tightly as they departed together. After bidding farewell to Jiang Ruixue and Yu Wenyan, Mu Xinjin fortuitously encountered an intersect disciple who greeted her. She seized the opportunity to inquire about Chun Burang's residence. Although the disciple was not well acquainted with her, he readily divulged the information. Despite being a direct disciple, Chun Burang's dwelling was set apart from others, located in a remote small courtyard adjacent to the first courtyard. Likely a result of exclusion due to his status, arriving at the small wooden door, Mu Xinjin knocked several times without receiving a response, so she called out, "Chun Burang, are you there?" Chun Burang, after a moment of silence. Just as she was about to turn away, the door unexpectedly swung open. Peering inside, she found Chun Burang leaning lazily against the door, arms crossed. He wore only a light green inner garment, his long, silky black hair cascading freely, presenting an image of slender grace and ethereal charm. Had one not known of his dark heart, they might easily mistake him for a refined gentleman. "Have you finished your staring?" Chun Burang's clear voice broke her reverie. Realizing she had been gazing for too long, Mu Xinjin smiled sheepishly. "Were you sleeping? I called out to you several times with no reply." Chun Burang turned and retreated into the room, his waist-length hair swaying gracefully, then casually remarked, "No, I merely didn't wish to open the door for you." Mu Xinjin retorted, "Your honesty is commendable, yet unnecessary." She boldly stepped into the courtyard and approached the door. Inside, Chun Burang's room was immaculate, to the point of being sparse. Just a bed, a table, a chair, and a small wardrobe. The dimness of the room was accentuated by the lack of brightness, with everything either black or gray. And the absence of sunlight rendered it even darker. The only vibrant color came from Chun Burang, clad in green, like a fresh sprout emerging from the cracks of a gloomy stone. As Mu Xinjin entered, her presence added a touch of brightness, her attire in soft yellow reminiscent of spring blossoms. Chun Burang glanced at her as she entered, then seated himself on the sole chair, pouring a glass of water and taking a sip before inquiring, "What brings you here?" With no chair to sit upon, Mu Xinjin stood beside him like a student awaiting questioning. "Senior, since I have returned to the sect and am unfamiliar with everyone and the surroundings, could you kindly show me around? Also, regarding the spells you taught me, I have mastered the few minor ones, but could you teach me more? With so many people around, I fear I might inadvertently reveal myself." She blinked expectantly at Chun Burang. "How can you be so bothersome?" Chun Burang grumbled, yet he stood up, donned his outer robe, secured silver wrist guards, and tied his hair back with a silver hairband, his black locks cascading smoothly down his back. Having envisioned Chun Burang countless times while reading novels, Mu Xinjin now realized how pale her previous imaginings had been compared to the reality of his appearance. His attire, though simple, was devoid of any embellishment save for the silver wrist guards and hairband. Yet his beauty was undeniably striking. As he finished preparing, Mu Xinjin followed eagerly, showering him with compliments. "I knew you were a person of your word. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is too." Humph. Chun Burang had grown accustomed to her sporadic flattery. In the days that followed, Mu Xinjin persistently accompanied Chun Burang as he familiarized her with Chuan's sect and instructed her in spells. Although this body retained the muscle memory of the original owner, certain aspects were unfamiliar, making comprehension quite challenging. One day, after demonstrating a sword technique for the 6th time, Chun Burang asked, "Have you grasped it?" Mu Xinjin, Chun Burang, if you had any conscience at all, you would at least say you have at last. Chun Burang tossed her a few books, stating that he had imparted all that was necessary, and that she should ponder over them at her own pace. Should she find anything incomprehensible, she could always refer back to the texts for self-study. Fortunately, although the characters were in classical Chinese, she was still able to decipher them with a mix of intuition and deduction, albeit it would take her some time. Mu Xinjin had also come to realize that the innate spiritual root of the original owner of this body was rather mediocre. Classified as lower middle grade, though she was of a similar age to Chun Burang, her cultivation level was significantly inferior, even if she were to harness all of the original owner's spiritual power. She would not last more than 5 exchanges against Chun Burang, and that was under the condition that he was only exerting 5% of his strength. However, Mu Jinjin did not perceive this as a major issue. If one was lacking in innate ability, they could always make up for it through later efforts. She was particularly intrigued by talismans, having recently seen the impressive array of symbols drawn by Mu Huichuan, ranging from gathering spirit talismans, flying talismans, to offensive and defensive talisman papers. Talismans, she learned, utilize special runes to channel the forces of heaven and earth. If mastered well, they could be extraordinarily powerful. Thus, she resolved to study talismans. Yet, she also understood that the path of talisman crafting was not as simple as it appeared. To harness the forces of the world, one must possess a formidable spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, not only would one fail, but it could also result in self-harm. Nonetheless, spiritual consciousness could be cultivated, and there was no rush. She would take her time to learn. Regarding Mu Jinjin's desire to practice talismans, Mu Huichuan was delighted. He was eager to pass on all his knowledge to his daughter, though the former Mu Jun had shown little interest in talismans. Consequently, Mu Jinjin added a new item to her daily training routine, learning to draw talismans. One day, while she was alone practicing in a secluded bamboo grove on Weilon Peak, she found solace in the tranquility of the place. Before she realized it, the moon had risen high in the sky, and as she made her way back, she enjoyed the sparse starlight. She was in no hurry, slowly savoring the enchanting night. One of the many advantages of this world was its pristine environment. Especially at Chuan's sect, which was rich in spiritual energy and breathtaking scenery. Choosing a less traveled path home, she reveled in the lush flora and the symphony of chirping insects that made for a delightful ambience. Suddenly, a line of poetry came to her mind. Bamboo grows thick where insects sing, a gentle chill not from the wind. She was genuinely pleased with her walk when, out of nowhere, she heard a faint moan. Ah. What to do? She did not wish to understand immediately, but an image of yellow flashed involuntarily in her mind. The sounds of whom? Drifted languidly from nearby, leaving Mu Jinjin frozen in place, unsure of her next move. Should she take a glance, or perhaps just a quick peek? Under the bright moonlight, her cheeks flushed with a mix of conflict and shyness, tinged with a hint of excitement. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who these two audacious individuals were. The sect did not oppose romantic relationships, and mutual feelings could lead to becoming partners, but they strictly forbade promiscuity. Such public escapades were prohibited and could lead to severe punishment if caught. Yet, was it not improper to eavesdrop? What if she was discovered? The thought sent shivers down her spine. While Mu Jinjin was caught in her internal turmoil, she heard a woman's sultry voice express displeasure. Why are you so quick this time? You're becoming increasingly inadequate. Typically, such remarks would provoke a man to rise to the occasion, but this one seemed to respond with a tone of indulgence. Isn't it because you're such a little enchantress? Tempting me night after night? Even I can't withstand it. Mu Jinjin was taken aback. Was this truly happening? However, the man's voice did seem a bit feeble, suggesting he had overindulged. Once I've rested, I shall deal with you. My little enchantress, how bothersome. This voice was excessively sweet, sending goosebumps across Mu Jinjin's skin. Hearing the rustling of clothing, she realized they were about to emerge and quickly sought refuge. Once the pair appeared on the path, she dared to steal a glance. There was a woman in white, languidly draped over a man clad in earthy-toned finery. It was Jiang Ruishua and Yuan Yin. When they turned their faces in her direction, Mu Jinjin recognized them for certain. After their last unpleasant encounter, they had sought her out twice, but she had feigned indifference, leading them to abandon their efforts. She had long sensed an unusual atmosphere between them, but she never expected them to engage in such risky behavior. She was impressed. Once they had walked far enough away, Mu Jinjin emerged from her hiding spot and slowly made her way back. Chapter 22. Mu Jinjin's silent struggles. Mu Jinjin was distressed, yet she chose not to voice her thoughts regarding Jiang Ruishua and Yuan Yin. Days later, during a talisman class, she arrived early at the Jingxua Hall. Indeed, even in the realm of immortality, classes were a necessity. Besides personal cultivation, the sect arranged fixed courses taught by experienced elders or senior disciples. Today was Mu Huichuan's talisman class. The sect did not require every disciple to attain great mastery in talismans, but knowledge of the basic drawing and usage of talismans was essential. Hence, talisman classes were scheduled every 5 days. Mu Jinjin settled into a corner, pulling out several sheets of talisman paper to practice drawing. In front of her, a few individuals were gathered in conversation, their tone suggesting they were discussing something significant. Her curiosity piqued. Mu Jinjin strained to listen in. Another outer sect disciple died last night. Again? Yes, just a few days ago, another one died. Didn't you hear? No, please elaborate. A few days ago, an outer sect disciple went to the back mountain to gather herbs and stumbled upon the corpse of another disciple. And the most alarming part was that their clothing was disheveled. The gossipers emphasized the phrase disheveled clothing, indicating that, regardless of time or place, tales of scandalous behavior always drew the most attention. Has the cause of death been determined? The discipline hall investigated, but they haven't disclosed any information. Oh, you know why. Why? Because that person had been drained of their life force, their yang energy completely consumed. Such a scandalous affair cannot be publicized. Upon hearing the words drained of life force, the listeners exhibited expressions of disdain. And what about the one who died last night? Last night, another was found by the reeds near Clearwater Lake. Also in disarray. It seems they too were drained of their yang energy. A newcomer to the conversation chimed in. I also heard that Senior Sister Ning Yi encountered the assailant last night and even fought back. But unfortunately, they did not capture it, and Senior Sister Ning was injured. Senior Sister Ning was injured. What could possibly be strong enough to injure her? Everyone speculated that it was a fox spirit draining yang energy. Could it be? The sect's defenses are stringent. No spirits should be able to sneak in. Even if they did, I'd be curious to see what a fox spirit looks like. Are you not afraid of being drained of your yang energy? Dying under a peony flower, even in death, one can be a romantic spirit. I'd love to experience what a fox spirit's charms are like. Huh? As the conversation turned lewd, Mu Jinjin lost interest. These past few days, she had been immersed in her cultivation, and this was the first she had heard of such events. Why had there been a sudden spate of deaths? And what of Ningya's injury? Was it serious? She resolved to pay her a visit when the opportunity arose. With the sect under threat from demonic creatures, were these incidents mere coincidence, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? As the gossip reached a crescendo, Mu Huichuan entered the hall, instantly silencing the crowd. Mu Jinjin set aside her concerns and focused on the lesson. Today, Mu Huichuan was teaching about the suppression talisman. His approach was meticulous, beginning with fundamental theories, then demonstrating how to draw the talisman, and finally explaining its usage and how to maximize its power. His demeanor was stern, a stark contrast to the affectionate father she usually knew. The students listened intently. After practicing for some time, Mu Jinjin's talisman drawing technique had become remarkably steady, producing fluid strokes without hesitation. Just as she completed a suppression talisman, Mu Huichuan approached her for feedback. Well done, it's quite good. Though it still lacks maturity and power, more practice is needed. Understood, Elder Mu. He smiled, shaking his head as he moved on to the next student. Excellent, smooth strokes, abundant spiritual energy, and formidable power. Who was this impressive individual? Unable to resist, Mu Jinjin turned to look and was surprised to find it was Chen Burang. When had he taken a seat behind her? Unfazed by the praise, Chen Burang maintained an air of calm. His long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, he raised his hand in acknowledgement with a slight smile, saying, Thank you for the praise, Elder. I shall strive to improve. That he appeared every bit the model disciple. Mu Huichuan continued to assess the others, and when Chen Burang's gaze met Mu Jinjin's clear and innocent eyes, he blinked, a crescent smile forming on his lips. Then she heard herself softly say, Chen Shidi, you are truly remarkable. Chen Burang's brow arched slightly, a glimmer of playfulness dancing in his dark eyes, stripping away any semblance of the gentle demeanor he had just displayed. You are not too shabby yourself. Mu Shijid out of course, Mu Jinjin replied, her spirits soaring. I have discovered I possess quite the talent for talisman crafting. In less than 7 days from my introduction to fluidly drawing talismans. How impressive is that? Mu Jinjin deliberately lowered her voice, wishing to convey her joy to Chen Burang. Her rich emotions vividly reflected on her face, particularly in her sparkling eyes. Chen Burang chuckled softly, secretly amused by her unabashedness. He initially intended to remark that he had progressed from novice to proficiency in less than 3 days, but upon meeting her bright gaze, he hesitated. With a smirk, he said, You're impressive. Now turn around quickly. Did she think that lowering her voice would make her inaudible? They were all cultivators, sharp of hearing and sight. Elder Mu likely heard everything clearly, aware that it was class time, and that even though her father was the teacher, she should not be reckless. Mu Jinjin promptly turned away. Afterward, she immersed herself in the art of talisman crafting, sitting upright with her head bowed, her body motionless except for her writing hand. Chen Burang, feeling a moment of boredom, playfully glided a cinnabar brush up and down her back. Soon, a talisman was completed, the vivid red cinnabar falling onto her flowing black hair. Mu Jinjin remained oblivious. Chen Burang, like a mischievous boy reveling in his prank, admired his handiwork. Once he had his fill of amusement, he unleashed a flicker of spiritual energy, causing the talisman on her back to vanish. After the talisman class, Mu Jinjin rubbed her aching temples. She could manage to draw at most 5 talismans at a time before succumbing to headaches and nosebleeds. Rising to stretch her limbs, she turned to call out to Chen Burang to leave together. But his seat was empty. Looking up, she saw that he had already descended the steps outside the classroom. "Father, I'm heading to the dining hall for lunch. No need to prepare a meal for me," she called out, quickly packing her things and bidding farewell to Mu Huichuan before chasing after him. By the time she caught up, Chen Burang had already reached a secluded corner, where he stood conversing with Jiang Ruixue. Mu Jinjin hesitated to approach, taking a step aside to hide behind a lush plant. Then she heard Jiang Ruixue's gentle voice. "Senior Chun, I still have some uncertainties regarding the talismans. Your drawings are so remarkable. Would you have time to explain them to me?" Jiang Ruixue spoke with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, gazing intently at Chen Burang. Several male disciples passing by stole glances at Jiang Ruixue. Suddenly, Mu Jinjin noticed that Jiang Ruixue's allure seemed even more pronounced than before, more captivating than a few days prior. Mu Jinjin expected Chen Burang to decline, so she waited for their conversation to conclude. To her surprise, after a few glances at Jiang Ruixue, he agreed. "Sure, I'm available anytime. When would you like to learn, junior sister?" he replied with a bright smile. His eyes crinkled at the corners, resembling the beauty of spring snow melting. And it made the girl blush. Jiang Ruixue beamed. "Really? Then this evening, I'll wait for you in the Mo bamboo grove." Chen Burang actually consented. Was he truly that eager to help? He smiled so joyfully. In all the time she had known him, Mu Jinjin had never seen him smile like that at her. When she had begged him to teach her spells, it had taken tears before he relented. Why was he so readily agreeable now? Mu Jinjin couldn't help but feel a twinge of displeasure. Humph, whatever, this double standard of his was nothing new. After Jiang Ruixue left, Chen Burang turned to the spot where Mu Jinjin was hiding and asked, "Aren't you coming out?" Mu Jinjin emerged, grinning. "Boss, what is up? I heard that Senior Ning was injured. Let us go check on her together." Chen Burang frowned. "Senior Ning is fine. She just needs rest. Don't disturb her." "Oh, then let us go have lunch together. It might help to strengthen our bond. And perhaps if you're in a good mood, you can help me resolve my poison." The last remark was merely a thought in Mu Jinjin's mind. Chen Burang decisively refused. "Not going." "All right." The stark contrast in his demeanor was too obvious. Chen Burang showed no willingness to mask his feelings in her presence. They had faced life and death together. Did he really have to be so cold-hearted? Mu Jinjin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet she remained silent. Chapter 23. The true culprit behind the scenes, as the bamboo shadows danced in the golden rays of the setting sun. Mu Jinjin was diligently cultivating in the secluded bamboo grove on Weilon Peak, as was her custom. She had nearly reclaimed the original owner-esque cultivation level. Though still lacking, she was no longer fearful of revealing herself. The sky had completely darkened, and bright, twinkling stars adorned the deep blue expanse. Just as Mu Jinjin prepared to return, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Xian accompanied by 4 disciples from the disciplinary hall. The group, clad in the sect's blue and white robes, startled her as they emerged from the bamboo grove in silence. Gu Xian was the first to speak, questioning her presence. "What are you doing here?" Mu Jinjin, taken aback, replied, "Why can't I be here? Is it wrong for me to cultivate here?" "You're cultivating here?" Gu Xian asked, skepticism lacing his voice. The location was remote, with sparse spiritual energy. Who would choose to cultivate here? However, Mu Jinjin favored the solitude it offered, allowing her to practice without interruption. "That I've been here for the past few days. It's peaceful, and the scenery is quite lovely." "You've been here for days?" Gu Xian's expression grew more peculiar as he scrutinized her. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Uncomfortable under his gaze, Mu Jinjin frowned. "What is the unusual matter? If you have something to say, just say it." Suddenly recalling the events from the talisman class earlier that day, she pondered that the sect had experienced deaths recently, and the disciplinary hall was investigating. Could Gu Xian be here for that reason? She inquired, Are you here regarding the recent deaths of disciples? You know? Gu Xian replied, his tone incredulous. I just found out this morning. Many people are aware. Are you here for that reason? Is this the crime scene? Mu Jinjin glanced around, feeling a chill creep down her spine. Ji Yuxian wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, today, while gathering herbs in the grass behind the bamboo grove, a corpse was discovered. We are heading there to investigate. Did you notice anything unusual while you were here? Absolutely not. I usually only stay in this area and have never ventured beyond the bamboo grove. Ji Yuxian didn't press further, leading the group toward the grove's rear. Mu Jinjin contemplated following them as well. Upon arrival at the scene, they found a corpse lying in the grass. From a distance, Mu Jinjin noticed the lifeless figure's bare back, seemingly unclothed, and chose not to approach. Gu Xian and two disciples moved closer to examine the body, while the remaining two surveyed the surroundings. The cause of death was evident. The victim had perished from depleted vital energy. The deceased was an inner disciple from Weilon Peak, and aside from his clothing, there were no other clues in the vicinity. One disciple produced a compass to detect demonic and beastly energy. But as before, there was none to be found. Ji Yuxian rose, stating, cover him with clothing and carry him back for further examination. As the two lifted the body, Mu Jinjin recognized the clothing and approached to reveal the corpse's head. Upon seeing the deceased's face, she was taken aback. How could it be him? You know him? Gu Xian inquired, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized the deceased. The face, drained of vitality, appeared withered and pale, yet was still recognizable. Realization struck Gu Xian, and with a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, Isn't this your attendant? I've seen him behind you a few times. What was his name? Yuan Yin, right? Indeed, it was Yuan Yan. Mu Jinjin was shocked that it was him. She suddenly recalled encountering him that night with Jiang Ruixue, engaged in a lewd act. Could this incident be connected to Jiang Ruixue? She thought of the sudden allure in Jiang Ruixue's demeanor and her invitation to Chun Burang for talisman instruction in the Missouri bamboo grove. Why choose that secluded place instead of somewhere more convenient, like a room with a table and chairs, especially in the evening? The more she pondered, the more plausible the connection seemed, and her expression grew grave. Noticing her change in demeanor, Gu Xian asked, What's wrong? Are you upset? Mu Jinjin shook her head, considering her words carefully. That a few days ago, I accidentally witnessed something that I'm not sure if it relates to Yuan Yan's death. Gu Xian immediately adopted a serious tone. What did you see? Mu Jinjin replied, About 5 nights ago, after finishing my cultivation here, I was on my way home when I accidentally saw Yuan Yan and Jiang Ruixue engaged in that kind of dual cultivation. Ji Yuxian was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, What? I can't be certain that this incident relates to Jiang Ruixue, but she invited Chun Burang to meet her in the Missouri bamboo grove this evening. If there is indeed a connection, Chun Burang may be in danger. Ji Yuxian considered her words carefully. From what you've said, Jiang Ruixue does seem quite suspicious. After these days of investigation, there has been no trace of demonic or beastly energy on the deceased, indicating it likely isn't the work of beasts or demons. It may very well be the result of someone practicing a forbidden dual cultivation technique within the sect. Regardless, we should detain her for questioning. You two take the body back to the disciplinary hall, while you and I will search for Jiang Ruixue at her residence. The others will accompany me to the Missouri bamboo grove. I'll go with you. Mu Jinjin, feeling uneasy, accompanied Gu Xian to the inked bamboo forest. Contrary to her belief, the inked bamboo forest was not located on Weilon Peak, but rather at the junction of the back and front mountains. The back mountain was a forbidden area of the sect, which disciples were not permitted to trespass. The bamboos in the inked bamboo forest were a deep, dark green, with age only deepening their hue, thus earning the name inked bamboo. The bamboos here were tall and robust, creating a formidable expanse of darkness during the night. That a thick carpet of fallen leaves covered the ground, yielding softly beneath their feet. Mu Jinjin and the two disciples lit fire talismans as they searched for anyone among the dense bamboo. They ventured deep into the forest, yet encountered no one. The further they pressed on, the thicker the bamboo grew, and a layer of mist enveloped the surroundings. We cannot proceed any further. Beyond this point lies the forbidden area of the back mountain. This mist is a maze obscuring the way into the back mountain, and one can easily lose their sense of direction. After searching for so long without success, it's possible the two have already left, remarked a disciple surnamed Wu. Another disciple added, Perhaps they have returned. Let us check their residence. Just then, Gu Xian's communication talisman illuminated a message from the two disciples who had gone to Jiang Ruishue's quarters. Brother Gu, Jiang Ruishue is not at her residence, and we have searched the vicinity of the female disciples' quarters without finding her. Others say she left in the afternoon and has yet to return. Ji Yuxian replied, please go to Chun Buren's residence to see if he has returned, and gather more personnel to guard the mountain gate. Ensuring no suspicious individuals leave the sect. Ji Yuxian increasingly suspected Jiang Ruishue's involvement and felt it imperative to apprehend her swiftly, with several deaths occurring and the discipline hall unable to uncover any clues after days of investigation. He feared that others would label him as inept. After sending his reply, Gu Xian intended to delve deeper into the bamboo forest, but the disciple surnamed Wu interjected, brother, proceeding further leads us into the back mountain. The sect forbids anyone from entering the back mountain for any reason, and this matter is of great seriousness. Should we not return and report to Brother Xie? A few days ago, the sect leader appointed him as acting leader during his seclusion. What is there to fear? We are not entering the forbidden area. We are merely searching deeper. Besides, there is a barrier around the forbidden area. Do you think anyone can just waltz in? Gu Xian's temper flared at the mention of Xie Chunshan. Did he really need Xie Chunshan to accomplish anything? He retorted with a scowl, this is a matter for the discipline hall. Why must we always rely on Xie Chunshan when difficulties arise? What difference does it make to inform him? Can he grant us access to the back mountain or directly capture the culprit? The disciple surnamed Wu fell silent. Deterred by his outburst, Mu Jinjin cast a glance at Gu Xian. The flickering light from the fire talisman illuminated his striking features, casting deep shadows across his nose and lashes, rendering his furious demeanor quite formidable. She understood his disdain for Xie Chunshan, yet she hadn't anticipated it to be so intense. Still, she urged, Gu Xian, what are you so angry about? I believe Wu's suggestion holds merit. The mists ahead are dense, and recklessly proceeding could lead to unforeseen dangers for ourselves, even if you are reluctant to inform Brother Xie. At the very least, we should summon more people to search together. That way, if something goes awry, we will have support at that moment. Gu Xian was not receptive. His sole focus was to find Jiang Ruishue as quickly as possible. It's just an inner-sect female disciple. Is it necessary to rally a group to search for her? If you are afraid, you may return. This is not your concern. With that, Gu Xian led the two disciples deeper into the bamboo forest. Quickly engulfed by the mist, leaving no trace of light behind, as the fire talisman in her hand burned out, Mu Jinjin reignited another, its warm glow illuminating the area. Yet the depths of the bamboo forest beyond the light remained shrouded in shadows. The mist, thick as ink, that a sense of foreboding lingered, as if something terrifying could leap forth from that dense fog at any moment. Turning to leave, Mu Jinjin had always possessed a keen self-awareness. She understood her limitations and recognized that plunging into the unknown could spell danger for her. If Chun Buren were truly ensnared within the depths of the mist, he should be safe for the time being. As he was the male lead of the novel, possessing formidable strength and unlikely to encounter life-threatening peril, should he indeed find himself in danger, it would imply that he faced an ordeal beyond his capabilities. Rendering her presence futile, the most prudent course of action was to seek assistance to locate Chun Buren swiftly. Chapter 24. Chun Buren is missing. Let us search for him upon exiting the inked bamboo forest. Mu Jinjin hurried toward Zhongling Peak. Though her rational mind acknowledged that it was wise not to rashly enter the mist in search of Chun Buren, her emotions were tumultuous with worry, for both Chun Buren's safety and her own. For their fates were now intertwined. Sprinting to Xie Chunshan's residence on Zhongling Peak, she recalled her visit a few days prior and was well aware of his location. She had thoroughly familiarized herself with the inner workings of Chuan's sect. As Mu Jinjin approached, she noticed the gate of Xie Chunshan's courtyard ajar and rushed inside. Colliding with the three individuals within, Xie Chunshan, glancing at the frantic Mu Jinjin, spoke first, Junior Sister Mu, what brings you here in such a state of alarm? Taking a moment to compose herself, Mu Jinjin greeted the three by the stone table, acknowledging Xie, Ning, and Chun. Without waiting for them to respond, she quickly recounted the urgent situation, taking a deep breath before imploring. Thus, brother, please gather some capable individuals to help rescue junior brother Chun. Gu Xian has already ventured into the mist of the back mountain with two others. If we delay further, both junior brother Chun and they may be in peril. The three exchanged concerned glances, Ning Yi rising anxiously to inquire. Are you saying that Iran has gone missing? Yes, we cannot find him at all. Therefore, I implore you to take several skilled individuals with me to search the ink bamboo forest. However, Ning Yi hesitated. Though Brother Xie is acting sect leader, we must seek permission from the elders to enter the forbidden area of the back mountain. Otherwise, what will happen if they hold Brother Xie accountable afterwards? With lives at stake, must we still adhere to protocol and seek approval? What if they refuse? As Mu Jinjin began to emphasize the urgency of the situation, Xie Chunshan interjected. His voice was deep and clear, exuding a calmness that instilled reassurance. Junior Brother Qingfeng, please locate Junior Brother Lin Jiang and have him lead a few individuals to search thoroughly around the sect, centered on the mist barrier. For Junior Brother Chun and Junior Sister Jiang, that if there are any developments, relay them to me immediately, and I will enter the mist to search. Understood, Qin Qingfeng replied, and Mu Jinjin gasped. Brother Xie, you intend to enter the mist alone? Yes, fewer individuals mean less risk. I can manage alone, and should the elders place blame, it will be on one less person that I will accompany you. Ning Yi insisted. Xie Chunshan frowned in refusal. You have just sustained injuries. You cannot go. Ning Yi shifted her shoulder. It's merely a minor abrasion. I'm quite fine now, as Brother Qin has confirmed. Isn't that right, Brother Qin? She turned to Qin Qingfeng for affirmation. Qin Qingfeng replied honestly, it truly is not serious. Xie Chunshan furrowed his brow, still wishing to protest. Ning Yi immediately grasped his sleeve, pleading, Iran is my junior brother from Weilon Peak. I am very worried for him. Please let me go. Besides, you know my abilities. Few can match me, and I will not encounter danger. Xie Chunshan appeared at a loss on how to refuse such a heartfelt plea, finally conceding, very well, and Mu Jinjin chimed in. Then I shall accompany you as well. I can guide you, and having an extra person will expedite our search. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I will shoulder my share of any trouble. Not allowing Xie Chunshan a moment to decline, she added, if you do not permit me, I will follow regardless. Fine. Xie Chunshan could only reluctantly agree. Once more, Mu Jinjin stood before the mist, which loomed dark and oppressive. Aside from the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind, silence enveloped the surroundings. Xie Chunshan produced a pure black compass, calibrating its direction before placing a slender red vine upon it, followed by a pair of red leaves. One for Mu Jinjin and one for Ning Yi. The bloodline vine thrived on human blood, particularly favoring the blood of cultivators, capable of detecting human blood within a 100-mile radius, making it ideal for their search. Wearing its leaves would mask their own blood scent, preventing interference with their search. All preparations were complete as the three individuals brandished their fire talismans and ventured into the mist upon entering. Visibility plummeted sharply, with the fire talismans illuminating only a small area directly in front of them. Mu Jinjin and Ning Yi were merely 3 steps apart, able to discern only the vague silhouettes of each other. Illuminated by the flickering flames, sounds were also swallowed by the thick fog. The crunch of footsteps and the rustling of bamboo leaves were rendered inaudible. Mu Jinjin attempted to call out, Chun Burang. Chun Burang, Gu Xian, she shouted with great effort. Yet her voice barely carried 10 meters, as if it were being gradually engulfed by water. This mist is peculiar. Stay close, Xie Chunshan cautioned from ahead, his voice fading to a mere echo in Mu Jinjin's ears. Taking a few steps forward, she closely followed Xie Chunshan, as the trio pressed on deeper into the mist, guided by the bloodline vine. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing, the bloodline vine suddenly hissed forward like a snake flicking its tongue. This indicated the presence of someone ahead, prompting the three to advance cautiously, the hissing growing louder with each step. After covering roughly 5 meters, they collided abruptly with a figure. Instantly, the three assumed defensive stances. With Xie Chunshan channeling more spiritual energy into his fire talisman, expanding the illuminated area, the figure appeared to be one of Wang Shidi, who had entered alongside Gu Shixiang. As Mu Jinjin inched closer, her certainty grew. It was indeed Wang Shidi. What happened to him? The young man stood before them, his gaze vacant and devoid of light. Seemingly oblivious to their presence, he shuffled in place, bumping into obstacles as if he were an NPC in a game. Endlessly walking in circles, Xie Chunshan gently tapped Wang Shidi on the shoulder, calling Shidi, Shidi. Yet, Wang Shidi remained unresponsive. Ning Yi remarked, he seems to have lost his wits. Xie Chunshan discerned the issue at hand. He brought his index and middle fingers together, channeling spiritual energy into Wang Shidi's forehead. Moments later, Wang Shidi blinked, his focus sharpening as he suddenly began to scream. Ah! Help! Help! He flailed his arms, attempting to push away Xie Chunshan's hand that was channeling energy into him. His voice trembling with terror. Ah! Help! Ning Yi urged. Shidi, calm down. We are here to rescue you. But in his panic, Wang Shidi was beyond reason. About to flee, quick-witted, Mu Jinjin seized his collar, delivering 2 sharp slaps that momentarily stunned him. Seizing the opportunity, she produced a calming talisman and pressed it to his forehead. Wang Shidi, do you remember me? I am Mu Zhan, the one who brought you here. Wang Shidi's eyes widened as he stared at her, the calming talisman fully awakening his senses. Yes, yes, senior brothers and sisters, have you come to rescue me? Seeing him regain composure, Mu Jinjin released his collar. Yes, what happened to you? Where are Gu Xian and Wu Shidi? Wang Shidi, still shaken, replied, I don't know. Shortly after we entered the mist, I got separated from them. That I wanted to leave, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't find my way out. Then I felt shadows and heard voices surrounding me, but I couldn't see or find anyone. After that, I became disoriented until I spotted you. He clutched Xie Chunshan's arm like a lifeline, lamenting, Senior brother, please take me out of here. It's too eerie. Don't worry. We will get you out. First, we need to find the others, Xie Chunshan reassured him, gently disengaging his sleeve from Wang Shidi's grasp. Then I will stick with you, Wang Shidi declared. All right, Xie Chunshan remarked, according to what Wang Shidi just said. This mist can lead to confusion and even hallucinations. Sister, do you have any more calming talismans? Yes. Mu Jinjin quickly produced several and distributed them among the group. She possessed an abundance of talismans of various kinds, all prepared by Mu Huichuan for her to replicate and study, as well as for emergencies. Equip yourselves with the calming talismans, focus your minds, and let us find them swiftly, Xie Chunshan instructed. Understood, senior brother. They replied in unison. Chapter 25. Chun Burang is lost, and still unfound with Wang Wenji added to their ranks. The quartet pressed onward. Through Wang Wenji's self-introduction, Mu Jinjin learned that he had been a disciple of the inner sect of Qianji Peak for 4 years. Wang Wenji remained highly tense throughout the journey, constantly peering around with suspicion, which in turn made Mu Jinjin jumpy and anxious. The group spoke little, the surrounding silence was unnerving, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere. Wang Wenji began to stutter as he spoke to Mu Jinjin. When we first entered, we stepped on many bones. That I heard that some disciples had sneaked into the back mountain and got lost in the mist. Never to return. I asked, that so? Who told you that? Mu Jinjin inquired, keeping her eyes fixed on Xie Chunshan's figure ahead, worried about losing sight of him. It was something the senior brothers and sisters mentioned when I first joined the sect, warning us not to come here, and I was skeptical at first, but now I truly believe it. What could possibly be in the back mountain? How could a sacred place like this harbor such ominous locales? Mu Jinjin shared his curiosity regarding the mysteries of the back mountain. Ning Yi, having overheard their conversation, chimed in. When I was young, I asked my father about it, and he said it was where some great demons and evil spirits were suppressed. What kind of great demons and spirits? I don't know. Ning Yi shook her head. My father said he didn't know either and advised me not to pry. Senior brother, do you know? I don't, came Xie Chunshan's cold response. Aren't you curious? Not at all. The Forbidden Grounds have their own reasons for being restricted, Xie Chunshan replied. Focus your minds. Losing concentration can easily lead to the mist influencing one's sanity. We must quietly search for others. Oh, the three fell silent. They followed the bloodline vine for what felt like an eternity. It began to hiss once more, prompting the four to concentrate their gazes ahead and proceed cautiously. Mu Jinjin noticed that Xie Chunshan's figure appeared clearer than before, and she glanced around, realizing the surrounding bamboo was also more distinct, with the area illuminated by firelight expanding. Oh, you all feel the mist seems to be thinning? Ning Yi nodded. Yes, it is thinning, and the further we go, the more it dissipates. Wang Wenji exclaimed with delight. Does this mean we are about to exit? Perhaps not. Xie Chunshan halted, causing the others to stop as well. We have likely arrived at the depths of the bamboo forest forbidden area. As they ventured forward, they found that the mist had vanished, replaced by an expanse of continuous mountainside. Xie Chunshan approached and probed with his spiritual energy, declaring, "This is a barrier." Ning Yi gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the forbidden area barrier? She glanced at the still hissing bloodline vine and questioned, but the bloodline vine is still reacting. Are Iran and the others inside the barrier? How did they get in? Though the bloodline vine continued to hiss, it was not indicating the direction of the barrier. Xie Chunshan rotated his compass to adjust its direction. This way, the group advanced in the direction indicated by the bloodline vine, which led them to circle the mountainside. After another 10 minutes or so, they stumbled upon a pool of blood, and the bloodline vine began to screech excitedly on the compass. Mu Jinjin couldn't help but cast a glance at it. Astonished by its prowess, akin to a GPS, Xie Chunshan knelt to examine the bloodstain, which was still fresh. Mu Jinjin scanned the surroundings and noticed that the grass at the base of a mountain wall was being blown over by the wind, oddly leaning towards the opposite side of the mountain wall. This suggested that the wind was emanating from within the mountain. She reached out to feel it. Indeed, wind was blowing out from this location. She also checked the area nearby, finding no wind there. What is happening? Is there a breach in the barrier? Senior brother, senior sister, come here. There's wind blowing from the mountain wall. Xie Chunshan and Ningyi approached, extending their hands to feel the wind as well, confirming its presence. Ningyi questioned uncertainly, is there a gap in the barrier here? Yes. Xie Chunshan sent forth a surge of spiritual energy towards the barrier, causing a visible barrier shield to manifest on the mountainside, revealing a distinct crack. The bloodline vine on the compass shrieked towards the direction of the crack. Mu Jinjin marveled once more at the bloodline vine's capabilities. It could perceive the interior through such a small opening. For some reason, Mu Jinjin felt certain that Chun Burang must be inside, likely accompanied by Gu Xian. They must have entered through this crack. Let us hurry and find them. Wang Wenji hesitated. Are we really going in? This is a forbidden area. If the sect leader finds out, we could be stripped of our cultivation and expelled from the sect. If you are afraid, you can wait here. There is no mist or danger here, Mu Jinjin offered. Then I will stick with you. Wang Wenji resolved. Mu Jinjin turned to Xie Chunshan. Senior brother, we must act quickly. It has been quite some time since Chen Shidi went missing. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. Ningyi gazed at Xie Chunshan in silence. She yearned to rescue Iran, yet was apprehensive about the penalties of entering the forbidden zone, not to mention the fear of her senior brother facing punishment. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that Xie Shixiang would venture in regardless, and she could not allow him to embark on such a perilous journey alone. Thus, if he was going, so would she. Xie Chunshan, undeterred, had always regarded the salvation of the masses as his sacred duty. He would never stand idly by if he had the means to save someone, especially when that someone was his fellow disciple in danger. Let us proceed and rescue them, he declared. The fissure was too narrow for them to simply wriggle through. Therefore, Xie Chunshan and Ningyi employed their magical powers to widen the gap. Hurry and enter, Ningyi urged, and Mu Jinjin immediately darted into the fissure, but before she could fully enter, she was unexpectedly sucked in, her body weightless before crashing heavily to the ground, resulting in an intimate encounter with the surface below. Mu Jinjin rolled in pain before sitting up and igniting a fire talisman. Shortly thereafter, the other three fell in as well, albeit landing smoothly. Chapter 26. Finding Chen Buran, the group had seemingly plummeted into an artificially constructed corridor, one end marked by the stone wall they had fallen from, while the other extended into an inky darkness that obscured all sight. The corridor's floor was comprised of dark green stone slabs, marred by the ravages of time, with natural stone walls flanking either side, their surfaces marked by even chiseled patterns. Mu Jinjin's thoughts drifted to tombs. This place resembled a sepulchral passageway. As they ventured deeper, the four discovered long, deep claw marks etched into the stone walls, accompanied by evident signs of destruction upon the ground. It was clearly the work of some massive beast. Xie Chunshan examined the marks and remarked, these traces seem relatively fresh. Everyone, exercise caution. The corridor twisted and turned, and after navigating 2 bends, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. It was an exit. The four hastened towards it, only to find themselves at the edge of a precipice upon emerging from the passage. Mu Jinjin nearly stumbled over the edge, saved only by Wang Wen's quick grasp. Why is the exit a cliff? Mu Jinjin exclaimed, peering down to discover that the cliff face was adorned with flowers emitting a violet glow. The light they had seen moments ago originated from these blossoms. The chasm was profound, obscuring any view of what lay below, save for the ethereal purple luminescence, accompanied by the sounds of wind and flowing water. Opposite them stood a towering cliff, similarly cloaked in the radiant flowers. This appears to be a mountain gorge, Ningyi observed, captivated by the luminescent flora. What kind of flowers are these? They are exquisite. Uncertain, both Mu Jinjin and Wang Wen replied, shaking their heads in unison. Oh, you know, Shi Xiang? Ningyi inquired of Xie Chunshan. Not at all, he replied, shaking his head. Finding our companions is our priority, that moment. The bloodline on the compass in his hand hissed and pointed to the right, where there was no path but downward into the abyss. Wang Wen then noticed two chains affixed to the cliff face, seemingly leading downwards. The four of them gripped the chains and descended to the bottom of the chasm. As they fell, the vibrant flowers rushed past them in a dazzling spectacle. Mu Jinjin finally discerned the nature of the flowers. Each possessed 5 petals. Their edges interconnected, resembling morning glories. Moreover, the veins of the leaves and stems shimmered with a radiant glow. The group soon reached the base of the cliff. Ningyi, entranced by the flowers at her feet, could not resist plucking one, raising it to her nose. Wow, this flower is incredibly fragrant, a uniquely ethereal scent. Indeed, the air was thick with a rich aroma, causing Mu Jinjin to involuntarily sneeze. Xie Chunshan, observing the flowers surrounding them, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Be cautious that we cannot ascertain whether these flowers are poisonous. It's best to avoid contact." Ningyi pouted, "Shi Xiang, you are being overly cautious. What harm could a mere flower possibly pose?" Xie Chunshan shook his head in resignation. "Let us proceed." The group followed the river at the base of the cliff, and Mu Jinjin couldn't shake the impression that the flowers were all leaning toward them. Xie Chunshan also sensed something amiss. He halted and raised a hand to signal the others. "Wait, there is something off about these flowers. What is it?" Ningyi queried, only to realize that the blossoms around them were indeed oriented toward them, their glowing petals eerily fixated upon the group. "How can this be? They weren't like this before," she exclaimed. Xie Chunshan urged, "Exercise caution. Do not touch these flowers. We must move quickly." Understood. The four navigated carefully through the flowers, hastening their pace. "Watch out." As Xie Chunshan shouted a warning, countless glowing needles shot toward them. The four swiftly activated their protective barriers and wielded their swords to deflect the onslaught. After fending off one wave, another would follow from the flowers. They could only retreat while defending themselves. Ultimately, Xie Chunshan realized that this continuous defense was futile. He unleashed a spell, and the brilliance of his sword radiated fiercely. With a single stroke, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, freezing everything in an instant. "Quick, let us go." With that, Xie Chunshan did not linger for further confrontation and made his escape, the others quickly following suit. Their primary mission was to rescue others. They would avoid unnecessary entanglements. Soon, they emerged from the gorge. Upon stepping out, a vast expanse unfolded before them, a mountain basin. Here, the sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, and beneath the celestial canopy lay an array of jagged stones, with a distant structure resembling a tower. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed from near the tower. The four immediately hurried toward the commotion. Chun Burin kicked aside an approaching skeleton, sweeping his sword to sever the midsections of several more that advanced. The shattered bones scattered across the ground, only to reassemble moments later into humanoid forms, proving impossible to eradicate. Beside him, Gu Xian, witnessing the futility of blades against the skeletons, unleashed a fire talisman. Upon contact, the talisman ignited, yet the skeletons continued their relentless assault, now ablaze. "What in the world are these creatures? They want to die," Gu Xian exclaimed in frustration. Realizing the situation was untenable, Chen Burin's patience began to wear thin. He concentrated his spirit energy, unleashing a powerful spiritual pressure that obliterated the advancing skeletons, rendering them incapable of rising again. In a corner, Jiang Ruishua fought off the skeletons while seeking an opportunity to escape. This path had been deliberately chosen to lead Chen Burin into a trap. Believing she had concealed her intentions well over the past few days, she was taken aback when Chen Burin saw through her ruse. Initially, she approached him with a sense of trial, as a direct disciple of Ning Fengzhu. He possessed high cultivation and pure spirit energy. If she could absorb his essence for her own practice, her own powers would surely flourish, though the risks of targeting a direct disciple were considerable. One must seize opportunities for wealth and glory. After all, she never anticipated that Chen Burin would accept her invitation. She had thought it would be a simple endeavor, akin to the previous inner disciple she had bested. One evening in the Mo bamboo forest, The sun was setting just right. The youth with flowing ink-black hair exuding an aura of jade-like warmth, delicately holding talisman paper between his long fingers. Smiling as he offered to teach her the art of talisman drawing. Who could resist the allure of such an exquisite figure? She thought that indulging in a moment of intimacy with him before absorbing his essence would be quite the gain. Jiang Ruishua held on to her expectations, casting flirtatious glances as she tentatively reached for Chun Buren's fair, slender fingers. Just as she was about to make contact, Chun Buren's expression darkened, his brows furrowing, the warmth of his visage shattering like fragile glass. He forcefully thrust the talisman into her body, his once inviting demeanor replaced by a grip on her neck that was as frigid as iron. His gaze was deep and inscrutable, his voice a low growl. You wished to learn about talismans, did you? You came here eager to get started. Were you not a tad too impatient? It was you who harmed my senior sister last night, wasn't it? With each word, he tightened his grip, vowing not to let go of anyone who had caused harm to his fellow disciples. Jiang Ruishua's neck turned a shade of violet, her breath stifled, unable to utter a word as she struggled against his iron grip. Rasping, let go. Please, you must be misunderstanding. Chun Buren scrutinized her, probing her with his spirit energy, discovering no trace of demonic or monstrous essence. However, his instincts told him that she was anything but innocent. This Jiang Ruishua had often trailed behind Mu Jinjin, mocking him alongside her. Her disdainful glances had always been irksome. Now, her sudden appearance and the choice of meeting place were far too conspicuous. Betrayal written all over her countenance. With narrowed eyes, he coldly regarded her. You must be responsible for the recent deaths, too. Speak honestly. Jiang Ruishua attempted to refute his accusations, her struggles intensifying as she protested. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. To withhold the truth, is it? Chun Buren exerted force, and one could almost hear the cracking of bones. Jiang Ruishua, realizing she could no longer deceive, resolved to fight desperately. She gathered power in her right hand and thrust it towards Chun Buren, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy enveloped in a dense pink mist, an evident cause for concern. Chun Buren covered his mouth and nose, retreating swiftly, while Jiang Ruishua seized the opportunity to break free and immediately turned to flee deeper into the bamboo forest. Chun Buren, regaining his senses, pursued her relentlessly until they reached the forbidden grounds. Soon after, Guxian arrived with his companions to shake them off. Jiang Ruishua had no choice but to lead them here, noticing that neither Chun Buren nor Guxian were paying attention to her. Jiang Ruishua dispatched several encroaching skeletons and prepared to escape. Yet, she was met with an icy chill. Chapter 27. Chun Buren's true chi. When Mu Jinjin and her companions arrived, they were greeted by a swarm of skeletons relentlessly attacking Chun Buren and Guxian. These skeletons, mere frameworks of bone, had hollow eye sockets exuding black mist. They moved with remarkable agility, showing no signs of pain or retreat, coming in wave after wave, seemingly endless. Witnessing such a scene, Xie Chunshan immediately drew his sword, executing the icebound 1,000 miles technique, freezing a significant number of skeletons in place. Ning Yi and Wang Wen joined the fray. The Mu Jinjin unsheathed her sword, a spiritual blade gifted to her by Mu Huichuan upon her return from the secret realm. Though not a renowned sword, it sufficed for her use. Steeling herself, Mu Jinjin gazed at the advancing skeletons, aware that this was her first practical test after her training. As Chun Buren prepared to shake off the skeletons and depart. An unexpected wave of cold washed over him. He looked up, momentarily stunned, before a look of delight broke upon his previously expressionless face, as if ice and snow had melted away, his eyes sparkling with life. He spotted Ningyi. Sister, why are you here? Did you come to find me? Then he noticed Mu Jinjin, valiantly hacking at the skeletons with her sword. She has come too. With such rudimentary skills, she dares to join in. And this time she hasn't hidden away. Ningyi caught sight of Chun Buren dispatching skeletons nearby and exclaimed with joy, Aran, are you all right? Chun Buren smiled, his eyes gleaming. I'm fine. Sister, be careful. These skeletons are difficult to kill. They must be shattered completely to be vanquished. With that, he unleashed another strike, reducing the skeletons before him to fragments. Just as they were joyfully reuniting, Gu Xian's expression darkened upon seeing Xie Chunshan. Realizing Mu Jinjin had summoned him, he felt incensed. What did this signify? Did they both believe him inferior to Xie Chunshan? Unable to capture a mere suspect, Alas, they would be disappointed. He had already apprehended the target. Gu Xian turned to pursue Jiang Ruixue, only to catch sight of her attempting to flee, dragging along the unconscious Wu Jianfeng. "What are you doing? Stop!" Gu Xian's shout only spurred Jiang Ruixue to sprint faster. Darting into a nearby crevice, the area was strewn with jagged rocks, with numerous convoluted boulders creating gaps just large enough for a person to slip through. Jiang Ruixue knew escaping this way would be futile. She needed to locate the individual who had provided her with the cultivation method. Once she reunited with that person, she would no longer fear these pursuers. She hastened through the stone crevice with her companion in tow. The weight of Wu Shidi was burdensome. Were it not for the need to drain his essence to mend her injuries, she would have discarded him. Ji Yuxian attempted to pursue Jiang Ruixue, but was encircled by a throng of skeletons, rendering escape impossible. Xie Chunshan also noticed Jiang Ruixue's flight, and upon seeing she had captured someone, he unleashed another icy strike, immobilizing the skeletons before him, and then charged after her into the crevice. Ning Yi followed closely behind. Seeing Xie Chunshan pursuing, Gu Xian, in a fit of rage, swept his sword vigorously, clearing a path through the skeletons, and rushed after Jiang Ruixue. Wang Wan, observing the others running that way, engaged the skeletons while following suit. That a horde of skeletons pursued them relentlessly, feeling a sense of foreboding as Ning Yi chased after Xie Chunshan into the crevice. Chun Baran's expression darkened. "But wasn't sister here to find me?" Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality as Mu Jinjin, brandishing her sword, nimbly evaded and leapt to his side, dispatching a skeleton that loomed before him, bumping into him in the process. "Chun Baran, why are you dazed? Are you all right?" Chun Baran snapped back to focus, striking out with his palm, shattering several skeletons once more. But he glanced at Mu Jinjin, who was diligently battling the skeletons before her. Inching closer to him, the sword techniques he had taught her were being executed quite well, though their potency was lacking. Moreover, these skeletons were notoriously difficult to kill. Her strikes felt as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. One skeleton lunged at Mu Jinjin from the side, and Chun Baran opted to feign ignorance. With skeletal fingers wrapped in dark mist, it was poised to grasp her throat, but Mu Jinjin was too late to evade. With a fleeting glance, Chun Baran cast his eyes upon her without uttering a word, delicately retrieving a vial of medicinal powder to sprinkle upon her knee, subsequently channeling a measure of spiritual energy into her. The warm orange glow of the fire illuminated Chun Baran's flawless visage, revealing deep yet enchanting features, his thick eyelashes elongated by the flickering flames, sparkling beneath his eyelids. His expression was somewhat sour, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet under the gentle warmth, there was an unexpected hint of tenderness. As the spiritual energy continued to flow, the searing pain in her knee gradually subsided, and the bleeding ceased. Chun Baran lowered his hand, casting a casual glance that fell upon Mu Jinjin's exposed calves. Remarkably pale, her slender ankles could easily be encompassed by a single palm. It was then that he noticed her bare feet, revealing that Mu Jinjin was not wearing socks, her feet adorned only with orange embroidered shoes, the tips of which were embellished with a fluffy white tuft that trembled with her movements. Chun Baran found himself unable to avert his gaze, his eyes lingering on the sight until Mu Jinjin rose, her skirt cascading down to conceal her feet. As she stood, Mu Jinjin brushed off the dust from her clothes. Suddenly feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she began to introspect. She had chosen to come to rescue someone. Thus, she must be prepared for everything that transpired during the rescue, both the good and the bad, without blaming others. Moreover, she was well aware of Chun Baran's character and his attitude towards her. It was not worth becoming upset over such trivial setbacks. Besides, her life was still intertwined with Chun Baran's, making it unwise to engage in petty grievances with him. Once she came to this realization, Mu Jinjin felt an immediate lightness in her heart. Chun Baran had just assisted her in treating her wounds. Persisting in her awkwardness would only portray her as petty. She lifted her smile and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, boss, for your help." Chun Baran let out a derisive chuckle, leaning slightly closer to her, so near that Mu Jinjin could distinctly see the tiny pores on his face and catch a whiff of his cool, fragrant scent. He fixed his gaze upon her, half smiling, half serious, and remarked, "Call me boss when you need something. Otherwise, it's Chun Baran that you're grinning and thanking me. But in your heart, you must be cursing me, right?" Mu Jinjin blinked innocently, tilting her neck back, and replied cheerfully, Not at all. I'm genuinely grateful to you that I in her heart, she added. She had already expressed her grievances aloud. Hadn't he heard them? Chunbaran observed her slightly trembling eyelashes. Snorting softly, whenever she felt guilty, her lashes would flutter involuntarily, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings in motion, revealing her innermost thoughts as clearly as day. Yet, he was somewhat impressed by Mu Jinjin's psychological resilience. Every time she faced adversity, she would go from tears and curses one moment to radiant smiles the next. Chunbaran entertained a rather mischievous thought. When would she finally be unable to smile at all? That moment would surely be quite amusing. Mu Jinjin, noticing a glimmer of mischief in Chunbaran's eyes, prudently took a step back to maintain her distance, gazing at him with wide, round eyes and asserting, I truly haven't been cursing you in my heart. Chunbaran, licking his sharp tiger teeth with the tip of his tongue, felt a sharp pang and straightened up, turning to walk further inside. He tossed back a remark. No curses? That's good. Hurry up and keep up. We've wasted too much time. We might lose track of our senior sister. Mu Jinjin found Chunbaran perplexing, yet she quickly regained her composure and followed him. They navigated through the rocky crevices into a structure that resembled the tower she had spotted from afar. The tower's walls were constructed of massive stones, some adorned with murals depicting deities. Showing signs of age, following Chunbaran, they wound through the tower's labyrinthine corridors, ascending and descending, only to find themselves back at the entrance once more. What is happening? We've returned to this place for the third time. Mu Jinjin exclaimed, bewildered. Chunbaran responded nonchalantly. Clearly, we're lost. Huh? Mu Jinjin sputtered, taken aback. You walked with such confidence and assurance. I thought you knew the way. She continued. You seemed so at ease following me without even asking if I knew where we were going. Not even concerned about me leading you into a trap. With a sigh of defeat, Mu Jinjin tossed the fire talisman she had been holding onto the ground, allowing it to ignite itself. Her arms sore from carrying it. She bent down, letting her arms dangle in front of her, swaying gently to relaxed. I feel like I'm already in a trap, she lamented, walking over to a nearby stone to sit down. Since they had lost their way, she thought it best to rest for a moment. They had been walking for quite some time and were weary. She needed to ponder their next move. Wandering aimlessly was not a viable solution. Chunbaran leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed, one foot propped against it, his gaze fixed downward as though lost in thought. The silver bracers on his arms glinted coldly, mirroring the calmness in his brow. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence. If one listened closely, the sound of the wind outside echoed in the desolate night. Mu Jinjin glanced around the dark environment and recalled Wang Wen's words about the secret realm imprisoning great demons. A chill creeping into her heart, she felt compelled to speak. Chunbaran, I've heard that the forbidden area holds demons, and no one is allowed in for any reason. You know what kind of demons are imprisoned here. Upon hearing this, Chunbaran lifted his gaze to meet hers. Are you afraid? You dared to enter despite knowing this is a forbidden place. I came to save you, she retorted. Tio save me. Naturally, Mu Jinjin boasted without a hint of modesty. Upon discovering that Jiang Ruishua might be the one draining blood these past few days, I immediately set off with Gu Xian to find you in the MZH forest, but we couldn't locate you. Fearing you might have been taken into the forbidden area, I hastened to seek Brother Xie for assistance to rescue you. Such selflessness. You have no idea the hardships I endured along the way. After finishing her speech, she gazed at him with an expression that seemed to say, look how good I am to you, hoping he would feel some remorse and treat her better in the future. Preferably, he could lift the poison from her. Is that so? Chunbaran chuckled lightly. I thought you were merely worried that if I died, no one would be left to cure your poison. It seems I've underestimated your generosity. Mu Jinjin stammered. That's not what I meant. I was genuinely concerned about you. Chunbaran scoffed, his deep-set eyes gliding over her face. You are quite the honest one. Mu Jinjin replied awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. Are you certain they entered this building? Shouldn't we check outside? Chunbaran turned his profile towards the stone peaks outside, the flickering firelight casting a warm hue across his features, accentuating his striking features. His dark eyes gleaming. Before you all arrived, I observed this tower. It is the heart of the forbidden area. The fissures formed by the massive stones outside all lead here. Moreover, Jiang Ruishua intentionally brought us here. Likely to enter this very tower. Mu Jinjin scratched her head, nodding in understanding. I see. As long as we didn't go astray, That's good. With that, she stood up, holding the fire talisman aloft as she surveyed her surroundings. Though this place appears spacious, the pathways up and down aren't complicated. It's just that there are many it should be quite clear which direction to take. How could we possibly get lost? Chun-Baran felt around the walls with his hands, probing with his spiritual energy, sensing a faint, elusive resistance. There must be a formation here. Another formation? Is it similar to the one we encountered in the valley? Where we need to find the eye of the formation? In chapter 29, she could have simply run away to hide earlier. Chun-Baran scrutinized his surroundings, recalling the path they had taken. The function of this formation should be akin to a combination lock. One must input the correct sequence to unlock it, though. A combination lock, Mu Jinjin exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization, only to droop as she added, but I don't understand. There's no keypad here to enter any code. Chun-Baran shot her a glance of exasperation. I meant it's similar to a combination lock. There are 4 passageways on this floor, and 4 staircases leading to the second level. The second level also has 4 passageways, with 4 staircases leading to the third level. That if we number each set of 4 passageways as 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's akin to a combination lock. Only by traversing the passageway corresponding to the correct code can we descend to the next level. Otherwise, we will return to the first level from the second. Mu Jinjin's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Now I truly understand. But what if we don't have the code? Chun-Baran replied. Then we'll have to try each one by one. Mu Jinjin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him. You can't be serious. There are 256 possible combinations of 1, 2, 3, and 4. Trying them all would be exhausting. Who said we have to try them ourselves? Chun-Baran extracted a thread of his consciousness from between his brows, performing a spell, transforming the energy in his hand into numerous small, glowing green fish. The fish glimmered beautifully in the dimly lit room. Mu Jinjin reached out to touch one of the small fish, which quivered and affectionately nudged her finger. The warm, gentle sensation surged through Chun-Baran's mind, tickling him, causing his eyebrows to twitch. As she reached to touch it again, he swiftly swatted her hand away, sternly commanding, "Don't touch it. Do you want to lose your hand?" Mu Jinjin yelped in pain, retracting her hand instantly and blowing on it, noticing it had turned red. "If you don't want me to touch it, then don't be so fierce," with a sense of grievance still lingering. Chun-Baran observed her reaction. The small fish, manifestations of his consciousness, were particularly sensitive. Merely brushing against them was akin to teasing his delicate nerves. Chun-Baran felt an odd sensation in his mind, and initially intended to scold her further. But his gaze fell upon the red skin of Mu Jinjin's hand, prompting him to swallow his words. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether he had exerted excessive force or if she was simply too delicate. He excused himself for the moment. Choosing to ignore her, Chun-Baran directed the school of fish to swim ahead, closing his eyes to concentrate on controlling each little creature, guiding them to scout the path forward. There were a total of 257 fish, 256 of which ventured out to explore, leaving just one by his side. Simultaneously managing the consciousness of 256 fish demanded immense focus, causing Chun-Baran to nearly block out all external perceptions. With his eyes tightly shut and his fingers positioned in a meditative gesture against his chest, a faint glow flickered between his brows as he concentrated intently, recognizing that he was casting a spell. Mu Jinjin refrained from interrupting him, quietly observing from a distance. The lone fish remaining beside Chun-Baran flitted back and forth, first glancing left, then right, and upon spotting Mu Jinjin, it swam in circles around her. "How adorable," Mu Jinjin praised, though she dared not touch it again. The little fish seemed to comprehend her words, wagging its tail joyfully in response. Chun-Baran had kept this fish for protection, a habit born from his cautious nature. Despite Mu Jinjin's appearance as a naive and ineffectual individual, he was wary of underestimating her. Thus, he retained the fish while choosing not to focus too much attention on it. When he finally allowed himself a moment to check, he noticed it was still circling Mu Jinjin, happily wagging its tail in delight at her compliment. A rather unremarkable display. Chun-Baran promptly directed it away from her, unfazed by the fish's departure. Mu Jinjin continued to observe Chun-Baran. It must be said that Chun-Baran possessed a strikingly handsome face, particularly when he was silent and not engaging in retorts, resembling a breathtaking piece of art. Suddenly, a series of noises caught Mu Jinjin's attention, prompting her to grasp her sword and rise. The sounds emanated from behind them, Taking the initiative, Mu Jinjin quickly affixed several protective talismans to both Qin Buren and herself, then stood back to back with him, vigilantly watching the source of the noise. The small fish beside Qin Buren also sensed the shift in atmosphere, positioning itself next to Mu Jinjin as they both focused on the direction of the sound. As the noise grew increasingly closer, Mu Jinjin tightened her grip on the sword and spotted a massive shadow emerging ahead. The figure lurked at the edge of the firelight, slowly approaching with predatory intent. Upon closer inspection, she realized the shadow was a demon beast shrouded in black mist, its size comparable to that of a billy goat, adorned with horns and possessing two enormous front claws resembling iron hooks. Recalling the claw marks she had seen on the walls of the corridor upon entering the barrier, she felt a bead of sweat form in her palm as she glanced back. Qin Buren remained motionless, still directing his consciousness in search of an escape route. For the moment, she had to rely on herself to hold the line, hoping he would act swiftly. Before long, the demon beast seemed to sense their lack of combat prowess and lunged at them with a chilling screech. Mu Jinjin swiftly hurled several shield talismans to counter the beast's onslaught. The creature's steel claws struck the shields, shattering them with ease, but they afforded Mu Jinjin a brief moment to react. As the demon beast broke through the last remaining shield, Mu Jinjin immediately charged forward with her sword drawn. The blade met the beast's claws, sending sparks flying, and she was forced back by the beast's tremendous force. Steadying herself, she prepared to face the beast again, throwing another 2 shield talismans into the fray. This demon beast was formidable, and Mu Jinjin found herself nearly defenseless. Her lack of power and experience rendered her no match, and she was soon sent flying by a powerful strike, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the ground. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, and pain radiated through her back. The little fish darted to her side, circling her anxiously. Mu Jinjin managed a weak grin, saying, "I'm fine, but tell your master to hurry, or else we're doomed." With Mu Jinjin no longer in the way, the demon beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at Qin Buren. Unfazed, Qin Buren stood with his back to the creature, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Mu Jinjin could not bear to watch him be devoured and charged forward. Sword in hand, her blade struck the beast's claw, merely grazing its tough exterior, and her weapon was knocked away. She collided with Qin Buren's back, pushed back by the force. The demon beast continued its advance. And without a moment to think, Mu Jinjin turned to shield Qin Buren, hastily applying several protective talismans to herself, preparing to withstand the attack. Closing her eyes, she awaited the impact, feeling as if time slowed. Her heart racing. She could hear the sound of the beast's claws slicing through the air, the shield shattering, and just as she braced for the pain to strike her back, a sudden warmth radiated from behind her. As something shot outward, instead of pain, she felt a rush of relief as she glanced back to see the demon beast staggered by an unseen force. Then she noticed the magic sealing talisman on her back dissipating, its vermilion traces visible amidst her tousled hair. Who had drawn the talisman on her? Remembering her lesson in talisman crafting earlier that day, she realized it must have been Qin Buren, who had been seated behind her. Drawing it out of boredom, she hadn't anticipated it would save her life in such a critical moment. The demon beast readied itself to attack once more, and Mu Jinjin discerned that the talisman had some effect against it. She hurriedly retrieved all the talismans she had on her. Just as she prepared to throw them, a strong arm encircled her waist, pulling her backward. Qin Buren had stepped in front of her. Mu Jinjin looked at him, astonished. "Did you find a way out?" "Yes," Qin Buren replied in a low voice, his gaze fixed intensely on the beast before them. Grabbing his sleeve, Mu Jinjin whispered, "This demon beast is quite powerful. Once we find an opportunity, we should flee." Qin Buren turned to her, a complex expression crossing his face. Her sleeve was torn, her hair disheveled, and blood stained the corner of her mouth. She was a picture of disarray. She could have easily escaped to safety earlier. Chapter 30. The demon core. Qin Buren had witnessed everything through the small consciousness fish he had left behind. He was bewildered by Mu Jinjin's reckless determination to protect him despite her inadequate skills. As the demon beast lunged, Qin Buren snatched the magic sealing talisman from Mu Jinjin's hand. Invoking a spell, the talisman glowed crimson as it soared toward the beast, striking it repeatedly from above and diminishing its ferocity. Withdrawing his sword, Qin Buren's gaze turned icy as he faced the demon beast, instructing her to step back and observe closely. He swung his sword with elegance, the green fabric of his attire billowing behind him. his form reminiscent of a graceful phoenix. Utilizing the autumn water sword technique that he had taught her, a fundamental practice for disciples of Chuan's sect, Chen Buren executed the moves with remarkable prowess. While Mu Xinjin had spent countless hours learning it, the effectiveness of the technique paled in comparison to Chen Buren's mastery, which exuded power and grandeur. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, save for the flashes of green from his sword, occasionally illuminated by the silver of his bracers, resembling sparks in the night that Mu Xinjin watched in awe, envious of his skill, imagining the day she too could wield the sword with such grace and might. Gradually, the demon beast began to falter, realizing the tide had turned against it. Gathering its strength, it launched a fierce strike at Chen Buren, who was pushed back by the impact, sliding several paces before regaining his footing. Seizing the opportunity, the demon beast attempted to flee, but Chen Buren was determined not to let it escape. He threw his sword to block its retreat and channeled all his spiritual energy into a powerful strike aimed at the beast's head. The demon beast was knocked down, crashing heavily to the ground. Though it struggled to rise, Chen Buren swiftly thrust his sword into its heart, and with a final convulsion, the creature succumbed to its injuries. Once the danger had passed, Mu Xinjin approached, gazing at the pool of black blood the beast had left behind. What kind of demon beast is this? It looks so peculiar. Chen Buren withdrew his sword, flicking the blood from its blade. This is a triangular black-scale beast, typically found on the fringes of the demon realm. Demon realm? As the beast lay lifeless, the dark mist that enveloped it gradually dissipated. Mu Xinjin observed the remnants of the mist and inquired, "So this black mist is demonic energy?" "Indeed, it is a characteristic manifestation of demonic energy, and oh wonder the sealing talisman had proven effective against it." Noticing the residual blood on his blade, Chen Buren tore a piece from his garment to clean it, his movements graceful and composed, entirely unlike someone who had just slain a demon beast. Mu Xinjin recalled the first time she had seen Chen Buren, who had similarly wiped his sword clean after taking a life. He must possess some form of obsessive cleanliness or compulsive behavior. Having polished his sword to satisfaction, Chen Buren sheathed it. His weapon was a simple yet elegant disciple's sword, exuding a sense of refined beauty as it hung at his side. Let us proceed. CHNBRN has just discovered the correct password to the array, and now they merely need to follow him. HNZHN trails behind, casting a final glance at the corpse of the triangular black-scaled beast on the ground. A thread of puzzlement weaving through her thoughts, she catches up to CHNBRN and inquires, "Do you believe this beast was suppressed here in the Forbidden Zone?" CHNBRN replies, "I suppose not." NZHN concurs. "I also think it's unlikely that a beast that could be so easily slain by Yuwun T requires suppression, and it is not a particularly rare or valuable species. Its presence here is quite peculiar. It must have wandered in from the outside. Perhaps the answers lie deeper within," CHNBRN suggests, turning to glance at her. He notices the trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth and hesitates before asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my back," MZHN responds, feeling that since he has inquired, she might as well garner some goodwill, recalling how she nearly perished protecting him earlier. CHNBRN regrets asking that he retrieves a small vial from his waist, pouring out a white pill and consuming it. HNZHN takes it from him and swallows it whole, her brow furrowing at the bittersweet taste, seeing her eat without hesitation. CHNBRN can't help but question, "Aren't you afraid I might have given you poison?" "Not at all. I am already afflicted by your poison. How much worse could it get? You seem remarkably nonchalant." "Indeed, I possess many virtues, and maintaining a light-hearted perspective is one of them." The duo successfully traverses the first 2 levels and arrives at the third, which reveals an empty space devoid of passageways, featuring 2 staircases, one spiraling upwards, the other downwards. The downward staircase appears quite deep, likely leading underground. As they ponder whether to ascend or descend, sounds emerge from below, prompting them to exchange glances before hastening downwards. The spiral staircase leads them into a profound cavern, where the steps are flanked by stone walls. Several stone cavities at the walls, adorned with the faintly glowing purple flowers they had seen earlier, casting an air of mystery with their dim luminescence. The depths of the cavern remain shrouded in darkness, rendering the bottom invisible. HN and CHNBRN venture into one of the stone cavities, where the sounds of combat greet them. "Shiji!" CHNBRN exclaims in concern, rushing inside. with MZHNZHN swiftly following suit. Upon entry, MZHNZHN is met with a chaotic scene. Ji Ing Ru Su, her eyes glowing red, is locked in combat with Shi CHNSHN, while W Shitty lies on the ground, his complexion ashen. W Ing WN and Ji Su N, their eyes also tinged with crimson. Attack Ning Y with frenzied abandoned. Ning Y, pale and bloodied at the corner of her mouth, stands precariously, yet she grits her teeth to fend off the onslaught. Observing this, CHNB, N's expression hardens. He steps forward, shielding Ning Y and delivering a fierce blow that sends W Ing WN flying, followed by a kick that topples Ji Su N, turning to support Ning Y. He gently inquires, Shiji, how are you holding up? Ning Y wipes the blood from her mouth with her slender fingers, shaking her head, that I'm fine. Shitty Ji Su N and the others are under the control of that demoness. You must subdue them first. Understood. Please tend to your wounds surrounded by desolation. Mu Jinjin randomly chose a direction and began to walk. After a brief while, she spotted a small courtyard standing alone amidst the wind and sand. She approached it. The door to the courtyard was ajar. A gentle push was all it took for it to swing open. In that fleeting moment as the door opened, a kaleidoscope of light and shadow flickered past, and Mu Jinjin stepped into another world. The sky was a brilliant blue and adorned with fluffy white clouds. The spring sun radiated warmth, and the courtyard was impeccably tidy, with peach blossoms in full bloom. When she glanced back, the scene behind her was still shrouded in swirling sand. Ming, it's time to eat. A slender woman clad in azure emerged from a small kitchen, holding a plate of food and calling out to the room. The woman, with her delicate frame and lustrous black hair tied back with a white ribbon cascading down her back, revealed fair and elegant hands as she exposed her wrists. Her silhouette was undeniably that of a beauty. Coming, a youthful voice rang out from within the house, followed by the sound of pattering footsteps. In the next moment, an adorable chubby child scampered out. The little one was also dressed in azure, his soft hair hanging loosely on his shoulders, and he clutched a tiny birdcage containing a plump yellow bird, utterly charming. Despite his tender age, Mu Jinjin instantly recognized him as Chen Buren. How delightful he was as a child. The little Chen Buren placed the birdcage on a stone table beneath the peach tree and chirped with innocent enthusiasm, Mother, Xiao Huang's wings are almost healed. He will be able to fly soon. That's wonderful, the woman replied, setting the food on the stone table and arranging the bowls and chopsticks with gentle care. Xiao Huang will surely be overjoyed when he can take flight. If Chen Buren referred to her as mother, then this woman must be his biological mother. Xianyu. Peach petals danced gracefully as they fell, and the two sat beneath the tree, sharing laughter and meals, while the little bird chirped nearby, creating a scene of warmth and comfort. Mu Jinjin lingered at the entrance for quite some time. Unnoticed by the pair, she gently rapped her knuckles on the door, murmuring an apology for the intrusion. Chen Buren turned his head, tilting it in confusion as he regarded her several times, then said to Xianyu, Mother, there is someone here. Xianyu seemed oblivious, continuing to eat. Chen Buren glanced from Mu Jinjin to Xianyu, then resumed his meal. Disregarding her presence, Mu Jinjin stepped forward to the stone table. Xianyu remained unaware of her. Yet Mu Jinjin could see Xianyu clearly. Xianyu's features appeared to be obscured by a veil of mist, indistinct, yet still revealing her beauty through the blurred contours of her face. Though somewhat startled, Mu Jinjin found it unsurprising, given that she was in a dream. She was uncertain how to unravel this dream and could only wait silently for developments. Instinctively, she seated herself beside little Chen Buren, for he was the most ordinary presence in this dream. Little Chen Buren was irresistibly adorable, his chubby cheeks reminiscent of a little hamster as he munched on his food, his cheeks puffed up. His large, round eyes sparkled with a deep green hue in the sunlight, resembling two glistening pieces of jade, framed by lashes that fanned out like tiny fans. The sun shone brightly. The peach blossoms were exquisite. It was indeed a beautiful dream. Chapter 32. Into the dream too. After finishing their meal, little Chen Buren sat beneath the peach tree, cradling the yellow bird in his arms, gently stroking it with one hand while leafing through a book with the other. Exuding an air of seriousness, even in silence, his cherubic demeanor could not mask the coolness radiating from within, a trait that mirrored his future aloofness. The sight of him, solemnly petting the fluffy yellow bird, was oddly amusing. Above, white clouds drifted lazily. The little bird chirped cheerfully, and the dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows over the afternoon. Mu Jinjin reclined against the peach tree, quietly observing, as the warm sunlight enveloped her in a long-lost sense of comfort and ease. She leaned closer to little Chenburen, tilting her head to discern the title of the book in his hands. Enhancing Vitality, Body Refinement Technique.it appeared to be a manual for cultivation. She was surprised that little Chenburen could recognize characters at such a young age, truly impressive. With his long lashes fluttering, he glanced at her with his clear, luminous eyes under the sunlight. His gaze held confusion and curiosity, yet he remained silent. Mu Jinjin blinked her eyes, offering him what she believed to be her most amiable smile, and sweetly asked, "Ah Ming, take a good look at your sister. Do you remember me?" Mu Jinjin sought a breakthrough. Chenburen could see her, but did not recognize her, evidently ensnared in the dream and oblivious to reality. She recalled a storyline from the novel, where Ning Yi was drawn into a dream by a dream demon, only to be rescued by Xie Chun's hand. That time, Ning Yi was unaware she was dreaming until Xie Chunshan guided her back to reality, allowing her to escape the dream. However, during this process, one could not forcibly awaken the dreamer, lest it cause harm to their soul and render them senseless. Mu Jinjin gazed at little Chenburen with hopeful anticipation, wishing he would recall something of her, even a hint of familiarity. Little Chenburen's lashes fluttered, a strange sensation stirring within him. He felt that this person should not be here, yet his young mind could not grasp the reason. Not knowing what to think, he turned back to his book. "Do you recognize your sister? Why not say something to her?" Mu Jinjin gently prodded his cheek with her finger, finally succumbing to the urge she had long felt. It was softer than she had imagined. Little Chenburen turned his face away, evading her hand and returning to his book in silence. He was just as uncommunicative as the grown-up Chenburen. Mu Jinjin hesitated to press further, so she rose to glance back at the house. The window was open, and Xianyu sat at the bedside, sewing garments, occasionally lifting her gaze to watch little Chenburen in the courtyard. Mu Jinjin entered the room, surveying her surroundings. The room was modest yet well lit, arranged with a bright and tidy aesthetic. The bedding and tablecloths were predominantly in shades of azure green, indicating Xianyu's fondness for those colors. It was evident that little Chenburen often donned azure green garments, likely a reflection of his mother's taste. Mu Jinjin approached Xianyu from behind, but Xianyu resembled an unresponsive NPC, engrossed in stitching little Chenburen's clothing. After a brief exploration, Mu Jinjin returned to sit beside little Chenburen, only to find him holding his book yet not reading. His expression tinged with restlessness. The large cloud drifted overhead, obscuring the sun. Dimming the light, Xianyu stepped out of the room and approached little Chenburen, speaking softly. "Ah Ming, mother is going out for a bit. You must stay here and behave. Wait for me to return with some candied hawthorns." Little Chenburen's demeanor grew more anxious, yet he obediently nodded, responding in his sweet, childish voice. Understood." However, Mu Jinjin could sense his unease. He did not want Xianyu to leave, yet he could not voice it. As if trapped within a predetermined NPC role, unable to express himself, merely following the script, Xianyu affectionately ruffled little Chenburen's hair before turning to leave. Little Chenburen watched her retreating figure with a fixed gaze. She left the small courtyard and never returned. Mu Jinjin recalled a line from the novel describing Chenburen's feelings when his mother departed, and a sudden realization struck her. Was today the day Xianyu left? Watching Xianyu open the courtyard door and step outside, Mu Jinjin immediately pursued her, but by the time she emerged, there was no trace of Xianyu, only an expanse of swirling yellow sand. Indeed, this was merely Chenburen's dream. Mu Jinjin stood dazed at the entrance for a moment before turning back into the courtyard. Little Chenburen remained standing, gazing at the door, and when he saw her return, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Mu Jinjin felt a pang of compassion for his small figure and approached him, eager to say something. But before she could speak, little Chenburen resumed reading. "Ah Ming," Mu Jinjin called to him. Little Chenburen turned his head to look at her. Mu Jinjin, treading carefully, asked, "Would you like to leave with your sister?" Finally, little Chenburen responded, "Why should I leave? I still need to wait for mother to come back." His inquiry as to why he should leave, rather than outright refusing, left her at a loss for words, unable to reveal the truth of the dream. Mu Jinjin followed up with, "And how long do you plan to wait?" Little Chenburen found her question peculiar. Mother said to wait for her return, so he would wait until she did return. Yet, mother had not specified when that would be. After pondering for a moment, Little Chen Buran replied, "Until mother comes back. And when will she return?" Mu Jinjin prodded further, gently guiding him. "Do you truly believe she will come back?" Upon hearing this question, Little Chen Buran's expression immediately shifted. He appeared somewhat agitated as he retorted, "Mother said she would return." Then, Xiaoqun Buran ceased to pay her any heed, rendering her attempts at coaxing utterly futile. Dreams are often manifestations of one's obsessions or deepest fears, magnifying the dreamer's fixations and making them more obstinate than ever. At times, this stubbornness defies reason, yet they remain oblivious to it. Feeling powerless, could only accompany her in waiting. From day to night, they lingered at the small courtyard's entrance, which remained resolutely closed. Xiaoqun Buran fed the little yellow bird some food and continued to wait. Eventually, hunger compelled him to venture into the kitchen, where he procured 2 buns to eat. After another 2 days of waiting, time in the dream seemed to pass swiftly, as if it danced in tandem with Buran. During these 2 days, Mu Jinjin made numerous attempts to communicate with Xiaoqun Buran, yet he persistently refused to engage, clinging to the little yellow bird in anticipation of Xuanyue's return. The household supply of cooked food had dwindled. And when Xiaoqun Buran grew hungry, he resorted to seizing rice to prepare a meal for himself. Merely 4 years old, his small frame could barely reach the stove, as he stubbornly stood on a stool, fidgeting at the countertop. Unable to bear the sight, Mu Jinjin took it upon herself to cook for him. Although her culinary skills were lacking, at least she could ensure the food was properly prepared. Days passed, during which Mu Jinjin continued to care for Xiaoqun Buran, their bond growing closer, and he began to converse more freely. However, he still could not recall any memories. Chapter 33. Into the dream 3. The peach blossoms in the courtyard had fallen. And with the food supply exhausted, Xiaoqun Buran began to feel the pangs of hunger. Mu Jinjin contemplated venturing out to seek sustenance. But upon stepping outside the courtyard, she was met with a swirling sea of yellow sand. The little yellow bird's wings had healed, and it was capable of flight, yet Xiaoqun Buran did not release it. Without Mu Jinjin, the bird was his sole companion. Eventually, Xiaoqun Buran could wait no longer. He pushed open the courtyard gate, and as he did, the scene beyond transformed. Outside lay a narrow alley, and he dashed forth, encountering neighbors dwelling at the alley's entrance. He inquired if they had seen his mother. But they shook their heads, each claiming ignorance. These individuals, much like Xuanyue, bore indistinct features, and Mu Jinjin's presence remained unseen. The street was filled with similarly hazy figures, creating an eerie atmosphere. The dream began to shift towards the bizarre and terrifying. It was uncertain whether these people appeared equally indistinct to Xiaoqun Buran. Mu Jinjin followed Xiaoqun Buran outside for quite some time, questioning numerous people, yet none could provide any leads on Xuanyue's whereabouts. Having gone a whole day without food, Xiaoqun Buran's gaze lingered enviously on every vendor selling buns. Unable to bear his pitiful expression, Mu Jinjin approached the bun shop and discreetly took a few buns. Knowing that the onlookers could not perceive her, she offered the buns to Xiaoqun Buran, saying, "Here, eat up." Xiaoqun Buran declined, stating, "I won't eat." "Why not? Your stomach is growling." She responded. He glanced at the buns and quietly replied, "Mother said I shouldn't take things from others without paying." Mu Jinjin chuckled, surprised by his scruples. She searched her pockets, finding no money, and thus concocted a tale. "I know the bun shop owner. He gave me these buns for free." Xiaoqun Buran regarded her skeptically, his round eyes conveying a silent plea of "Don't deceive me just because I am young. I promise, I wouldn't lie. Why else would the owner allow me to take the buns without a word?" Mu Jinjin insisted, shoving the buns into his hands with a disarming smile, resembling a miscreant tempting a child. "Quickly eat, and stop overthinking." Seemingly persuaded by her reasoning, Xiaoqun Buran took small bites of the buns, devouring them swiftly until both were gone, and Mu Jinjin fetched more to keep on hand. Having sought information all day, Xiaoqun Buran returned to the alley without any success that evening, where they encountered a group of unruly children. Some bore clear features while others were indistinct. These local children, who had previously clashed with Xiaoqun Buran, immediately mocked him upon sight. "Little bastard, I heard you're looking for your mother. She must not want you anymore," one taunted. "She probably despises you for being a little bastard. First, you lacked a father, and now your mother has abandoned you. You've truly become a bastard." Laughter erupted among them. "No one wants you because you must be disobedient." Mu Jinjin seethed with indignation, unable to tolerate their taunts. She confronted them, delivering swift kicks to their behinds, demanding, "How were you raised? Do you not know how to speak?" However, her actions elicited no response. The children continued to encircle Xiaochun Baran, bullying him. He was shoved back and forth, his face flushed with anger. "My mother hasn't abandoned me. She told me to wait for her. She will return. I am obedient," he shouted defiantly. As he struggled against them, Mu Zhenjin assisted, grabbing one child by the collar and tossing him aside. Yet they quickly regrouped and resumed their torment, displaying an alarming lack of awareness. The force of a group of parents has come knocking at the door, and not just one. It is evident that their children were the ones who ganged up on Chunbu Ran. And now they have the audacity to show up here. In the next moment, the figures outside burst in, their distorted faces failing to conceal their menacing expressions. Chapter 34. Into the Dream 4. In the pitch-black night, they brandished torches and came roaring from all directions, intent on assaulting Chunbu Ran. Unable to use her magic, Mu Zhenjun could only clutch Chunbu Ran and flee in every direction. She attempted to escape the courtyard, but the gate was firmly shut. This mob seemed frenzied, relentlessly pursuing them. Cornered, Mu Zhenjun did her utmost to shield the small Chunbu Ran beneath her. As their fists fell upon her like a torrential downpour, each blow powerful enough to draw blood, Chunbu Ran, nestled in Mu Zhenjun's embrace, could distinctly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. Thump, 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 resonating in his ears. Mu Zhenjun darted about. His head throbbed even more intensely, triggering a flood of hazy memories. The amalgamation of his memories with the present scenario created a dissonance. A stark contrast to the past. In his recollections, there was no heartbeat so pronounced, no warm embrace. The fists that struck him were real and painfully tangible. In a fit of desperation, Mu Zhenjun seized a stick and swung it at their attackers. Heedless of whether it would have any effect, she was determined to vent her frustration. After the assault, the mob clamored for compensation for their child's medical expenses, ransacking the house and taking everything they could carry. It was clear they had come to rob, taking advantage of the fact that only Chunbu Ran remained. They dispersed like NPCs after completing their mission, leaving behind an empty, desolate house. The cage of the little yellow bird was overturned. The bamboo structure shattered underfoot, and the bird itself trampled to death, its body a grotesque sight, bloodied and mangled. Chunbu Ran stared at the ruined bird, his complexion pale, rendered speechless, his clothes in disarray, and his body marred with injuries. Before Mu Zhenjun could recover from the chaos, another group arrived, intent on seizing the house. They disregarded Chunbu Ran's struggles and flung him out of the courtyard, brazenly taking over his home. Mu Zhenjun and the small Chunbu Ran were driven outside, shivering in the torrential rain. At this moment, Chunbu Ran had lost his shoes. His clothes were tattered and dirty, and his face bore both fresh and old wounds, his cheeks gaunt and devoid of flesh. The pain in Chunbu Ran's head reached a crescendo, his expression crumbling into despair as he curled up on the ground, clutching his head and murmuring in anguish. Why? Why? Why has my mother not returned? Why does she no longer want me? I have not been disobedient. Why do they all bully me? I am not unwanted. Seeing him in such distress, Mu Zhenjun felt at a loss. Could it be that her earlier directness had triggered him? Suddenly, Chunbu Ran broke down, his gaze vacant, his demeanor bordering on madness. As his emotions unraveled, the surroundings morphed into a desolate wasteland. The people inside the house surged out, transforming into mindless monsters, lunging toward Chunbu. As Mu Zhenjun watched the advancing creatures, her limbs turned cold. She scooped up the curled-up Chunbu Ran and fled. Evading their attacks, she sought refuge. The rain beat down mercilessly, chilling them to the bone, soaking them through. Gradually, Chunbu Ran's emotions stabilized. He clung tightly to Mu Zhenjun's neck, her warmth soothing him. It's all right. Sister is with you. Mu Zhenjun reassured him, patting his back gently. Sister? Chunbu Ran whispered, his eyes dark and filled with a strange light. Will sister always be with me? Of course, Mu Zhenjun continued to comfort him. You must not deceive me. Chunbu Ran nestled against Mu Zhenjun's shoulder, harboring a hint of sickly obsession in his gaze. His thoughts still muddled as he desperately sought to grasp something solid. Spotting a relatively intact house, Mu Zhenjun quickened her pace, shut the door behind them, and barricaded it with a table. The monsters were temporarily kept at bay, and Mu Zhenjun collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At this juncture in the dream, Mu Zhenjun understood everything. This dream was a manifestation of Chunbu Ran's childhood experiences, replaying the events of the past in a dreamlike form. What had already transpired could not be altered, hence Mu Zhenjun could neither prevent Xian Yu's departure nor stop them from tormenting Chunbu Ran. He was ensnared in the grasp of time long past. I do not wish to know who my biological father is, or where my mother is. I have no desire to learn about those who abandoned me. These were the words Chunbu Ran had uttered in the valley, expressing his indifference towards his mother's whereabouts. Yet, why did he continue to dream of her departure? A contradiction indeed, for he clearly cared. Initially, Mu Zhenjun had thought this was a beautiful dream, but it now revealed itself to be a torturous nightmare. What was once a life filled with happiness was abruptly shattered one ordinary sunny afternoon, leading to a tumultuous existence fraught with upheaval. Hunger, cold, beatings, and suffering became the norm. Such sudden upheaval would leave scars on anyone, let alone the young Chunbu Ran, who was not yet 4 years old. His bewilderment and helplessness palpable, he could not fathom why his mother left, why she did not return, or why life had transformed so drastically. This left an indelible obsession within him. Outside, the cacophony of rain mingled with the relentless pounding at the door, and lightning cast the monster's frenzied shadows into the room. The door would not hold for long. They needed to devise a plan swiftly. Mu Zhenjun looked up at Chunbu Ran, whose round eyes reflected the dim light of the room. "Little A Ming, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, his voice childlike yet remarkably calm. "Do you remember what I told you before? Everything we are experiencing is a dream, and the painful events you have endured have long since concluded. We must escape this dream, or those things outside will tear us apart." Mu Zhenjun squatted down to meet Chunbu Ran's gaze. Her expression earnest, and no longer daring to speak harshly, she sought another approach. "I have a method we can try. Will you trust me?" Chunbu Ran stared at her intently as a flash of lightning illuminated his eyes. They were still the same eyes, yet they seemed different, lacking the previous clarity. "What method?" "This is a technique I often use during nightmares, and it has always worked for me. First, close your eyes and tell yourself, 'This is a dream, this is a dream, this is a dream,' and then open your eyes, and you will awaken from the nightmare." Mu Zhenjun spoke earnestly, recalling how she had frequently employed this method in the past, believing it could be worth a try. Chunbu Ran remained still, his expression one of disbelief. "What are you looking at me like that for? Do you not believe me?" Mu Zhenjun exclaimed anxiously. "Just give it a try. For all we know, it might work. Follow my lead and try it quickly." Taking the initiative, Mu Zhenjun closed her eyes and repeated to herself, "This is a dream, this is a dream, this is a dream. Hurry and wake up." Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a sea of Chapter 35. Into the Dream 5, a sea of green garments. Mu Zhenjun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tilting her head upward. Joy soon illuminated her face, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. In her excitement, she failed to notice anything amiss, jumping up with glee. It worked. "Chunbu Ran, you've returned. The dream has shattered." Before her stood Chunbu Ran, now grown, clad in green, exuding vigor and vitality. "I told you it would work," Mu Zhenjun exclaimed, grasping Chunbu Ran's hands and shaking them enthusiastically, her anxious heart finally at ease. In the preceding days, she had been beset by trepidation, confronted not only by the indistinct figures, but also tasked with finding a way to guide Chunbu Ran out of the dream, with no rational companion by her side. Seeing him now, her first instinct was to feel reassured. Although he had always spoken to her with coldness and severity, since her arrival in this world, he had been her greatest ally. Moreover, his formidable powers and knowledge far exceeded her own, providing a sense of security in his presence. Chunbu Ran's hands were cool, while Mu Zhenjun's were warm and delicate, the heat radiating from her fingers to her arms and beyond. Chunbu Ran recalled being cradled in Mu Zhenjun's warm, soft embrace, a faint scent lingering in the air. That aroma, reminiscent of oranges after rain, wafted around him now. A strange warmth surged within him, causing his ears to flush. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found himself momentarily paralyzed. Furrowing his brow, his long lashes fluttered as he coldly uttered, "Let go. You celebrate too soon." "Huh?" Mu Zhenjun was taken aback, gradually realizing that something was amiss. The monstrous howls outside the door were incessant, and the flimsy door was being battered with a resounding thud. There was no doubt that in the next moment, they would burst in. What was happening? Was she still dreaming? Mu Jinjin blinked her wide, almond-shaped eyes at Chen Bucken, her expression filled with confusion. Chen Bucken stood with his arms crossed, his silken hair standing tall. A silver headband glinting coldly in the light, his lashes slightly lowered, and his gaze was icy, tinged with a hint of mockery as he looked at her. Realization dawned on Mu Jinjin, and her face scrunched up in concern. Chen Bucken, have you remembered everything already? Earlier, Mu Jinjin had been too anxious, preoccupied with finding a way to escape the dream, thus failing to notice Chen Bucken's unusual demeanor. Upon reflection, from the moment they entered this room, his eyes had been unsettlingly calm, almost terrifyingly so. It seemed he had recalled everything at that time. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Bucken admitted, "Yes, then why didn't you say anything? I wanted to see what you would do. You just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? Indeed, your methods are quite amusing." Fuming, Mu Jinjin felt an urge to strike him. "If you keep this up, I will be truly angry. And the consequences could be severe." "What consequences?" Mu Jinjin genuinely did not know what consequences could arise. She couldn't overpower him and dared not insult him. In a fit of anger, she declared, "I will ignore you." Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Chen Bucken couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. With a slight lift of his brow, he chuckled. How delightful. Mu Jinjin began to berate herself again. She had just thought that Chen Bucken was rather likable, and his happiness seemed to bring her comfort. Had she developed a case of Stockholm Syndrome? Oh my, could it be true? No, such a lofty affliction cannot befall me. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a door panel splintered, and the monsters stretched their arms, attempting to force their way inside. Mu Jinjin hastily found a cabinet to brace against the door, instantly forgetting her previous vow of silence, and exclaimed to Chen Bucken, "What should we do now? Why are you awake? But the dream hasn't shattered." In stark contrast to Mu Jinjin's urgency, Chen Bucken remained remarkably composed. He disregarded the monstrous ruckus outside and focused intently on her. His earlier teasing demeanor replaced by a cryptic intensity. Mu Jinjin, you have seen my past, have you not? Unsure of the sudden inquiry's significance, Mu Jinjin hesitated before nodding. Yes, I think you were quite impressive. Impressive? Yes, as lightning split the sky. Its blinding light illuminated the room, casting a glow on Mu Jinjin's orange attire and highlighting her curved red lips and sincere eyes. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Every individual who fights through the hardships of life is a warrior. You have emerged from so many adversities. You are truly exceptional, a warrior among warriors." Chen Bucken's expression faltered in surprise. He had not expected such words from her. He anticipated seeing pity for his tragic life reflected in her eyes, which was the last thing he desired. He did not need her sympathy. After all these years, he wished to forget the confusion and pain of the past, which no longer held any significance for him. He could hardly recall his mother's visage, only that she often wore a blue dress and had a gentle voice, though he still questioned why his mother had left and why the seemingly kind neighbors had turned hostile overnight. He was no longer inclined to seek answers. There were not so many whys. Human nature was simply repugnant. During his days of wandering, he had often seen pity in others' eyes, their self-righteous compassion nothing but condescending charity, hypocrisy at its finest. Utterly irksome. If Mu Jinjin were to show even a shred of pity towards him, he would ensure she remained trapped here forever. Fortunately, she did not. Chen Bucken lowered his gaze, a barely perceptible smirk appearing at the corners of his lips. And when he raised his eyes again, his tone had shifted. Mu Jinjin, you know too much. Upon hearing his tone, Mu Jinjin understood his implication and immediately raised her hand in assurance. I promise, I will keep my lips sealed. I won't utter a word about your past. Humph, Chen Bucken scoffed lightly. You better do so. If I find out you let slip even a single word, you will regret it. Yes, Mu Jinjin nodded vigorously, her hair swaying with emotion. Don't worry, boss. Now think of a way. They are about to break in. Chen Bucken glanced at the door, which was about to give way, preparing to confront the monsters. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. A clear, resonant call of sister. The sound reverberated, lingering in his thoughts. He halted, his expression darkening. Mu Jinjin had referred to him as brother, and she had even touched his face, clinging to him, asking him to stay with her. How shameful. He had no need for such dependency. Perhaps it would be better to keep her trapped here forever. Seeing him frozen in place, Mu Jinjin inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Bucken suppressed his emotions, forcing out the two words. Mu Jinjin sensed the underlying tension in his voice, bewildered by his inscrutable mood. Chapter 36. Escaping the dream, thunder rolled across the sky as relentless rain poured down. The dilapidated door creaked precariously, and the shadowy monsters roared, poised to breach the entrance. Shinbucken turned his head, illuminated against the backdrop of the storm, his profile sharp and austere, long dark lashes curling upwards. His lips slightly parting. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and rain, Mu Jinjin distinctly heard his ethereal, indifferent voice. Stay close. As his words fell, a small, pale hand rested on her waist. Mu Jinjin clutched his clothing tightly. Drawing near, her bright eyes brimming with obedience, staying close. Shinbucken glanced at the hand at his waist, but chose not to comment further. The door swung open, and with Shinbucken leading, they burst forth into a melee of monsters. Carving a path through the chaos on the dimly lit street, the duo, a flash of green and a splash of yellow, ran swiftly. Shinbucken moved with remarkable speed, while Mu Jinjin stumbled behind, her green garment slipping from her grasp. Just as it was about to fall, a bony hand grasped her slender wrist. A sudden force propelled her onto Shinbucken's back, and instinctively, Mu Jinjin clung to his neck. The rain-soaked fabric adhered closely to her skin, and as she lay against his back, she could feel his warmth radiating. Shinbucken sprinted towards the small courtyard, and as they drew nearer, the monsters became increasingly frenzied, prompting him to run faster. With her ear close to his shoulder, Mu Jinjin whispered, "What is happening with them?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing a tingling sensation, but the rain quickly washed away any discomfort. "They are merely trying to prevent the dream from shattering." His tone was nonchalant, laced with a hint of disdain. Returning to his usual brash demeanor, they dashed into the small courtyard, and Shinbucken prepared to drop her. Anticipating his action, Mu Jinjin leapt off his back as he made the motion. Accustomed to being tossed aside, a pang of sympathy surged within her. Shinbucken swiftly closed the door, temporarily blocking the monsters outside. He turned to instruct Mu Jinjin, "Hold the door. Do not let them in." Mu Jinjin leaned against the door, wiping the rain from her face, puzzled as she asked, "Why did we come here?" Surveying the courtyard, Shinbucken replied casually without turning back, "Why do you have so many questions?" The door was battered by the monsters, causing Mu Jinjin to sway with each impact, her voice trembling in response. "Though, come on, asking questions is not a disgrace." Shinbucken approached the withered peach tree at the end of the courtyard. Its branches were brittle, and only a few desiccated leaves danced in the wind. Standing in the rain, he gazed at the tree, watching as a lone leaf, unable to withstand the tempest, fluttered down. He reached out to catch it. His lashes casting shadows as raindrops cascaded down, forming a curtain of water. His voice dropped, almost as if speaking to himself. "The dream begins here. It should also end here." As his words fell, he raised his hand to cast aside the fallen leaves, seamlessly initiating a spell. With the incantation, everything around him came to a halt for a brief moment. The rain suspended in midair, and his garments, which had clung to him, billowed as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Soon, a luminous magic circle formed around him. With him as its center, standing within the glowing circle, his complexion paled, and the veins on his forehead subtly throbbed. The brilliance of the formation intensified, only to gradually fade until it vanished entirely. Subsequently, a wisp of blackish-purple smoke emerged from beneath the peach blossom tree. He grasped it with force, the smoke seemingly corporeal, writhing in his grip. This was the culprit behind the creation of dreams, the dream soul. Typically, dream weavers employ various means, such as special gases, potions, magical artifacts, or formations, to fabricate dreams that ensnare the dreamer within. Ultimately, these dreams are mere illusions conjured by the dream weaver, and once the dreamer realizes they are trapped in a fantasy, they can awaken and escape the dream. He had previously come across a more advanced form of dream weaving in a book, one that delves into the deepest desires or fears of the dreamer, consuming them to manifest a being that is neither demon nor spirit, the dream soul. The dream soul renders the dream far more vivid, immersing the dreamer in an experience that is difficult to discern as a dream. Even if one becomes aware of their dreaming state, the dream remains intact, for the dream soul diligently prevents the dreamer from breaking free to escape the dream. The dream soul must be vanquished. Rainwater trickled down his face as he turned to Mu Jinjin and said, "Are you ready? We must make our exit." Outside the door, the monstrous force was particularly formidable. Mu Jinjin exerted all her strength to hold the door, her face turning crimson. She nodded fervently, her head bobbing like a woodpecker. Quickly, quickly. I'm almost at my limit." Her hair, disheveled and dampened by the rain, clung to her face, the hairpin atop her head swaying precariously with each nod. Resembling a dazed, drenched chick, he chuckled softly, crushing the blackish-purple smoke in his hand. The moment the smoke dissipated, Mu Jinjin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the surroundings fracturing like a shattered mirror, scattering in all directions. Then, she experienced a brief blackout, and upon exiting the dream, she heard the system's cold voice. Main Quest 1 completed. Supplementing the childhood experiences of Chunbaran. Character parameter richness activated. Story richness 20. Current richness 45. Original character story richness 25. He progress activated. Character Chunbaran, he progress 10. Deviation from the original B trajectory 10. Earn 40 points. Total points now at 80. Host. Please continue your efforts. Mu Jinjin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Finally, there was progress in the main quest, and the ordeal had not been in vain. However, how was this, he calculated? Life holds infinite possibilities. Every experience, every event can lead to different life outcomes. After the journey through the dream, the likelihood of Chunbaran deviating from his original conclusion is 10, while the chance of attaining the he conclusion stands at 10. Just a possibility. Yes, only when the possibility reaches 100 can Chunbaran truly achieve the he conclusion. Chapter 37. Exiting the dream. Time in the dream felt prolonged, yet only a fleeting moment passed outside of it. As Mu Jinjin emerged from the dream, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The anguished cries of Jiang Ruishue echoing through the stone cave. Mu Jinjin quickly covered her ears. The magic core hovered above Jiang Ruishue, radiating a brilliant purple light, simultaneously exuding a potent magical aura while incessantly siphoning her strength. As Jiang Ruishue's energy was consumed by the magic core, some of the cracks on it gradually sealed. Jiang Ruishue struggled in vain, firmly anchored in place, only able to emit pained wails. Xie Chunshan had erected a small barrier with his talisman sword to shield several individuals. But his complexion was ashen, a trickle of crimson staining his lips. Mu Jinjin swiftly placed a hand on Xie Chunshan's back, channeling her spiritual energy into him. Senior brother, are you all right? Xie Chunshan swallowed the metallic taste in his throat, gritting his teeth. I'm fine. Take care of the others. Mu Jinjin turned to look at the others, their eyes bloodshot and vacant, expressions etched with agony. Upon exiting the dream, Chunbaran saw Ning Yi collapsed nearby. Quickly rushing to support her, channeling spiritual energy into her center. Were they still trapped in an illusion? Xie Chunshan glanced at the others' conditions and remarked, yes, Jiang Ruishue is currently being backlashed by that entity. The dream-weaving technique has spiraled out of control. They are likely ensnared in a chaotic dream that we must wait until Jiang Ruishue is completely consumed and her cultivation absorbed before they can escape the dream. For now, we must protect their souls. Understood. Mu Jinjin approached Gu Xian and the others, mirroring Chunbaran's actions to bestow them with spiritual energy. Before long, Jiang Ruishue gradually ceased her struggles. Her complexion wan and crumpled to the ground. The radiance of the magic core dimmed, falling to the earth like an ordinary stone. Ningyi and the others began to calm down as well, the blood vessels in their eyes receding, their vacant gazes slowly refocusing. Senior brother, how are you? Chunbaran inquired softly, supporting Ningyi. Just out of the dream, Ningyi momentarily struggled to distinguish between dream and reality, mistaking Chunbaran for Xie Chunshan. Softly calling out, Senior brother. Her expression was tender, yet a single tear glimmered in her lovely eyes, brimming with complex emotions. Ningyi raised her hand, wishing to caress the face of the senior brother before her. Chunbaran was momentarily taken aback by her expression and, as her hand neared his face, he evaded. Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, he gently held Ningyi's wrist, lowering her hand, and said softly, Senior sister, I am not your senior brother. I am Aran. Ningyi looked momentarily bewildered. Aran? I am your senior sister. Slowly, Ningyi's eyes widened as she recognized the person before her and the surrounding environment. Her consciousness returning fully, she murmured, it was a dream. Chunbaran resumed his usual demeanor towards Ningyi, expressing gentle concern. Are you all right, senior sister? Are you injured? Ningyi slowly shook her head. I'm fine. Xie Chunshan, seeing the danger averted, dispelled the barrier and carefully picked up the magic core, examining it in his hand. At that moment, the magic core resembled a beautiful stone, utterly unremarkable. He decided to take it back for further examination. As Xie Chunshan secured the magic core, he heard Ningyi call for her senior brother and turned to approach her. Is there anything wrong, junior sister? Upon seeing him, the myriad experiences from her dream flooded Ningye's mind. Xie Chunshan crouched down, meeting her gaze, his expression cool yet filled with concern, though devoid of romantic affection. Ningyi had dreamt beautifully. In her dream, she followed closely in her senior brother's footsteps, ultimately catching up with him. And they came to know and love each other. Together they practiced, faced trials, and endured numerous storms, everything feeling so real. The dream version of her senior brother was no longer the aloof figure of the past. He would accompany her in all her desires, sharing in the beauty of flowers and snow, partaking in daily meals, leading a simple yet blissful life. They lived in happiness for a long time until one day, her senior brother vanished, plunging her life into chaos as she searched for him in vain. Just as she was on the brink of despair, she awoke from the dream. How fleeting it all was. Merely a dream. Ningyi lowered her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. I am fine. There is no need for concern. Senior brother, that's good. This place is not suitable for lingering. Junior sister, take a moment to adjust. And we shall depart shortly. All right. Meanwhile, Gu Xian and Wang Wen also regained consciousness, seemingly having endured a nightmare, their faces etched with terror. Wang Wen let out a loud scream, which startled both him and Gu Xian awake. Upon awakening, Gu Xian noticed Jiang Ruishua on the ground and kicked her without hesitation. Jiang Ruishua, still alive, curled up and coughed as a result of the blow. Ji Yuxian prepared to kick her again. Having nearly perished in the dream, almost falling victim to this enchantress, Xie Chunshan stepped forward to intervene. Calm down. She no longer possesses the strength to rally. Let her live for now. Ji Yuxian restrained himself, and Xie Chunshan inquired. Jiang Shimi, what connection do you share with the malevolent spirit that clung to you moments ago? Why would you harm our sect? Jiang Ruishua stammered through her tears. On the day our sect was invaded, I was captured by that demon. He was injured and bestowed upon me a dual cultivation method for replenishing yin and yang, compelling me to assist in his recovery. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Xie Chunshan's clear, glass-like eyes bore into her, making Jiang Ruishua feel utterly exposed. She lowered her gaze. Shi Xiang, every word I speak is the truth. I was indeed coerced. One moment you speak of being bewitched, the next of being forced. It seems to me that you and that demon are in cahoots, Gu Xian remarked, preparing to kick her. Xie Chunshan continued his questioning. How did he compel you to aid in his restoration? By utilizing the method he provided, I absorbed the essence of others to elevate my cultivation, and then he consumed my cultivation to aid his recovery. Xie Chunshan asked. Has he remained in the forbidden area all this time? Yes, after the sect was attacked, a lockdown was enforced, and upon noticing the breach in the forbidden area's barrier, he took refuge there. What manner of creature is this demon? Have you seen its true form? I have not. The demon often appears as an indistinct shadow. Xie Chunshan regarded her coldly. Choosing not to press further, the flame of the fire talisman in the corner of the cavern flickered low. Casting shadows, he declared, we have gathered those we sought. Let us depart the forbidden area. Other matters can be addressed once we are outside. Chapter 38. Leaving the forbidden area concerned that Jiang Ruishua might flee. Gu Xian retrieved a rope from his storage bag, binding her securely. Xie Chunshan carried the unconscious Wu Shidi. Upon exiting the stone cave, a faint ethereal glow emerged from the previously unfathomable depths. Resembling a mesmerizing aurora, illuminated by this spectral light, Mu Jinjin finally discerned the true nature of this space, which resembled an inverted tower, wider at the top and narrower below, with spiraling staircases etched into the surrounding stone walls. Numerous stone cavities dotted the walls, varying in size, with some emanating faint sounds, as if muffled by water. What is that sound? Wang Wen asked, his voice trembling. Since emerging from his dream, he had been visibly shaken. Clearly terrified. Didn't they say the forbidden area holds some demons? Perhaps they reside in those stone cavities. Mu Jinjin remarked as she walked behind him, but is that true? Wang Wen seemed even more frightened. Retreating to press against Mu Jinjin, Qin Buran, trailing behind, observed Wang Wen's nearly desperate closeness to Mu Jinjin and licked his tiger-like teeth, saying, it's simple to find out. With that, he stepped forward. Approaching Mu Jinjin and sweetly requested, Senior Sister Mu, may I borrow a few attack talismans? As they ascended the staircase, which allowed two people to stand side by side, Qin Buran positioned himself perfectly between Mu Jinjin and Wang Wen, causing Wang Wen to stumble down a step. What are you doing? Qin Buran's eyes narrowed with mischief. his smile revealing his tiger tooth, creating an innocent visage akin to a naive youth. That it was the first time he had displayed such an expression towards Mu Jinjin, momentarily catching her off guard. However, she quickly realized he was merely putting on a facade of meekness again. Yet, she sensed a sinister undertone beneath his seemingly gentle demeanor. I will use a talisman to test whether there is indeed anything within those stone cavities, Chun Baran stated, extending a bony hand towards Mu Jinjin. She handed him several attack talismans without hesitation. Xie Chunshan did not intervene, but cautioned, Junior brother Chun, exercise caution. Understood. Chun Baran cast the talismans, which glimmered with spiritual light. Swiftly towards the source of the sounds emanating from the stone cavities, they neared the cavern's entrance. The talismans collided with an invisible barrier, disintegrating into ash. The once empty entrance revealed a barrier adorned with golden patterns. It is a suppression formation. Xie Chunshan recognized the golden markings. The entrances of the cavities that exhibited activity had all been reinforced with suppression formations, numbering over a dozen in total. The golden light illuminated the entrances. The sounds within the cavities grew louder, resembling the roars of demonic beasts. It seems they indeed confine demons, Mu Jinjin remarked. Only high-level demons warrant the use of a suppression formation. We should not linger here. Let us depart, Xie Chunshan advised. Their return was far smoother than their entrance, and they soon exited the forbidden area. Upon entering, the moon had risen in the east, but by the time they emerged, it had set in the west. Under the serene moonlight, the bamboo forest swayed gently. An elder Gu Feng stood with a stern expression, accompanied by several disciples at the forest's edge. The moment Mu Jinjin and her companions stepped out of the ink bamboo forest, they were promptly apprehended by Elder Gu Feng. Chen Chi Feng, standing behind Elder Gu Feng, subtly shook his head, conveying that they had failed to keep their actions hidden and that they might face dire consequences. Xie Chunshan, grasping his meaning, remained unperturbed, responding calmly, Elder Gu. Elder Gu Feng remained silent, surveying the group, his gaze lingering momentarily on Gu Xian, his brow furrowing. Yet he refrained from further comment, simply commanding, take them all away. Before turning to leave, the Grand Assembly Hall exuded an air of solemnity as Mu Jinjin and her companions knelt upon the polished floor. Apart from the unconscious Wu Shidi, the others were brought directly here to face their reckoning. Upon entering, they beheld the sect leader seated in her chair, evidently having been disturbed from her retreat. The leader of Chuanzai sect, Yu Ling, known as the Celestial Sword Master, was the foremost sword cultivator in the celestial realm. She donned a moon-white gauzy robe, cinched at the waist with a simple gemstone belt, her long, dark hair loosely tied with a single hairband. Her features were serene and unassuming, not conventionally beautiful, yet she radiated an undeniable, innate charisma. This was Mu Jinjin's first encounter with sect leader Yu. She had heard tales of her being over 600 years old, yet she appeared remarkably youthful. Chunshan, are you aware of the rule forbidding sect disciples from entering the forbidden area under any circumstances? Yu Ling's voice was melodious and steady, lacking any overt display of anger. Xie Chunshan knelt respectfully, offering a salute. I am aware, sect leader. Leaning lightly against the armrest, Yu Ling inquired, then why did you choose to defy this rule? Xie Chunshan refrained from making excuses, first offering his apologies to the leader, then recounting the events in detail. Yu Ling listened attentively, but her expression shifted to one of gravity upon hearing about the demon core. You encountered the demon core? Indeed, Xie Chunshan replied. Producing the cord as Yu Ling reached out, it flew into her hand. Upon grasping the core, she noted its altered state. Aside from the missing fragment, many cracks had seemingly mended. You mean to say that the core absorbed a demon capable of possession? Xie Chunshan affirmed. Yes, this demon lacks a physical form and specializes in crafting dreams. It appears capable of manipulating the desires and obsessions of others. Yu Ling pondered for a moment, then stated, from your description, this demon must be a rare desire demon. Such beings are born from human desires and feed off them, typically forming only under extraordinary circumstances. They may not appear for centuries. They possess the ability to amplify the desires of others, often seeking out those with strong desires to strike some form of a deal, silently magnifying their cravings and subsequently feeding off them. All forms of desire, be it lust, power, or wealth, serve as its sustenance. When desires become excessive, they transform into obsessions, allowing the demon to easily discern one's inner compulsions. often magnifying them through dreams before consuming them. Those who are consumed by their desires gradually become puppets, eventually losing their bodies to the demon. This demon is not particularly formidable. It merely excels at seducing hearts. However, it cannot affect those with steadfast wills. Yet its formless nature makes it exceedingly difficult to eliminate. As long as desires persist, it shall not perish. As she spoke, Yu Ling gazed at the demon core in her hand, surprised to find it fully consumed. Jiang Ruishua knelt at the back, too fearful to raise her head, her body trembling as if doused with a bucket of cold water. She had previously deceived senior brother Syed on the day the demons invaded the sect. She encountered that seductive demon. The demon, wounded, had not coerced her into assisting him. Rather, he promised her the means to elevate her cultivation, to become a figure of great admiration within the sect. In that moment, her heart was stirred. Having entered the sect at the tender age of 8 and spent a decade therein, her talent was mediocre at best, and no matter how hard she tried, she would remain merely an ordinary inner disciple. Lacking in family connections and background, her appearance unremarkable, she often found herself needing to curry favor with individuals like Mu Zhan, making it difficult to envision a day of prominence. Thus, she did not hesitate long before agreeing to the demon's request. The demon had stated that as long as she helped him evade the sect's pursuit and aided in his recovery, it would suffice. He assured her that once her cultivation improved, she merely needed to provide him with energy until he regained his strength. The demon imparted to her a dual cultivation method known as the yin-yang harmony, and indeed, her cultivation flourished. Her appearance seemed to improve as well, drawing the lingering gazes of passing brothers and disciples, who treated her with newfound courtesy. This brought her immense satisfaction. Initially, she had not contemplated murder, content to merely absorb their vitality. However, before long, her desires grew insatiable. She craved more power, more attention, wishing for her brothers and sisters to be unable to tear their eyes away from her. Thus, she began to siphon more vitality and resorted to murder, spiraling out of control. She had always believed the demon genuinely required her energy, only to discover that he feasted on her very desires. As the demon was consumed, the veils of temptation before her dissipated like mist, and regret slowly enveloped her. Jiang Ruishua, a clear and steady voice resonated from above. Chapter 39. The Origin of the Demon. Core. Jiang Ruishua lifted her gaze, her face as pale as death. The sect leader, Yu, regarded her with an indifferent expression, his calm brow betraying an icy demeanor. Your resolve is weak. You have consorted with demons and harmed your fellow disciples. According to sect rules, you shall be dealt with accordingly. Jiang Ruishua collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling as she struggled to voice a defense, yet found herself at a loss for words. Two disciples entered the hall, seizing her arms and dragging her towards the exit. As they reached the threshold, she could no longer restrain herself and cried out, "Sect leader, I was misled. Please, spare me." Mu Zhan cast a backward glance at her, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Chen Baran had previously enlightened her on the sect's regulations. Given Jiang Ruishua's transgressions, she would face public punishment by the thunder whip, a whip imbued with lightning. Striking her would either kill or severely injure her. Jiang Ruishua was unlikely to survive. Seeing Mu Zhan look back, Jiang Ruishua clutched at her last shred of hope, pleading, "Zhan, please intercede on my behalf. I was bewitched. I strayed momentarily. You know me well. I have always been diligent and compliant, never violating sect rules. Please help me." The great hall's doors had already closed, muffling her cries, and Mu Zhan turned away in silence. The hall fell into a brief stillness before a sigh pierced the air. Yu's gaze fell upon the demon core in his hand, deep and contemplative, as he slowly spoke. "Do you know why the sect was recently invaded?" Sect leader, before you could finish, Gu Feng, who had remained silent nearby, interjected sharply, his dark brows furrowed, signaling her to refrain from elaborating. "It's fine. They will learn eventually," Yu replied, "and perhaps those outside are already more informed than we are." Gu Feng's brow remained knitted, yet he chose silence. Yu turned back, continuing, "It is because of this object, the demon core. You know what a demon core is." Not waiting for a response, he continued, seemingly aware that none would possess such knowledge. The demon core is an extremely potent spiritual core that emerges from within the bodies of the demon race, and those born with a demon core are inherently powerful, revered as a natural breed of demons. However, such cores have not appeared for millennia, yet two have manifested in the past 200 years. 200 years ago, a child born with a demon core emerged from the demon race. At that time, neither the celestial sects, demon race, nor the beast races understood much about the demon core, and thus they failed to pay attention to this child that it was not until a century ago. When that child ascended to become the supreme ruler of the demon realm, igniting the celestial demon war, that the formidable power of the demon core was revealed, the celestial sects found themselves no match for him. Suffering heavy casualties, and they united in a desperate struggle, prepared for mutual destruction. Such powerful entities as the demon core naturally invite covetous eyes, and many demons sought to possess it, compounded by the demon lord's inherently violent and combative nature. Many innocents suffered unwarranted calamities. During a great battle, he was betrayed by one of his own, who launched a surprise attack, wounding him grievously. One individual stood forth, inciting others to covet the demon core, and they turned their weapons against him. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial sects mounted a joint assault, ultimately slaying him. Those who coveted the demon core believed that with the death of the demon lord, they could extract the core for themselves, only to discover that with his demise, the core also dissipated. This battle inflicted tremendous losses on both celestial and demon realms, leading to a collective recognition of the core's terrifying potential. Subsequent investigations revealed that the demon core had been documented in ancient times, corresponding with the existence of the divine core. However, as time passed, both seemed to vanish along with the ancient gods and demons. And gradually, the knowledge of the demon and divine cores faded into obscurity. The kneeling disciples listened in shock, unable to fathom that such an object could incite such turmoil. Mu was particularly struck, her concern mounting. She felt the divine core on her person grow warm to the touch. If others discovered her possession of it, she would become a target. Panic coursed through her as she recalled the moment in the stone cave when she had revealed the divine core. Uncertain if others had taken note, would they deduce that it was the divine core? She discreetly raised her head to gauge the expressions of the kneeling individuals beside her, Ningyi, Guxian, and Wang, when all bore looks of astonishment, still absorbed in the tale recounted by the sect leader. When she had produced the divine core, their minds had been clouded, and they likely hadn't noticed. Xie Chunshan maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. Mu Jun was unsure if he had perceived anything. Even if he had, she trusted his character would prevent him from speaking out. Then there was Chun Baran.as. She glanced at his expression. Their eyes met unexpectedly. His gaze was enigmatic, leaving her unable to decipher his thoughts. Yet, she was certain he had surmised that the stone she possessed was indeed the divine core, as they had unearthed it together from the water. Moreover, the appearances of the divine and demon cores were strikingly similar. Surely, he wouldn't speak out of turn, would he? Chun Baran seemed to sense her turmoil. Raising an eyebrow in a knowing manner, Mu Jun thought, never mind that if he truly reveals it, let it be. Whoever desires it can have it. After all, even now, she remained unaware of its true purpose. But Jiang Ruishua, she would never suspect the divine core, nor would she have the chance to contemplate it. Then, from whence does this demon core originate? Wang Wen inquired with curiosity, his voice barely above a whisper. The others turned their inquisitive gazes towards Yu Gu Feng, his voice grave, admonished, "This is not for you to know." His expression darkened, as if recalling an unwelcome memory. Yu's countenance mirrored his discontent, her gaze distant as she sighed softly. Under Gu Feng's disapproving glare, she spoke in a low tone. 20 years ago, another individual with a demon core emerged from the demon race. This time, a woman. She fell in love with a member of the celestial sect, and together they bore a child. This child was born with both celestial and demonic lineage, one spiritual vein and one demonic root, which clashed violently within, leaving the child doomed from the start. In a desperate attempt to save her child, the woman, not knowing where to turn, excavated the demon core from her own body, sealing away a portion of her child's essence. All eyes now rested upon the triangular notch in the demon core held in Yu's hand. The missing segment visible. Once the core had been extracted, it could not be returned, and it thus became a coveted prize, igniting further bloodshed among the celestial, demon, and beast races. By chance, the demon core fell into the hands of the Chuanza sect, which, in a bid to quell the ensuing chaos, sealed the core within a forbidden zone. The Rear Mountains Forbidden Area was originally the burial site of an ancient deity, rich in spiritual energy, still guarded by the remnants of protective barriers from that era. When the Chuanza sect was established, They discovered this site and designated it as a forbidden area, both to honor the deity and to restrain the demons. Fearing the demon core would be uncovered, the sect strictly prohibited disciples from entering the rear mountain. However, at some point, whispers of its existence leaked, and others became aware of the core's presence within our sect. The demons invaded to seize the core, taking advantage of the weakening protective barriers to infiltrate the forbidden zone. When I arrived at the forbidden area, I assumed the core had already been taken, only to find it returned today. It seems that the seductive demon obtained the core but could not escape and has since remained hidden within the forbidden zone. That used narrative returned to the initial inquiry, dispelling the disciples' doubts. Yet, within Mu Jun's heart, a deeper question began to form. Chapter 40. Accepting punishment. A singular doubt arose within Mu Jun. Was the child bearing both celestial and demonic lineage none other than Chun Buran? The tale bears a resemblance to that of Chun Burang, both originating from a lineage where the mother belongs to the demon clan and the father hails from the celestial sect. Indeed, as the narrative unfolds, Chun Burang succumbs to the allure of darkness. After bestowing his spiritual vein to the female protagonist, he himself becomes enshrouded in demonic essence. Upon their next encounter, he is clad in a deep green robe. Standing atop lofty steps, gazing down upon the throngs of demons kneeling at his feet, his demeanor cold and imperious. The excerpt captures the process of Chun Burang's descent into darkness through the eyes of Ning Yi. Leaving Mu Jinjin oblivious to the trials he endured to ascend to the rank of Demon Lord, if that child truly is Chun Burang, then after he transferred his spiritual vein to the female lead, the conflict of their veins would cease to exist, granting him a demonic root, thus embodying the demon form. Furthermore, when Master Yu speaks of the origin of that demonic core, her brevity starkly contrasts her lengthy discourse regarding the core from 2 centuries past. Glossing over numerous details, that a sense of doubt stirs within Mu Jinjin as her gaze unconsciously drifts back to Chun Burang, who, lost in thought, lowers his head. At that moment, the soft morning light bathes him, illuminating his distinctly defined eyelashes that flutter like butterfly wings in the gentle illumination. After observing him for a while, Mu Jinjin finds him inscrutable, akin to a dark-hearted lotus. She then shifts her focus to the polished ground, her mind wandering aimlessly. Unbeknownst to her, as she turns away, Chun Burang raises his gaze towards her. He too is lost in his own thoughts. Why does she always watch him? Does she fancy his appearance? It must be so, as she has been caught staring at him in a daze several times prior. Chun Burang chuckles inwardly, finding her as shallow and foolish as the original Mu Jinjin. Yet, her scrutiny does not irk him. Each lost in their contemplations, their thoughts remain worlds apart. Wang Wen, filled with curiosity, timidly inquires, Master, if this demonic core is a menace, why not simply destroy it? Chun Burang cannot help but scoff internally at the multitude of questions. More than Mu Jinjin herself, if it could have been destroyed, it would have been. Either they do not wish to destroy it or are incapable of doing so. True to her role, Master Yu exhibits far more patience than Chun Burang. She gently elucidates, the sect has attempted numerous methods to obliterate it, all to no avail, and as a consequence, several elders have perished due to the core's backlash. Thus, we are left with no choice but to seal it. This encapsulates the matter of the demonic core. Rising from her seat, Master Yu strides to the window, bathed in the nascent sunlight, her expression tinged with melancholy. Today, I share this with you to prepare you. The outside world is aware of the demonic core's presence in the Chuanzi sect and will undoubtedly return, bringing with it further turmoil. Turning to Chao Shan, she addresses him earnestly, disciple present. Xie Chunshan turns, kneeling and clasping his hands. The acting master. I shall fulfill my duties and safeguard the sect. Very well. Xie Chunshan queries, Master, will you be entering seclusion again? Indeed, my seclusion was interrupted by a violent upheaval, compelling me to emerge and ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, she is not disappointed, for it is her upright and principled eldest disciple who has led others into forbidden grounds. An unexpected turn of events. Master Yu's tone carries no reproach, rather a playful teasing, embodying a mentor's fondness for her protege. Xie Chunshan raises his hands to his forehead, solemnly declaring, disciple accepts punishment. You, always so earnest, Master Yu chides, a touch of exasperation in her voice. Your only flaw is your overly serious demeanor. Enough, everyone rise. Your kneeling has sufficed as punishment. Let this serve as a reminder to refrain from such actions in the future. YES Chapter 41 unfolds. The morning sun, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, greets them as they exit the council hall. Mission accomplished. Uncovering the sect's invasion and tracing the origins of the demonic core. Completing side quest 2, earning 30 points, totaling 110. Woo! Mu Jinjin exclaims joyfully, relieved that the harrowing night has finally passed. Stretching her weary limbs, she feels the aches throughout her body, yearning for a restorative slumber. Now that the matters are resolved, let us all return and rest well. Exercise caution regarding the forbidden grounds. Indeed, senior brother, Xie Chunshan advises. Noticing Ning Ye's pallor and subdued demeanor, he inquires with concern, "Sister, are you well? Are you injured?" Ning Yi, still haunted by the dreams of the night, cannot meet his gaze. Instead, she fixates on the swaying hem of his robe, softly replying, "I am fine, merely fatigued. A good rest will suffice." Very well, Xie Chunshan concedes, saying nothing further. Ningyi opens her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately falls silent, disappointment etched on her face. "You should also rest early, senior brother," standing beside Ningyi. Chun Burang observes her expression keenly that he notes that for some time now, her gaze has followed Xie Chunshan, her emotions swayed by him. Does she harbor feelings for Xie Chunshan? Indeed, the thought lingers in Chun Burang's mind. Yet it feels insubstantial. Is Xie Chunshan then a significant person to her? Am I also important to her? Surely, my parents, Chun Burang, and others are paramount to me. From this moment forward, she too shall hold a place among those most dear to my heart. Chun Burang recalls the year he became her disciple, when she expressed that he was important to her. Henceforth, she has become his most cherished individual. Mu Jinjin waits at the base of the steps. Anticipating Ning Yi and Chun Burang's descent, she observes the trio on the steps. Chun Burang gazes at Ning Yi, who in turn follows Xie Chunshan's every move, his eyes clear and unclouded. At that moment, Xie Chunshan remains oblivious to the affections Ning Yi harbors for him. Embodying the archetype of a straightforward man, the system has assigned her the main quest of ensuring Chun Burang achieves a happy ending. However, now that Ning Yi has developed feelings for Xie Chunshan, is there still a possibility for her to end up with Chun Burang? Should Chun Burang and Ning Yi unite, he would escape the tragic fate of love leading to death. Yet, does this not dismantle the official pairing of Xie Ning? Would this not be a cruel separation of lovers? The pressing question remains. Is it even feasible to intervene? Mu Jinjin finds herself ensnared in a web of conflict. Enough, no more thinking. She shakes her head, resolving to set aside her worries. That I shall return and take a well-deserved nap. My mind is a jumbled mess, and I shall not invite further troubles. What are you doing? Chun Burang queries, turning to find Mu Jinjin shaking her head like a puppy shaking off water, her already disheveled hair becoming even more tousled. Nothing much, just feeling drowsy, shaking my head to wake up a bit. She yawns, her eyes glimmering with drowsiness. Shall we return to Weilon Peak together? Ning Yi suggests, her heart warmed by Mu Jinjin's adorable demeanor, a soft smile gracing her lips. Let us go back together. She replies that Mu Jinjin waves to Xie Chunshan. Goodbye, senior brother Timum. Xie Chunshan nodded slightly. The trio returned to Weilon Peak. While Mu Jinjin parted ways with them to head back to her small courtyard, Mu Huichuan had just finished preparing breakfast. Jin'er, why are you back so late? You must be exhausted. Come and eat. Last night, before venturing into the mist of the back mountain, Mu Jinjin had sent a communication talisman to Mu Huichuan, informing him of her breakthrough in cultivation and her intention to solidify her progress in the bamboo grove. Assuring him not to worry, knowing her dedication to her practice recently, Mu Huichuan thought little of it. However, the news of Mu Jinjin and her companions trespassing into the forbidden area had already spread to several ears and would inevitably reach Mu Huichuan. Rather than allowing him to learn about it from others, she decided it was best to confess herself. Mu Jinjin approached and linked her arm with Mu Huichuan's, blinking her eyes playfully and sweetly saying, "Father, what is it?" Mu Huichuan inquired, ruffling her fluffy hair. "Actually, I lied to you. I wasn't cultivating last night. Then where did you go?" "I went to the forbidden area." "What?" Mu Huichuan was taken aback, withdrawing his hand from her head and anxiously asking, "What were you doing in the forbidden area? Do you realize there are consequences for trespassing?" "Please don't panic. Let me explain." Mu Jinjin quickly clarified, recounting the events of the previous night, omitting any mention of the demonic core. Mu Huichuan was likely unaware of the matter concerning the demonic core within Chun's sect, and she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications that in the end. We successfully rescued junior brother Chun and captured the true culprit behind the murders of the sect disciples. The sect leader learned of our trespass, but, recognizing our just cause and the fact that we returned with the true culprit, chose not to punish us, so I came back. That's how it happened. You truly are audacious, daring to deceive me into entering the forbidden area. What would you have done if something went wrong? Mu Huichuan felt a mix of shock and anger, yet his concern for her safety prevented him from scolding her harshly. Mu Jinjin playfully shook his arm, smiling sweetly. Father, don't be angry. I won't do it again. You? Mu Huichuan tapped her forehead gently. You weren't hurt, were you? No, just a night without sleep has left me tired. Then eat something and rest quickly. Breakfast is ready. Hee. Thank you, father. After enjoying a warm breakfast, Mu Jinjin felt a comforting warmth spread from her stomach to her heart, and she happily went to sleep as the sun moved from the eastern window to the western one. Mu Jinjin awoke to find the sun had set below the horizon. She had slept quite soundly. After dinner that evening, Mu Jinjin resumed her studies in talisman drawing. Days later, the radiant moonlight streamed through the open window, illuminating the table where a figure sat, putting down a vermilion brush. With delicate, slender fingers, the person picked up the freshly drawn talisman to admire it against the moonlight. The smooth lines and intricate patterns were nothing short of perfection. Mu Jinjin had now grasped the basics of talisman crafting, allowing her to create simple, new talismans. After admiring her creation, Mu Jinjin stretched widely, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at the moon. The bright full moon hung high in the sky, and the peach blossoms in the courtyard were still in full bloom, looking particularly beautiful under the silvery moonlight. Although the flowering period of the peach blossoms had long passed, they had not yet wilted. This was because Mu Jinjin had once remarked beneath the peach tree how splendid the blossoms were and wished they could bloom a little longer, out of love for his daughter. Mu Huichuan had immediately drawn a talisman to extend the flowering season of the peach tree. The gentle evening breeze brought a few petals into her room, landing softly on the table. Mu Jinjin picked up a petal and gently blew on it, sending it back to the evening breeze. Realizing it was getting late, she prepared to go to bed, having already removed her clothes, when she suddenly exclaimed, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? Saying this, she hurriedly donned her clothes and dashed out, heading towards Chunbron's residence. Chapter 42. Stars lighting the way. The time for the poison to take effect was approaching once again, and Mu Jinjin needed to seek out Chunbron the day before to obtain the antidote. She was uncertain when the poison would strike, so acquiring the medicine early would bring her peace of mind. She certainly did not wish to endure that kind of suffering again. On her way to Chunbron's small courtyard, Mu Jinjin noticed the flowers blooming beautifully under the moonlight and casually picked a bouquet. After all, she was requesting a favor, and since it was late at night, bringing a small gift would be advisable. Upon reaching Chunbron's courtyard, Mu Jinjin knocked persistently. Chunbron, are you asleep? Please open the door. Big brother, are you awake? Fortunately, Chunbron's courtyard was somewhat distant from the disciples' quarters, so her noise wouldn't disturb others. After calling for some time without any response, and seeing no lights turn on inside, she guessed that Chunbron was likely reluctant to open the door for her. What could she do? She could only continue to shout. Finally, after Mu Jinjin's persistent knocking, the courtyard door swung open with a loud bang. From that sudden noise, Mu Jinjin sensed a long-awaited aura of menace. She slowly lowered her hand that had been knocking and found herself locked in a gaze with the furious Chunbron standing in the courtyard. At that moment, Mu Jinjin felt a twinge of regret for her earlier impulsiveness. She could have simply woken up early the next morning to wait at his door for the medicine. So why disturb his rest at this hour? After all, he held her life in his hands, who provided her with such boldness. She felt increasingly brazen and less fearful of him. Come in. Chunbron's voice was clear and cold, laced with an icy chill that Mu Jinjin hesitated but eventually stepped inside. Having come this far, it was too late to feel fear now. Chunbron was dressed in a pristine white robe, his hair cascading down his back, and the moonlight cast a frosty glow upon him. When he slightly raised his gaze, his long eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, obscuring the chill within them. Since emerging from the forbidden area, he had been unable to sleep well for days, plagued by dreams of his childhood. Today, he had finally managed to fall asleep, only to be disturbed by Mu Jinjin. Initially, he had no intention of paying her any mind, but her incessant shouting outside had pushed him to the brink of irritation. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to end her. The corners of Qin Baran's lips curled slightly, yet Mu Jinjin felt no hint of amusement in his expression. Come a bit closer. Mu Jinjin could only inch forward, standing right before him. Qin Baran raised his long, pale hand, which glimmered like flawless jade in the moonlight, just as it seemed poised to land on her neck. Mu Jinjin instinctively grasped it, feeling as if she were holding a piece of jade, icy and delicate. Yet, Mu Jinjin was too anxious to appreciate it properly. She quickly blurted out, "Big brother, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. I truly didn't mean to. Please don't be angry." Qin Baran's hand remained tightly held in hers, and she could feel the warmth radiating from her palm, gradually dispelling some of the chill in his eyes. He refrained from tightening his grip around her neck. Sensing that his hold had relaxed slightly, Mu Jinjin quietly let out a sigh of relief. She then produced the talisman she had just drawn, offering a charming smile. "Big brother, please don't be upset. I have a gift for you." Releasing his hand, she formed seals with her hands to cast a spell, causing the patterns on the talisman to glow. With a flash of golden light, as Mu Jinjin exclaimed, "Stars lighting the way," the talisman instantly transformed into specks of starlight that scattered around. The orange-yellow lights danced in the courtyard like fluttering fireflies, resembling countless stars descending into the mortal realm. Qin Baran was momentarily stunned as the starlight landed on his shoulders and hair, warming his silhouette. Mu Jinjin pinched a speck of starlight between her fingers. Beaming, "What do you think? Is it beautiful? This is a talisman I crafted after much research over the past few days." Her face radiated delight, almost as if it were written all over her features that she wished to be praised. Qin Baran observed the starlight between her fingers and scoffed, "Stars lighting the way? What a ridiculous name." That Mu Jinjin chuckled nonchalantly. "I'm not good at naming. I just thought of something on a whim. Don't mind the details, just tell me if it looks nice." Under the glow of the orange-yellow starlight, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled brightly. Qin Baran glanced down at her smiling face, his teeth slightly clenched in irritation. She always had this way about her. When she managed to provoke his anger, she would resort to playful antics, trying to charm him into forgiving her. Once he was pacified, she would take advantage of his good nature, pushing her luck like a mischievous cat. When held by the scruff of its neck, it would purr obediently, but once released, it would claw and hiss as it pleased. Had she forgotten that her life was still in his hands? With a sudden wave of his hand, Qin Baran dispersed the starlight that had settled upon him. Did Mu Jinjin forget, or had he? After all, he was the one holding her life. He was the big brother, and she the little sister. Why did it always feel like he was the one doing things for her while she constantly bothered him? It was truly unreasonable. Noticing his abrupt dismissal of the starlight, Mu Jinjin felt his mood shift to something more somber and was taken aback. Hurriedly, she shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand to prevent his mood from worsening. "Big brother, tomorrow is the day the poison will take effect again. I kindly ask you to provide the antidote to save my life." She clasped her hands together, presenting them before Qin Baran with utmost sincerity. Qin Baran snorted coldly, knowing full well that she only acted this way when seeking something from him. "You're aware that your life is in my hands, yet you dare act recklessly in my presence." I wasn't. I'm very well behaved," Mu Jinjin retorted, insisting on her innocence. "Though, is that so?" Qin Baran narrowed his eyes with a sarcastic smile. Realizing the futility of her protest, Mu Jinjin obediently admitted her fault. "I am sorry. I won't dare do it again. I promise to be good and listen to you, big brother." With a cold smirk, Qin Baran remarked, "You won't dare next time. I shall see if you have the audacity." The boss, possessing a magnanimous heart, retorted, "Do forgive me. In the end." Qin Baran still handed her the medicine, stating coolly, "Remember what you said." As Mu Jinjin received the medicine, her spirits lifted, her voice brightening. "I remember." Qin Baran sighed inwardly. "Here we go again. She hasn't remembered a thing. How vexing. Why did I let her off so easily back then?" Suddenly, Mu Jinjin felt a chill run down her spine and glanced at Qin Baran, noticing his expression had grown even colder. "What now?" she thought. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, especially one with a heart as dark as a lotus. Having received the medicine, Mu Jinjin dared not linger. Turning to leave, Suddenly recalling the flowers she had gathered on the way, she hesitated but ultimately presented them, saying, "I just picked these for you. Please don't be upset." Chunburan did not take them. Instead, Mu Jinjin placed them in the room and arranged them before scampering away with the night breeze. Chunburan looked up, and in the desolate moonlight, a corner of orange fabric vanished through the door. Chapter 43. Let her stay a few more days. After Mu Jinjin departed, Chunburan stood in the courtyard in a daze for a while, then waved his hand to close the courtyard gate and turned back to his room. As he turned to shut the door, he gazed at the starlit courtyard, his hand hesitating momentarily, but he eventually slammed the door shut, plunging the room into darkness. Lying in bed, he struggled to fall asleep. The faint moonlight cascaded through the window onto the table, creating a serene stillness. The aromatic incense meant to aid sleep had long since burned out, and Chunburan rose to fetch more, but decided against it. He opened the window, and the stars outside continued to twinkle and dance. How bothersome and detestable. They kept him awake. Chunburan cursed inwardly and lay back down, the orange starfire filtering into the room. Dispelling some of the chill, unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. During his sleep, a complex pattern emerged briefly on his chest, only to vanish quickly that a flash of red appeared between his brows, and he once again fell into a dream. The wintry wind was biting cold. Young Chunburan huddled like a dark ball in a corner, staring blankly at the steamy bun shop not far away. His disheveled black hair hung loosely, and he wore thin, soiled clothes, while his black cloth shoes were riddled with holes, exposing his frost-bitten toes. His youthful face was obscured by dirt, yet his eyes remained clear and bright, starkly contrasting the darkness. A woman with a child passed by, carrying several buns, and his gaze fixated on the buns in the child's hands, following them until they disappeared from view. His attention then returned to the bun shop, where the owner cast him a disdainful glance before turning back to call out, "Freshly steamed buns, piping hot." In no time, 2 large pots of buns were nearly sold out, until an elderly lady dressed in satin arrived with her grandson and purchased the last of them. The boy, eager to eat, dropped one on the ground but was halted by his grandmother before he could pick it up. She took the bun from his hands and tossed it into a corner, advising, "If it's dirty, don't eat it. You'll upset your stomach." The old lady tenderly reprimanded her grandson. Young Chunburan, however, no longer watched them. His gaze was fixed on the discarded bun. It arced beautifully through the air, bounced a couple of times upon hitting the ground, and rolled several times before coming to rest in front of him. The soft, white bun, now covered in dirt, made Chunburan salivate. He hugged his legs tightly, clenching his sleeves, his eyes fixed on the bun, yet he refrained from immediately retrieving it. Once the old lady and her grandson departed, he suddenly lunged for the bun, only to be too late. An orange flash darted by, snatching the bun and fleeing. Young Chunburan paused momentarily, then instinctively chased after it. It was an orange cat, darting away swiftly. He pursued it through streets and alleys, having gone too long without food. His frail body could not keep pace, and he eventually lost it in a narrow alley. The orange cat leaped onto a wall and vanished from sight. Young Chunburan stood frozen for a while before departing, not anticipating a twist of fate that would lead him to encounter the same orange cat around the next corner. He instantly recognized it as the thief of his bun. This cat was missing an ear. Without a second thought, he chased after it to catch it. The orange cat, startled, collided with a tree, dazed, allowing Chunburan to seize it. But now that he had caught it, what could be done? The bun had already been devoured. Starving, Chunburan's hunger turned to malice as he gripped the orange cat's neck, gradually tightening his hold, his cracked lips whispering, "I will eat you." The orange cat squirmed in panic, meowing in distress. The warmth from its body contrasted sharply with the frigid winter air. Suddenly, Chunburan released his grip, cradling the cat tightly against his chest, feeling a semblance of warmth return to his icy body. The orange cat quieted, settling comfortably in his embrace. From then on, Chunburan kept the orange cat by his side. Yet it proved to be disobedient. When held, it would meow softly, acting as a warm companion, but once freed, it would claw and hiss, often leaving a parting scratch before darting away. One day, feeling both hungry and cold, he curled up in a corner, drowsy. Seizing the opportunity, the orange cat wriggled free from his arms, scratching him a few times before scampering off. Lacking the strength to pursue, he watched the cat's retreating figure before succumbing to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found the orange cat sitting beside him, licking its fur, and next to him lay a bun, with 2 rows of distinct cat teeth imprints on it. The orange cat held its head high, its tail swaying behind it. Chunburan wasted no time, grabbing the bun and devouring it, then pulling the orange cat back into his embrace. Meow, meow, meow. The orange cat protested in the days that followed. They enjoyed a harmonious companionship. However, one day, the orange cat vanished and did not return. Chunburan set out to find it amidst the heavy snowfall, the streets nearly deserted. He discovered a trail of cat paw prints obscured by snow, leading him to a dilapidated temple. Upon entering, his pupils constricted at the sight before him. 3 beggars huddled around a fire, ravenously devouring meat, while a bloody orange cat pelt lay discarded nearby, 1 ear missing. The beggars noticed him and hurled a firewood stick his way, ordering, "Scram. This doesn't concern you." Chunburan stood frozen, and 1 beggar rose to shove him out the door, slamming the rickety temple door shut. He lay in the snow, dazed for a while before snapping back to reality, frenziedly bursting through the door to confront them with a stick of his own. Ultimately, he was beaten and thrown out of the temple. Bruised and battered as dusk approached, the snow continued to fall. The 3 beggars, sated and warm, nestled by the fire in the broken temple, oblivious to the chills seeping through the crumbling walls. As darkness enveloped the scene, young Chunburan crawled from the snow, standing before the temple entrance, gazing at the flickering flames within, a glint of madness creeping into his eyes. The last remaining curtain in the temple ignited, flames licking upwards, engulfing the ceiling. Only when the fire spread did the beggars awaken, realizing they were trapped, unable to open the door. "Help! Help!" they cried out. But young Chunburan, sitting calmly outside, remained unmoved, the falling snow melting before it could touch him. Chunburan observed the raging inferno before him, a hint of a smile gracing his otherwise tranquil face as he softly murmured, "How warm." A faint light streamed through the window, and Chunburan's eyelashes fluttered before he opened his eyes. He sat up, lowering his head slightly as he reflected on the events of his dream. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped him, and he mused. That day, the snow was indeed heavy, and the fire was so warm. He gazed out the window, noting that the starlight had long since faded. He dressed and prepared to step outside, momentarily pausing at the flowers on the table that on previous occasions when Mu Jinjin had come to request medicine, she would bring a few stems of flowers. Claiming his room was too dark and needed a touch of spring that in the past, he had carelessly discarded them. Indifferent to their presence, he turned to survey the room. He acknowledged the dimness. Indeed, the bouquet added a splash of brightness to the space. He picked up the flowers only to set them down again. Never mind. Let them stay a few more days. Chapter 44. Never once thought of letting her survive. Recently, Mu Jinjin had been diligently practicing her skills. The recent unrest in the valley hinted that the main characters would soon descend the mountain for a trial of strength. She needed to accompany Chunburan, thus intensifying her training. Her experiences in the Forbidden Land had made her acutely aware of her own weaknesses. Even the smallest creature could easily overpower her. For her own safety during the trials, she had to train hard. However, she was unaware of the exact day they would descend, so she visited Chunburan's courtyard daily, hoping to learn when they would leave and accompany them. One morning, upon her arrival, Mu Jinjin saw Chunburan packing his belongings. She approached him eagerly, offering to help organize his things. "Boss, I heard you're going out for some training." Chunburan replied in a nonchalant tone. "You seem quite well informed." Mu Jinjin did not express her intention to accompany them. Instead, she blinked and chuckled lightly, asking, "Could you possibly help me with the antidote before you leave, boss?" Chunburan let out a soft laugh. Casting a fleeting glance her way, Mu Jinjin grasped his meaning. "You must be dreaming." She felt that the moniker Black-Hearted Lotus was utterly unfitting for Chunburan, for he possessed no heart at all. Had her actions over the past period not sufficiently demonstrated that she posed no threat to him? "Boss, I truly do not pose a threat to you. What must I do for you to believe me?" Chunburan pushed Mu Jinjin aside and began to unfold and neatly stack the clothes she had carelessly crumpled. His long, fair fingers delicately smoothed the edges of the garments, the green fabric accentuating the paleness of his hands. Mu Jinjin could not help but murmur to herself, "When you take them out, they end up in disarray anyway. What is the point of folding them so meticulously?" After finishing the last garment, Chunburan spoke, "Human hearts are the most unreliable. His voice was crisp and clear, yet his tone carried an air of melancholy. Mu Jinjin felt a sense of frustration and helplessness. She understood that Chun Burin had endured immense hardships in his youth, leading him to be cynical about human nature. Lowering her head, she tugged at the ribbons on her sleeves, murmuring softly, "What does the unreliability of human hearts have to do with me? I am not a heart. I am Mu Jinjin, the one who has faced life and death alongside you. I am trustworthy. Can you believe me?" Chun Burin replied. Trustworthy? More like laughable. Ignoring her, he continued to organize the clothes. Mu Jinjin recognized that the likelihood of Chun Burin providing her with an antidote was slim. She merely wished to test the waters. If he was unwilling to assist, there was nothing she could do. Sighing, she proposed, "Then let us each take a step back. Please leave me a few more pills. Once you leave, who knows when you will return? What shall I do without any medicine?" At that moment, dusk was settling in, and the room was dimly lit. Wearing a bright orange outfit, Mu Jinjin stood by the window. Resembling a glowing lantern, Chun Burin packed the organized items into a spatial bag, crossing his arms as he gazed down at her. That moment, this lantern was in his hands, and he could extinguish it at any moment. He produced a small white vial containing 7 pills. He had concocted a total of 12 pills for this poison. One was to be taken every half-month, and once the last was consumed, there would be no more antidote, leading to death from poisoning. When he had given her the first pill, he had never intended for her to survive. Mu Jinjin saw him take out the vial. She obediently extended her hands. Chun Burin handed over the vial, and Mu Jinjin happily reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you, boss." Her eyes sparkled with joy and clarity. However, at the moment the vial was placed in her hands, Chun Burin suddenly withdrew it. Seeing him reclaim the medicine, her previously cheerful expression immediately drooped. "You don't want to give it to me?" Chun Burin, with his slender, fair fingers, toyed with the white vial. His gaze darkening. Mu Jinjin, did you not claim to have value to me? So far, it seems you have only been a nuisance. On the contrary, I have been troubled by you numerous times. Indeed, she had yet to provide any real value. Dying easily would be a loss. Chun Burin found himself justifying his sudden regret. Mu Jinjin felt a bit embarrassed. "Have I not provided you with value? Have I?" "No." "Think carefully. How can you so casually deny my worth? That truly hurts my feelings." Although she felt a twinge of guilt, she resolutely refused to concede and even turned the tables on him. Wiping away non-existent tears, she declared, "You should reflect on yourself. I will take my leave now." With that, she attempted to escape. Chun Burin swiftly grasped the collar of her garment, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the table behind him, and Mu Jinjin was astonished by his strength, rendering her speechless, her eyes blinking in surprise as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Chun Burin gritted his teeth. "How dare you? Do you truly believe I would not do anything to you?" Mu Jinjin realized she had become rather bold of late. Despite Chun Burin's seemingly black-hearted nature, he did honor his words. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Then what do you intend to do with me?" She quickly added, "You promised not to kill me. You cannot go back on your word. You can forget about the next dose of medicine. Do not come to me begging for it." Chun Burin's gaze was icy. Mu Jinjin continued her audacious tirade. "Not giving it to me would be tantamount to killing me. You also said you would provide me with it each time, but did I not come to you asking for it? You have never once offered it to me first." After speaking, she shot him a look that conveyed her condemnation of his inconsistency. Chun Burin found it laughable. Who was the boss now, and who was the subordinate? Observing Mu Jinjin's haughty demeanor, Chun Burin suddenly pinched her face. Her skin felt delicate and soft under his fingers, and he could not resist giving it a gentle squeeze. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Mu Jinjin protested, swatting at his hand, demanding he release her. Yet Chun Burin held firm, a wicked grin forming at the corners of his lips, afraid of pain. "Then I shall wait until you are in unbearable agony to give it to you. That way, it cannot be deemed a breach of promise." Mu Jinjin, genuinely pained by his grip, retorted, "Then I shall simply end my life before the pain strikes. I wish to live beautifully and die gracefully." With that, she angrily seized Chun Burin's hand and bit down fiercely. She put real effort into it. After being bullied for so long, she seized the opportunity to retaliate, tasting blood before finally releasing his hand. Chun Burin appeared impervious to pain, merely watching her bite him. When he withdrew his hand, a circle of purple, bloodied teeth marks adorned his palm that he coldly chuckled. "It seems you harbor quite a bit of hatred for me." That is more like it. Mu Jinjin was baffled by his sudden mood swings, rubbing her cheek as she glared at him like a fierce cat. She jumped off the table, intending to leave. I do not want the medicine anymore. Forget it. I will go home and prepare my affairs. And with that, she truly departed. Chunboran stood still for a moment, clutching the medicine vial, before resuming his packing. Chapter 45. A very disobedient cat. In the afternoon, the sky was clear and bright. The waters of Chuanze shimmered like emeralds, surrounded by majestic mountains. The entrance of Chuanze sect was nestled between two peaks, with rushing waterfalls cascading down, forming a unique mountain gate on the cliff beside the gate. The characters Chuanze sect were boldly inscribed. Xie Chunshan and his companions were ready to depart at the mountain gate. Ningyi, venturing out for the first time, was filled with excitement, dressed in a neat pink outfit, charming and radiant. Senior brother, I am all set. Shall we set off? Having been out of the forbidden area for nearly half a month. Although the events of her dreams remained fresh in her mind, Ningyi had adjusted her mindset to face Xie Chunshan. His current disinterest did not mean he would always feel this way. She still held on to her feelings for him. Xie Chunshan was clad in blue as usual, appearing cool and aloof. Wait a moment. There is one more person. Who else? Junior sister Mu Jinjin. Upon hearing that name, Chunburan raised an eyebrow, showing no surprise that I'm here. An orange figure dashed down the long staircase at the mountain gate, her garments billowing at her feet, dancing in the sunlight. She resembled a jubilant butterfly fluttering her wings. Alighting gracefully before the trio, Senior brother, senior sister, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Mu Jinjin smiled apologetically, not sparing a glance at Chunburan beside her. Ningyi was delighted to see her, pleasantly surprised that junior sister Mu had come along. Having you as company will surely make the journey much more enjoyable. I also wish to broaden my horizons, so I shamelessly tagged along. Mu Jinjin explained. After returning from Chunburan's courtyard, she had told Mu Huichuan of her desire to descend the mountain with the three protagonists. Initially, Mu Huichuan had disagreed, but after much coaxing, he relented. Subsequently, she had boldly approached Xie Chunshan, expressing her wish to accompany them on their adventures, and he hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Leaving the mountain gate required taking a boat, and the four of them boarded a small vessel to depart. Once on the boat, Mu Jinjin still did not speak to Chunburan, not out of anger, but simply not knowing how to initiate a conversation, having just bitten him earlier that morning. It felt awkward to approach him again in the afternoon. Although she had often disregarded her pride previously, today felt different. She feared that if she approached him boldly, he might respond coldly, saying, "Humph, now you know to beg for mercy. Why did you not do so earlier?" In the small boat, Xie Chunshan navigated at the front, while Ningyi and Chunburan sat facing each other in the middle. Mu Jinjin sat at the back, leaning over the railing to play with the water while chatting with Ningyi. Senior sister, do we have a specific destination for our training? The gentle breeze on the water tousled Ningyi's dark hair as she tucked a strand behind her ear. First, we head to the southern border. Southern border? That's a frontier area. Further south lies the territory of the demon clan. This was somewhat different from the narrative she had anticipated. Ningyi nodded, regarding the demon core. You are aware that several factions have recently infiltrated the sect seeking to seize it. Our sect has become a target, and the demon core is no longer safe within our walls. So you have taken the demon core out? Mu Jinjin exclaimed in shock. Ningyi glanced at Xie Chunshan, remaining silent, which could be taken as tacit agreement. However, Mu Jinjin pondered for a moment before adding, the magic core is now secure, but since others are unaware that it has been taken out, the sect will still encounter troubles. Xie Chunshan picked up the conversation, stating, the master has emerged from seclusion and informed the outside world that the magic core has been stolen. Officially, several disciples have been dispatched to retrieve it. This indeed seemed a commendable strategy, though there was a fear that some might not believe it. Mu Jinjin inquired. But what does this have to do with going to the southern wilderness? Xie Chunshan replied. It is said that the southern wilderness holds methods to destroy the magic core. Upon understanding this, Mu Jinjin continued to play with the water. Chunburan cast a sidelong glance at her as she playfully splashed water, inwardly sneering. How fortunate that she hasn't come to speak with me. It provides me with a measure of peace. And what happened to your hand? It looks as if it has been bitten by something. Ningyi noticed a bite mark on Chunburan's hand resting on the boat's railing, though the clothing obscured the shape of the bite. This, Chunburan lifted her hand, gently caressing the distinct bite mark, and said with a semblance of a smile, a wild cat bit me. That doesn't seem plausible, Ningyi replied skeptically. What kind of cat could bite like that? Chen Buran raised her eyelids, casting a nonchalant glance at Mu Jinjin, a rather mischievous and disobedient cat. Mu Jinjin, having overheard their conversation, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in her heart. Nevertheless, she dashed over to Chen Buran's side, grasping his hand and feigning surprise. What kind of cat could bite like this? How outrageous! That cat must not have meant any harm. She will surely regret it afterward. Chen Buran regarded her with a knowing smile. How does Senior's sister know that the cat did not act with intent? Could it be that Senior's sister is that very cat? I recall her being quite arrogant, seemingly harboring grievances against me and plotting revenge. She certainly wouldn't regret it and might even be cursing me in her heart. Mu Jinjin was momentarily taken aback, but persevered. What ill intentions could a cat possibly have? You should not hold it against her. She shook his hand playfully, gazing at him with her glistening apricot eyes. Chen Buran, under her gaze and feeling the warmth of her hand, grew somewhat uncomfortable. He withdrew his hand and turned his attention to the water's surface. I have not held it against her. Mu Jinjin immediately flashed a bright smile. I knew that junior brother Chan is a gentle, kind-hearted, and magnanimous person. Humph. Ningyi observed their interaction with amusement. She sensed that Iran seemed different from before, but could not quite articulate what had changed. Chapter 46. Is it better for me or him? The small boat sailed for an hour before reaching the shore. The four disembarked and soon found themselves in a nearby town. Chunshui City, nestled close to the Springs A waters and protected by the Springs A sect, Chunshui City was a bustling land of fish and rice. This was Mu Jinjin's first descent from the mountains since arriving in this world, and everything appeared novel to her, akin to a country bumpkin entering the city. She curiously observed her surroundings, touching everything, yet ended up purchasing nothing. The four had a specific purpose for their journey, so they did not linger within the city. After a brief tour, they departed the city and set off towards the southern wilderness on their swords. Although Mu Jinjin had learned to fly with a sword, it was prohibited within the sect, so she had only stealthily flown at a low altitude once and had never experienced long-distance high-altitude flight independently. The mix of tension and anticipation coursed through her. As Mu Jinjin prepared to take off, her companions had already soared into the sky with a whoosh. She hurriedly wobbled into the air, thankfully ascending safely, though her companions had already flown far ahead. She quickly pursued them, trailing behind at a distance. Upon noticing she had not kept up, they slowed their pace to wait for her, flying together at a leisurely speed. Mu Jinjin sheepishly explained, "It's been quite a while since I last flew with a sword, so I'm a bit out of practice." Ningyi, her garments fluttering elegantly, turned her head slightly and smiled understandingly. "No worries, we're not in a hurry to take tea." That moment, Mu Jinjin felt as though the celestial figure was personified. The four of them flew intermittently, covering the journey over 8 or 9 days, until they finally arrived within the boundaries of the southern wilderness. One evening, Mu Jinjin dismounted from her sword. Her legs faltered, nearly causing her to fall. Chen Buran was there to steady her. Though flying on a sword was swift, it was undeniably exhausting and depleting of spiritual energy, given her already modest cultivation. Mu Jinjin felt utterly drained. She clung to his arm for a moment, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, big brother, you're truly wonderful." Chen Buran glanced down and noticed her hair had become disheveled again. With her two hair buns resembling fluffy cat ears, that he raised his hand as if to touch her hair, but hesitated before letting it fall back down. He contemplated pushing her away, but ultimately decided against it. The four arrived at a small town named Wuhua Town. The sun had just set, and although the sky still held some light, the streets were deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly shut. They found an inn, but it too was securely locked. Exchanging glances, they sensed something was amiss. Xie Chunshan approached and knocked on the door, but it took a long time before any sound came from within. Finally, a cautious voice called out, "Who goes there?" Xie Chunshan replied, "Innkeeper, we seek lodging for the night." The voice inside responded, "We are fully booked. Please seek accommodation elsewhere." Xie Chunshan continued, "Might we at least enter for a cup of tea? We have traveled for several days." After a moment of silence, someone finally opened the door a crack, revealing a young man who cautiously scrutinized them. Seeing four well-dressed and handsome individuals who did not appear to be ill-intentioned, he relaxed and opened the door wider, quickly shutting it behind them. Inside, there was also a young woman, presumably his wife. The innkeeper secured the door and led them to a table. Please wait a moment. I will boil some water. Thank you, they replied. As Xie Chunshan surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the woman appeared somewhat anxious as she sat behind the counter. He spoke softly. There is no need to be afraid. We are merely passing through. He then inquired. May I ask why the town is so quiet, with everyone closing their doors so early? The woman hesitated before replying. Tonight is the River Lord's wedding, and everyone must avoid any disturbances. Once the sun sets, one cannot roam about. Ningyi, puzzled, asked, why hold a wedding at night? Shouldn't weddings be lively affairs? Why the need for caution? At that moment, the innkeeper returned with hot water, pouring tea for everyone. The River Lord is no ordinary person. He is the river god of the nearby river, and weddings are held at night. He must marry a girl from a nearby town each month. And this month it is our town's turn. Otherwise, he will bring disaster upon us. The four exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Ningyi asked, when will the River Lord come for the wedding? Which family is he marrying? The innkeeper replied, at midnight. He will wed the daughter of the Zhang family from the eastern part of the town. Ningyi inquired, is the river where the river god resides the one to the east of the town? The innkeeper confirmed, yes. Thank you. Innkeeper, we will leave once we finish our tea. The innkeeper, having realized they were not ill-intentioned, awkwardly added, actually, there are still rooms available. I only said that earlier out of concern that if you don't mind. You may stay. Ningyi replied, that would be much appreciated. The innkeeper led them to a room on the second floor, cautioning them not to go out at night. The four gathered in Xie Chunshan's room. The innkeeper soon returned with more hot water, and Mu Jinjin poured tea for everyone, listening as Xie Chunshan remarked, this situation is quite peculiar. Ningyi concurred. Indeed, where does one find a river god who marries a girl every month in such a barbaric manner? It clearly seems the work of a monster. Xie Chunshan asserted. Since we have encountered this matter, we cannot turn a blind eye. Ningyi replied, let us investigate this evening. Mu Jinjin had no objections. Chun Baran, his slender fingers tracing circles on his small teacup, nodded in agreement. Never voicing dissent against Ningyi's decisions, Mu Jinjin noted how Chun Baran was rather passive. She sensed his concern for Ningyi, but observed that he did not take the initiative in her presence, merely following closely behind her. How could he ever win Ningyi's heart this way? The main quest was indeed challenging. Having been in this world for nearly 3 months, the quest had only progressed by 10%. And it was high time to put in some effort. Suddenly, lost in thought, Mu Jinjin failed to notice the tea was scalding hot. She took a large sip, only to spit it out in pain. So hot, so hot. Ningyi, seeing her tongue reddened from the burn, couldn't help but chuckle. Are you all right? That water is quite hot. Mu Jinjin, with her tongue swollen and teary-eyed, lamented, I didn't pay attention. It's burning me alive. Chun Baran glanced at his sleeve, now splattered with tea, and clicked his tongue. Are you a child? You can't even drink water without burning yourself. Xie Chunshan, his hands emitting a chill, instantly cooled the tea in his cup. Wisps of cold air rising. Here, have this. Wow. Thank you, senior brother. You're truly a good person, Mu Jinjin exclaimed, touched. Though Xie Chunshan appeared cold on the surface, he was genuinely considerate and attentive. Chun Baran tightened his grip on the now-cooled tea, gazing at her unremarkable demeanor with a smirk that did not reach his eyes. Giving you a cup of water makes me a good person? Your standards for judging character are rather shallow. Mu Jinjin held ice water in her mouth, choosing not to engage with him, but merely shot him a fierce glare. Chun Baran drank the water from his cup, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, leaving a slight discomfort in its wake. Chapter 47. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, your mind at IT was still early, so the four of them returned to their respective rooms to rest for a while. Intending to act again at the hour of the RAT, and Mu Jinjin and Chun Baran's rooms were adjacent to each other. On her way back to her room, Mu Jinjin's tongue still felt numb, prompting her to keep the tip of it extended outward. Chun Baran's gaze fell upon her pink tongue, which bore deep crimson marks, evidence of having been burned. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he awkwardly averted his eyes, only to be unable to resist glancing back. Are you a dog, keeping your tongue out like that? It still hurts, so I'm letting it cool off, Mu Jinjin replied as she prepared to enter her room. Chun Baran extended a hand to stop her, then offered her a small pill. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she coldly remarked, just take it, and you'll be fine. Surprised, Mu Jinjin accepted it cheerfully, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, thank you, boss, you are truly wonderful. With matters, you call me boss. Without, I'm just Shinboren. Shinboren snorted, noticing her bright, shining eyes, and suddenly blurted out, am I better, or is Xie Chunshan better? Instantly regretting the foolishness of the question. He still yearned to hear her response that Mu Jinjin blinked, thinking that of course Xie Shixian was better. After all, you, with your black heart, always bully me. However, Shinboren raised an eyebrow, regarding her coolly, as if to say, think carefully before you answer. Being wise to the situation, Mu Jinjin smiled sincerely, her eyes crinkling. Of course, you are better. Shinboren understood she was simply flattering him, yet he couldn't help but smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Regardless of whether I'm good or bad, you must stick with me. Mu Jinjin realized he was referring to the matter of the medicine and nodded to indicate her understanding. She placed the small pill in her mouth. And in an instant, a bitter taste exploded within, causing her face to scrunch up. She was aware that Shinboren's medicines were always particularly bitter, and though she was prepared for it, she was still taken aback by the intensity. As the bitterness faded slightly, Mu Jinjin couldn't help but ask, why are your medicines always so bitter? Is there any medicine that isn't bitter? Of course there are, as long as it works. Indeed, it was effective. Every time Shinboren provided medicine, it acted swiftly. He raised an arrogant eyebrow. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Jinjin suddenly remembered that tomorrow marked another 15th day. Shinboren needed to provide her with medicine. She reached out and pulled him back, smiling as she extended her hand. Boss, tomorrow is the 15th day again. My medicine, please. Shinboren's expression shifted slightly as he reached for the white medicine bottle at his waist. Rubbing it thoughtfully before pulling his hand back out emptied, Mu Jinjin looked at his empty hand, her expression puzzled. Are you angry and refusing to give it to me? Unfazed, Shinboren replied. I forgot to bring it, that I'll give it to you later. He turned without waiting for her response and headed back to his room. Mu Jinjin called out from behind. Don't forget. If he forgot, she would be the one to suffer. Back in his room, Shinboren retrieved the small white medicine bottle, examining it for a moment. The dim yellow oil lamp flickered softly, and with a gentle grip, the bottle transformed into powder, scattering within the light. He then picked up a nearby green medicine bottle, opened it to find 5 pills inside. Just enough for the antidote. He took one out, inhaling the rich medicinal scent. Bitter, perhaps? Thinking of Mu Jinjin's scrunched-up expression, Shinboren couldn't help but chuckle softly. The candlelight reflecting brightly in his eyes that it should be bitter, he mused aloud, before rummaging through his spatial pouch for some herbs to mix with the elixir to reduce the bitterness. On the other side of the wall, Mu Jinjin was already fast asleep, utterly exhausted from the past few days. Just before the hour of the rat, she was awakened by Ning Yi, yawning as she emerged. The 3 others were already geared up and ready to go. Ning Yi expressed concern. Junior sister, if you're too tired, just rest. We 3 can go scout ahead. Mu Jinjin shook her head vigorously. I'm fine, not tired at all. I just need a moment to clear my head, that a bit of fresh air will do. She didn't want to be left alone. Feeling uneasy and unfaithful, don't push yourself. If anything arises, just speak to me. Mu Jinjin, being the youngest and least skilled among them, drew extra concern from Ningyi. The 4 of them climbed out through the window into the misty night. They arrived at the eastern part of the town, coincidentally encountering a wedding procession that a group of 8 people carried a red bridal sedan, accompanied by the sound of a swana as they set off. From within the sedan, muffled sobs could be heard. In the dead of night, shrouded in mist, the wedding procession moved ominously towards the outskirts of the town, creating an eerie atmosphere. Mu Jinjin recalled the terrifying stories about brides she had read previously, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She stealthily inched closer to Shinboren. The 4 of them followed the wedding procession to the riverbank outside the town. Hiding among the grasses, they watched as the bride was tossed onto a flower-adorned boat. Her struggles ignored as they bound her and covered her with a veil before pushing the boat into the center of the river. The wedding party soon departed. I'll go save the bride, Ning Yi declared, noticing the area was clear, intent on rescuing the bride. Wait for the river god to appear, Xie Chunshan interjected, preventing her from acting. Outside the town, the mist had dissipated, the weather was clear, and the moon hung brightly in the sky, casting an ethereal glow on Xie Chunshan, who appeared even more transcendent. He spoke softly. We must both rescue the bride and capture the river god. So let us wait until he emerges before we act. All right. The 4 of them lay closely together in the grass, speaking intimately. The low, cool voice reached Ning Ye's ears, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. The boat carrying the bride drifted slowly to the center of the river, ceasing movement and spinning in place. The four of them kept their gaze fixed on the boat, waiting, seizing the moment. Mu Jinjin took out a talisman, pressing it against her body if they encountered any monsters. She couldn't afford to be a hindrance even if she couldn't assist. These talismans could ward off certain attacks, possibly saving her life at a critical moment. All of them had been drawn for her by Mu Huichuan, and their effectiveness was undeniable. She plastered them on her arms and legs, not sparing any area. "Do you want some?" Mu Jinjin offered the three of them a few, knowing they might not need them, but it was always prudent to have extra protection. "Shinborin, can you help me stick a few on my back?" She handed him several pieces of talisman paper. Shinborin glanced at the talisman paper thrust into his hand, then at the eagerly waiting Mu Jinjin, feeling slightly speechless. "Are you this afraid of death?" "Treasure life. It's everyone's responsibility." Shinborin let out a cold laugh at some unspoken thought, yet still took the talisman paper to affix them to her back. Her hair was dark and thick, cascading smoothly over her back, and he gently swept it aside. Now was the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and her clothing was thin as the talismans were placed on her back. Shinborin could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her body. He gently affixed the talismans, which instantly vanished seamlessly beneath her garment, making their presence undetectable. Shinborin also placed two on her hair. At that moment, Mu Jinjin felt an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 48. Remember, your life is mine. The evening breeze was clear, the wild grass rustling softly. The four of them lay quietly in the grass. After a considerable time, the river surface remained undisturbed as the initial tension faded. Mu Jinjin found herself staring at the river, beginning to feel drowsy. Shinborin also lay lazily in the grass, idly playing with a blade of foxtail grass. The small boat drifted aimlessly on the river, the bride's view obscured by the veil, unable to see anything. With only the sound of rushing water in her ears, her hands and feet were bound, and a rope tethered her to the boat. Struggling, she managed to reach the knot at her waist, painstakingly loosening it before turning to roll into the river. Without hesitation, "Oh no, the bride has fallen into the river." Both Ning Yi and Mu Jinjin gasped, while Xie Chunshan immediately sprang into action, his figure a flash in the night. He skimmed across the water's surface, swiftly retrieving the bride and bringing her back. Upon landing, the bride, startled, recoiled in fear, her face a picture of panic. Ning Yi stepped forward to comfort her, helping to untie the ropes binding her hands and feet. "Do not be afraid, young lady. We are here to save you." Seeing the four of them, ethereal and graceful, the bride began to calm down, especially upon seeing the one who had just rescued her, whose beauty was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Gradually, the pallor of her face turned rosy. Clutching her damp clothing tightly, she hugged herself and trembled, asking in a quivering voice, "Who are you?" Ning Yi raised her hand to cast a drying spell, quickly drying the bride's clothes. "We are cultivators who happened to pass through here and encountered the river goddess wedding. Sensing something was amiss, so we followed to investigate." As a warm breeze enveloped her, the once cold, clingy fabric of her clothing dried instantly. Hearing they were cultivators, the bride grasped Ning Yi's hand, pleading, "Please save me. I do not want to marry the river god. They say he is a monster, and no bride has ever returned alive after marrying him, that I would rather die now than wed him." The sound of the bride's weeping was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night, prompting Ning Yi to hastily gesture for her to lower her voice. "Do not worry, we shall save you. Fear not. Is that true?" The bride sought solace in the gazes of those present, her eyes ultimately resting upon Xie Chunshan's face. He nodded reassuringly, his calm demeanor instilling a sense of security in her. While the bride had been rescued, the question loomed, could she still draw out the river god? It appeared that the rescued bride could no longer venture into danger. Moreover, as an ordinary girl, if the river god were indeed a creature of the water, she might be in peril if they could not provide timely assistance. The group concealed themselves in the grass to deliberate. Mu Jinjin suggested, "What if I disguise myself as the bride to lure out the river god?" Xie Chunshan lifted his gaze to Mu Jinjin, his light eyes flickering with hesitation. That is indeed a viable plan. But he left his thought unfinished. Yet Mu Jinjin understood his unspoken concern, his worry about her insufficient strength. Ning Yi also felt that sending Mu Jinjin into such a perilous situation was unwise. I should go instead. My cultivation is slightly superior to that of my junior sister. If the river god truly is a malevolent being, I can handle it better. Shinburan, standing aside with a heavy gaze, was reluctant to allow his senior sister to go, yet he deemed Mu Jinjin, a mere novice, to be even more at risk. He then glanced at the bride and suddenly proposed, I think it would be best to let the bride go. Upon hearing this, the bride shook her head vigorously. I cannot. I am afraid if I encounter a monster, I shall surely perish. You possess the powers to cope. Shinburan's expression turned cold, though he masked it well. Continuing, regardless of who among you pretends to be the bride, you must wear her wedding gown. But look at her attire. Who among you can fit into it? Only then did they notice that the bride was considerably smaller in stature than either of them. She appeared to be no older than 15, her form still unformed. Fearing they might force her back onto that small boat, the bride stood up nervously and tugged at her clothing. It's all right. I can wear it. The dress is quite large. Yes, she stood. The wedding gown indeed hung loosely on her, clearly a temporary arrangement as it was not for an actual marriage. Mu Jinjin suggested. Perhaps I should go after all. I can squeeze into it. Ningyi, standing at a height of 172 cm, was slightly taller, making it even less likely that she could wear it, though Mu Jinjin was reluctant to embrace danger. She felt it was the most suitable choice. Throughout their journey, everyone had taken care of her, and she wanted to demonstrate her worth by doing something within her capabilities. Moreover, she trusted that Xie Chunshan and Ning Yi would surely come to her aid in times of peril. Do not worry. I have many protective talismans affixed to me. Even if a monster appears, I can withstand it for a while, enough for you to come to my rescue. Let us not dwell on this. The river god will arrive soon. With no better alternatives, Xie Chunshan acquiesced, advising, just be cautious. Yes, Mu Jinjin replied. She and the bride quickly changed into the attire amidst the foliage. The wedding gown, though snug, accentuated her delicate figure beautifully. The sleeves were significantly short, exposing her fair wrists, and her waist was cinched tightly. Emerging from the thicket in her red wedding gown, Mu Jinjin caught Ning Yi's eye, who was momentarily captivated by her alluring appearance. Shinburan's gaze fixated on her waist, which seemed so slender that he felt he could encircle it with just one hand. Mu Jinjin then took out a talisman and affixed it all over her wedding gown. All right, senior sister, please help me bind the ropes around my hands and feet, making it look authentic but not too tight. Of course, be careful in all things. Ningyi assisted in binding her with ropes, subtly ensuring that a slight tug would easily break them. Having prepared everything, Xie Chunshan was ready to escort Mu Jinjin to the small boat, but just as he reached out, Shinburan seized her arm and whisked her away. Placing her on the small boat, Mu Jinjin asserted, You should have warned me beforehand, so I could be ready. Shinburan scoffed, I thought you were fearless. Detecting the sarcasm in his tone, Mu Jinjin chose to ignore him. Lying in the center of the boat, she noticed the red veil hanging over its edge. Please cover me with the veil. Shinburan took the veil but hesitated to place it over her. Instead, crouching down to observe her closely, clad in the red wedding gown, adorned with a tassel crown, her face appeared pale and petite, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with tears. Suddenly, he pinched her cheek and placed a pill in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a cool, sweet flavor that surprisingly tasted delightful. What did you give me? Mu Jinjin exclaimed, her eyes widening. Medicine for tomorrow. Mu Jinjin queried, confused, as the taste differed from the previous bitter concoctions. Shinburan offered no explanation, merely pinching her cheek as he darkly added, Remember, your life is mine. Do not die easily. Against the moonlight, Mu Jinjin could not discern his expression, but she sensed his increasingly unpredictable temperament. All right, you should leave now. I might drool if you keep pinching my face. Finally releasing her face, he draped the veil over her. With her vision obscured, Mu Jinjin could see nothing, only feeling the small boat sway slightly, likely indicating Shinburan's departure. Chapter 49. Be careful. The sound of rustling emerged from the woods across the river, prompting Xie Chunshan, the others, and the bride, Zhang Zixuan, to turn their attention toward the opposite bank. The bride introduced herself as Zhang Zixuan, noting that it was not appropriate to send her back at such an hour, so she would accompany them for the time being. After a series of rustling sounds, a carriage appeared from the woods, arriving at the riverbank where two men disembarked. The pair scanned their surroundings, and upon confirming that there was no one nearby, one of them lightly stepped forward. heading toward the small boat on the lake. Who were they? They were not monsters. Ningyi scrutinized the two men closely, ascertaining that they were indeed ordinary humans. Xie Chunshan also recognized this and confirmed that they were not monsters. The man employed a technique from martial arts, indicating he was an ordinary mortal. Let us observe further and see their intentions. Meanwhile, Mu Jinjin lay in the boat, feigning fear with soft whimpers, when suddenly she sensed someone approaching and immediately became alert. The boat beneath her swayed as someone leapt aboard. She was then hoisted into the air. Struggling momentarily, she seized the opportunity to toss aside her veil for better visibility. Who are you? Let me go. Stay still, the man warned menacingly, or I might toss you into the river to drown. Mu Jinjin pretended to be frightened, remaining silent. She was lifted from the river and thrown into a carriage on the shore. The two men then drove away. Xie Chunshan and the others immediately followed. The carriage traveled for less than a quarter of an hour before stopping in front of a mansion. Mu Jinjin was pulled from the carriage. One tall man leered at her, his gaze lingering on her form before settling on her face, unable to resist the urge to harass her. This little lady is quite the catch. Her skin is so tender. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Mu Jinjin's face. She turned her head away, both terrified and anxious. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? Let me go. You will find out soon enough. Another man lifted her up, addressing the tall one. Behave yourself, focus on your duties, and do not interfere with the master's affairs. All right, the tall one replied impatiently, yet as Mu Jinjin was turned away. He smacked her on the backside. Mu Jinjin's anger flared, and she shouted, What are you doing? Put me down, you shameless scoundrel. If you don't let go, I'll have your hands chopped off. You are human traffickers. And I will report you. She yelled as she attempted to jump down from the man's shoulder, but he held her tightly. Be quiet, or I'll kill you. In truth, Mu Jinjin recognized that these two were mere mortals, and she could easily overpower them. However, she understood that patience was necessary for the greater scheme. The river god's marriage seemed to involve more than met the eye, and something sinister was likely concealed behind it. Now that she was here, she would endure a little longer until she could unearth the true mastermind. Xie Chunshan and the others, hiding not far away, had grim expressions as they witnessed the scene unfold. Yet they understood that it was not the right time to act impulsively. Chun Baran's face darkened as he watched the man who had just harassed Mu Jinjin drive the carriage toward the side of the mansion. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes, he produced a talisman, slicing his fingertip, and with the blood that flowed, drew 2 strokes on the talisman paper. In an instant, a protective talisman was reversed, transforming into an unshakable, malevolent talisman. Chun Baran concealed himself at the rear, silently sending the talisman flying toward the man. Mu Jinjin was taken inside, and Xie Chunshan and the others prepared to follow. However, they were uncertain of the dangers that awaited them within, making it quite inconvenient and unsafe to bring along a defenseless girl. Observing Zhang Zishuan's tight grip on his sleeve, Xie Chunshan gently said, Miss Zhang, we do not know what awaits us inside. Perhaps you should wait outside. I will leave you a few protective talismans. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zishuan clung tightly to Xie Chunshan's arm, tears brimming in her eyes. Please do not leave me behind. I am scared. Hiding here is safer than going inside, and I can draw a barrier for you. You will be safe from harm. Xie Chunshan tugged at his arm, but to no avail. Instead, he found himself embraced even more tightly. Observing the increasing tears of the young girl, he resigned himself to the situation. Ningyi watched the girl clinging to Xie Chunshan, feeling a twinge of melancholy, for she had never been so close to her senior brother. He was always composed and courteous, evoking a sense of reverence that deterred any potential offense. The hint of envy stirred within her for the young girl. However, upon reflecting that the girl was but a fragile maiden, recently shaken by fear, it seemed entirely natural for her to seek comfort, and so she dismissed her earlier thoughts, with a sympathetic gaze at the girl's pitiable state. She suggested, perhaps we should take her with us. I can keep a closer watch over her. Very well. Chun Baran had already caught up, and together, Xie Chunshan and Ningyi hastily pursued Zhang Zishuan. They leapt onto the rooftops, skillfully evading the patrolling guards, closely following Mu Jinjin. Mu Jinjin was ushered into a room. The man carried her inside, and as she surveyed the space, it appeared to be a study. The man did not set her down, but instead rotated a vase on the bookshelf, triggering a mechanism that revealed a hidden passage behind the shelf. Realizing that Chun Baran and the others were above, Mu Jinjin feigned surprise and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? What is this place? The effort you've gone to in establishing a secret passage is remarkable. That black vase must be the mechanism. And with such intricate planning, surely you cannot be mere human traffickers. How utterly depraved." The man took a couple of steps forward. Sensing something amiss in her words, he shot her a fierce glance, causing her heart to race. She pretended to be frightened and pleaded, "Please let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone about your affairs." Ignoring her, he scanned the room and then exited, instructing the patrolling guards outside, "Be vigilant. Keep an eye on the area surrounding the study." Understood. After speaking, he led Mu Jinjin into the secret passage. She breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that cultivators were keenly perceptive, and hoped her words had reached Chen Burin and the others. The passage was long, descending into darkness, illuminated only by torches casting eerie shadows on the walls. The chill permeated the air, and Mu Jinjin felt as if the temperature had dropped significantly since entering the mansion. After several minutes of traversing the passage, they arrived at a vast stone chamber. Mu Jinjin was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. She sat up and curled into a ball, quietly surveying her surroundings. The chamber was dimly lit by only 3 candles, creating a foreboding atmosphere. In a dark corner stood a small room resembling a prison cell, containing several brides. In the center of the stone chamber sat a figure clad in black robes, surrounded by a circular formation glowing ominously. The formation emitted a blood-red light, with 6 glowing circles encircling 6 brides, their expressions vacant, adorned with peculiar runes on their foreheads. These runes flickered with an eerie crimson glow under the dim candlelight. The man who had carried her bowed respectfully to the figure in black, stating, "My lord, the new bride for this month has arrived." The figure turned to Mu Jinjin, revealing a pallid, narrow face marked by similar runes that extended to the depths of his eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. His gaze was frigid, making Mu Jinjin feel as though she were under the scrutiny of a venomous serpent. After a moment, the figure spoke in a raspy voice. "She appears to be a promising specimen. Administer the potion to her." "Yes." The man approached Mu Jinjin with a bowl of a viscous substance that resembled blood, bubbling ominously. Mu Jinjin recoiled in horror. "What is that? I want to drink it." "You have no choice." The man reached for her, but Mu Jinjin could no longer feign compliance. With a forceful movement, she broke free from her restraints, exploiting his moment of distraction to strike him with a palm, sending him and the potion flying. She swiftly threw down several smoke talismans and bolted towards the passage, calling out, "Senior brother, senior sister, Chen Burin, please come to my rescue." From a distance, she spotted them rushing towards her, tears of relief welling in her eyes. Be careful." She heard a frantic voice cry out. Chapter 50. The worms. Upon hearing Chen Burin's warning, Mu Jinjin barely had time to turn back before a tremendous force struck her from behind, shattering her protective talismans one after another, sending her hurtling through the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, Chen Burin dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and spinning her to safety. After a quick assessment of her, his expression darkened as his gaze fell upon the crimson stain on her wrist. Her fair skin made the blood-like mark all the more conspicuous. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, his attention shifting towards the mists. Ningyi followed closely, positioning herself in front of Mu Jinjin as she turned, asking, "Are you all right, junior sister?" "Cough. I'm fine," Mu Jinjin replied, clearing her throat. Aside from a slight numbness in her back from the impact, she was otherwise unscathed. Fortunately, the protective talismans had mitigated most of the damage. "The brides we encountered earlier. I have no idea what spell he cast on them, but it seems they are under his control. He is very dangerous, so everyone be cautious." Ningyi brandished her sword, her expression fierce. Xie Chunshan pushed aside Zhang Zishuan, guiding her to take shelter behind Mu Jinjin. "Stay safe, and protect yourself. That we will handle this." "Okay, senior brother, be careful." Mu Jinjin urged Zhang Zishuan to hide behind the 3 of them. As the smoke began to dissipate, the figure in black emerged from the passage, casting an ominous gaze upon them. "Dear friends, what seems to be the matter?" Xie Chunshan stepped forward, sword pointed at the figure, his brows arched in defiance. "Who are you?" The figure exuded a sinister aura, appearing more demonic than human, emanating a sense of malevolence. He advanced a couple of steps, his pale face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealing elongated eyes that glowed with a sinister hue. "You dare to trespass on my territory and question my identity? That should be a question directed at you. Why do you abduct those young women under the pretense of Hebo? Ningyi pressed her sword forward, closing the distance. The figure's voice turned grave. This matter is mine alone and has no concern for you that I hope you will refrain from meddling. Those who cultivate should punish evil and promote righteousness. How can we turn a blind eye to your misdeeds? Then do not blame me for being impolite. As his words fell, he conjured a blood-red substance that flowed like liquid. He hurled it towards Xie Chunshan, who narrowly evaded the attack, instead of hitting the ground. The substance transformed into numerous small droplets that assaulted the group. The trio in front swung their swords to fend off and slash at the droplets, which fell to the ground, revealing themselves as tiny worms. Mu Jinjin recoiled at the sight of the writhing corpses, her skin crawling. What are those? Xie Chunshan's expression hardened as his sword radiated a chilling light, freezing the droplets mid-air, causing them to clatter to the ground, leaving half the passage coated in frost. These are goo worms. We must not underestimate them. Upon hearing goo, Mu Jinjin instinctively pulled Zhang Zishuan away from the carcasses of the tiny creatures that I in her understanding. Goo were mysterious and perilous entities, nearly impossible to defend against. The figure in black let out a raspy laugh, summoning several blood-colored orbs that surged toward them. Xie Chunshan swiftly brandished his sword, freezing them all once more. Undeterred, the figure's forehead runes glowed ominously, casting an eerie light on his pallid visage, as if the runes were alive, shifting across his face. Soon, the frozen goo worms broke free from their icy prison and surged towards them in a swarm. Xie Chunshan and Ningyi immediately conjured a barrier to protect their group, but the sheer number of worms surrounded them entirely. Qin Boren, observing the mass of creatures above, ignited flames in his hands and pressed them against the barrier, engulfing it in fire. After a cacophony of crackling sounds, a layer of goo worm corpses littered the ground. However, the majority of the creatures continued their relentless assault on the barrier. The figure in black sneered malevolently. Since you refuse to leave, you shall remain as my blood vessels, aiding me in the creation of goo worms. Xie Chunshan declared, this cannot go on. These are no ordinary goo worms. We must first deal with the one controlling them. You all handle the worms, and I will confront him. Be careful, senior brother, Ningyi cautioned. Xie Chunshan soared forward, sword in hand, his entire being enveloped in a chilling radiance that repelled the approaching goo worms. The figure cloaked in black, observing Xie Chunshan's advance, remained unfazed. He took a step back and waved his hand, summoning several red figures that swiftly positioned themselves before him. Xie Chunshan discerned the identity of these figures. He deftly shifted his form to evade them. Standing in front were the brides, their faces pale, the runes on their foreheads glimmering red as if they were bleeding, and a veil of white mist obscuring their eyes. Xie Chunshan had no desire to harm them, yet they had wholly succumbed to madness, lunging at him with their sharp fingertips. He could sense their feeble life force. They were still alive. He aimed to avoid their vital points and repel them. But they seemed to have lost all perception of pain, undeterred even when injured. Xie Chunshan, filled with trepidation, found himself restricted in his movements. Meanwhile, the figure in black orchestrated the bride's frenzied assault, while simultaneously directing the goo worms to attack Qin Burang's side. The protective barrier weakened under the relentless onslaught of the goo worms, until it shattered entirely. Ningyi exclaimed in astonishment. These goo worms seemed capable of devouring spiritual energy. Without hesitation, she conjured another barrier, its azure glow illuminating her exquisite and striking visage. Just as a goo worm appeared near her, Be careful, senior sister. In a moment of peril, Qin Burang instinctively raised his hand to intercept the goo worm. Upon contact with his skin, the creature fused with his flesh, leaving a blood-red mark on his index finger. Ningyi gasped. Ran? I'm fine, senior sister, just be cautious. Qin Burang reassured her. Are you truly unscathed? I assure you, I am well. Focus on eliminating these goo worms, and do not lose your concentration. As the goo worm made contact with his skin, a sharp pain surged through him, but soon the sensation faded. There was no time for thorough examination, so he temporarily set it aside at that moment. None could have anticipated the significant role that tiny goo worm would later play. Chapter 51. Dizziness. Ningyi braced the barrier against the assault of the goo worms, while Qin Burang unleashed flames to incinerate them, but the effort proved woefully inefficient. Gathering spiritual pressure in his hands, he swept it toward the surrounding goo worms, and in an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments. Dissipating into the ether, the figure in black, witnessing the annihilation of the goo worms, let out a cold laugh. In a small cell within the stone chamber, several brides remained trapped, still infested with numerous goo worms. The cloaked figure began to chant incantations, and as the runes on his forehead shimmered, the runes of the brides in the cell glowed brightly. Countless tiny blood droplets erupted from those runes, multiplying until they filled the entire stone chamber. The moment the brides were drained of these droplets, the runes on their foreheads began to dissipate, leaving behind only a few tattered red garments. These droplets were all imbued with goo worms akin to the ones before. The figure in black again commanded them to launch an attack. A crimson tide resembling flowing blood, Mu Jinjin, her heart racing with anxiety, concealed herself behind, clutching a stack of talismans. Observing that Xie Chunshan hesitated to approach, she hurled explosive talismans toward the figure in black. She had trained diligently in this skill, and her aim was impeccable. One talisman after another soared toward the cloaked figure, detonating with resounding booms around him. The figure, though powerful, evaded some of the talismans while others caused him to stagger backward, his garments torn to shreds. You seek death. When I capture you, you shall be the first to be refined into goo. He directed a swarm of goo worms toward Mu Jinjin, who quickly unleashed several protective talismans to shield herself and Zhang Zixuan. Since the onset of the conflict, Zhang Zixuan had curled up beside Mu Jinjin, paralyzed by fear. The goo worms surrounded the barrier, forming a massive sanguine sphere. Inside, Mu Jinjin could hear the alarming rustling of the goo worms, raising goosebumps upon her skin. Armed with an abundance of talismans, she continued to layer them as she noticed the barrier beginning to weaken. After obliterating the nearby goo worms, Chen Burang turned to find Mu Jinjin encircled. His brow furrowed deeply as he prepared to gather spiritual energy to crush the goo worms when a sudden heat surged in his chest, followed by a tearing pain accompanied by a violent throbbing. His spiritual energy momentarily faltered. Ningyi, noticing his distress, swiftly cleared the surrounding goo worms and anxiously inquired, "Ran, what ails you?" At that moment, the magic core within Xie Chunshan seemed to resonate with something, emitting a brilliant violet light. Within moments, a formidable magical aura surged forth, ripping apart Xie Chunshan's spatial pouch as it burst forth. He was propelled backward by this overwhelming force, stabilizing his stance only after dragging his sword along the ground. Leaving a long scar, the others struggled to breathe under the weight of the magical pressure as the magic core manifested. Chen Burang felt the throbbing in his chest intensify, as if drawn toward the core. It hovered in midair, beginning to devour the energies of the goo worms, the figure in black, and the brides. The figure in black, crushed by the overwhelming magical aura, knelt on the ground, his expression shifting from confusion to a greedy recognition of the magic core, ultimately succumbing to despair as he was consumed. Once the energy within the goo worms was fully devoured, their bodies disintegrated into dust. Mu Jinjin finally grasped the situation outside. She sensed the presence of the magic core, but was not suppressed. As the magical aura bore down upon her, her own divine core illuminated, shielding her from the oppressive force. Mu Jinjin felt a heavy grip on her arm and turned to find Zhang Zixuan cowering behind her. Clutching her arm tightly, eyes fixed on her luminous spatial pouch, which glimmered with an ominous glow. Within it lay the divine core. Mistaking Zhang Zixuan's fear for trepidation, Mu Jinjin reassured, "Fear not, I shall protect you." Zhang Zixuan nodded, though frightened. Her curiosity piqued as she timidly asked, "Sister, what is in your pouch? It's so bright." Even as Mu Jinjin covered the spatial pouch, its brilliance remained potent. It's nothing, merely a small protective artifact. As the magic core consumed the energy, it mended two of its fissures, and the suppressive magical aura grew increasingly intense. The barrier Xie Chunshan had erected was nearing its breaking point. Ningyi hurriedly channeled spiritual energy to Xie Chunshan. Yet the barrier ultimately crumbled as it shattered. The moment the magical aura surged forth, Mu Jinjin's divine core blazed brilliantly, colliding with the violet light of the magic core. With a resounding crash, the group was hurled to the ground. Mu Jinjin was particularly forcefully propelled, crashing into a nearby wall, the impact reverberating through her very being. Following this collision, the magic core finally quieted, its radiance dimming and transforming into an exquisite stone-like object that fell to the ground. The figure in black, stripped of his powers but still alive, lay on the ground, eyeing the fallen magic core, eager to seize it. He had not anticipated the core would appear before him, a tantalizing temptation for anyone yearning for power. He had long heard tales of the magic core, intending to claim it after mastering his goo refinement. Never did he expect it to present itself so conveniently. The figure now exhibited signs of madness. Completely oblivious to his predicament, just as he reached for the magic core, a slender, fair hand grasped it first. The magic core is mine. Give it to me. He bellowed in fury, scrambling to seize it. Only to collapse once more. In his desperation, he attempted to control the goo worms but discovered they had vanished, along with the ones that had infested the brides. Realizing his complete powerlessness, despair and resentment engulfed him. Xie Chunshan, noting the figure's diminished threat, ignored him and approached the brides to assess their life force. It was faint. He administered a medicinal pill, followed by channeling some spiritual energy, temporarily stabilizing their breaths. Ning Yi joined him at this moment. As the light of the magic core faded, the peculiar sensation in Chun Burang's chest also dissipated. He recalled experiencing a similar feeling when the magic core had manifested in the Forbidden Zone. Did something within him connect to the core? Chun Burang reached for his chest, but now felt nothing. His dark lashes cast a shadow over his eyes, concealing his thoughts. Sister, are you all right? A voice drew his attention, revealing Mu Jinjin, pale and seated on the ground, while Zhang Zixuan anxiously clutched her arm. Chun Burang set aside his thoughts and rushed forward. What's wrong? Mu Jinjin, unsure of her condition, replied, I was fine just a moment ago. But suddenly I feel so weak. Upon hearing this, Chun Burang grasped her wrist to check her pulse, noticing the bloodstains he had previously dismissed as injuries. Now they appeared to be something else entirely, contaminated by a red substance. Surrounding the bloodstains were dark purple veins, creeping up her arm. What is this? Chun Burang inquired. Mu Jinjin glanced at the markings on her wrist, attempting to touch them, but Chun Burang swiftly swatted her hand away. Do not touch. Mu Jinjin, feeling wronged, retracted her hand and recalled, weakly murmuring, it seems to be a medicine. After they captured me, they tried to make me drink a bowl of blood-red concoction, but I accidentally knocked it over. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her vision and she fainted. Chapter 52 Progress. 40 The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the face of the person in bed, a fair, delicate visage that appeared even more radiant in the glow of dawn. Mu Jinjin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the smoky blue bed curtains. She closed her eyes again, pondering, before recalling that this was the inn she had previously stayed at. A dull ache throbbed in her head, as if she had slept for an extended period. Supporting her forehead, she attempted to sit up when a gentle, smiling voice came from the doorway. Don't move. Stay where you are. The sound. Mu Jinjin froze, turning her head to gaze at the newcomer, her dazed almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment. Qin Shixiang, what are you doing here? The person was indeed Qin Qingfeng, clad in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal air. His peach blossom eyes sparkled even without a smile, making one feel as if they were enveloped in a spring breeze. Are you surprised to see me? Qin Qingfeng chuckled lightly. Surprised? Indeed, very surprised. Qin Qingfeng placed the bowl of medicine on the small table beside the bed and gently took her wrist in his hand. The day before yesterday, Xie Shixiang sent word to me, saying you were in trouble and needed my assistance. So here I am. Oh, Mu Jinjin nodded, but soon felt something amiss. You received the message the day before yesterday. How did you arrive so quickly? It took us 7 or 8 days to reach this place, because I was also out training and happened to be in Jiangcheng, which is not far from here. I rushed over as soon as I received the message. That meant Mu Jinjin had been unconscious for 2 days. No wonder her head ached. Thank you so much, Shixiang, she said, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Genuinely grateful. Qin Qingfeng removed the white cloth from her wrist, casting her a playful glance as he joked. Who told you to call me Shixiang? Being a Shixiang is indeed a taxing role. He positioned the bowl of medicine beneath her wrist, revealing a concoction that resembled blood, emanating a metallic scent. Mu Jinjin wrinkled her nose. What is this? And what has happened to me? Qin Qingfeng replied. You didn't know how you were poisoned last time, and you still don't know this time? Mu Jinjin shook her head honestly. I don't know. What kind of poison is it? When I was captured, they tried to force me to drink something blood-like, but I knocked it over. Can a little spill cause poisoning? It's a type of goo poison. The substance they attempted to make you drink contained the eggs of goo insects. Once ingested, they rapidly hatch and merge with your blood, turning you into a vessel for cultivating goo. These eggs are exceedingly small and can gradually permeate through the skin into your bloodstream, which is how you became poisoned. Upon hearing that it was insect eggs within her veins, a wave of discomfort washed over Mu Jinjin. Then hurry and remove them. Chen Qingfeng responded, I've already extracted them twice. This is the last time. The process may be painful, so bear with it. Yes, I will endure. Mu Jinjin gritted her teeth, nodding seriously. I am ready. With a swift motion, Chen Qingfeng drew a line on her arm with his finger, using spiritual energy to create a small incision, then submerged it into the bowl of medicine. Soon, Mu Jinjin felt a sharp, prickling pain in her wrist, as if countless needles were piercing her, accompanied by the sensation of something writhing within her veins. All right, it's all cleared out now. There's no significant issue. If you still feel unwell, take some time to rest, he stated, placing the bowl aside, applying medicine to the freshly made wound, infusing it with spiritual energy, and finally binding it with a cloth strip. Thank you, Shi Xiao. You can heal any ailment. You are truly remarkable, Mu Jinjin unabashedly praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In the novels, Chen Qingfeng is portrayed as a miraculous healer, capable of addressing all manner of ailments. Tending to the protagonists whenever they are injured, he is akin to the indispensable doctor alongside a domineering lead, always summoned when illness strikes. Chen Qingfeng accepted the flattery without modesty, flicking his sleeve with pride. Of course, as he prepared to leave, Mu Jinjin recalled the others and inquired, Chen Shixiang, are Xia Shixiang and Ning Yishiji all right? They are all fine. Only you have encountered trouble. What about Chen Baran? How is he? I heard a goo insect has entered his body. He is fine. The goo insect is hidden within him and poses no immediate threat. While speaking, Chen Qingfeng's gaze drifted toward the window beside the bed, as if addressing something beyond. If you have further questions, come find me. With that, he closed the door and departed. Puzzled, Mu Jinjin leaned out of bed, peering toward the window. Oh my, how did you get here? When did you arrive? Why didn't you make a sound? She was astonished to see Chen Baran lounging casually by the window. He had one leg bent, reclining in a relaxed manner, with sunlight streaming over him. His green attire and high ponytail swaying in the gentle breeze, creating a pleasing sight reminiscent of a springtime youth. Yet, when the youth spoke, the atmosphere changed. Chen Baran tilted his head slightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I was under the impression that you had forgotten about your little brother amidst your chatter with Shi Xiao and Sheji. It appears you simply did not notice me. Mu Jinjin replied. What now? With that, he jumped down from the window, sauntering over and lifting her chin with a finger, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sheji, you are becoming increasingly disobedient. Wasn't it agreed that I would be the leader and you the subordinate? Following my lead. Was that merely for show? Feeling uncomfortable with his hand on her chin, Mu Jinjin sat up and gently took his hand away, holding it in her own. Of course, it was just for show. Chen Baran narrowed his eyes dangerously. No. I mean, of course, it's not just for show. I always mean what I say. Mu Jinjin shook his hand playfully, trying to appease him. Chen Baran's gaze fell upon their clasped hands. In the midst of her soft laughter, he coldly questioned, do you treat everyone like this? Realizing the implication, Mu Jinjin quickly released his hand, knowing he was particular about such things. I usually don't act this way. I was just momentarily distracted. Please don't take offense, leader. Best not to. Dingmane Quest 2 completed. He progressed at 40, earned 60 points. Total points now 140. Please continue your efforts. He progress increased by 30. Why was it so much this time? The he progress is not only related to character experiences, but also to the emotional changes within the characters. What changes are occurring within Chen Baran? Has he become more sinister? Unable to disclose. Chapter 53 Zhang Zishuan. The group had stayed in Wuhua town for a few days. The truth about the river god's marriage had been revealed. The figure in the black robe had deceived young women under the guise of the river god to cultivate goo. After the black-robed figure's demise, the remaining accomplices were handed over to the local authorities, who issued an announcement to inform the public of the truth. The new brides required medical attention, although they had escaped with their lives. Their bodies were severely damaged due to the goo cultivation, which was also one of the reasons Chen Qingfeng had come to this place. In the morning, everyone gathered downstairs for breakfast. The innkeeper's culinary skills were quite commendable, prompting Mu Jinjin to arrive punctually each morning. Why hasn't Tichin Shixiang come down? Is he out making rounds again? Mu Jinjin asked, nibbling on a steamed bun. Xie Chunshan sipped his tea and replied. Mu Jinjin continued to eat. Since Chun Qingfeng's arrival in town, everyone had come to recognize him as a miraculous physician, with people seeking his expertise daily, which he seldom declined. Shimmy, Ning Yi said, hesitating as she put down her chopsticks after taking a few bites. If Shiji has something to say, please do. Ning Yi inquired. That day in the secret passage, the glowing object on you seemed capable of countering the magic core. What was it? Mu Jinjin knew this question would eventually arise. Such a commotion would not have gone unnoticed by them. She swallowed her bite of bun, glancing at Chun Baran, who was quietly eating without any indication of acknowledgement. Looking around the table, she confirmed that apart from their group and the innkeepers, no one else was present. She retrieved the divine core from her spatial bag. This is it. I obtained it in the last secret realm. Ning Yi took it, examining it for a moment, her brow furrowing in thought. Is this truly the divine core? She passed the object to Xie Chunshan, who examined it briefly before returning it to Mu Jinjin, stating, keep it safe and don't inform others. They had already suspected it was the divine core. This was merely a confirmation. Mu Jinjin replied, securing it away. Just as she finished stowing it, a lively figure dashed through the inn's door, heading straight for them. Xie Dage. Zhang Zixuan had returned. Ever since Mu Jinjin rescued her, she had been visiting the inn daily, or more accurately, seeking out Xie Chunshan. Just in time for breakfast. I brought some lychees, perfect for dessert, she announced, placing a basket on the corner of the table. I picked them fresh from the field this morning. Xie Chunshan replied, Miss Zhang, there's no need for such formality. Dai tea was merely a small act of kindness to save you. You can take these back. That cannot be. While it may have been a small effort for you, it was a life-saving grace for me. Please accept this small token of fruit. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy. Zhang Zixuan tugged at Xie Chunshan's sleeve, her tone laced with a hint of playful pleading. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, actually, I have a humble request. I wish to accompany Brother Xie in studying the art of cultivation. I, too, desire to uphold justice like the others. That night, witnessing Miss Zhang's fearful demeanor, one might have assumed her to be a timid and delicate girl. However, it was surprising to see her later exude a bold and spirited aura. Ning Yi glanced at Xie Chunshan's sleeve, which was being held firmly, and remarked calmly, Miss Zhang, the path of cultivation is not as simple as you might think. Without a spiritual root, it is exceedingly difficult to practice the arts of immortality. Xie Chunshan concurred. We have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger here, but I do not intend to take on disciples, nor can I teach you if you are genuinely interested in cultivation. You might consider trying your luck at the various sections. Tears welled in Zhang Zixuan's eyes as she pleaded, her voice tinged with sorrow. I do not seek to become an immortal. I merely wish to learn a few self-defense techniques. Please, Brother Xie, teach me, so that I can handle any dangers that may arise in the future. Faced with such a heartfelt request, Xie Chunshan found himself at a loss. After finishing his cup of tea, he relented. Very well. During these few days, I shall teach you some self-defense techniques. Zhang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with joy, her tears drying as she exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Xie. Mu Jinjin observed that Xie Chunshan was not only a typical straightforward man, but also somewhat inept at refusing requests, especially when faced with someone's earnest plea. Initially believing Zhang Zixuan to be a timid and delicate girl, she was taken aback by her lively and clever demeanor. Glancing at Ning Yi, Mu Jinjin noted her sister's despondent expression as she poked at her bowl of rice in silence. She felt a pang of sympathy for her sister's sorrow. That if Ms. Zhang wishes to learn a few self-defense moves, my sister could teach you. She is quite skilled and has experience in instructing others. When junior brother Chen first arrived, it was Ning's sister who guided him in his practice. Moreover, both of you are young ladies, making it easier for her to teach you with care. Wouldn't you agree? Brother Xie, Mu Jinjin emphasized the fact that they were both young women, casting a hopeful glance at Xie Chunshan, hoping he would grasp her unspoken suggestion. Although Xie Chunshan was somewhat oblivious, he was not foolish. He understood her implication, realizing that it would indeed be more suitable for Ning Yi, a young lady herself, to teach Zhang Zixuan. He chuckled lightly. Then let my junior sister instruct you. Would you be willing? Junior sister? Ning Yi's brows relaxed as she replied, Of course, as long as Ms. Zhang does not mind. Having reached this point in the conversation, Zhang Zishuan could hardly voice any objections. She nodded, suppressing her lips. Thank you, Sister Ning. Mu Jinjin's spirits lifted, and she indulged in an extra bun. Chen Buran shot her a glance, and also partook in an additional bun. After breakfast, Mu Jinjin went to the inn's backyard to bathe two stray cats, a ginger one and a black one, which had been frequenting her for food after she had fed them a few days prior. They were quite dirty, and she had long wished to give them a bath, but had never found the opportunity. Today, she seized the moment after they had eaten their fill and lowered their guard. During the bathing process, they were rather uncooperative, splashing water all over her. Meow, 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 stop crying. We're almost done. The little black cat was particularly rebellious, thrashing about in the water that if you don't behave, I won't have any fish treats for you tomorrow. Dressed in a light yellow RU skirt, Mu Jinjin sat on the steps of the courtyard. Her sleeves rolled up, revealing her fair arms. She wiped her face, which had been splashed, and earnestly wrestled with the little cats. Chen Buran observed the amusing scene from the window on the second floor. Feeling his spirits lift considerably after several days of poor sleep, he leapt from the window, squatting beside Mu Jinjin, and gently captured the uncooperative black cat. Scratching its chin, the black cat instantly became compliant. Following that, his long, fair hands began to massage its back, washing it with care. The black cat purred contentedly. Mu Jinjin, astonished, asked, "How do you manage to make it so obedient in your hands?" "That's impressive." Chen Buran met her gaze. A playful glint in his eyes that he smirked, scratching her chin lightly. Like this, the cool, ticklish sensation made Mu Jinjin instinctively retract her chin, glaring at him in discontent. "What are you doing? You can just say it. Why do you have to demonstrate? I was concerned you might not understand if I merely told you, so I thought a demonstration would be clearer." Chen Buran's lips curled into a pleased smile. His gaze shimmering as sunlight danced through the trees, casting playful shadows on his face. His striking appearance was disarming, making it difficult for anyone to harbor anger toward him. Mu sister. Just as Mu Jinjin was enjoying herself, Zhang Zishuan dashed over, crouching beside her to watch the two bathe the cats. Where did these little cats come from? They are stray cats from the neighborhood. Mu Jinjin, having nearly finished washing the ginger cat, scooped a ladle of warm water from a nearby bucket to rinse it off. "That aren't you learning self-defense techniques from Sister Ning?" Zhang Zishuan gently rubbed the ginger cat's ears, speaking softly. "I need a break. Sister Ning's teachings are quite challenging, and I'm struggling to grasp them." The young girl pouted, her doe-like eyes blinking innocently. "It's normal to find it difficult at first. Every beginning is tough. I too faced challenges when I first learned cultivation. Back then, my instructor, Mu Jinjin, lifted her lashes to glance at Chen Buran, who was intently washing the black cat, his graceful fingers coaxing the lazy feline into a state of bliss. "What did they teach you?" Zhang Zishuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Mu Jinjin quickly corrected herself. "When I was learning, I was particularly slow and often struggled to keep up. Fortunately, my instructor was patient and meticulous, tirelessly guiding me. Truly a wonderful person." A soft chuckle escaped Chen Buran's lips, albeit subtly, as he continued his task without looking up. "That I speak from the heart," Mu Jinjin insisted, though it was clear her explanation was somewhat transparent, reflecting on her past experiences. While Chen Buran had been somewhat reluctant and lacking in patience, his teaching had indeed been thorough and easy to comprehend. "Zhang Zishuan replied, her interest still piqued. "By the way, Sister Mu, I saw you with many talismans that night. They seemed quite powerful. Can I learn those?" Mu Jinjin shook her head. "You currently lack the spiritual energy to study them. However, if you like, I can give you some protective talismans and teach you how to use them." "Oh, thank you, Sister Mu," Zhang Zishuan responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but her eyes soon sparkled with excitement. "And what about that glowing magical artifact of yours? It looks amazing. Can I see it?" At her request, Chen Buran ceased his movements, raising his gaze to her, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if he could see through her very soul. His striking features, devoid of a smile, conveyed an air of intimidation. Zhang Zishuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she bit her lip and averted her gaze, looking expectantly at Mu Jinjin. Mu Jinjin also turned her eyes toward her. Seeing the curiosity sparkling in her bright eyes, with a blink, she declined. "My magical artifact is not something I show lightly. I cannot reveal it to you." Zhang Zishuan replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone as she tugged at Mu Jinjin's arm. Playfully pleading, "Sister Mu, Just let me take a quick look, that I'm simply curious. It will only be for a moment. Unmoved, Mu Jinjin remained resolute, and upon seeing her genuine reluctance, Zhang Zishuan finally relented, leaving in a huff. As Mu Jinjin watched her retreating figure, a sudden suspicion struck her. Perhaps Zhang Zishuan had approached them solely out of curiosity about the magical artifact, with her earlier words merely a pretext. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought as overthinking. Chen Baran had finished washing the black cat, and Mu Jinjin ladled warm water to rinse it off. Just as she completed the rinse, the black cat shook itself vigorously, sending droplets flying and soaking both of them. Water splashed onto Chen Baran's long lashes, moistening his eyes, which were already captivating, making them even more alluring. Mu Jinjin found herself unable to look away. Suddenly, Chen Baran's face loomed closer, their noses nearly touching. Mu Jinjin, am I truly that handsome? He asked, a teasing glint in his eyes, his wolfish grin exuding mischief. The refreshing scent of him enveloped her, causing Mu Jinjin to instinctively hold her breath and lean back slightly. Yes, you are quite handsome. How handsome? You are the most handsome I have ever seen. Mu Jinjin felt her cheeks warm, clearly aware of the blush spreading across her face in Chen Baran's enchanting gaze. The heat intensified. Chen Baran's eyes trailed from her flushed cheeks to her soft, rosy lips, his gaze burning with desire as he swallowed hard. Overwhelmed by his stare, she pushed him away, stammering, "You are the most handsome. The best looking in the world. Hurry and finish washing the cat, or it might get sick." Who could withstand such a beauty assault, especially one that aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences? Chen Baran, snapping back to his senses, awkwardly withdrew, haughtily retorting, shallowed. A sense of inexplicable joy welled up within her heart. For a moment, she found tranquility. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a gentle symphony, as two individuals crouched in the yard. Bathing a cat under the warm sunlight, they meticulously cleaned the little feline, employing a drying technique to fluff its soft fur, which inspired an irresistible affection. Chen Baran tenderly cradled the small black cat, running his fingers through its fur, scratching its chin, and gently squeezing its paws. The black cat's eyes squinted in bliss, emitting a continuous purring sound. That a smile danced at the corners of Chen Baran's mouth, the sunlight illuminating his features, presenting a visage of unrestrained delight that seemed more comfortable than the cat nestled in his arms. Mu Jinjin cast a glance at him before lowering her gaze to the small orange cat in her hands, whose fur had become a chaotic mess from her playful ruffling, mewing and wriggling in her grasp, utterly reluctant to be groomed. "Here, take it. All yours," she muttered, frustration evident in her voice as she handed the little orange cat over to Chen Baran and stormed off in irritation. After spending 6 or 7 days in the quaint town, the brides, under the skilled hands of Chen Qingfeng, had recovered, and it was time for them to depart from Wuhua town. Before leaving, Mu Jinjin pulled Ningyi out for a shopping excursion. During their stay, they had not had the opportunity to thoroughly explore Wuhua town, and they were determined to take in its sights before their departure. The town was quite expansive, offering a myriad of goods. Mu Jinjin and Ningyi purchased some beautiful garments and unique jewelry, alongside delectable local specialties. They wandered from the western edge of the town to the east, at the entrance of a small establishment named Zhangji Tavern. Mu Jinjin spotted a young woman, side on to them, polishing a wine jar. It was Zhang Zishuan. "Ah, that's Miss Zhang," she remarked, urging her companion to greet her. Although they were aware that Zhang Zishuan's family owned a tavern, they had never visited. As they approached, Mu Jinjin cheerfully exclaimed, "Miss Zhang, your business is thriving." As she lightly patted her shoulder, the young woman turned around, her expression one of confusion as she asked, "Do you two know me?" Mu Jinjin and Ningyi exchanged startled glances. "It was not Zhang Zishuan. My apologies. We mistook you for someone else. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a friend of ours named Zhang." Mu Jinjin offered an apologetic smile. "Indeed, the resemblance is striking, nearly identical, though Zhang Zishuan possesses a more delicate charm, while you have a gentler demeanor," the young woman replied with a smile. "It's quite all right. Does the Zhang you know share the same surname?" "Yes, she does. She lives in the eastern part of the city, and her family also owns a tavern." "Wait, could she be your sister, or perhaps your younger sibling? Her name is Zhang Zishuan." "Do you know her?" This revelation left the young woman momentarily speechless as she pondered. "I am Zhang Zishuan, and I am the only child in my family. Furthermore, we are the sole Zhang tavern in the eastern part of the city." You are Zhang Zixuan? Yes. Mu Jinjin and Ning Yi were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. Then who is the Zhang Zixuan we know? Chapter 55. Nanjiao Mu Jinjin and Ning Yi returned with solemn expressions. The person we rescued might not be the real Zhang Zixuan, Mu Jinjin questioned. Why would she impersonate Zhang Zixuan in our presence? Who is she? And what could her motives be? She absent-mindedly twirled the ribbons on her sleeves, firing off 4 inquiries in quick succession. Memories of Zhang Zixuan asking to see her magical artifacts from days prior flooded her mind. Ning Yi's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. I don't know. Let's return first and discuss it further. All right. Upon their return to the inn, they found no sign of Xie Chunshan in their room. Just as they were about to leave, they overheard voices from outside the open window. Brother Xie, please, I beg of you, just agree to my request. This matter is out of the question. Ning Yi's heart sank at the sound. For several days, Zhang Zixuan had come to her to learn self-defense techniques, often claiming she didn't understand or found it too difficult, only to sneak out to find Xie Chunshan. She could see through the young girl's intentions. Clearly, she was more interested in him than in the lessons. But there were those who remained oblivious. She understood her senior brother's lack of awareness, and she knew he harbored no such feelings for anyone, yet it still left a bitter taste in her heart. Mu Jinjin did not give Ning Yi much time to dwell on her sadness, and promptly dragged her into the courtyard. What does the young lady want Brother Xie to agree to? Upon entering the courtyard, they found Xie Chunshan seated at a stone table with Zhang Zixuan, who was playfully tugging at his arm. She and Ning Yi took their places across from them. As Mu Jinjin raised her eyes towards the second-floor window, she caught Qin Baran's gaze. He perched on the window ledge, his hair cascading down, an air of weariness clouding his countenance. He had not been sleeping well these past few days, choosing to rest in his room during the day. The 2 cats leaped up to the window, curiously observing the scene below. Ever since their bath, these 2 ungrateful creatures had taken to frequently visiting Qin Baran, seeking his attention and affection. Superficial cats. She mused. Surely they are enamored by his appearance. The orange and black cats nestled beside Qin Baran, creating a picturesque tableau against his green attire. Mu Jinjin stole another glance before turning back. Zhang Zixuan expressed her discontent. I wish to join you on your adventures, but Brother Xie disagrees. Sister Mu, you must intercede and take me along. Propping her arms on the stone table, Mu Jinjin feigned a smile reminiscent of Qin Baran's. Inquiring with an air of mockery, have your parents consented? They agreed. I've spoken to them about it, and I recall you mentioning that your parents run Zhangji Tavern in the Eastern District. Indeed, Zhang Zixuan replied with a bright smile. Unabashed, that's a lie, Ning Yi interjected, her gaze icy as she scrutinized her. You are not Zhang Zixuan from Zhangji Tavern in the Eastern District. The smile on Zhang Zixuan's face faltered momentarily before she resumed her cheerful demeanor. Oh dear, I've been found out. Xie Chunshan, still somewhat detached, wore a rare expression of confusion. What is going on? Ning Yi recounted the entire situation. This young lady is not Zhang Zixuan at all. The true Ms. Zhang mentioned that on the day she was to be wed to the river god, she encountered a girl who claimed to be a demon hunter. This girl suspected that the river god was being manipulated by a demon and offered to replace her as a bride to investigate. That night, the girl took her place in the bridal sedan, meaning the person we rescued was never the real Zhang Zixuan. Ning Yi's gaze turned to the imposter. You must have sensed our presence when you fell into the water that night. And you staged the entire act to deceive us, didn't you? Zhang Zixuan smiled, acknowledging the truth. Xie Chunshan's eyes grew colder as he addressed her. Young lady, you initially sought to capture the river god. We should be allies. Why conceal your identity? What are your intentions? Zhang Zixuan pouted. I have no ulterior motive. I simply like you all and wish to accompany you. The 3 exchanged skeptical glances at her reasoning. May I inquire who you truly are? Xie Chunshan pressed, realizing there was no longer a need for secrecy. My name is Nanjiao, a member of the Wushan Palace. Nanjiao, the second female lead from the original text. Her character was whimsical, bold, and passionate. Mu Jinjin's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the second female lead appear here? In the original story, she made her entrance towards the end of the protagonist's adventures, and although her arrival was late, her presence often added tension to the romance. However, the current developments had strayed from the novel's plot, making her early appearance less surprising. Wushan Palace was a sect in the southern region, known for its distinct practices compared to those in the Central Plains. The specifics eluded Mu Zhenjin, as the novel did not delve into detail. Nan Jiao continued, the black-clad figure from that night was a traitor from Wushan Palace, who fled after being discovered practicing dark arts. I came to apprehend him. Upon hearing of the river god's wedding in Wuhua town, I found the situation suspicious and decided to disguise myself as a bride to investigate, only to encounter you all. With a snap of her fingers, her appearance shifted, her eyebrows elongated, her eyes widened, her nose shrank, revealing her true form. Charming and lovely. She appeared taller, yet still retained a delicate demeanor. The group fell into a stunned silence. Taken aback by the unexpected transformation, that I have laid everything bare. So will you take me with you? I genuinely wish to join you on your adventures. She gazed at Xie Chunshan with pleading eyes. Ning Yi looked to him as well, her anticipation palpable. Mu Zhenjin followed suit. In the original narrative, Nan Jiao had fallen for Xie Chunshan at first sight, earnestly requesting to accompany the protagonists on their journey. Xie Chunshan typically found it difficult to refuse such pleas. However, this time, he remained non-committal. He harbored doubts about Nan Jiao's intentions, especially considering they possessed a magic core, and his junior sister bore a divine core. She must have noticed the magic core that night. Seeing Xie Chunshan's hesitation, Nan Jiao pouted playfully, not in anger but rather with a hint of mischief. If you don't take me, I will follow you regardless. You mentioned traveling to the southern region, and I happen to be going there as well. It's a perfect coincidence. Chapter 56. An unexpected kiss. The sky beyond the town was a pristine blue, with wild grasses bending gently in the breeze. That I must take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to send word. Chen Qingfeng mounted his horse, bidding them farewell. Brother, won't you join us? Mu Zhenjin inquired. Chen Qingfeng tightened the reins of his horse and chuckled. I have heard tales of the ancient Luoyang grass in the southwest, a sight rarely seen in a century, that I shall go and behold it. But why not fly? He was asked. Flying is both exhausting and lacks charm. Chen Qingfeng replied. On horseback, one can admire the scenery along the way. I am not in a hurry. Let us be off. With a flourish, he urged his steed onward, his white garments billowing like a gust of wind. Drifting gracefully between heaven and earth, true to his name, he embodied the essence of freedom. Mu Zhenjin gazed longingly in the direction Chen Qingfeng had departed, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a green figure obstructed her path. She looked up to find Chen Burian, whose eyes, free from dust, gazed down upon her. Each elongated eyelash was distinct, and deep within his eyes flowed a hint of ethereal green. Long ago, Mu Zhenjin had noticed that in the sunlight, the depths of his eyes revealed a verdant hue, which now seemed even more pronounced, shimmering like glass and beckoning attention. What were you just looking at? Reluctant to part with Senior Chen, Chen Burian's voice was cool and detached. Huh? Oh, no. Mu Zhenjin regained her composure. I was merely a bit envious of Senior Chen's carefree gallop. If given a chance in the future, I too wish to ride a horse, to wander and pause, traversing mountains and rivers, and to witness the beauty of this world. That a gentle smile graced her lips as sunlight caressed her fair, radiant skin, and the longing in her eyes flowed like a gentle stream. I have heard that in the far north, there exists a mountain perpetually covered in snow, a sight of exquisite beauty. In the far south lies a tranquil river, its azure waves shimmering by day and glowing by night. And then there is the Valley of 10,000 Flowers in the East Mountain, where, upon the arrival of spring, blossoms dance in the breeze alongside countless vividly colored butterflies. That I can hardly imagine how beautiful that scene must be. The wind playfully lifted the ribbons on her garments, entwining them around Chen Burian's fingers. He gently grasped the ribbons, watching her spirited demeanor, and ultimately raised an eyebrow in amusement. Such fanciful thoughts, he remarked. Mu Zhenjin laughed lightly. Of course, if one is beautiful, one ought to think beautifully. Ningyi approached, a smile curving her lips. Shall we set off as well? Her smile seemed somewhat forced. Mu Zhenjin glanced behind her to see Nan Jiao, beaming, conversing with Xie Chunshan, attempting to persuade him to take her along on his journey. Eventually, Nan Jiao decided to join them. Mu Zhenjin took one last look at the quaint town, regretting that she had not bid farewell to the two small cats before leaving. She left some silver coins with the innkeeper, requesting him to look after the cats and provide them with food. Though the cats were ungrateful, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. The group mounted their swords and continued southward. Nan Jiao did not ride a sword, instead relying on Xie Chunshan to carry her. Ning Yi floated alongside them, frequently casting glances in their direction, but Mu Jinjin lingered at the back, lost in thought about whether she should assist Xie Chunshan and Ning Yi. But what of Qin Burian? As they traveled, evening fell, and they found refuge in a dilapidated temple. Qin Burian caught several fish to roast, while Nan Jiao engaged Xie Chunshan in conversation, to which he responded with a gentlemanly nonchalance. Ning Yi sat quietly beside them, turning the fish over while listening to their dialogue. Meanwhile, Mu Jinjin, seated nearby, busied herself with a small notebook, jotting down thoughts and sketches for quite some time. She hesitated over whether to share her notes with Ning Yi to encourage her pursuit of Xie Chunshan or to give them to Qin Burian to embolden him to confess his feelings. This notebook contained her insights on romance. Although she had never been in love herself, she had gathered enough experience to offer her friends advice. The volume encapsulated all the wisdom she had gleaned from others and the internet. What is this? Mu Jinjin pondered deeply when, unexpectedly, Qin Burian snatched the notebook from her grasp. Give it back, she protested, reaching to reclaim it, though her heart was reluctant to relinquish it to him. Return it. You cannot look at it, she insisted. Qin Burian shifted the notebook from left hand to right, denying her access. What secret could be so precious that I cannot see? Give it back. Mu Jinjin lunged forward to snatch it, but lost her balance and fell directly onto Qin Burian, inadvertently pressing her lips against the corner of his mouth. Qin Burian, Mu Jinjin, Xie Chunshan, Ning Yi, Nan Jiao. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. The crackling of the fire brought Mu Jinjin back to reality. As she attempted to rise, her nerves betrayed her. Just as her lips left Qin Burian's corner, she lost her footing again and landed squarely on his lips. Mu Jinjin scrambled to her feet, this time exceedingly cautious, feeling the weight of her companion's gazes upon her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "And no, that was unintentional. Truly, it was an accident. I apologize. Her words tumbled out in a flurry. And she tugged at Qin Burian's sleeve. His eyelashes fluttered, as if awakening from a dream, and he sat up, gripping the notebook tightly, knuckles whitening, remaining silent as he turned the fish. Nan Jiao was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "I sensed something was amiss between the two of you. Mu Jinjin, do you fancy Qin Burian?" Mu Jinjin gasped, frantically waving her hands down. No. It's just an accident. Don't speak nonsense, Nan Jiao teased. Oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Mu Jinjin was left speechless. Embarrassed? Nonsense. This is completely unfounded. Her voice was laced with frustration, a hint of anger evident. Ning Yi exchanged glances between them, a knowing smile gracing her lips. That it's fine, even if it were true. There is nothing wrong with it. The sect does not prohibit such matters. Senior sister. Mu Jinjin's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Please, do not jest. She stole a glance at Qin Burian, who appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. She recalled the memory of giving him artificial respiration in the secret realm. His face then filled with indignation. How curious it was that today he remained silent, perhaps unwilling to react with everyone present. Mu Jinjin felt a wave of relief wash over her, tinged with disappointment. The notebook had been taken by Qin Burian. Perhaps it was fate at play. She silently wished him success, unbeknownst to her. Beneath the flickering orange glow of the campfire, Qin Burian's ears had turned crimson, nearly resembling bleeding embers. Xie Chunshan, on the other hand, maintained his composure, merely observing their playful banter with a faint smile. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to rest. Mu Jinjin found a spot beneath a statue and lay down, while Qin Burian leaned against her side. The incident still lingered in her mind. And feeling awkward, she shifted slightly and spoke softly. Qin Burian, I truly did not mean for that to happen. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering. His fingers brushed against his own lips. Recalling the soft, warm sensation that lingered, he quickly repressed that thought, dismissing it with a cool demeanor. That I know. Sleep now. Mu Jinjin closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber. After a day of flying on her sword, she was indeed weary and soon fell into a deep sleep. The gentle sound of her breathing filled the air, while Qin Burian turned his gaze to her serene sleeping visage, his attention drifting back to her lips. His long, pale fingers grazed his own mouth, still tinged with the memory of her warmth. The surge of anger prompted him to drop his hand. Curiosity seized him as he retrieved the notebook he had taken. Eager to see what she had written, he flipped to the first page, his brow furrowed at the sight of the scrawled handwriting. Was this truly the work of a human hand? Although the script was untidy, the content was discernible that as he read. His eyebrows gradually arched in intrigue, shifting between expressions of revelation and realization. Chapter 57. You like him? Chun Burien meticulously read through the notebook twice, ultimately confirming a singular truth. Mu Jinjin harbored feelings for him. The contents aligned perfectly with her behavior around him. Sweet words, openly expressed affection, maintaining an air of mystery, providing emotional value, occasionally teasing and withdrawing, creating an atmosphere of necessity. Mu Jinjin indeed had a sweet tongue, often bending her eyes in a smile while speaking kind words in his presence. She would occasionally be obedient, while at other times exhibiting small tantrums. Wasn't he that a perfect example of the push and pull dynamic? Most importantly, she provided him with value. He chose to overlook the emotional aspect, maintaining an air of mystery. He knew Mu Jinjin concealed many things from him. When she had mentioned seeing a peculiar book in the valley, revealing knowledge of his past, he had dismissed her words entirely. Every encounter seemed to correspond with the notebook's so-called tips on making someone like you. In a wonder, she often stole glances at him. It was not merely for his appearance. Once he accepted the notion that Mu Jinjin likes him, all past events could now be interpreted as evidence of her affection. Chun Burien clutched the notebook tightly, his gaze fixed on the crooked letters, which seemed to claw at his heart incessantly. His heart felt as though it were submerged in boiling water, a warmth spreading throughout his body, and his thoughts spiraled wildly. Time slipped by, and a chill breeze wafted through the cracked window, gradually cooling the heat that had enveloped him. Upon regaining his composure, he was beset by frustration. What was he thinking? Unbeknownst to the slumbering Mu Jinjin, who merely felt the cold wind and curled herself deeper beneath the blanket, the notification chimed. Main Quest 3 completed. He progressed 55, awarded 20 points, current total, 160 points. Please continue your efforts. Mu Jinjin was sound asleep, entirely oblivious to her surroundings. Chun Baran observed her, bundled up like a rice dumpling, and reached out to pull the blanket off her head. The girl's face was reddened from being smothered, her scarlet lips slightly parted as she inhaled the fresh air. Chun Baran's gaze darkened momentarily, then he forced his eyes shut, resting against the wall. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind burst through the dilapidated temple's doors and windows, crashing against the walls with a deafening sound. Chun Baran immediately opened his eyes, and in that instant, a flicker of dark violet light flashed across his gaze. Unnoticed by anyone else, that he seemed unaware himself, his expression clear and his eyes cold as he stared outside. The others had awakened. Xie Chunshan and Ning Yi sensed something amiss. Gripping their swords tightly as they cautiously peered outside, Mu Jinjin rubbed her eyes, the cold wind that had swept in causing her to snugly wrap herself in her blanket. The wind was fierce. She soon felt an unsettling pressure in the air. Quickly, she tightened her grip on her sword and huddled closer to Chun Baran. In the next moment, several chilling arrows shot in from outside the temple. Mu Jinjin prepared to raise her sword in defense, but Chun Baran seized her by the collar and lifted her behind him. Everyone, be careful. Xie Chunshan swept away the incoming arrows with a stroke of his sword, then thrust out his palm to shut the temple's doors and windows. Yet the arrows, imbued with a cold aura, continued to rain down upon them. The group swiftly defended themselves, after fending off a barrage of arrows. The pressure from outside intensified, coming from all directions. Ningyi furrowed her brows. Demon Clan? Xie Chunshan's expression grew serious. The temple's doors and windows were damaged, and from the moonlit forest emerged shadowy figures, a group of silhouettes. The leader was tall and robust, clad in a black robe, and wearing a mask resembling a malevolent spirit. He was brazen, getting straight to the point. Hand over the demon core, Xie Chunshan stepped out of the temple, standing on the steps with a commanding presence, and calmly replied, "You have the wrong person. We do not possess the demon core. Since we managed to find you, we have reliable information. It would be wise to surrender the demon core." With a flick of his sword, Frost enveloped the blade, his cold gaze fixed on the opponent. "It seems you cannot have it as you wish. Humph, Fu Guang's sword. You must be Xie Chunshan, the foremost disciple of Chuan's sect. I've long heard of your prowess among the younger generation. Today I shall witness it." With that, the man gestured, and his companions surged forward from all sides. Xie Chunshan released his spirit energy, causing frost to instantly form on the ground around him. Ningyi followed suit, charging in with her sword. Chun Baran turned to Mu Jinjin and instructed, "Stay close." Mu Mu Jinjin nodded eagerly, her orange flower ornament bobbing up and down. Don't worry, I'll stick close. Chunbaran found her obedient demeanor amusing, a smile tugging at his lips. After a moment of hesitation, Nan Jiao joined the fray, pulling out her flute and leaping onto the temple's roof. She practiced the southern Jianggu Dao, skilled in controlling insects. As she played a melodious tune, ethereal lights emanated from her, and numerous translucent purple butterflies fluttered forth, scattering with the music. The trio, Chunbaran, Xie Chunshan, and Ning Yi, were all unleashing their full potential, and it was the first time Mu Jinjin truly witnessed their formidable strength. Following Chunbaran closely, Mu Jinjin found little opportunity to strike, so she prepared her talismans for support. They fought while retreating, quickly defeating a large group of adversaries, seeing the tide turn against them. The leader engaged Xie Chunshan and battled in an instant. They exchanged dozens of blows. Initially perceived as a skilled opponent, he soon revealed his vulnerabilities after several exchanges, ultimately falling beneath Xie Chunshan's sword. With the leader down, the others hesitated to advance, turning to flee. Chunbaran unleashed a sword strike, swiftly slicing their throats. Xie Chunshan and Ning Yi inspected the fallen foes. They are not of the demon clan. But demon cultivators, Ning Yi remarked. Demon cultivators are those from the demon race, or humans who have fallen into the demonic path, often engaging in murder and robbery for profit. How did they know the demon core was with us and track our movements? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Nan Jiao. Nan Jiao twirled her flute and stepped forward, her voice sweet. Oh, Ning elder sister, you don't suspect me of leaking your whereabouts, do you? I assure you, I haven't. I admit, I am intrigued by the demon core, but I never intended to engage in any nefarious deeds. She turned to Xie Chunshan. Brother Xie, you must believe me. Xie Chunshan glanced at her, but did not respond directly. Choosing instead to follow Ning Ye's lead it is not difficult to know our whereabouts. We have not taken any special measures to conceal ourselves during our journey as for how they learned the demon core was with us. That remains uncertain. However, henceforth, we must act discreetly and refrain from contacting the sect unless absolutely necessary. Ning Yi pondered aloud. Are you suggesting there is a spy within the sect? It's merely a conjecture. After all, the demon core has remained undiscovered within the sect for many years, and suddenly everyone knows about it, leading to an invasion. It certainly raises suspicions. Nan Jiao, feeling ignored by Xie Chunshan, pouted discontentedly, recognizing the need to vacate the area. The group departed hastily that night. Chapter 58. Transformation to obscure their movements. The group procured a carriage along the way, continuing their journey southward. Chunbaran drove the carriage while Mu Jinjin initially wished to curl up inside and sleep. However, he insisted on pulling her out to join him in driving. Unable to resist his will, she perched on the shaft, stifling yawns. Inside the carriage, Nan Jiao and Ning Yi exchanged curious glances, while Xie Chunshan sat in serene silence. Meditating, unable to remain still, Nan Jiao asked, Brother Xie, what brings you to the southern Jiang region? Xie Chunshan replied, eyes closed, to undergo trials. But why carry the demon core? Nan Jiao inquired, her curiosity piqued, and no offense intended. Merely a simple question, she added with a smile. Xie Chunshan opened his eyes, his gaze cool and detached as he countered. What do you know about the demon core? Nan Jiao tapped her legs with the flute, pondering for a moment before responding. Not much. I only learned of the demon core's existence after its recent rumors spread. However, I've heard some tales about its owner. Pray tell, Xie Chunshan urged. Mu Jinjin perked up at the mention of the demon core, her drowsiness fading as she listened intently. The owner of the demon core is a female demon from the Moonfall clan. As you all may know, Nan Jiao began. Indeed, Xie Chunshan affirmed. Mu Jinjin nodded along, though the others could not see her. More accurately, that woman belongs to the Moonfall clan, an ancient lineage believed to trace back to the primordial era, contemporaneous with Fu 11. In those times, the Moonfall clan members possessed human bodies and serpent tails. However, this clan was inherently demonic, comprised of formidable beings. Yet over time, the ancient and powerful demons perished, and the clan gradually diminished in strength, with few pure-blooded members remaining, leading to their eventual obscurity. Nevertheless, the Moonfall clan has persisted. Though few are aware of their glorious past, merely referring to them as demons. It is said that this woman possesses a rare and pure Moonfall bloodline, born powerful and with the demon core. She is even more formidable, once regarded as the holy maiden of the demon race. Upon hearing that the woman hailed from the Moonfall clan, Mu Xinjin's long-held suspicions were finally confirmed. The woman possessing the demon core truly was Chun Buran's mother. Xianyu. The novel had mentioned that Chun Buran's mother was a Moonfall clan member, with a pure bloodline, and was even the holy maiden of the demon race. Everything aligned perfectly. Previously, the sect leader had stated that the woman had carved out the demon core to save her child, sealing a fragment of it within her child's body. That missing piece was now sealed within Chun Buran. That Mu Xinjin unconsciously glanced at the young man driving the carriage beside her. He had propped one leg up, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he navigated the carriage, his chiseled profile betraying no emotion, his gaze casually fixed ahead, sunlight casting shadows across his face. Mu Xinjin wondered if he had suspected anything. Chun Buran, she called out, unable to suppress her curiosity. Hoping to catch a glimpse of his face, he turned his head, his expression placid, his deep-set eyes inscrutable. Surely, he must have sensed something. Given his intelligence, Mu Xinjin studied him for a while. Chun Buran remained silent, allowing her to observe him. That it's nothing, she finally said, turning away. Yet she felt something was off about him today. Typically, if she stared at him like that, he would have been displeased, likely to mock her for being superficial. Today, however, he seemed unusually calm. After she turned her head, Chun Buran continued to watch her for a few moments before returning his focus to the road. Mu Xinjin felt a sense of discomfort brewing within her, contemplating whether to reveal to Chun Buran that the fragment of the demon core now resided within him. But what would happen if she did? Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. After listening to Nan Jiao's account, Xie Chunshan lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before asking, I wonder, where did you hear such tales, Miss Nan Jiao? Nan Jiao twirled the flute in her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. I have already posed a question to Brother Xie, yet he has yet to respond to mine. How is that fair? You should answer my question first. Or is it that my inquiry is inconvenient to address? Xie Chunshan chuckled lightly. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Keeping the magic core within the sect would only invite trouble. Hence it was brought out. Nan Jiao replied. But by bringing it out, aren't you merely transferring the trouble to yourselves? Xie Chunshan nonchalantly shook his head. It is no bother. It is only right to alleviate the sect's burdens. Brother Xie is too kind, Nan Jiao remarked wistfully, gazing at him with a youthful admiration. Now it is my turn to answer Brother Xie's question. I heard all of that from the elders of our Wushan palace. She continued, this moment. Mu Xinjin peeked through the curtain, inquiring, Do you know anything else about that woman? Nan Jiao pouted, shaking her head. I do not that I have asked the elder, but he was rather reticent about her, unwilling to elaborate. Very well, Mu Xinjin replied, turning back. What truly transpired back then that they are so reluctant to discuss? The carriage swayed gently as Mu Xinjin's mind was filled with a chaotic jumble of thoughts. Her eyelids grew heavy, and her body began to lean unsteadily. Unable to endure any longer, she leaned against the carriage wall and closed her eyes. In her drowsy state, it felt as though she had nestled against a comfortable cushion, imbued with a clean and refreshing fragrance. She could not help but nuzzle against it. Chun Buran cast his gaze downwards at the girl who had fallen into a deep slumber against his shoulder. Her fair cheek brushed against him, and the delicate fragrance of her hair mingled with the faint, unique scent of Mu Xinjin, wafting gently to his nostrils. The strand of hair was blown by the wind onto his face, tickling him. He reached out a finger, intending to push her head away, but halfway through, Mu Xinjin seemed to sense the discomfort and attempted to lean back. Chun Buran resisted, not allowing her to return. Her brows knitted together, as if she were about to awaken. Eventually, Chun Buran relented and withdrew his hand, permitting her head to rest once more on his shoulder. Ningyi lifted the curtain, intending to switch places with Ran and to escape the somewhat oppressive atmosphere inside the carriage. Upon opening the curtain, he was startled to find Mu Shimi peacefully sleeping against Ran, covered by a blanket that appeared to belong to Ran. Ningyi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ran had changed significantly without anyone noticing. Previously, he could not quite articulate what was different about Ran, but now that feeling was more pronounced. That Ran had always been gentle, considerate, obedient, and polite, yet there had always been an air of detachment about him. Ningyi often felt as though an invisible barrier separated them. Now, however, Ran was no longer just the docile figure of the past. He engaged in playful banter with his junior sister and openly expressed his displeasure. Ningyi had noticed Ran's subtle emotions on several occasions. This more vibrant version of Ran seemed to embody the essence of youth. A smile blossomed in Ningyi's eyes, genuinely happy for Ran. Chapter 59. Southern Frontier. When Mu Jinjin awoke, she felt invigorated, though her neck was slightly sore. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she had been resting on Chun Boren's shoulder. Eliciting a mix of surprise and joy, she was startled to discover that her drool had dampened his shoulder, but quick-witted as she was, she swiftly covered it up and discreetly employed a drying spell. Chun Boren cast a sidelong glance at her, seemingly unaware of her little mishap. As he remained silent, she was elated that he had not pushed her away, thinking, it seems our time together has indeed borne fruit. He is no longer as indifferent towards me. The prospect of him helping her with her antidote seemed within reach. The carriage had traveled for 3 or 4 days, arriving at the heart of the southern frontier. The southern frontier was vast, divided into inner and outer regions. They had now entered the inner region. The inner region was characterized by towering mountains and flowing waters, home to many diverse ethnic groups. Xie Chunshan and his companions arrived at a place known as Chiyue Village. Though referred to as a village, it was, in fact, a bustling city covering 100 miles, situated at the intersection of the inner and outer regions. According to Nanjiao, the Luoyue tribe had a long history, and the owner of the magic core hailed from the Luoyue tribe. Perhaps they could discover a way to completely destroy the magic core there. However, the Luoyue tribe had almost faded from existence, making their whereabouts a mystery. Hence, the group decided to settle in Chiyue Village for the time being and strategize further. The choice of Chiyue Village was made because it shared a character with the Luoyue tribe, as both contained the character for Moon, leading them to hope for some connection, only to discover there was none at all. The atmosphere here was lively. As they strolled down the bustling street, Mu Jinjin curiously examined her surroundings. Noticing many foreign tribespeople dressed in various styles, indicating their diverse origins. Why are there so many outsiders? She wondered aloud. Xie Chunshan replied, these individuals have come to the southern frontier to gather medicinal herbs. As this region is abundant in rare and exotic plants, every year at this time, outsiders flock here to collect herbs, including not only common folk, but also many cultivators seeking fortuitous encounters. Indeed, Brother Xie is quite knowledgeable, Nan Jiao chimed in playfully. She had already donned her vibrant southern frontier attire, a striking red-purple dress adorned with small silver pendants that jingled as she walked. Resembling a fluttering butterfly as she danced from Mu Jinjin's side to Xie Chunshan's. The influx of people had another reason. In a couple of days, the Flower Drum Festival would commence. Lasting for 3 days, filled with extraordinary performances and the sale of rare items, drawing crowds from near and far. That sounds quite interesting. Let us attend the Flower Drum Festival in a few days. Mu Jinjin suggested. The group meandered through the streets, familiarizing themselves with their environment, and as dusk approached, they sought out the largest inn to stay. True to its reputation, this inn boasted suites, though not the kind Mu Jinjin was accustomed to. Instead, these suites were small courtyards designed for groups like theirs. That it was rather thoughtful of them. They booked a small courtyard equipped with a hot spring. Boss, a room with a hot spring for us, Xie Chunshan requested. Just as he completed the booking, 5 individuals entered the inn. One was a young man clad in a purple brocade robe, dressed in the style of the Central Plains, flanked by 4 attendants. The innkeeper, smiling apologetically, said, I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but the last room with a hot spring has just been reserved by these guests. Would you prefer a different room? I'll pay double for the room. The young man insisted. The innkeeper clasped his hands, maintaining his smile. Esteemed guest, it is not a matter of money. The room has been booked, and we cannot go back on our word. I want the room with the hot spring. I've traveled all day and just wish to relax. The young man spoke arrogantly, directing his words at the innkeeper, while his gaze lingered on Xie Chunshan and the others. He scrutinized Xie Chunshan. Then his gaze fell upon Mu Jinjin and Ningyi, his eyes brazenly lecherous. Chun Boren stepped forward, blocking the man's view, turning to face him with a frigid glare, as if regarding a lifeless entity. The young man involuntarily trembled under Chun Boren's intimidating gaze, but quickly dismissed the embarrassment, returning a fierce glare. What are you looking at? How much do you want? I'll buy your room, he demanded. Xie Chunshan approached, his expression cool and detached. This young master, there is a principle of first come, first served. Please do not make things difficult for the innkeeper if you relinquish the room to me. I will not trouble the innkeeper. The young man clenched his fist, causing a row of wine jars on the counter to shatter, releasing a fragrant aroma. This was a blatant threat. Tio maintained their anonymity. Xie Chunshan and the others had concealed their swords and donned ordinary attire, appearing as common travelers. However, the young man's display of power clearly indicated he was a cultivator, emboldening his arrogance. Xie Chunshan pressed his lips together, his usually gentle eyes turning cold. He detested the bullying behavior of cultivators. Before he could respond, the innkeeper spoke up. With a stern expression, the innkeeper showed no signs of fear. Esteemed guest, if you wish to create a disturbance, please do so elsewhere. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. That if you dare to cause trouble here, you might want to inquire about who the owner is. Who is your master? Let me hear it. I want to see what kind of big shot they are. The young man scoffed. Big shot? I wouldn't dare claim such a title. I am merely a humble innkeeper. A deep, magnetic voice resounded from behind. Curious, the group turned to see a man descending the stairs, clad in a black robe adorned with gold, his long, soft white hair cascading down his back. The man's strikingly handsome features and composed demeanor illuminated the room. Mu Jinjin found herself momentarily transfixed, as this was her first encounter with a genuine white-haired beauty. His silky white hair was half-tied with a golden chain, the long ends of which elegantly draped down, enhancing his allure. As Mu Jinjin watched him descend the stairs, her view was suddenly obstructed by a figure clad in green, with a black ponytail gently swaying before her eyes. Initially oblivious, she soon realized that Chen Buren was intentionally blocking her view. She poked him in the back, whispering, "Why are you blocking me?" Chen Buren turned to her, his cool gaze piercing, his glass-like eyes reflecting an unfathomable emotion, both questioning and reproving. Under the weight of his stare, Mu Jinjin felt herself yielding. Reluctantly, she pouted and murmured, Fine. If you want to block me, then do so. I simply want to look." Chili descended the staircase, her gaze sweeping across the few individuals below. Upon spotting Chen Burang, her attention abruptly halted, her eyes widening slightly as she took a few lingering glances. Chen Burang lifted his eyelids, meeting her gaze with a hint of indifference, the head of the household, until the innkeeper broke the silence. Chili withdrew her gaze and approached. The man regarded her with a scrutinizing expression, assessing her from head to toe. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" "Indeed," Chili replied. "That I must stay in the hot spring room today. Otherwise, this matter will not end well." He perceived no trace of spiritual power emanating from Chili. Assuming she was merely a wealthy proprietor, Chili let out a cold chuckle, a tone unmistakably laced with disdain. "Rules must be adhered to. In my establishment, regardless of whether you are a noble or a supernatural being, everyone must abide by the regulations. What's more, you are merely a lowly cultivator of less than third rank." After her declaration, she simply regarded him. Yet, the man seemed to sense something dreadful, shuddering involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That he quickly submitted, stammering, "You are right. We must follow the rules. We shall leave at once." With that, he turned and departed with his entourage. Chapter 60. Checking in not far from the inn, the man suddenly convulsed, his face reddening as he collapsed to the ground. His attendant, startled, hurried to support him. "Young master, what's wrong?" I'm in pain. Burning. The man felt as though he were engulfed in flames, the agony indescribable. Among the attendants, one with medical knowledge examined him but could not ascertain a clear diagnosis. "It seems you may have been cursed," he speculated. "There's no other explanation for this sudden condition, but I cannot dispel the curse. Was it that man who cast it? Very likely. What do we do now? If anything happens to the young master, the madam will not spare us." The attendants were filled with trepidation. "A bunch of useless fools. I want to die." The man trembled as he retrieved a small glass box, opening it to release a dense aura of pure spiritual energy. From within, he extracted a white pill shimmering with color, swallowing it before his attendants could intervene. "Young master, that was the life-saving medicine the madam gave you. Why did you take it now?" Moments after consuming the pill, the young man's complexion normalized. Once recovered, he kicked one of the attendants, his voice dripping with malice. "Should I have waited until I was dead to take the life-saving medicine? Do you have any sense?" The attendants dared not retort. "Curse it," he spat. "Find out who that person is. I, Lin Juan, have never suffered such a loss." One attendant hesitated, attempting to reason with him. "Young master, we came for the demon core. We should find Chun Zhe sect's members quickly." That man was capable of stealthily casting a curse. He is not to be trifled with. After this, the attendant received another kick from Lin Juan. Enough with the nonsense. Go and inquire. The attendant had no choice but to comply. After resolving the conflict, Chili personally escorted Xie Chunshan and the others to their quarters. The evening breeze caressed her flowing white hair, the golden chains shimmering within. Chili spoke softly. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the southern wilderness? Though she appeared cordial, an innate air of aloofness and pride emanated from her. Impossible to overlook, Xie Chunshan, unable to discern her depth, recognized she was no ordinary person. Word has it that the southern wilderness is abundant in spiritual herbs. We have come to gather some, he replied politely. Oh, is that so? Chili casually plucked a small purple flower from the path, twirling it thoughtfully in her grasp, her tone nonchalant. Countless individuals come here to collect herbs each year, yet many do not return, either falling prey to venomous beasts or perishing in the scramble for herbs. Is it worth the risk? Xie Chunshan raised his gaze, observing the vibrant flower in her hand. The more brilliant a thing is, the more likely it is to be poisonous. He remained silent for a moment before responding. One must sacrifice to gain. Chili inquired, are you willing to sacrifice your life for gain? Xie Chunshan could not ascertain whether her words bore deeper meaning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Everyone has their fate. Those who wish to die cannot be stopped. Chen Burang interjected, his tone icy. He had maintained a protective stance in front of Mu Jinjin, mirroring her movements to block her view, leaving her only with the sight of his back. Infuriated, Mu Jinjin clenched her fist behind him. Chili glanced at Chen Burang, her gaze momentarily lost, as if peering through him to another being. After a brief pause, she averted her eyes and tossed the flower into the nearby pond. You are right. Those who wish to die cannot be stopped. As they arrived at the small courtyard where they would be staying, a quaint bamboo house greeted them, surrounded by lush greenery. Chili announced, here we are. I hope you enjoy your stay. With that, she turned to leave. After her departure, Nan Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Wow, that man exuded such a strong presence that I'm not sure why, but it felt like the curse within me was suddenly restrained. Mu Jinjin remarked, is he really that formidable? I didn't feel anything at all. Nan Jiao extended her finger, revealing a small, curled-up worm that trembled visibly. Look, my jade curse has turned into this. This worm is the most sensitive. Xie Chunshan observed, he is indeed extraordinary. I cannot gauge his strength. I even question whether he is mortal. Everyone should be cautious. Mu Jinjin, intrigued, recalled that there was no corresponding character in her novel that a white-haired figure had appeared, a snow fox demon, yet this person did not quite match that description. The novel's fox demon had fox-like eyes and delicate features, more beautiful than any woman. This man was handsome, yet his features were sharp and his demeanor coldly proud. Finally free from Chen Burang's obstruction, Mu Jinjin turned her gaze towards the direction where Chili had departed. All she caught was a glimpse of white hair swiftly vanishing into the bamboo grove. Before she could express her regret, her collar was suddenly tugged. Chen Burang had grasped the back of her collar, turning her around with a glare that seethed with jealousy. Still not satisfied, Mu Jinjin glanced at his expression and chuckled. I've seen enough. She freed her collar from his grip and promptly dashed to Ning Ye's side. Senior sister, let us go choose our rooms. She pulled Ning Yi away. Ning Yi cast a glance at the sulking Chen Burang behind them, offering a brief smile that quickly faded. Though the small courtyard was modest, it was exquisitely arranged with flowers, plants, and bamboo. The rooms were designed in the unique style of the southern wilderness, built against a stone cliff, with a tranquil stream flowing behind, shrouded in mist, leading to a hot spring. Senior sister, you take this room, and I'll take the one next to you, Mu Jinjin declared. All right, Ning Yi replied with a faint smile, pushing open the door. It's getting late. I'll rest for a while. Mu Jinjin had intended to invite her to soak in the hot springs, but her senior sister's disinterest was evident throughout the journey, likely due to Nan Jiao and Xie Chunshan. Chen Burang, what is going on? Surely you've reviewed all the romantic tips in your notebook. Why haven't you made a move? She mused, pretending to be a naive little lamb in front of Ning Yi. How could you ever win her over? As Mu Jinjin pondered Chen Burang's predicament, he suddenly appeared behind her, pushing her into the room. What are you doing? Chen Burang closed the door behind them, plunging the room into dimness, the only light coming from the remnants of the evening glow filtering through the window. He grasped her collar, lifting her to place her on the table by the window. his gaze intense as he coldly questioned, "Is he truly that good-looking?" "Who?" Mu Jinjin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of whom he referred to. Chun Burang's frustration boiled over, but he did not raise his voice. Instead, an aura of frost surrounded him. Gritting his teeth, each word dripped with chill. "You think he is good-looking? Just days ago, you claimed I was the most handsome. You truly superficial. Falling for anyone who catches your Mu Jinjin could only remain silent, suppressing a smile. Chapter 61. A quirk. Mu Jinjin understood who he was referring to and found it somewhat amusing that he still clung to this issue. However, she dared not laugh, only biting her lip in silence. Chun Burang seemed increasingly immature, lately fixated on his appearance, constantly questioning her about his looks. Speak that he lifted her chin, his dark, lustrous eyes fixed upon her. He longed to ask, "Aren't you fond of me? Shouldn't your gaze be solely upon me? Why do you look at others?" Yet, the words remained unspoken. Mu Jinjin blinked. "You let me take a good look to see who is more handsome." With that, she scrutinized his face from top to bottom. His brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes akin to cold stars. The long, thick lashes softened the sharpness of his features, rendering them exquisite. Her gaze drifted down to his prominent nose, the evening glow casting a sculptural perfection upon his visage. Below his nose lay soft, rosy lips, with a clear contour and an appealing shape. Seeming so tender, she recalled how they had kissed before. His lips were indeed soft and cooled. Mu Jinjin found herself staring at his lips for an extended moment, an air of ambiguity thickening between them. Under her focused gaze, Chun Burang's throat bobbed. "Mu Jinjin, have you seen enough?" The voice was husky. Mu Jinjin suddenly awakened, pushing him away. She had seen enough. Indeed, he was still quite handsome. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, refusing to settle upon his face. She felt a slight flush creeping to her cheeks as she leapt off the table and opened the window behind her. The evening glow of the setting sun, accompanied by the cool breeze of early summer, flowed in, dispersing the lingering ambiguity in the room. Mu Jinjin leaned over the table, the cool wind brushing against her face as she gazed at the bamboo grove in the garden. "Really?" Chun Burang felt a flutter of excitement within. Yet aware of the exaggeration in her words, he quickly flattened the corners of his mouth. "If I'm not good-looking, why do you keep staring?" Mu Jinjin scratched her cheek, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Upon hearing her tone, Chun Burang's displeasure resurfaced, and leaning against the table, he looked down at her. "What?" Mu Jinjin replied, "Because he has white hair." Chun Burang raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with white hair? Haven't you seen it before?" "I truly haven't seen it before. Today is my first time to what's so special about it? It's not like you've never seen an old person. Is it worth your relentless gaze?" "Oh, it's different," Mu Jinjin said bashfully. "That I have this little quirk. I watch anime. No, it's reading scripts, and I always have an inexplicable fondness for characters with white hair. When I saw a real person with white hair for the first time, I couldn't help but look a few extra times." Chun Burang, upon hearing her reasoning, found himself at a loss for whether to be angry or not. He flicked his glossy black ponytail and uttered two words: "Shallow." The evening breeze stirred the strands of hair on her forehead, revealing her fair complexion. Mu Jinjin nodded. "All right, I admit it. I am indeed shallow." Chun Burang scoffed. "You seem quite unabashed about it." As the heat dissipated from her face, Mu Jinjin brightened up again, squinting her eyes and chuckling. "I call it honesty, a clear self-awareness." Chun Burang licked his sharp canine teeth, a cold sneer forming in his heart. What was so appealing about white hair? It was bizarre and out of place. Liking him and having a fondness for white hair, it was indeed a fickle heart. The afterglow faded. The sky turned completely dark. Mu Jinjin's thoughts drifted to Ning Yi and Chun Burang, and her mood instantly darkened as well. Chun Burang. "What?" Mu Jinjin pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you looked at that little notebook?" Upon hearing her mention the notebook, Chun Burang felt a pang of nervousness. Uncertain of her intentions, could it be that she was about to confess? The thought made him feel a sudden warmth, his throat tightening. How should he refuse her? "You have seen it, right?" Mu Jinjin, noticing his hesitation, was convinced that he had indeed looked. Chun Burang, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned to look out the window, pushing the headband resting in front of him back behind. "I have seen it." "What of it?" "If you have seen it, then don't you have any actions to take?" Mu Jinjin lifted her gaze to him, her voice somewhat muffled. He stood while she sat, and her gaze fell solely upon his fair, alluring Adam's apple. Chen Boren was momentarily bewildered. What did she mean? What actions? Was she asking him for an answer? He was well aware that Mu Jinjin had a knack for climbing the ladder of conversation, evolving from pleading in tears to daring to like him and now demanding a response. Humph, shouldn't she be the one to confess first? What actions do you want? Chen Boren cast a sidelong glance at Mu Jinjin, quickly averting his gaze back to the window. Now it was her turn to be perplexed. What did it have to do with her? She thought to herself and asked, "Why are you asking me?" "It has nothing to do with me. The specifics of how to act depend on your performance." After a brief pause, Mu Jinjin continued, "If you want to hear my advice, I think you should at least show it outwardly. Don't keep everything bottled up inside, and say nothing to be more proactive. Both your words and actions should reflect your feelings. Love should be expressed appropriately." Chen Boren felt as though his mind had exploded. A sudden rush of heat overwhelming him, rendering him unable to comprehend Mu Jinjin's words. Everything around him began to feel illusory. Did she mean to say that she liked him? And now she wanted him to confess. Mu Jinjin continued, "You should be able to tell that senior sister likes brother XIE. In this situation, you should be more proactive. These past few days, senior sister Ning has been in a bad mood. I think you can take advantage of that, though it might be somewhat unethical. But in matters of the heart, who can say for certain? Besides, brother Xia hasn't realized it yet, so it's not entirely unethical. If you don't seize this opportunity now, you won't get another chance." Chen Boren felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head, extinguishing the flames of desire that had ignited within him, leaving him feeling suddenly frigid. Yet, a nameless fire ignited in his heart, growing ever stronger. Mu Jinjin continued speaking, leaning on the table, her fair fingers tracing the wooden grain, muttering, "Senior sister Ning is essentially a calm and introverted person. When pursuing her, you need to be more outgoing. The little notebook I wrote is filled with experiential advice. You can start by trying the simplest points." Crack. Just as Mu Jinjin was speaking, the table beneath her suddenly split apart, cutting off the remainder of her words. She blinked and glanced at the person beside her, finally sensing the chilling aura emanating from him. Looking at the long crack on the table, she swallowed hard. Had she said something wrong? What's wrong? Mu Jinjin stood up, and with a loud crash, the table fell apart in two on the floor. Chen Boren's expression darkened ominously, as if it could drip water. She had never seen him this furious before, and instinctively, she took a step back. This action only served to further infuriate Chen Boren. He grasped her arm and yanked her forward forcefully, causing her to collide into his embrace. Her nose bumped against his solid chest, a wave of acidity rising in her nasal passages, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Boren lifted his other hand, gripping her chin. Mu Jinjin was forced to look up, and tears spilled from her eyes. "What are you doing?" Her voice was thick with emotion. The hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling onto Chen Boren's hand. Instantly, half of his rage was quelled, while the other half transformed into an inexplicable fury. His long fingers brushed heavily against her tear-streaked face, finally resting on her lips, gliding from her lip petals to the corners. The crimson hue of her lips became vividly prominent. Chen Boren leaned down slightly, their faces drawing uncomfortably close. With the last remnants of light from outside, Mu Jinjin clearly saw the swirling darkness in his eyes. Feeling a twinge of fear, she pushed against his chest. "What are you doing? Let us talk properly." "Talk properly?" Chen Boren scoffed, pressing his lips heavily against hers. This mouth was always full of sweet words, lies, and misleading statements. He pressed down hard on her rosy lips again, the thin calluses on his fingertips scraping against Mu Jinjin painfully. Unable to push him away, she resorted to with a cold smirk. Chen Burang remarked, "Oh, how could I forget? You certainly know a great deal about me. Did you not previously mention that the peculiar tome you perused indicated our fates were intertwined? So why do you now claim that I harbor feelings for senior sister?" Peculiar tome. Mu Jinjin momentarily struggled to recall which strange book he was referring to, having spun countless fabrications to navigate various situations earlier. The moment Chen Burang observed the frantic movement of her eyes, he realized she had forgotten. He understood that her words contained not an ounce of truth. "Have you forgotten? Would you like me to jog your memory?" "No need. My memory is quite sharp." Mu Jinjin began to ramble once more. "The notion that our fates are intertwined does not conflict with your affection for senior sister. Our bond is one of camaraderie. Is there a problem with that? Camaraderie? No problem." Chen Burang nodded, his teeth clenched as he articulated the brief 7-character phrase. "Then I would like to inquire, How did you discern my feelings for senior sister? How is it that I remain unaware? Mu Jinjin found herself momentarily bewildered. What did he mean? Could it be that he was oblivious to his own feelings for Ning Shiji? Did this statement imply the meaning she understood? He did not harbor feelings for Ning Shiji, or was it that he himself was currently unaware of his affections, unclear about his heart's intentions? Quickly regaining her composure, Mu Jinjin, being well-read, recognized that novels often featured characters who were in love yet unaware. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. However, was Chun Burang truly such a person, oblivious to his own affections? In the tales, it seemed he had never expressed his feelings to Ningyi, merely offering silent devotion. Furthermore, having been a wanderer since childhood, he might indeed possess emotional deficiencies, making it plausible that he was somewhat emotionally dull. No wonder he had remained inactive. Observing her silence, Chin Burang noted the restless movement of her eyes and the slightly swollen, reddened lips that bore marks of his earlier actions. He let out a soft click of his tongue, pulling Mu Jinjin closer once more. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing another bite. What was he about to do? Chin Burang lowered her hand and fixed his gaze upon her lips, questioning, "What are you afraid of? Speak. How is it that I like senior sister?" Mu Jinjin huffed and replied, "Can you not feel it yourself? You always prioritize senior sister, cannot bear to see her hurt, and never contradict her words. You offer her the best of everything, even carrying various elixirs solely for her protection when anyone harms her. It is as if they have taken your life. How can all this not signify affection?" Chen Burang fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words to refute her claims. Mu Jinjin was indeed correct. The myriad of potions he carried was indeed for senior sister. In the past, as she diligently trained, suffering numerous injuries, he would often forget to bring medicine for himself, leading him to prepare for her needs. Even learning the art of alchemy, from the moment he entered the sect, it was senior sister who cared for him, teaching him swordsmanship, defending him from the bullying of others. He had grown accustomed to complying with her wishes. He had pledged to regard her as the most important person in his life. Thus it was only natural that he would not permit anyone to harm her. After all, she had once declared, "I am also the most important person to him." At times, he felt like a small boat, finding solace in the harbor of her presence. Was this affection? Yet he had never considered associating the term affection with her. Chun Burang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Mu Jinjin's piercing gaze scrutinized him, as if to say, "Is this not affection?" Abruptly, Chun Burang released Mu Jinjin and turned to leave. Chapter 63. Tossing and turning, the door swung open and shut as Chun Burang departed. Mu Jinjin lingered in the room for a moment before slowly moving her body. She flopped onto the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her lips throbbed with pain, but she paid it no mind. Pulling the covers over herself in a bid to sleep, her thoughts were disordered, an unsettling feeling that things were not as she perceived, yet she could not untangle the specifics in such moments. She often yearned for slumber as a temporary escape. She kicked off her shoes, cocooning herself in the blankets, and closed her eyes to drift into sleep. The window remained ajar, allowing the evening breeze and the sound of chirping insects to waft into the room, creating an ideal atmosphere for rest. However, the throbbing sensation on her lips was insistent, continually drawing her thoughts away. With a sharp intake of breath, Mu Jinjin gently touched her lips, the sting unbearable. Restless, she abruptly threw off the covers, only to discover her shoes were lost in the fray, forcing her to tread barefoot on the cold floor. Sitting before the mirror, she lit a candle. The polished copper surface reflected her current visage. Her pale face contrasted with the vivid red of her lips. A distinct imprint of teeth etched onto her lower lip, undeniably suggestive. Those born under the sign of the dog do tend to bite. Gazing at the mark in the mirror, Mu Jinjin felt an embarrassing flush rise to her cheeks. How could she face anyone with such a mark? But why did he bite her? Even if he was angry, biting was excessive, and biting the lips was particularly intimate. Suddenly, Mu Jinjin gasped, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound, fearing she might disturb others in the dead of night. Yet internally, she continued to scream. It was in that moment she began to grasp the nuances of intimacy. The more she pondered, the more intimate it felt. That time, she had only focused on the pain, oblivious to any suggestive implications. But now, recalling the position, the actions, she felt as if her lips might ignite, and her entire being along with them. Was it typical for someone to bite another's lips in anger? Was Chun Burang truly a normal person? Mu Jinjin's thoughts became a tangled mess. She despised grappling with such complex questions. Presently, while Chen Burang might possess a dark heart, presenting a facade of gentleness yet remaining emotionally distant, it did not imply he was some sort of perverse individual who would bite others in anger. Imagining Chen Burang as someone who would impulsively bite in a fit of rage sent shivers down her spine. Furthermore, while he outwardly appeared gentle and compliant, in essence, he was rather aloof. The candle flickered softly, and her reflection in the mirror grew increasingly flushed. A daring thought took root in Mu Jinjin's mind. Could it be that Chen Burang harbored feelings for her? Surely not. It was absurd to think that a good person would have such feelings. Startled by her own conjecture, she hurried back to her bed, wrapping herself tightly in the covers, compelling herself to sleep. Ding! Main quest 4 completed. He progressed at 65, earning 30 points. Total points now at 190.hm. He progressed at 65. That could it be that Chen Burang had his epiphany through her reminder? It seems she had indeed overthought things. Perhaps Chen Burang was merely a bit eccentric in his biting behavior. His affection for senior sister was what genuine love looked like. Mu Jinjin exhaled deeply, concluding that this must be the case. Time for sleep. While Mu Jinjin was lost in her thoughts, Chen Burang, just a wall away, was also tossing and turning. He reflected on Mu Jinjin's words. Was his myriad of actions towards senior sister born of affection? But she was merely senior sister. According to Mu Jinjin's reasoning, could her past behaviors towards him also be classified as love? She had risked herself on multiple occasions to protect him, trusted him implicitly, consumed the medicine he provided without hesitation, and eagerly showcased her newly drawn talismans to him. Suddenly, Chen Burang sat upright, his dark hair cascading around his face like fine silk. He rested his knuckles against his forehead, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. The realization that Mu Jinjin liked him was like a seed planted in his heart, becoming increasingly difficult to uproot. Thoughts sprouted to support it, nurturing its growth. Rising from his bed, he stepped onto the cold floor and approached the table, pouring himself a glass of cold tea. He filled another glass, staring into the moonlit reflections dancing in the cup. Questioning himself, why was it necessary to validate Mu Jinjin's feelings for him? Affection was an intangible, elusive concept, insubstantial and ungraspable. What purpose did it serve? Whether she liked him or not was inconsequential. Her very life was in his hands. Her entire being belonged to him. Why should he concern himself with such ephemeral matters? As if solving a profound riddle, Chen Burang felt a wave of elation. Raising his right hand, he traced the clear bite mark on his thumb, a smile tugging at his lips. The thought of Mu Jinjin's imprint on her lips only heightened his joy, akin to marking something precious with a personal seal. Content, Chen Burang reclined back onto his bed. The following day, Ningyi came to summon Mu Jinjin for breakfast. Junior sister, are you awake? Mu Jinjin, still lost in slumber, stirred at the sound of Ning Yi's voice. Half asleep she replied, Yes, I'm awake. What is it? Let us have breakfast together. The mention of food roused Mu Jinjin further. She scrambled out of bed, heading towards the door. However, as she passed the window, the morning breeze sent a shiver through her, fully awakening her senses. Just as she was about to open the door, she paused. How could she face anyone with a mouth full of bite marks? Ningyi knocked from the outside. Are you ready? Mu Jinjin hurriedly responded. Senior sister, I didn't rest well last night and have no appetite. You go ahead and eat. I wish to sleep a bit longer. Very well. Take care and rest well. Listening to the sound of Ning Ye's departure, Mu Jinjin hurriedly ran to the mirror for inspection. Having forgotten to apply the ointment last night, her lips had swollen dramatically overnight, resembling full, pouty lips, with clear bite marks imprinted on her lower lip. Her delicate face, pale and fair, contrasted sharply with her vividly red lips, which appeared even more vibrant than rouged. At a mere touch still sent a sharp pain coursing through her. Mu Jinjin was exasperated. All the flirtatious thoughts from last night evaporated in an instant. Flirtation, my foot. Chen Burang was nothing but a scoundrel, biting down with such ferocity. Indeed, one should refrain from indulging in reckless thoughts late at night, as they can easily lead one astray. With the morning sun illuminating everything, all notions would be laid bare. How could she entertain the idea that Chen Burang had any interest in her? It must have been a moment of madness last night that Mu Jinjin retrieved a small vial of ointment, gently dipping her finger into the creamy, milky substance and applying it to her lips. The cool balm immediately alleviated the burning sting. Suddenly, She recalled that this very ointment had been borrowed from Chen Burang, causing her heart to constrict. The mere thought of him was irksome now. In a fit of anger, she slammed the vial down onto the table. However, she still needed to make good use of the ointment applied to her lips. With a deep exhale, Mu Jinjin began to channel her spiritual energy to heal herself. After a full cycle of energy flow, she felt a significant improvement. Glancing back at the mirror, she noted that her lips had reduced in swelling, though the wounds remained unhealed and the bite marks persisted. It would likely take another day or two for the marks to completely fade. Would she be able to face others in the meantime? Chapter 64. Mu Jinjin spent the morning lounging in bed. Engrossed in tales, neglecting breakfast entirely at noon, Chen Burang knocked on her door, his clear, crisp voice penetrating through. Mu Jinjin. What do you want? She replied curtly. Come out for lunch, he insisted. After a moment's consideration, she replied. You go ahead, I'll join shortly. Initially, she had contemplated having the innkeeper bring her food, but she realized that staying cooped up would cause her senior sisters to worry, especially since she had to go out in the afternoon to search for clues. Open the door first, Chen Burang urged. Mu Jinjin rose from her bed and approached the mirror, having no intention of opening the door. Not opening. If you have something to say, do it from outside. Chen Burang did not respond, and she soon heard his footsteps retreating. Mu Jinjin tidied her hair, gathering it into two fluffy buns resembling fox ears, secured with an orange hairband, with long ribbons cascading down her back amidst her loose hair. She recalled the myriad of hair accessories she had purchased in Wuhua town, which remained unused. She rummaged through her spatial pouch and found a pair of hairpins adorned with small bells. One for each side. As she carefully inserted the pins into her hair while gazing into the mirror, a slender, pale hand with pronounced knuckles reached from behind to assist her. Startled, Mu Jinjin froze, her heart racing with fright. Oh, I look good? Chen Burang asked from behind, glancing at her reflection in the mirror before answering himself. Indeed, you look splendid. Mu Jinjin, nearly jumping out of her skin, finally regained her composure. Chen Burang, she gritted her teeth, pushing him away forcefully. You nearly scared me to death. How did you get in here? Upon asking, she felt a cool breeze and turned to find the window wide open. She hadn't heard a single sound. Chen Burang, propelled by her shove, casually took a seat beside her, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Such a timid heart. What does that have to do with bravery? Anyone would be startled by a sudden hand appearing behind them, Mu Jinjin retorted, exasperated. Who told you to barge in when I didn't open the door? Mu Jinjin grabbed a comb and tossed it at him. Just because I didn't open the door doesn't give you the right to invade. Don't you understand the boundaries between men and women? A girl's room is off limits. Chen Burang caught the comb, his fingers gliding over the peachwood teeth, producing a melodious sound. He raised his eyebrows, his bright, glistening eyes reflecting her indignant expression, with the bite marks on her lower lip still clearly visible. His amusement grew. Aren't you my little sister? Shouldn't an elder brother be allowed in his little sister's room? Mu Jinjin was at a loss for words. With a sigh, she decided not to dwell on it further. She retrieved the ointment and applied it to her lips, following it up with a spell for healing. The bite marks faded slightly. Chen Burang clicked his tongue softly. Mu Jinjin took out a veil to cover her face, hiding the bite marks behind it. Another click of disapproval followed. She shot him a curious glance. Once she was ready, the two of them stepped outside. Just as they exited, they encountered Ning Yi, who had just emerged from her room. Her gaze swept over the pair, and before she could speak, Mu Jinjin interjected, My junior brother just invited me for lunch. Please don't misunderstand. Senior sister. Ning Yi smiled knowingly. I'm not misunderstanding anything. Mu Jinjin fell silent. Realizing her attempts at clarification were futile, Ning Yi noticed the veil on her face and inquired, Junior sister, what happened to your face? Why the veil? Oh, it's nothing, Mu Jinjin replied, touching the veil. I forgot to close the window last night and got bitten by some bugs. The insects in the southern wilderness are quite poisonous, and the welts won't go down immediately, so I thought I'd wear a veil. Ning Yi looked concerned. Is it serious? Seeing the genuine worry in her senior sister's eyes made Mu Jinjin feel a twinge of guilt. She took Ning Yi's hand and reassured her, It's not serious. I've already applied ointment. You needn't worry. All right, but do take care. There are many venomous insects in the southern wilderness. Yes, indeed. What about senior brother? He should still be in his room. I'll go fetch him. Ning Yi went to call Xie Chunshan while Mu Jinjin prepared to call Nanjiao. Shin Burang tugged at the strap of her garment. No need to call. She's not here. Mu Jinjin turned. Huh? I saw her leave earlier. Chun Burang stated though, then never mind. After saying this, Mu Jinjin pulled her garment strap free from his grasp, frowning. If you want to talk, just talk. Don't pull at me. There should be boundaries between men and women. Mu Jinjin had reflected deeply on the events of last night. Shin Burang, having lived a life of wandering, was unfamiliar with the nuances of romantic relationships and had acted inappropriately by biting her lip. To prevent any more bizarre behavior in the future, she resolved to maintain a proper distance from him. Now that he had begun to open up, it was crucial to guide him toward correct notions about relationships. Chun Burang watched her retreating figure, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Xie Chunshan emerged, and Mu Jinjin hurried toward him, her garment strap dancing in the sunlight, the small bells on her hairpins jingling sweetly, a clear, melodious sound that was not overwhelming. Senior brother, are you unwell? You look a bit pale, Mu Jinjin remarked, noticing his ashen complexion and colorless lips. Xie Chunshan smiled faintly. It's nothing. I inadvertently misdirected my energy while cultivating last night. It's no big deal. Ningyi expressed concern. Senior brother, if you're not well, please don't push yourself. That we can help you. Xie Chunshan smiled softly. Thank you. The inn they resided in was named Silver Moon Inn. A 5-story establishment. The first 2 floors were dining areas, while the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors housed guest rooms. Recently, the inn had been nearly fully occupied as mealtime approached. The 1st and 2nd floors were bustling with patrons. They arrived just in time to find a vacant table on the 2nd floor. Seated, they ordered a variety of local delicacies. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, they overheard several conversations around them. The table behind them was discussing the recent discovery of a millennium-old blood ginseng in the southern wilderness, with many venturing forth to seek it, though most would likely never return to their left. Another table debated what to eat, while to their right, patrons spoke of the upcoming Gu competition hosted by Wushan Palace. Amidst the gossip, the words demon core suddenly caught their attention from a corner of the room. The 4 exchanged glances, straining to listen. Well, actually, it was 3 of them exchanging glances as Chun Burang appeared lost in thought, resting his chin on one hand while absent-mindedly tapping the table with the other. Oblivious to their silent communication. Have you heard that the demon core has resurfaced? Your news is terribly outdated. The existence of the demon core has long been common knowledge. Various factions are stirring, covertly searching for its whereabouts. Reliable sources indicate that it is currently in the hands of the grand disciple of Chuan's sect, who has hidden it away. According to credible sources, the grand disciple of Chuan's sect has traveled southward and is likely in the southern wilderness. Speaking of which, I remember encountering the owner of that demon core some time ago. Really? I've heard that demon clan members are all green-skinned and grotesque. You are mistaken. The demoness of that clan is a stunning beauty. With a slender waist and long legs, her captivating phoenix eyes ensnaring the soul with a single glance. One look, and you would be utterly bewitched. She was born to lie beneath a man. Ha ha. Cough, cough. A sudden scream erupted from the corner, drawing the attention of Mu Jinjin and her companions. They turned to see the speaker from moments ago suddenly spitting blood, his eyes bulging in horror. Collapsing to the ground in agony. Within moments, he ceased to breathe. Chapter 65. Who is the murderer? The crowd erupted into chaos, after a few individuals at the same table realized what had happened. They hurled their bowls and chopsticks, creating a scene. The innkeeper rushed over, urging everyone to calm down and suggesting they discuss the matter rationally. What is there to discuss? Your food has issues. Someone has died because of it. I demand that you repay my brother's life. Yes, repay his life. Upon hearing that the food was poisoned, the other patrons grew alarmed, with many rushing outside in search of a doctor, causing a commotion on both the 1st and 2nd floors. Xie Chunshan rose and declared, "Let us go and take a look." Indeed, came the response that as they pushed through the throng. Ningyi assessed the situation and remarked, "I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. May I take a look?" The innkeeper promptly clasped his hands together and said, "Please, miss, we hope you can clear our establishment's name." Ningyi knelt down, extending her delicate, fair hand to gently probe the deceased's mouth and nose, confirming that the individual was indeed lifeless. Dipping her finger into the bloodstains on the ground and examining it, she found no signs of poisoning. Next, she utilized her spiritual energy to examine the corpse thoroughly and discovered that the heart had inexplicably burst. The cause of death was a sudden cardiac rupture. However, she could not ascertain the reason behind this rupture. Rising to her feet, she took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her fingers and hesitantly stated, "There are no signs of poisoning. The cause of death appears to be a ruptured heart, possibly due to some sort of illness." No sooner had she finished speaking than one of the deceased's tablemates shouted angrily, "Can you even diagnose? What kind of illness could cause a heart to rupture? Moreover, we have cultivated for many years. We are no longer mere mortals. How could we fall ill?" Ningya's cheeks flushed slightly at the rebuke. While she was indeed not an expert in medicine and only understood the basics, she felt confident in the diagnosis she had provided. She met the man's gaze, her face serene like the morning sun on snow, and replied steadily, "Nothing is absolute. Even cultivators who have practiced for centuries are not entirely free from the frailties of the flesh. Furthermore, he was merely a low-level cultivator with only 40 years of practice. While I cannot definitively say why his heart ruptured, I am certain he was not poisoned, for otherwise, you would not be standing here unscathed." The innkeeper quickly interjected, "Indeed, esteemed guest, if there were truly an issue with our food, how could you have shared the same dish with him and yet remain unharmed?" The crowd, upon hearing this, began to relax. Xie Chunshan examined the utensils used by the deceased and found no issues. If there was no poisoning, how could a heart simply rupture? While the possibility of a sudden illness could not be dismissed, the previous speaker had a point. The bodies of cultivators were indeed different from those of ordinary individuals, making illness less likely. Moreover, what kind of ailment could cause a heart to burst? Speculations began to circulate among the crowd. Could it be that he was cursed? Cursing is quite common in the southern frontier. Yes, that is possible. I was once unknowingly cursed myself. But what kind of curse could cause a heart to rupture? Various theories emerged. The physician summoned by the innkeeper arrived. He was a local shaman. After his examination, he too could not provide a definitive conclusion that he stated, "It is likely the result of a curse that in the southern frontier. There is a curse known as one moment, which causes the heart to sustain damage and leads to death in an instant, and in an exceedingly painful manner. However, I have never encountered such severe heart damage before, so I cannot be certain." The crowd continued to chatter excitedly, discussing the nature of the curse. Chen Buran stood quietly beside Mu Xinjin, his interest in the incident waning in comparison to the pair of silver bells adorning her head. The bells sparkled brightly, producing a clear, melodic sound as Mu Xinjin moved her head. Just as he was engrossed in this sight, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Following the sensation, he looked up to see Qi Li, clad in dark robes adorned with golden cloud patterns, his long white hair cascading down. Qi Li stood at the fourth-floor railing, gazing indifferently in their direction. Meeting his gaze, Qi Li scrutinized him for a few moments. There was that peculiar look again, as if he were seeing through Chun Buran to someone else, his eyes filled with nostalgia and a hint of resentment. Chun Buran held his gaze firmly, noticing from the corner of his eye that the bell-adorned head was about to turn to look as well that he extended his hand, pressing his fingers against her head to prevent her from turning. "What are you looking at?" Mu Xinjin inquired curiously, attempting to twist around to see, but Chun Buran held her head firmly in place. Chun Buran turned back, saying, "Nothing." Mu Xinjin tugged at his hand. "I don't believe you. Let me go so I can see." Feeling the intense gaze from the fourth floor dissipate, Chun Buran finally released her and Mu Xinjin immediately turned her head, but Qi Li was no longer in sight, leaving her with no evidence of anything unusual. She glanced skeptically at Chun Buran, sensing he must have seen something. Chun Buran met her gaze, his expression untroubled. Mu Xinjin huffed, running her fingers through her tousled hair. Pouting, "You've messed up my hair. Didn't we agree not to touch each other recklessly?" Chun Buran narrowed his eyes dangerously, his voice tinged with irritation. "Mu Xinjin." "What is it?" Mu Xinjin replied, her clear black and white eyes gazing back at him innocently. "You." Chun Buran gritted his teeth, unsure of how to respond to her. He was angry, yet he could not pinpoint the cause of his frustration. Was he upset by Mu Xinjin's sudden aloofness, or was it her increasing defiance? He felt that she was becoming increasingly headstrong in his presence, seemingly forgetting whose life was in whose hands. Perhaps he had forgotten as well that "You're quite something," he muttered through clenched teeth, that in a few days the half-month mark would arrive. Humph, he would be waiting. Meanwhile, with no immediate way to determine the cause of death, the innkeeper had to manage the business. He dispersed the onlookers and addressed the aftermath of the incident. Since it was unrelated to Mu Xinjin and the others, they returned to their own table. Once back, the dishes they had ordered were served, and the four of them sat down to eat. So, was that man truly a victim of a curse? Ningyi pondered, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. That I believe so. Eliminate all other possibilities, and what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, Mu Jinjin asserted. She sampled the white jade yam before her, finding it delightful, and served a piece to both Ning Yi and Xie Chunzhan. That it's likely that he was afflicted by that curse known as one moment. Qin Buran glanced at the white jade yam in the bowls of the three. Noting the absence of it in his own, that he continued to poke at the rice in his bowl with drooping eyelids. Xie Chunzhan took a gentle bite of the yam and remarked, "If he truly died from the one-moment curse, then this matter is quite complex." Mu Jinjin, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, "Why is that?" Xie Chunzhan explained, "According to the shaman, those cursed by one moment die in an instant. And the death is excruciating, implying that the man must have been cursed while speaking, leaving his final words unfinished." Ning Ye's eyes widened in realization. That means the one who cast the curse must have been nearby. Indeed, Xie Chunzhan nodded. "That I discreetly checked earlier, and those at the deceased table were all cultivators from the Central Plains. They would not be familiar with curses, so we can rule them out." Mu Jinjin, munching on her food, interjected, "Could it be a vengeful enemy hiding in the crowd?" Xie Chunzhan shook his head. "While that possibility cannot be dismissed, there is another potential explanation." "What is it?" Chapter 66. Ruined. Xie Chunzhan set down his chopsticks and poured himself a cup of tea. Noticing Mu Jinjin's cup was empty, he filled it for her as well. After taking a sip, he continued, "The last words of the deceased were about a certain demonic woman, and they were laced with foul language. It was neither too early nor too late. He spoke them just before dying, and he did so in an excruciating manner. This raises suspicion that the one who cast the curse was punishing him for his disrespect toward the demonic woman." Mu Jinjin considered this carefully and realized it was indeed the case. This indicated that the one who cursed him was aware of, or even acquainted with, the demonic woman, and held her in high regard. Upon hearing this, Mu Jinjin glanced at Qin Buran. Qin Buran's gaze was fixed on the white jade yam in front of her, as he absent-mindedly picked at the rice in his bowl. His expression remained calm. Did he suspect that the demonic woman was his mother? Should we seek out this individual? Perhaps we can uncover something. Ningyu surveyed the area, hoping to identify any suspicious characters. The innkeeper had already dealt with the deceased, and the crowd had largely dispersed, leaving only a fraction of the original patrons on the first and second floors. As Ningyu scanned the first floor, she spotted the man from earlier, the one who had contended with them for the hot spring suite, seated in a corner. When Ningyu looked in his direction, he briefly met her gaze before quickly looking away. Turning to her companions, Ningyu whispered, "Do you see that man in the southeast corner of the first floor? The one in the brocade robe? Isn't he the one who fought us for the room?" Mu Jinjin turned to look and confirmed, "It is indeed him." The man was glancing over intermittently. "I can't shake the feeling that he is watching us," Mu Jinjin remarked. Qin Buran replied coolly, "Remove that feeling." Mu Jinjin countered, "Could it be that they cast the curse?" Xie Chunzhan shook his head. "No. To cast a curse silently, one would need to be a master of curses. Those individuals are clearly cultivators from the Central Plains and are unlikely to have such expertise." Mu Jinjin pressed, "Then why are they looking at us?" Xie Chunzhan urged, "Let us finish our meal and observe how things unfold." Next, they quietly enjoyed their meal. Mu Jinjin longed to grasp the mushroom chicken placed before Qin Buran. But after several unsuccessful attempts to pick up the slippery chicken pieces, she was on the verge of giving up. Qin Buran extended his chopsticks with precision, deftly lifting a generous piece and offering it towards Mu Jinjin. Assuming he intended to serve her, she reached her bowl to receive it, only for Qin Buran's chopsticks to deftly redirect the chicken into Ning Ye's bowl instead. Such a deliberate maneuver seemed rather excessive. As he nearly placed it directly into her bowl, Mu Jinjin retracted her bowl with a hint of disappointment, swallowing the thank you that was about to escape her lips. However, it was a small victory in itself. At least she had learned to proactively offer food to her senior sister. Ningyi observed the childish antics of the two with amusement, her gentle eyes curving into a smile as she lifted her hand to serve Mu Jinjin a piece of mushroom chicken. "Thank you," senior sister Mu Jinjin delicately lifted a corner of her veil and took a bite. Seeing her enjoyment, Ningyi continued to serve her several more pieces. "Junior sister, why not remove your veil? It's rather inconvenient to eat like this." And you need not worry about appearances in front of us. Mu Jinjin shook her head, insisting, no need. I can manage this way that I want to maintain a perfect image before you. Just then, Chun Buruan let out a nonchalant hum. Mu Jinjin shot him a glare, retorting, what are you humming about? It's all your fault anyway. In a corner on the first floor, Lin Zhuoran occasionally glanced over at the table occupied by Xie Chunshan and his companions. One of his attendants could no longer restrain himself and advised, young master, perhaps you should stop looking. They are bound to notice. Lin Zhuoran kicked the attendant lightly, dismissing him. Nonsense. I'm being quite discreet. There's no way I could be discovered. The attendant retorted. You might as well have spying written on your face. Lin Zhuoran scrutinized Xie Chunshan and his companions with a critical gaze. Are you sure you haven't mistaken them? The magic core is truly in their possession? The attendant confirmed. Indeed, they are disciples of the Chuanzi sect. The one in charge is the eldest disciple, Xie Chunshan. Lin Zhuoran scoffed. They don't seem particularly impressive. I'll go and have a word with him. The attendant hurriedly interjected. Young master, don't act impulsively. Let us not stir trouble here. Have you forgotten about that man from yesterday? The mere thought of the white-haired man from the previous day reminded Lin Zhuoran of the excruciating pain inflicted upon him, causing him to begrudgingly sit back down. Did you manage to uncover anything about that man's identity? A few attendants stammered in response. We couldn't find anything. We only know that he is the owner of this establishment and possesses considerable power. No one dares to cause a ruckus here at Chiua village. Lin Zhuoran grunted in frustration. Useless. After finishing their meal, Xie Chunshan and his companions returned to their courtyard, settling down in the garden for tea. Mu Jinjin picked up a piece of chestnut cake to enjoy. Chun Buruan, noticing her newly seated position opposite him, felt a twinge of annoyance. As she had previously sat beside him, he awkwardly remarked. Still eating? You had more than enough just now. Mu Jinjin huffed. Dessert after a meal is essential. Being able to eat is a blessing. As she munched away, she inquired, Senior brother, what should we do next? The southern wilderness is vast. Where should we look for a way to destroy the magic core? With his long fingers delicately grasping his exquisite teacup, Xie Chunshan took a gentle sip before responding. Our master mentioned that the demonists once visited Nyangyang Mountain before extracting the magic core. There, she discovered a method to obtain the core while ensuring it remained intact. Subsequently, our master sent people to Nyangyang Mountain, where they uncovered ruins with remnants of murals and ancient writings. Xie Chunshan spoke. He produced a scroll and slowly unfurled it. These are the murals and writings that our master had copied. Mu Jinjin leaned in to examine it, but the images and characters on the scroll appeared blurred and indistinct that it's so unclear. Xie Chunshan spread the scroll across the table, explaining, due to the passage of time and the damage inflicted when the murals were discovered. This is the best restoration we could achieve, hence the lack of clarity. After scrutinizing the scroll, Mu Jinjin realized she recognized some of the characters. Chun Buruan, don't those characters resemble those we saw in the temple in the valley? Are they not identical to the ones in the murals? She blinked her bright, expressive eyes, sparkling as she looked at Chun Buruan. He let out a cold hum in his heart. Noting her shift from calling him senior brother to addressing him as Chun Buruan in front of others, he lazily lifted his gaze to the scroll and replied coolly, they are the same. Xie Chunshan inquired, which valley? Mu Jinjin responded, the secret realm from last time. Chun Buruan and I fell into a valley from the cliff, where we found an ancient Fushi temple. The walls of the temple also bore murals, and one of them contained such characters that I obtained my magic core in that valley. Xie Chunshan asked, do you remember those mural characters? Mu Jinjin scratched her head. Well, I remember the murals well, but the characters only vaguely. The junior brother should remember more, as he is clever and has a good memory. Right, junior brother? She propped her chin on her hands, looking expectantly at Chun Buruan. In the novel, Chun Buruan was portrayed as a prodigy, capable of mastering techniques and scriptures after a single glance, which explained his rapid ascent within the sect in less than 4 years. Chun Buruan sneered internally, thinking, when there's a task, I'm a junior brother. When there's none, I'm Chun Buruan. That he had no intention of sharing his recollections, even if she praised his intelligence. He smirked. I only remember a little. Xie Chunshan suggested. No matter. Just write down what you both recall. Mu Jinjin agreed. All right. Chapter 67. The portrait. The afternoon sun shone brightly, occasionally accompanied by a gentle breeze that rustled the bamboo leaves. In the pavilion of the courtyard, Mu Jinjin held a pen, her brow furrowed in concentration as she diligently sketched and wrote on the paper, her loose strands of hair fluttering slightly, after Xie Chunshan finished 2 cups of tea. Mu Jinjin finally lifted her head, her expression relaxing. Haha, I'm done. This is all I remember. Xie Chunshan took the paper, instinctively furrowing his brow as he flipped it over. Junior sister, what is this? Circle with 4 lines underneath. Mu Jinjin leaned closer, explaining, this represents a person. I've roughly sketched the content of the mural. Xie Chunshan, usually composed and upright, found himself at a loss for words. He examined Mu Jinjin's peculiar drawings. Although they were strange, he could discern the content once he accepted her style. The text section was scant, as she only remembered a bit, having drawn according to her recollections after reviewing the paper. Xie Chunshan handed it to Chun Buruan. Junior brother, please add what you remember. Chun Buruan accepted the paper, glancing at it without surprise. Having already witnessed Mu Jinjin's handwriting, he took the brush without hesitation, swiftly adding the remaining content. After Xie Chunshan received it back and Mu Jinjin leaned in to look, she was taken aback upon seeing the completed additions. You actually filled in everything. You remembered all of it. Chun Buruan raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with pride. Mu Jinjin, still incredulous, acknowledged that while she knew he had a good memory, she never expected him to recall every detail after just a fleeting glance so long ago. This is the difference between people. Don't tell me you secretly memorized it behind my back. Chun Buruan rested his chin on his hand, lifting an eyebrow and chuckling lightly. Why would I need to do that? His high ponytail swayed with the breeze, his emerald attire vibrant, the sunlight casting a halo around him, exuding youthful exuberance. Mu Jinjin huffed. All right, you're impressive. That indeed. To her surprise, Chun Buruan agreed. Xie Chunshan compared the text on the scroll, finding some of the indistinct characters could be matched, enabling him to complete the text on the scroll. He transcribed the characters onto paper, filling in the gaps for better comprehension. Mu Jinjin asked, Senior brother, do you recognize these characters? Xie Chunshan blew on the ink on the paper, admitting, I can't read them all, but I can make educated guesses. The general meaning of what you just wrote is, the great god Fuxi foresaw his impending demise and predicted a calamity would befall the world after his fall. To continue protecting his people after death, he refined a fragment of his divine soul and placed it within the magic core, then extracted the core to safeguard his subjects. However, he did not anticipate that after his demise, the core would be coveted, sparking a bloodbath. Ultimately, the core fell into the hands of a villain who wielded its power to wreak havoc upon the world. In the end, the villain could not withstand the power of the core and died suddenly. Fuxi never imagined that what he left behind to avert disaster would instead lead to another catastrophe. After Xie Chunshan concluded, Ningyi brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and sighed. The world is unpredictable. What about the text on the scroll? Xie Chunshan examined the completed writing, his brow slightly furrowed. The text on the scroll is only half transcribed. It seems to describe some sort of formation. But the incomplete writing results in an incomplete formation. The it should be a formation for refining the divine soul. Ningyi took the scroll and glanced down. So, the demoness extracted the magic core by refining a fragment of her divine soul? Xie Chunshan confirmed. Yes, that's wonderful. Ningyi smiled, her fair face glowing with delight. Now that we understand how the magic core remains intact, we have a direction to pursue for a solution. Xie Chunshan's clear, shallow gaze brimmed with a hint of mirth, reminiscent of the melting spring snow. However, this formation is incomplete and I intend to visit Nyangnyang Mountain once more to see if I can uncover the other half of the inscription. With a complete formation, perhaps we can discover a method to unravel its mysteries. Ningyi nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go together. Mu Jinjin twirled a strand of hair around her finger, the ribbon tied around her wrist swaying in tandem. While we were dining, the table behind us was discussing Nyangnyang Mountain. From their words, it seems quite extraordinary. Xie Chunshan poured himself another cup of tea, lifting it as his fingertips gently tapped the teacup. Indeed, the individuals sent by my master to probe Nyangnyang Mountain faced near fatal peril. The mountain must be fraught with dangers. We should first gather intelligence about it. Absolutely, that sounds prudent. After finishing their tea, the 4 of them took a moment to rest before venturing out to inquire about Nyangnyang Mountain. Young master, they have emerged. On the second floor of the tea house across from the inn. Lin Zhuoran eagerly spat out a mouthful of sunflower seeds. Upon noticing Xie Chunshan and the others exiting the inn, his attendant promptly approached to report. Lin Zhuoran discarded the seeds in his hand, rose, and shook his embroidered robe. Let us follow them. On the 5th floor of the inn, The intricately carved window was slightly ajar, allowing sunlight to filter through and illuminate the painting hanging on the wall. In the interplay of light and shadow, the figure in the artwork appeared almost alive. Chile leaned his forehead against the painting, his tall frame pressing against it as if he yearned to embrace the person depicted within. With downcast eyes, his long fingers delicately traced the contours of the figure's face, filled with both reverence and affection. There came 2 firm knocks at the door. Chile closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, his expression reverted to its usual indifference. He stepped out from behind the partition, waving a hand to draw the curtain closed. The innkeeper entered respectfully with a bow. "Mountain Lord, the matter with that individual has been resolved." He glanced at Chi Li's demeanor, noticing his calmness, which eased his concerns, allowing him to speak more boldly. Chi Li approached the window and flung it wide open. A gentle breeze tousling his white hair. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, "Do such matters require my notification?" The innkeeper chuckled awkwardly. "Mountain Lord, it is not my intention to offend, but today you seem somewhat impulsive. Although that person deserved their fate, publicly taking a life may have repercussions. What if someone were to discover it?" Chi Li gazed at the distant mountain peaks with an air of arrogance. "And what of it?" The innkeeper faltered, realizing there was indeed nothing to be done, yet he could not resist his urge to speak. "That it does affect our business. You know that we've lost half our patrons today, and none have settled their bills." Chi Li turned to regard him coolly, snorting softly. "If you are so concerned about the money, then perhaps you should chase after them one by one." The innkeeper, he should have refrained from speaking so freely. He shifted the topic. "Mountain Lord, the guests residing at the small bamboo cottage have departed. Should we follow them?" Chile, fiddling with the ring on his finger, gazed past the crowd, his eyes landing precisely on the 4 figures at the end of the street. He replied softly, "Why should we follow them?" The innkeeper hesitated, understanding the implication. This subordinate takes his leave. As he exited the room, he couldn't help but glance back. The mountain lord stood at the window, his white hair cascading behind him, tousled by the wind. The warm afternoon sunlight bathed him, yet failed to illuminate his essence, leaving him cloaked in solitude. Chapter 68. Nyang Mountain Mujinjin and her companions wandered the streets for a couple of laps, gathering fragments of information. They heard that many outsiders seeking medicinal herbs congregated at the northern edge of Chi Stockade, prompting them to head towards the Gu market. Ning Yi slightly turned his head back, catching sight of a few figures stealthily hiding. Those individuals were still following them. The moment they left the inn, they had sensed the presence of their pursuers, who were not particularly skilled in stealth, making their attempts to remain unnoticed rather futile. Xie Chunshan remarked indifferently, "They are likely here for the demon course. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now." The 4 arrived at the Gu market, a winding, narrow street nestled in the shade of the stockade. As they entered, a cool breeze greeted them. In stark contrast to the chill of the air was the bustling crowd within. The long street was teeming with people. Numerous shops and stalls lined both sides, many selling Gu worms and medicinal herbs. Groups of individuals gathered, forming teams to venture out for herb gathering. They entered a tea house, which was even more crowded, and found a table on the 2nd floor. At Mu Jinjin noticed several tables adorned with wooden signs, each inscribed with place names or names of herbs, resembling recruitment boards. A server approached with tea, and she seized the opportunity to inquire, "Excuse me, what are those signs for?" The server glanced at the 4 and replied enthusiastically, "Ah, you must be newcomers here. Those are the recruitment leaders. The signs with place names indicate they are seeking individuals to gather herbs from those locations, while those with names of herbs are looking for people to collect specific herbs, including various insects and snakes." Pointing out the different groups gathered in local attire, he continued, "Those are essentially guides. If you wish to go somewhere but are unsure of the route, you can seek their assistance." "I see. Thank you." Mu Jinjin smiled gratefully, her eyes curving into lovely crescents as she bestowed a small gold coin upon the server. In this place, she felt somewhat affluent, relishing the experience of tipping. The server beamed with joy, repeatedly thanking her. "Thank you, esteemed guest. You are truly kind-hearted. Just call for me if you need anything." Delighted, Mu Jinjin graciously accepted his compliments. Chen Buran shot a glance at Mu Jinjin, finishing the tea in his cup and placing it back on the table with a faint clatter. "You really can smile so brightly at anyone." The server, accustomed to various clientele, quickly sensed Chen Buran's discontent. With a smile, he inquired, "Is the tea not to your liking, esteemed guest?" Chen Buran crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, the corners of his mouth curling into a beautiful yet insincere smile. Having seen her once, even with a veil, You can discern her beauty and kindness? The server, taken aback by the beauty of Chin Buran's face, struggled to grasp his meaning. Was he requesting a compliment or a critique? Nevertheless, he quickly recovered, replying cheerfully, though the young lady wears a veil, her bright, expressive eyes clearly reveal her beauty and kind heart. Hearing this, Mu Jinjin beamed with joy, turning to give the server another small gold coin. You truly have an eye for beauty. The server expressed endless gratitude, anxious to avoid any further peculiar inquiries, and hurried away. Chin Buran snorted softly. What else with the snort? Mu Jinjin wrinkled her nose at him. Eyes are the windows to the soul. You know. Heh. Ning Yi smiled, watching the two with amusement, remaining silent. Xie Chunshan found the playful banter between his junior disciples entertaining as he chuckled softly, lowering his head to sip his tea. Mu Jinjin felt that Chun Baran was becoming increasingly childish and had poor taste. He had previously claimed she was unattractive, prompting her to cease engaging with him. The tea house buzzed with chatter as patrons discussed a myriad of topics. Xie Chunshan scanned the room, noting the presence of numerous cultivators, most of whom were engrossed in conversations about spiritual plants and herbs. Amidst the murmurs, he overheard discussions regarding the legendary blood ginseng of Nyangyang Mountain. With many expressing a desire to venture there yet hesitating to do so, he noticed a table with a sign stating Nyangyang Mountain, but there were only 2 patrons seated at it. Ning Yi, sipping tea while listening to the surrounding discussions, remarked, "Didn't they say that there were many seeking blood ginseng on Nyangyang Mountain? Why does it seem so deserted?" Chun Baran, spinning the teacup with his long fingers, replied, "It is likely too perilous. No one dares to go anymore." Finding little useful information from this, Mu Jinjin spotted the server nearby and cheerfully beckoned him over. "Excuse me, could you come here for a moment?" With a soft clatter, Chin Buran placed his teacup down on the table. His index finger tapped rhythmically upon the surface, the silver bracer encircling his wrist glimmering in the light. The server approached briskly, a smile on his face. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" Mu Jinjin pointed towards the table with the Nyangyang Mountain sign, asking, "What is the situation over there? I heard there are blood ginseng on Nyangyang Mountain and that many wish to seek it out. Why does it seem so empty? Has the ginseng been harvested already?" Upon hearing her inquiry about Nyangyang Mountain, the server exclaimed, "Ah, you've come to the right person." He sighed. "As for whether the blood ginseng has been harvested, I cannot say. However, I do know that not a single person has returned from searching for it from our establishment. Recently, nearly everyone who came here was seeking the blood ginseng, with several groups departing for Nyangyang Mountain daily. Yet none have returned." He continued. "Most of those who ventured forth were cultivators, and none have come back. Gradually, people have ceased to dare go. Mu Jinjin pondered, "What on earth is Nyangyang Mountain?" The young waiter shifted the tray from his left hand to his right, a hint of reverence glimmering in his eyes. "Mount Nyangyang is our sacred mountain, renowned for its ferocity, nestled deep within the 10,000 peaks of the southern frontier. The mountain is perpetually shrouded in miasma, its conditions as unpredictable as the weather. In truth, many of the mountains in our region are afflicted by miasma, yet the noxious vapors of Mount Nyangyang are the most potent. Even those equipped with miasma-repelling charms often fall victim to its toxic embrace. The slopes are rife with various venomous creatures, ready to strike at a moment's inattention, leading to untimely demise. For the locals, venturing into this treacherous terrain is akin to courting death, deterring almost everyone from approaching." As the young waiter spoke, his throat dry from the effort, Mu Jinjin timely offered him a small golden bean. Ning Yi then inquired, "What exactly is this miasma-repelling charm you mentioned?" The waiter, taking the golden bean, grew increasingly animated as he elaborated. "It is a type of insect that protects against miasma poisoning. Consuming the charm allows one to be impervious to the miasma. However, on Mount Nyangyang, ordinary charms are ineffective. Only special or spiritually imbued miasma-repelling charms can offer any protection." Ning Yi probed further. "Is there anything else we should know about Mount Nyangyang?" The waiter, having received 3 golden beans, discerned that the guests were eager for information regarding the mountain, and thus shared all he knew. "Should you wish to journey to Mount Nyangyang, you will require miasma-repelling charms, as well as bay grass, which is an herb that wards off most venomous creatures. Additionally, it is crucial to procure some detoxification pills, specifically those unique to the southern region. You may inquire at the local apothecary to see if they have any in stock. I have also heard that ferocious beasts roam the mountain, so it is wise to bring some means of self-defense. You will also need a guide." though finding one for Mountain Yangyang may prove quite challenging. If that fails, you might need to seek out a map of the mountain. Although such items are rare. After concluding his remarks, the waiter paused, his conscience pricked by the 3 golden beans, and added, if it is not absolutely necessary, I would advise against venturing to Mount Yangyang. While blood ginseng is indeed precious, life itself holds far greater value. Ningyi chuckled softly. Thank you, kind sir. We are merely asking out of curiosity. With that, she bestowed 2 more golden beans upon him. The young waiter, unable to suppress his delight, grinned widely. That is splendid. The southern region is not only home to rare treasures but also boasts numerous delightful locales. An intriguing thought flickered through Mu Xinjin's mind. As she sensed something peculiar in the waiter's words, though she could not quite grasp it at that moment. Chapter 69. The change with the golden beans in hand. The waiter gleefully prepared to depart. When Chun Buren spoke up, voicing the very question that had been nagging at Mu Xinjin, if entering Mount Yangyang is a matter of life and death, then who has been spreading tales of the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng found there? Indeed, Mu Xinjin exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Who was the first to mention that blood ginseng exists on Mount Yangyang? Has anyone actually seen it? If so, why hasn't anyone harvested it? Ningyi and Xie Chunshan also set down their teacups, directing their attention to the waiter. The waiter scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I truly do not know. Recently, word spread that there is 10,000-year-old blood ginseng on Mount Yangyang, and everyone began flocking there. Who exactly started that rumor? I cannot say. Very well, Mu Xinjin replied. Thank you for your assistance. You may return to your duties. Of course, should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call for me. Sensing something amiss, Mu Xinjin cradled her chin in thought, her clear and luminous gaze peering out from beneath her veil. As her fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the imprints on her lips, the marks had ceased to hurt. Yet the gentle friction of the veil felt oddly ticklish. Qin Buren noticed her subtle movements. The veil was translucent enough to reveal her slightly pouted lips, round and full. They appeared moist and supple. His gaze darkened, his throat tightening as he raised the teacup to take a swig. Xie Chunshan traced the rim of his teacup, his eyes cast down upon the swirling tea leaves within. Indeed, there is something amiss. Regardless, we must venture to Mount Yangyang and ascertain the situation for ourselves. Ningyi suggested, let us form a team with those 2 individuals heading to Mount Yangyang. They appear to be cultivators. Xie Chunshan glanced at the duo, one a cultivator from the Central Plains and the other from the southern region, both looking quite youthful. However, the true ages of cultivators are often obscured, yet their demeanor exuded competence, suggesting they were not without experience. As Xie Chunshan regarded the 2, they too turned their gaze towards him, the cultivator from the Central Plains nodding courteously. I shall speak with them, Xie Chunshan declared. Rising from his seat, Ningyi promptly stood to accompany him. I will go with you. Mu Xinjin also prepared to join, but just as she stood, Qin Buren grasped her arm, urging her to remain seated. What business do you have in mingling with them? Mu Xinjin protested. I merely wish to observe. Qin Buren insisted. You are not permitted to go. Mu Xinjin retorted. Why not? Qin Buren replied. Because I wish to sit and continue enjoying my tea. Mu Xinjin exclaimed. So, you expect me to stay and keep you company? However, seeing the way Qin Buren raised his chin, exuding an air of entitlement, she understood his intent without needing to ask further. This is absurd. Not only has he grown increasingly childish, but he has also become more domineering. If he wishes to drink, then by all means, let him drink. Why must I remain here? Qin Buren rested his chin on his hand. Observing her dejected expression with a gentle chuckle, shouldn't a little brother accompany his older brother? Mu Xinjin shot him a resentful glare. Did you not previously insist that I refrain from calling you older brother? Qin Buren leaned closer, his dark, lustrous eyes sparkling with mischief. I merely stated that you should not call me that. The depths of his eyes seemed to darken further, akin to 2 profound pools. At that moment, Mu Xinjin's reflection was vividly mirrored in his gaze, granting her the impression that his eyes were solely fixated on her. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly as she turned her head to evade his gaze. This man is becoming less aloof by the day. Such behavior is undeniably disarming. Mu Xinjin found herself yearning for the days when Qin Buren had been indifferent towards her. Humans can indeed be quite fickle. Pouring tea into Qin Buren's cup, she playfully declared, Here, older brother, please enjoy. Then, she leaned over the table, accompanying Qin Buren in his tea drinking, while straining her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between Xie Chunshan and the others, only to discover that they had established a barrier, rendering her unable to hear anything. Though Chen Buren claimed to desire tea, he poured it but did not drink, instead fixating on the small bell atop Mu Xinjin's head. After a couple of rounds of tea, Xie Chunshan and Ning Yi returned. Mu Xinjin filled their cups with hot tea, inquiring, "How did the conversation go?" Ning Yi took a delicate sip from her cup, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. "It went well. In a few days, we will enter the mountain with them. As they are familiar with the route, they are seeking blood ginseng, are they not? Indeed, any blood ginseng harvested will be evenly divided. Oda, we must prepare the necessary items for our expedition to Mount Yangyang in the coming days." Yes, indeed. Having gathered ample information about Mount Yangyang, the quartet departed the tea house and meandered through the stalls of the Gu market, purchasing the bay grass the waiter had mentioned. Unfortunately, they could not find any miasma-repelling charms, as they have become scarce recently. Even the ordinary ones are unavailable, compelling them to seek out cultivators skilled in the art of charms to see if they could procure some. Having completed most of their shopping, the four began their journey back, unaware that a few individuals were trailing behind them. Lin Jueran, having lost patience after a day of following, began to question whether these individuals were merely tourists in the southern region. He resolved to take action once they reached a less crowded area. One of his subordinates cautioned, "Young master, do not act impulsively. Xie Chunshan is not to be trifled with, and the others appear formidable as well. Would it not be wiser to employ cunning?" Lin Jueran inquired. "How would we do that?" The subordinate replied, "To be honest, young master, I possess a skill in sleight of hand that allows me to discreetly obtain items." Lin Jueran regarded him skeptically. "Are you truly capable of such a feat?" The subordinate affirmed, "It is worth a try." Lin Jueran warned, "If you fail, I shall have your hand." The subordinate, feeling the pressure, prepared to execute his plan to steal the magic core, only to find himself preempted by another. As Mu Xinjin strolled along, perusing the wares at the roadside stalls, a sudden collision nearly sent her sprawling, were it not for Chen Buren's timely grip. The person who had bumped into her hurriedly apologized and continued on their way. Mu Xinjin, initially dismissing the encounter as a mere accident, suddenly froze in realization. Wait a moment. This scenario feels all too familiar. It mirrors the tactics employed by thieves in television dramas. She instinctively checked her side, only to discover that her spatial pouch had vanished. Within it lay many of her possessions. "Stop!" Mu Xinjin cried out, pivoting to pursue the thief. The other three, witnessing the unfolding drama, swiftly joined her chase. Lin Jueran's subordinate, observing the situation, retreated. Encountering fellow cultivators had thwarted his plan, and he could not risk using the same tactic again. "Young master, we should consider alternative strategies," the subordinate suggested. Lin Jueran retorted, "Fool, we must follow them. I have concocted a scheme." The subordinate, intrigued, asked, "What scheme?" Lin Jueran smirked. "Since we lack the advantage against Xie Chunshan, we shall target the weakest link first. We will separate the girl in the yellow attire from her companions, capture her, and use her as leverage to exchange for Xie Chunshan's magic core. I doubt he would refuse." The subordinate cast a doubtful glance at Lin Jueran, unsure if such a scheme was truly within his capabilities. Though the plan seemed somewhat unscrupulous, it was indeed feasible. "Very well. I shall heed the young master's instructions." Chapter 70. The disappearance of Mu Xinjin. Mu Xinjin pursued the thief, sprinting fiercely as he darted through the winding alleys of Qiyue village, displaying a remarkable agility that suggested he was no ordinary person. Behind her, a quartet, consisting of her companions, closed in on him. Chen Buren and Xie Chunshan leaped onto the rooftops, deftly traversing the eaves in pursuit from above. Meanwhile, Mu Xinjin and Ning Yi trailed below, but their unfamiliarity with the terrain caused them to lag behind. At a fork in the path, Mu Xinjin lost sight of the thief, failing to notice his turn down a side street. She leaned against her knees, panting slightly. "Where did he go?" Ning Yi looked up and spotted the distant figures of Chen Buren and Xie Chunshan, one clad in green and the other in blue, shimmering like fleeting beams of light as they chased after the thief. "This way," she urged, grabbing Mu Xinjin's hand and veering left. The area was sparsely populated, prompting both of them to channel their spiritual energy in pursuit. As Mu Xinjin ran behind Ning Yi, she suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding forcefully and landing on the ground. "What just happened?" she exclaimed, scanning her surroundings but seeing nothing. Ning Yi, oblivious to her plight, had already sprinted far ahead. "Sister," Mu Xinjin called out, but her voice seemed muffled, as if obstructed by some unseen force, leaving Ning Yi unaware of her distress. Rising to her feet, Mu Jinjin barely had time to react before a surge of spiritual energy from behind ensnared her waist with a glimmering silver chain. Two more chains swiftly bound her limbs, their strength astonishing and her own spiritual energy seemingly restrained. Unable to break free, panic set in as she shouted for Ningyi, "Sister, look at me." Before she could finish, she was yanked backward with tremendous force. Vanishing from her spot, the sound-blocking barrier dissipated, allowing Ningyi to hear Mu Jinjin's desperate cries. Instantly, she turned back, witnessing Mu Jinjin being dragged away by a long chain. Ningyi's gaze hardened. She spun around and chased after them. Despite her rapid pursuit, Mu Jinjin's figure eluded her sight. Ningyi sent a message to Xie Chunshan and Qin Buran, then retraced her steps to the location where Mu Jinjin had been captured, hoping to uncover some clues. Meanwhile, Qin Buran and Xie Chunshan relentlessly pursued the thief until they reached a desolate area, where the thief attempted to flee toward the distant mountains. Without hesitation, Qin Buran hurled her sword, its edge glinting menacingly as it aimed for the thief's back. Sensing the lethal intent, the thief narrowly evaded the strike, and Xie Chunshan seized the opportunity to block his escape route. The thief, sporting an unkempt beard and an odd appearance reminiscent of a false mask, looked startled. Qin Buran summoned her sword back to her hand, coldly demanding, "Return what you have stolen." The thief scoffed, tauntingly weighing the spatial pouch in his hand. "If you have the ability, come take it." Before he could finish, the thief whistled, and a swarm of insect-like poison creatures surged forth, resembling a swarm of bees, attacking Qin Buran and Xie Chunshan. Unwilling to waste time, Qin Buran unleashed her full spiritual power, confronting the oncoming swarm. The creatures exploded with a cacophony before they could reach her. Xie Chunshan followed suit, unleashing a wave of energy that froze the creatures into solid ice, which he then shattered with a mere gesture. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, as a practitioner of the poison arts, is it not beneath your dignity to resort to thievery? Kindly return what you have taken." The thief, realizing he was outmatched, summoned his own innate poison creatures, far more formidable than the previous swarm. He directed them to attack, while hastily opening the spatial pouch, his eyes scanning for his true objective. This ordinary spatial pouch could be opened without the owner's command. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of value. Frustrated, he looked again, but it was filled with a hodgepodge of items, none of which were what he sought. In his moment of distraction, Qin Buran broke through the encirclement of poison creatures, snatching the spatial pouch from his grasp before delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying. Before the thief could regain his footing, Xie Chunshan had his sword poised at the thief's throat. "Who are you, and why did you steal?" The thief, glancing nervously at the glinting blade, chuckled weakly. "A thief steals. What reason is needed? Noble one, spare me, and I shan't dare do it again." Qin Buran examined the spatial pouch, an orange bag adorned with the pattern of the flower. Noting that aside from being forcibly opened, it appeared undamaged, she tucked it away in her robes and approached the thief with an imposing demeanor, a smile playing at her lips that concealed a cold glint in her eyes. "What were you seeking within this pouch?" The thief's eyes darted nervously. "I sought nothing in particular, merely curious if there were any valuables." Without warning, Qin Buran gripped his throat, her expression icy, as her spiritual energy constricted around him, reddening his face. Xie Chunshan, noticing the flicker of murderous intent in Qin Buran's eyes, interjected, "Junior brother, his crime does not warrant death. Show restraint." Qin Buran, realizing her intensity, eased her grip slightly, adopting a faade of concern. "Rest assured, senior brother, I have no intention of killing him, merely teaching him a lesson for his dishonesty," with a slight reprieve in his breathing. The thief quickly asserted, "I assure you, I only sought some spiritual herbs or treasures." Qin Buran tightened her grip again, still not speaking the truth. "Not only are you a cultivator who has stooped to thievery, but your eagerness to open the pouch raises suspicions." Xie Chunshan, piecing together Qin Buran's implications, gasped, realizing the thief was after a divine core. How did he know that junior sister possessed one? His gaze shifted to the thief's attire, reminiscent of the southern regions, and he recalled Nanjiao's presence. He had always suspected her motives for following them, initially believing it was related to a demon core. "You all are mistaken," the thief stammered, his face flushing. "I am merely a simple thief." Qin Buran's gaze turned frigid. If this individual truly sought the divine core, he posed a significant threat. The fewer who knew of its existence, the better. For Mu Jinjin, despite her shortcomings, should remain protected from external dangers. Perhaps we should eliminate him. After all, his affiliations are hardly a mystery. Xie Chunshan, sensing the lethal aura emanating from Qin Buran, was taken aback. His junior brother was not typically prone to such violence. Noticing the thief's eyes rolling back in distress, he cautioned, "Junior brother, have mercy." At that moment, a streak of light flashed before them, the communication talisman from Ningyi. Both were taken aback as they read its contents. Seizing the opportunity, the thief, caught off guard, unleashed a massive swarm of poison creatures that surged toward them, then made his escape. By the time Qin Baran and Xie Chunshan dispelled the swarm, the thief had already fled far from their reach. With their focus now shifted, they turned and headed back. Chapter 71. The search for Mu Jinjin. Qin Baran and Xie Chunshan quickly reunited with Ningyi. She recounted the details of the situation. "Junior sister was taken from this very spot. I found traces of residual spiritual energy. Did you catch the thief? Could this be a diversion, a ploy to draw us away from their true intentions?" Xie Chunshan furrowed his brows, a shadow of concern clouding his features. "We have retrieved the goods, but the person has escaped. Our immediate priority is to locate her." Indeed, Ningyi's fair complexion was marred with worry. "I hope they have a specific objective and do not wish to harm her." Qin Baran clenched her fists, a storm of anxiety brewing within her, though her exterior remained composed. "Sister, do not fret. Should they dare to harm her?" Though unspoken, her implication was unmistakable.